Chapter 1 Gaining $1 every second. Magic City, Jinling University, inside the student dormitory. Today was Sunday, and everyone had gone home for the weekend. The only person left in the dormitory was Li Xiaoshan. The reason Li Xiaoshan didn't go home was very simple. His family was far away from Qingshui City, which was too far from Magic City, so it was better to stay in the dormitory and have a good rest. Li Xiaoshan lying on the bed, boring brush Jian, watching a variety of young ladies dancing and sending benefits. Tap the comment area. The comments of various netizens were also unusually harmonious. TSK, 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 just this leg, I can play for a year at the very least. I'm out. Brothers, I'm ready to start. Brothers, guys, click on my homepage for more great little videos. You got it. There were even quite a few advertisers and scammers in the comment section. Li Xiaoshan slid his finger upwards and flipped through the next video in boredom. Quite a few red bills appeared on the screen all of a sudden, and various photos of lottery winners. A certain man in Hangzhou bought a lottery ticket and won $200 million, emptying the accumulated prize pool in one go. The man claims he usually buys lottery tickets regularly, and this time he won the jackpot. He's ready to travel around the world. Li Xiaoshan watched the video and couldn't help but sigh. $200 million. This would be great if it was given to me. However, Li Xiaoshan was merely envious and jealous. As a matter of fact, Li Xiaoshan usually lives on a tight budget and has never even bought a lottery ticket, so how can he talk about winning the lottery? Just then, a voice appeared out of nowhere in Li Xiaoshan's mind. Ding! The loading of the Divine Hero system is complete. Personal information being collected. Host, Li Xiaoshan. Age, 19 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 135 pounds. Physical quality, thin and weak. Sub healthy. Current system level 1, gain $1 per second. Looking at the virtual screen in front of him, Li Xiaoshan's mouth opened wide. The body also leapt up in excitement. System. Web novels aren't a lie. Divine Hero system? Then am I becoming rich now? Current system level 1, gain $1 per second. If you want to become a true godly man, please complete the mission and upgrade the system. Ding! Release the first mission. Getting rid of novice status. How can you be a godly man and not have a girlfriend? Please rate a beautiful woman as your girlfriend first. The first mission is unlimited. Mission reward, system upgrade. Get $10 per second. Mission failure penalty, none. First mission failure, no penalty. Release newbie bonus. Newbie red packet, randomly get money between $100 and $10 billion. Open it or not. Open. With a silent thought in Li Xiaoshan's heart, the rookie red packet was also opened. Ding! Congratulations on receiving $100. In an instant, Li Xiaoshan's face went black. Only $100. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but feel speechless for his black face, actually only getting the lowest $100. But immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan couldn't wait to study the system, gaining $1 per second. Li Xiaoshan immediately took his cell phone and did the math. $1 per second. One day was $400, $80,000 a day. This was a huge amount of money for Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan grew up in the countryside. His family was not rich, and his parents didn't earn $80,000 a year from working. Thinking of his own future, do not need to worry about money. Li Xiaoshan could not stop a burst of excitement in his heart. And now with the Divine Hero system, his future life, his future must be incomparably wonderful. Resisting his excitement, Li Xiaoshan began to calculate the system mission that the system had just released. The task was simple. It only required finding a girlfriend. Looking at the novice task, Li Xiaoshan was a bit embarrassed for a moment. That's right, Li Xiaoshan was still maternally single to this day. However, now that he had the Divine Hero system, chasing after girls was simply a matter of minutes. Ding! The system reminds that the face value of the girlfriend that needs to be found must be higher than 80 points or more for the task to be completed. Listening to the system's reminder, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but make a mistake. How do I know that girl's face value is higher than 80? Ding! The system will automatically carry out the judgment of the face value. There is no need for the host to worry about this. After getting the answer, Li Xiaoshan's heart began to itch involuntarily. Li Xiaoshan rummaged through the contact information of the girls in his cell phone. He had a hard time. There wasn't even a single girl inside Li Xiaoshan's friends. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of the night. There is not a single female friend. Looking at his miserable life, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. His own life in these 10 years was really too suffocating. There wasn't even a girl's contact information, and it was difficult to ask someone out to play. The word poverty prompted Li Xiaoshan to keep himself clean and never go out to womanize. The fact is that he is not even as good as a dog licker, who at least has the money to be able to lick the goddesses. The whole energy of Li Xiaoshan has been put on the two words alive. I couldn't find any girls on my cell phone, so Li Xiaoshan came directly from the dormitory to the campus. Today is Sunday, the campus inside the cold and quiet. Only occasionally there is a couple holding hands passing by. After strolling around the campus, Li Xiaoshan didn't find a single quality girl, so Li Xiaoshan circled back to the dormitory building. Just when Li Xiaoshan thought that he was going to return today without any success, a man and a woman downstairs in the girls' dormitory attracted Li Xiaoshan's attention. The boy, Li Xiaoshan did not recognize, but the girl, Li Xiaoshan did have some impression. The girl's name was Shin Mengyao. She was in her second year of college, and was considered Li Xiaoshan's older sister. The reason why Li Xiaoshan knew her was also very simple. He had seen her picture and experience in the campus forum. Many people in the forum said that she was a gold-digging woman. They said that she was all kinds of indiscretions in her life. As for whether it was true or not, Li Xiaoshan was not too sure. Yao, don't be angry. I really can't afford that necklace. All of my living expenses this month, all of them will be given to you as a red packet. Are you blaming me for saying that? Chen Jun, I only have a birthday once a year. What's wrong with me asking you to buy me a necklace? You're so petty. Listening to the quarrel between the two, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but curiously survey Shin Mengyao. Shin Mengyao was wearing a white dress with a ponytail. Her skin was very fair, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The most crucial thing was that Shin Mengyao was also very pretty, and although she was wearing light makeup, her face must not be much worse. But the next conversation between the two people made Li Xiaoshan's three views shatter to pieces. Yao, I really don't have any money in my credit card. That $5,000 necklace, I'll buy it for you later. Okay, forget it then. Chen Jun, I'm not a materialistic girl either. Besides, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, and I'm still thankful to you for treating me to dinner today. I'm not a materialistic girl. We are also not boyfriend and girlfriend. When these two sentences came out, it made Li Xiaoshan not react for a moment. It wasn't a boyfriend and girlfriend who wanted a boy to transfer red envelopes to them. It wasn't a boyfriend and girlfriend who wanted someone to buy them a $5,000 necklace. It seems that this Shin Mengyao is not only good looking, but her fish farming skills are also top notch. Li Xiaoshan hurriedly asked the system, how many points does this girl have? Name, Shin Mengyao. Face value, 81 points. Age, 20 years old. Number of relationships, 2. Actually even the number of love affairs? Li Xiaoshan looked at the panel and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. Looking at Shin Mengyao reaching 80 points, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but have a hard time. Although this Shin Mengyao was very pretty, this woman was also definitely a character with gold worship and green tea attributes stacked on top of each other. However, at this time, Li Xiaoshan remembered a phrase from Jitterbug, don't let a good girl down, don't waste a bad girl. Looking at the boys still in front of the girls, the humble and supplicating look, Li Xiaoshan strengthened his determination. Brother, there is no way out of being a licking dog. The water here is very deep. You cannot hold it. Next see brother to show you one. Let brother come and save you from your misery. Just as Shin Mengyao was getting impatient and preparing to go back to the dormitory, Li Xiaoshan puffed up his chest and walked closer. Sister Shin Mengyao, happy birthday. Li Xiaoshan's sudden appearance caused the two of them to freeze, but immediately afterward, Shin Mengyao gave Li Xiaoshan a questioning look. Chapter 2 Ordinary Friends. Shin Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan and asked, do I know you? Sister, you don't know me, but I know you. I've been secretly in love with you for a long time. Today is your birthday. I want to ask you out. Can I? Shin Mengyao took a look at Li Xiaoshan, long with a little bit of small handsome, giving the feeling of a very clean-cut boy, but the clothes worn on the body is really not good. At a glance is a ground floor goods. It is a poor. Shin Mengyao could not help but show a contemptuous gaze in her eyes, but Shin Mengyao still politely returned in order to maintain her image. I'm sorry, schoolmate, I just came back today. I'm really a bit too tired. Li Xiaoshan didn't feel the slightest bit surprised when he saw Shin Mengyao rejecting himself. Alright then, schoolmate, can I add you on WeChat? I want to send you a red packet. After all, today is your birthday. Chen Jun looked at Li Xiaoshan actually hitting on his goddess right in front of him. The anger in his heart was sky high. Schoolmate, didn't you see that I just took Yao Yao out to play? Besides, is Yao Yao's WeChat something you can add just because you want to? You're too impolite, aren't you? Looking at Chen Jun who was so anxious to swear his sovereignty to himself, Li Xiaoshan then faintly replied back. Senior, don't misunderstand me. I just want to make friends with senior sister. Whether I agree or not is still up to senior sister. With one sentence, Li Xiaoshan directly blocked Chen Jun's mouth, leaving Chen Jun with no way to continue blocking. Li Xiaoshan's words were very clear. Whether to add WeChat or not was Shin Mengyao's freedom. And Chen Jun has no relationship, so Chen Jun is not good to speak out to stop. And just now Shin Mengyao said very clearly, he is not Shin Mengyao's boyfriend. Shin Mengyao pondered for a moment, then slowly pulled out her cell phone. Well, Then, school brother. Then let's add a WeChat and be ordinary friends. Li Xiaoshan had to admit that this Shen Mengyao was just too powerful, worthy of being a master of love affairs. Shen Mengyao said to be an ordinary friend, both retaining a bit of face for Chen Jun. It also increased his own fishpond. For his part, Li Xiaoshan didn't care in the slightest, and after adding WeChat and accomplishing his goal, Li Xiaoshan returned to the dormitory. Chen Jun, on the other hand, looked at Li Xiaoshan's back, his eyes full of hostility and anger. Returning to the dormitory, Li Xiaoshan glanced at the system panel. Currently withdrawable cash amount, 5,631. Currently withdrawable cash amount, 5,632. Li Xiaoshan directly withdrew all the money. All of it. Withdraw cash successfully. All funds come from a reliable source. Please rest assured that the host can use them. Immediately after that, Li Xiaoshan's bank card sent a text message. Your Huaxia bank account has arrived at 5,633 yuan. The current balance is 5,840 yuan. Looking at the account that had really arrived, Li Xiaoshan's heart could not help but get excited. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, Li Xiaoshan sent over a transfer to Shen Mengyao. Your friend brother Xiaoxiao has transferred 5,200 yuan to you. Shen Mengyao, who had just returned to the dormitory, watched as Li Xiaoshan directly transferred $200 without saying a word. Shen Mengyao mind for a moment did not react to. Immediately after the heart immediately excited up. This elementary school brother actually so rich. Is it possible that they look away from the eyes? Shen Mengyao has accepted the pursuit of many boys. Many of them are rich second generation or pretend to be rich second generation. But there is no one, like Li Xiaoshan, who chases girls like this. Up without saying anything, directly transferred a $5,200. Could it be that this schoolmate who looks a little bit handsome is a super rich second generation? Thinking of this, Shen Mengyao couldn't stop a wild jump in her heart. Shen Mengyao had fantasized countless times that she would marry into a rich family in the future. Now this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it made her feel a bit unrealistic. Perhaps there was another possibility that this was Li Xiaoshan's entire family fortune, and he was puffing up his face, posing as a rich second generation. But whichever it was, Shen Mengyao immediately clicked to accept the transfer. Looking at the $200 that arrived, Shen Mengyao's heart was happy. Although she wasn't able to get that spare tire Chen Jun to buy herself a necklace today, but today actually caught another fat fish. And so far, this fat fish is worth more than that. Shen Mengyao, thank you for your blessing. Schoolmate, you are so nice to people. People don't even know how to thank you. Shy expression. Li Xiaoshan, schoolmate, accompany me to go out together. I want to treat you to a meal. Shen Mengyao, sure. Tomorrow at noon. Let's go out to eat together. Faced with Li Xiaoshan's invitation, Shen Mengyao agreed without even thinking. This invitation is also Shen Mengyao's intention to test Li Xiaoshan's capital. In the end is not strong enough, is not the top rich second generation. And Shen Mengyao also did a two-handed preparation. She intentionally timed about at noon. It is to prevent Li Xiaoshan from doing anything wrong. If Li Xiaoshan is a swollen face, Shen Mengyao can leave at any time, without any risk. As an expert in love affairs, Shen Mengyao's control of such details could be said to be familiar. However, Li Xiaoshan didn't care and agreed with a full mouth. Time passed in a flash, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Xiaoshan's two roommates, both returned to the dormitory as well. These two roommates also had the same loud names as Li Xiaoshan. The oldest, Wu Rationale. The second, Mei Qian. The oldest three was Li Xiaoshan. These two brothers and Li Xiaoshan the same, maternal singles so far, and even belong to C girls, cannot even speak well character. Wu Reason took out a large bag of snacks from his backpack and threw it on the computer desk. Come, see what righteous father has brought for you. Mei Qian looked at the large pocket of snacks with light coming out of his eyes. Holy, what do you say? Keep jerking off today. Come on, there's no inspection on Monday anyway, so we'll catch up on sleep in the classroom. Hey, Lao-san, what are you doing? Down to play games. Li Xiaoshan stretched a lazy waist and sat up from his bed. Have you two eaten? Reason Wu reached out and pointed to the snacks he had bought. Didn't I buy snacks here? Wouldn't it be fine to eat some bread together? Li Xiaoshan shook his head. Let's go. I'll take you guys out for a good meal together. After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, Li Xiaoshan pulled the two, and went out of the school together. There was a food street right next to the school, and the three of them, Li Xiaoshan, often came here to eat. Reason Wu patted Li Xiaoshan's shoulder and said, okay, say it, what do you want to eat? Among the three, Wu Reason's family condition is the best. Every time out of the dinner gathering is basically him to pay the bill. Wu Reason thought that Li Xiaoshan wanted to ruthlessly rub himself a meal again, so he was generous enough to let Li Xiaoshan pick. Li Xiaoshan then chose the most expensive barbecue restaurant. Let's go with this one. Chapter 3, The Good Times Are Here. Looking at the place chosen by Li Xiaoshan, Wu Reason's eyes flew out. Holy, you're trying to screw me over. I only have $600 a week. Rubbing a meal here. I'll have to eat dirt tomorrow. Who said I'm letting you treat me? This one's on me. Don't worry. Let's try this most expensive barbecue restaurant, whether it's good or not. Looking at the more than $10,000 in his account, Li Xiaoshang said with a strong bottom. When these words came out, Mei Qian and Wu Rationale both froze. You're rich. Facing the two's inquiry, Li Xiaoshan nodded. Sort of. I won the lottery, so I'm taking you guys for a nice rubdown today. After receiving Li Xiaoshan's affirmation, Mei Qian and Wu Rationale instantly revealed expressions of surprise. I'll go. It can be How much did you win? Not much, $10,000. I'll go. Can. It's awesome. Good. I'll give you a good rubdown today. Ha ha. The two of them said that they wanted to ruthlessly cut Li Xiaoshan, but when Wu Reason and Mei Qian took a look at the menu, they immediately felt a burst of meat pain. A string of mutton $8. A string of roasted waste $60. In the end, Wu Reason and Mei Qian, two people, only ordered 20 skewers of mutton and 9 slices of roasted steamed buns. The three of them got along very well. Wu Reason and Mei Qian also knew that Li Xiaoshan's family situation was not good, so every time they went out to spend money, the two of them would actively choose to help Li Xiaoshan pay. Now that Li Xiaoshan had managed to get a little bit of money, so both of them wanted to leave Li Xiaoshan with a little bit more savings. Looking at the two brothers thinking so much for themselves, Li Xiaoshan was touched for no reason in his heart. Although they had only been together for half a year, the relationship between the three of them was still very cordial. After the two finished ordering, Li Xiaoshan took the menu and went to the front desk. Hello, add another 90 skewers of lamb for us, 20 large cashews, 10 plates of grilled squid, 20 oysters, and serve us another seafood curry. Li Xiaoshan was not polite at all, and directly ordered nearly 4,000 pieces of kebabs and seafood. Now that he was rich, he had the divine magnificent system. Li Xiaoshan didn't want to suffer himself and his good brothers, possibly in a retaliatory spending. Li Xiaoshan asked for another bottle of $3,000 of Maotai. Looking at Li Xiaoshan actually ordering so many things, Wu Reason and Mei Qian people were dumbfounded. Holy, you don't live your life anymore. Wouldn't be prepared to spend all your money at once. I go. You've changed your ways. Usually $1 are broken 8 petals to spend the Lord. Are you crazy today? You ordered this much? Xiao. You just have some money, but you can't spend it like this, right? Before Wu Reason to say more, Li Xiaoshan took the meat skewers and blocked the mouths of the two. Don't bull *******. Give me a grip to make it hard to build. Don't waste it. Li Xiaoshang also grabbed a large meat skewer and began to gag. It had to be said that there was a reason why it was expensive. The meat skewers from this barbecue restaurant were just too delicious. The meat was delicious and the aroma ruthlessly stimulated the taste buds of several people. It is really too good. Li Xiaoshan ate with his mouth and face covered in oil. This was the first time Li Xiaoshan had eaten such a delicious barbecue. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but sigh. With the divine hero system, his good days are coming soon. During this meal, Li Xiaoshan's 3 people had a very enjoyable meal, and all 3 of their stomachs were full. Only 3 people's alcohol is not too good. 3 people, half a bottle of white wine. Mei Qian was the first to fall on the ground. Fortunately, Wu Reason is strong. And finally he himself to Mei Qian back to the dormitory. The next morning Li Xiaoshan woke up. It was already 11 a.m. Wu Reason is not in the dormitory. Do not know where he went. Mei Qian, on the other hand, was still lying on his bed, sleeping soundly. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and found that Shen Mengyao had already sent himself several messages. Shen Mengyao, schoolmate, are you awake? Shen Mengyao, see how I'm dressed up? Shen Mengyao, picture, JPG. Shen Mengyao, this short skirt, what do you think? Does it look good? Shen Mengyao, schoolmate, how come you haven't been replying to messages? Where are we going to eat in a while? Li Xiaoshan hurriedly sent a message to Shen Mengyao. Xiao, I'll wait for you at the school entrance in a while. After sending the message, Li Xiaoshan quickly put on his clothes, washed his face, and simply made his hair, and immediately went out of the dormitory. When Li Xiaoshan arrived at the school entrance, Shen Mengyao had not yet arrived. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shen Mengyao before checking the system again. The current withdrawable balance, 65406. Current withdrawable balance, 65,407. After just one night, there was another $60,000 out of thin air. The joy in Li Xiaoshan's heart was so overwhelming that the corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. Li Xiaoshan did not hesitate to directly choose to withdraw cash. The cell phone text message also followed. Your Huaxia bank account has arrived at 65,410 yuan, and the current account balance is 70,540 yuan. With money in his hand, Li Xiaoshan's waist was unconsciously straightened for a few minutes. Right at this moment, Shen Mengyao also walked out from the school entrance. Today Shen Mengyao was dressed exquisitely, with a blue and white patterned shirt on top, a pure white skirt underneath, and white stockings and high-heeled shoes that emphasized her youthfulness. Shen Mengyao understood very well how she should highlight her own merits. Her outfit, if it was worn by an ordinary person, would not really be able to produce such an effect. The reason for this was that Shen Mengyao's skin color was very white, and she usually took good care of it, and with her light-colored attire, it instantly made people focus their attention on her. Many students passing by, of course, saw Shen Mengyao. Her appearance immediately attracted quite a few onlookers. Wow, who is this school sister? It's too good-looking. Mom, I seem to be in love again. Well, no one stop me. I'm going up to ask for her WeChat. Who stops you? You have the guts to go well, look familiar. I feel like I've seen her in my dreams. Fool, this is Shen Mengyao. This kind of blood-sucking rose is not something people like us can mess with. Shen Mengyao? The gold-digging queen from the campus gossip forum? For a moment Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Today's Shen Mengyao was a notch up from yesterday's beauty. At this time, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but think of a saying, there is never an ugly woman in the world, only lazy women. Shen Mengyao was satisfied in her heart when she saw Li Xiaoshan's reaction, but immediately afterward, she frowned, because the outfit Li Xiaoshan wore was just too casual. A comparison between the two was simply the difference between heaven and earth, but Li Xiaoshan didn't care in the slightest. In his own opinion, his dress only needed 4 words, clean and tidy, even if it was decent. Chapter 4 talking about feelings with the rich. Although Li Xiaoshan had obtained the Divine Magnificent System, his concepts were still the same as before, and it was difficult to change them in a short period of time. After Shen Mengyao paused for a moment, she still took a step towards Li Xiaoshan. School brother, where are we going to go for dinner today? You choose. Shen Mengyao then spoke. Why don't we go eat Japanese food? There's a new Japanese food inside the China World Trade Center. It's quite delicious, but it's just a bit expensive. The Japanese restaurant that Shen Mengyao was talking about, the consumption level was considered very high. Shen Mengyao also intentionally chose a slightly more expensive place, wanting to test out whether Li Xiaoshan was a top second generation or not. As a result, Li Xiaoshan shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. Not going. I don't like eating Japanese food. Japanese food is too trashy. It's better for me to choose the place. Let's go to the Haitian Grand Feast. Seeing Li Xiaoshan shaking his head and refusing, Shen Mengyao's eyes instantly dimmed. Just when Shen Mengyao thought that Li Xiaoshan couldn't afford to spend money and was ready to pick a cheap place, Li Xiaoshan directly opened his mouth and spoke of the Haitian Grand Feast. One must know that the Haitian Feast was the most famous Chinese restaurant in Magic City. The average person can't afford it. The Haitian Feast has a minimum consumption standard. The two stores cannot be compared. Li Xiaoshan didn't notice that Shen Mengyao's eyes were sprouting little stars when he said that he would go to the Haitian Grand Feast. Good. I'll listen to all of school brother's arrangements. Shen Mengyao lowered her head and took the initiative to move a little closer to Li Xiaoshan. Standing in front of him, Li Xiaoshan reached out and stopped a cab, bringing Shen Mengyao straight to the Haitian Renaissance. And after the two of them left, the crowd at the entrance of the campus talked. I'll go. My goddess went off with someone else. Does anyone know the boy just now? Damn it. I want to fight him one-on-one. Nope. I should fight him first. The goddess just looked at me. Humph. You men are really useless, even eyeing this kind of crappy stuff. After getting out of the cab, Shen Mengyao took the initiative to pull on Li Xiaoshan's arm, half leaning on Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan felt the seemingly soft touch on his arm, and his whole mind was taken off course. Moreover, Shen Mengyao's body was still emitting a faint citrus scent, making Li Xiaoshan's heart beat wildly. Li Xiaoshan's palms became sweaty and his pores began to contract. This was the first time Li Xiaoshan had been in such close contact with a girl. Li Xiaoshan kept giving himself mental hints in his mind. He is a godly man with a system. He must be steady. After entering the restaurant, the waiter of the Haitian Grand Feast took the initiative to come forward and ask Li Xiaoshan, "Hello, two customers. May I ask if you have reserved a place in this restaurant?" "No." Li Xiaoshan shook his head. "Oh, then sorry. Sorry you two. We are all full today. All the seats have been booked in advance." "All full? Not a single spot left?" Li Xiaoshan asked with a frown. Not really. The remaining seats we have are all VIP member rooms of our restaurant. All of them have a minimum consumption standard." "Oh, wouldn't it be fine to bring us to a private room?" Sir, the private rooms are all only available to the VIP customers of this store. Moreover, the minimum consumption standard is $8,000 to start with." You've just repeated it. I know. Then do a VIP for me. How much?" After Li Xiaoxiao's words, the waiter's entire body froze for a moment, and then immediately followed by bursts of joy. The performance fell from the sky, or was so sudden that the waiter did not react for a moment. The waiter hurriedly inquired, "Sir, you are preparing to open a VIP membership in our store, right?" "Aha!" Looking at Li Xiaoshan nodding his head in acknowledgement, the waiter hurriedly invited Li Xiaoshan to the front desk. The entire person also became more and more respectful. "Sir, the first time you open VIP, you need to recharge $20,000. May I ask if you're paying in cash or by credit card?" For his part, Li Xiaoshan directly punched in the money without saying a word. After opening the VIP membership, the waiter's face smiled like a chrysanthemum and immediately invited Li Xiaoshan to the private room. After entering the private room, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but be impressed by the environment here. The entire private room was extremely luxurious. The exquisite carpet was spread all over the room, and the gorgeous crystal chandelier was beautiful. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows, one could see the view of the garden outside. Li Xiaoshan looked at everything in front of him, and had to sigh a sigh of relief. Expensive is really expensive. "Hello, both of you. This is the menu of this restaurant. Please take a look." Li Xiaoshan did not look at the menu, but threw it directly to Shen Mengyao. "Senior sister, see what you like to eat and order whatever you like." Shen Mengyao had been in a state of shock from the moment she started entering the store until now. Shen Mengyao had fantasized that Li Xiaoshan might be a top-tier second generation, but she didn't think that all of this fantasy was actually true. In order to treat himself to a meal, he directly recharged $20,000 at once. Shen Mengyao felt that all this was like a dream, the most luxurious private room, sitting across from the top of the rich second generation in their own minds. The most crucial thing is that this rich second generation sincerely treats himself. He likes himself. And look at Li Xiaoxia's appearance. This $20,000 seems to be completely painless to him. It was as if the money spent was not his own. At this moment Shen Mengyao was sure that Li Xiaoshan was definitely a top second generation. This state of spending money like running water was not something that an ordinary person could fake. This must be the kind of absolute confidence that only someone who has not been short of money for a long time can have. A sense of confidence that belonged exclusively to rich people. Although Shen Mengyao's eyes were staring at the menu, her mind was completely focused on Li Xiaoshan at this moment. At this moment Shen Mengyao made up her mind that she must properly grasp Li Xiaoshan, the top second generation. "Brother, do you have any contraindications?" Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan and asked seductively. Shen Mengyao's sudden change made Li Xiaoshan a bit unresponsive. The address was also directly converted from the schoolmate at the beginning to elder brother. Shen Mengyao's passionate and watery eyes made Li Xiaoshan look dumbfounded. A woman who is moved in love is actually so moving and beautiful. No, you just watch it. Looking at Li Xiaoshan's reaction of looking dumbfounded, Shen Mengyao felt satisfied, took back her eyes and ordered 2 moderately priced dishes. Shen Mengyao completely changed her tactics at this moment. Facing licking dogs, she would choose to squeeze without mercy. Facing the real tycoons, the rich second generation, Shen Mengyao on the other hand, put on a well-behaved and understanding demeanor. Talk about money with the poor, talk about feelings with the rich. These 2 words were right on the money. Chapter 5. Have a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. I've ordered. Brother, see what you want to eat. Li Xiaoshan took the menu and directly flipped to the signature dishes at the very back. There were a variety of dishes in there, and the most conspicuous ones were the 2 large Australian lobsters. I'll take all the signature dishes on this page. Just these. The waiter respectfully received the menu and bowed as he asked, "Mr. Li, may I ask if you would like to order some drinks?" At the mention of drinks, an image instantly appeared in Li Xiaoshan's mind. A bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. Li Xiaoshan hadn't drunk Lafite, but as the standard for rich people to pretend to be a bully, Li Xiaoshan also shouted out that classic sentence, "A bottle of 82-year-old Lafite." The waiter froze for a moment after hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, then said awkwardly, Sorry, Mr. Li, we don't have any 82-year Lafite here. The 99-year-old Burgundy red wine is the best red wine we have here. Do you want to try it?" "Aha, good." The waiter nodded and then slowly exited the room. At this moment only Shen Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan were left in the private room. Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan with autumn water in her eyes. The smile at the corner of her mouth was not hidden. "Brother, this is the first time I've come to this kind of place to eat. You're so nice to people. What do you think? How should I repay, brother?" "Simple. Be my girlfriend." "Hate it, brother, you only bully people." Shen Mengyao, as an expert in love affairs, knew the nature of men. The easier it was to get, the less they would cherish it. So when Li Xiaoshan proposed to be his girlfriend, even though Shen Mengyao was willing 100 times in her heart, experience told her, must be reserved, can't be too easy for a man to get. People haven't gotten to know you yet, how can they just agree to you and be your girlfriend? Shen Mengyao's desire to refuse and welcome was played quite brilliantly, but it was a pity that she had met a straight man with no experience with men and women. Li Xiaoshan, well, that's fine, Li Xiaoshan saw that Shen Mengyao had rejected herself, and his interest instantly faded. But then he thought of the divine hero system, and Li Xiaoshan faded down again. It doesn't matter, if I can't chase you, I'll just go find someone else. Anyway, with the divine hero system, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to get a date with a girl. Looking at Li Xiaoshan's disappointed look, Shen Mengyao panicked. How could she think of herself? Actually steal the chicken cannot. Back to the rice it. So Shen Mengyao hurriedly explained. If school brother can let me have a good understanding. People still like school brother. School brother, you give people a little more time. Consider it? Okay. Looking at Shen Mengyao's pampered appearance, Li Xiaoshan's heart began to itch again. Before Li Xiaoshan could open his mouth to speak, at this time, footsteps sounded outside, and after the waiter arrived at the door, he gently knocked on the open door of the room, slowly walked in. Behind the waiter was also a food cart, which was filled with all kinds of food. Mr. Li, your red wine has arrived. With those words, the waiter opened the red wine in front of Li Xiaoshan, then took out 2 tall glasses, poured a little for Li Xiaoshan first, and handed it to Li Xiaoshan. Mr. Li, please taste it first. Li Xiaoshan took the wine cup and followed what he watched in the movie, shaking the cup briefly before taking a shallow taste. At the moment the red wine entered his mouth, Li Xiaoshan felt a slight sourness, followed by a slight bitterness, then sweetness. Li Xiaoshan did not understand red wine, but it felt quite good when he drank it. Not bad. The waiter revealed a relaxed smile after hearing this. Once again, he helped the two to pour red wine. At this moment all kinds of delicious food were also placed on the table. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the various delicacies. The Haitian Grand Feast was worthy of being one of the top restaurants in Magic City. Li Xiaoshan looked at the food in front of him and couldn't help but have a big appetite. These dishes looked delicious, and the aroma of the dishes ruthlessly teased the taste buds of both Li Xiaoshan. After the waiter finished serving the dishes, he stood behind Li Xiaoshan. Mr. Li, may I ask if there is anything else I can serve you? No, you go down. The waiter slowly exited the room after hearing Li Xiaoshan's words. Come on, have a toast, senior sister. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, schoolmate. Shen Mengyao raised her cup to take a sip of red wine with Li Xiaoshan, then immediately took out her cell phone. She started to take pictures and sent them to her friends. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, didn't care about that at all, and directly began to wind down. Li Xiaoshan had never eaten such a sumptuous meal. Every dish here was incomparably delicious, making Li Xiaoshan unable to stop at all. Shen Mengyao, on the other hand, maintained her ladylike image, taking small bites and eating slowly. During this meal, both Shen Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan did not communicate too much, because this meal was just too delicious. Li Xiaoshan leaned back in his chair after he was full and lit a cigarette. The cheapest fried green vegetables here were close to $100, while these signature dishes ordered by Li Xiaoshan were even more expensive. However, there was indeed a reason why they were expensive, and each of these dishes was incomparably delicious. School sister, have you eaten yet? Shen Mengyao wiped her mouth with a napkin and nodded slightly. Schoolmate, in a while, where are we going? After saying that, Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan with eyes full of anticipation. From this moment onwards, the relationship between the two had completely reversed, and now it was no longer Li Xiaoshan taking the initiative to pursue Shen Mengyao. Instead, it had become Shen Mengyao taking the initiative to pester Li Xiaoshan. The change in Shen Mengyao's attitude caused Li Xiaoshan to secretly sigh at the great charm of money. If you're free this afternoon, let's go watch a movie together. Shen Mengyao heard Li Xiaoshan's words and agreed directly without even thinking about it. Good, then let's go now. After saying that, Shen Mengyao took the lead and stood up, walking in front of Li Xiaoshan, and once again took Li Xiaoshan's arm. When checking out, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but glance at the bill. This meal actually cost $13,000. This was a thing that Li Xiaoshan had never even dared to think about before. But then, Li Xiaoshan immediately relaxed again. No matter what, he was now a person with the divine greatness system, so this small amount of money was nothing to him. The center of the World Trade Center is a gathering place for many young people. There are not only movie theaters here, there are also many bars, billiard halls, internet cafes. After getting out of the car, Li Xiaoshan blankly looked around. This kind of young people's entertainment place, Li Xiaoshan seldom come before. The reason is also very simple, is poor. So at this moment, Li Xiaoshan's heart produced nervousness for no reason. But in the next instant, Li Xiaoshan calmed down again. I rarely came here before. Do you know the movie theater is over there? Shen Mengyao heard Li Xiaoshan's words and took the initiative to pull Li Xiaoshan's hand and walk in front. Then this time, let senior sister lead you. Chapter 6, Declaration of Sovereignty. In Shen Mengyao's opinion, it didn't seem strange that a top-rich second generation like Li Xiaoshan hadn't been to this kind of place. In Shen Mengyao's impression, rich people would definitely go golfing or bowling or something like that. With Shen Mengyao's initiative to lead the way, Li Xiaoshan was at the back observing everything around him. Today is Monday, but there are a lot of young people here, and there are even a lot of college students like Li Xiaoshan. The combination of Shin Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan also attracted the attention of many people around. The reason for this was that the two people holding hands together was just too otherworldly, because in terms of appearance, the two people simply didn't match from their clothing to their temperament. Shen Mengyao was very pretty and dressed with youthful vigor, which added even more points to her. And to Li Xiaoshan here is a sudden change in the wind. Li Xiaoshan Long is quite handsome, his wearing is too simple, even simple to some over the head, the whole body of the clothes together are not more than $100. It is said that fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp, handsome men with beautiful women, two people together, then became a strange combination of beauty and beggar. This scene makes a lot of boys have an inexplicable sense of confidence in themselves. Even this beggar can find this kind of goddess as a girlfriend? Why can't I? Finally someone cannot help it. A handsome-looking boy took the initiative to go forward, looked at Shin Mengyao and said, "Hello, beautiful woman. My name is Wang Ninja. Can we make a friend and leave a WeChat? We can come out to play together in the future." Wang Ninja said while glancing at Li Xiaoshan with a provocative meaning. That look seemed to be saying, "Kid, I've decided to take your girlfriend. You don't deserve her." It had to be said that Wang Ninja was very handsome, and at the same time, he was also very confident. Wang Ninja thought that he was much more handsome than Li Xiaoshan, and Shin Mengyao would be very happy to make friends with him. And it wasn't the first time Wang Ninja had done such a thing, but the next second, Wang Ninja was dumbfounded. Shin Mengyao just looked at him lightly and then said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you, please get out of the way, we still have to go to the movie." Although Wang Ninja was very handsome, but after Shin Mengyao had seen Li Xiaoxiao's money ability, how could she still be attracted to other boys? It was like a person who had eaten delicacies from the sea, and then asked her to eat a light meal. How could she possibly be willing to do so? Shen Mengyao was completely uninterested in other boys at this time, even afraid of being misunderstood by Li Xiaoshan. She took the initiative to take his arm and said, "People already have schoolmates." At this moment, Wang Ninja's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a turd. This was the first time he was so frustrated and humiliated. Normally, he hadn't scourged many ignorant girls based on his pretty face, but today he was defeated. Facing this kind of boy who took the initiative to come up and provoke, a trace of anger also bubbled up in Li Xiaoshan's heart. To ask for a boy's girlfriend's WeChat in front of him was an act full of provocation. This also sidestepped the fact that this Wang Ninja simply did not put Li Xiaoshan in his eyes. In the face of this kind of dilettante who doesn't know the sky and the earth, Li Xiaoshan chose the provocative way to make him the most uptight, was to swear his sovereignty over Shin Mengyao in front of him. Li Xiaoshan revealed a lewd smile as he looked at Wang Ninja, then took the initiative to reach out and wrap his hands around Shin Mengyao's thin waist. "Finished, right? Please get out of the way when you're done talking. Don't disturb my date with my schoolmate." At this moment Wang Ninja's eyes were smoldering, holding a breath in his heart. This kind of thing, if one encountered it too many times, might directly infuriate one to death. However, Wang Ninja was unable to do anything about this kind of behavior of Li Xiaoxia, and in the end, this was also someone else's private matter. In the end, Wang Ninja could only angrily scrape Li Xiaoshan and turn around to leave. But as he was about to leave, Li Xiaoshan had another bad thought in his mind. "Hey, buddy, watch." Just as Wang Ninja turned his head to look at Li Xiaoshan, he directly rushed at Shin Mengyao's pretty face and kissed it. At this moment, the veins on his brain bulged out, and blood came out of his eyes, so close to spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Ninja glared fiercely at Li Xiaoshan and then left the place with quick steps. Li Xiaoshan felt satisfied as he watched Wang Ninja's impotent and furious reaction. In Li Xiaoshan's dictionary, there was never such a word as being aggravated, and Li Xiaoshan had always been one to take revenge on the spot, unless it can't be beat. After Shin Mengyao was kissed by Li Xiaoshan, her face instantly turned red, but there was no overreaction. It wasn't until that Wang Ninja sulked and left that she lightly hit Li Xiaoshan. "School brother, you're so bad, taking advantage of others." Li Xiaoshan put his arm around Shin Mengyao down, then stretched his face towards Shin Mengyao and said, "You can also take the advantage back again if you want." Originally, Li Xiaoshan was just joking, but he didn't expect Shin Mengyao to directly wrap her arms around Li Xiaoshan's neck. "Yeah," said Shin Mengyao, pouted and gently kissed Li Xiaoshan. This time could make Li Xiaoshan excited. Just when Li Xiaoshan wanted to make further action, Shin Mengyao immediately ran away. "Alright, the two of us are even." Li Xiaoshan then quickly chased after him and stopped Shin Mengyao's waist. "Don't even think about it." Just as Li Xiaoshan was about to launch another attack, Shin Mengyao reached out and blocked his mouth and said, "Ugh, don't, schoolmate, don't go overboard. Oh, let's go watch a movie first." Li Xiaoshan looked at the crowd around him and could only press down his restless heart for the time being. After arriving at the movie theater, Shen Mengyao took the initiative to run to the ticket counter and bought 2 movie tickets and popcorn. Shen Mengyao, as an expert in love affairs, knew all sorts of tricks to deal with boys. When facing a rich guy, you should take the initiative to spend money on him and make yourself look different. This was Shen Mengyao's little trick for chopping up boys. Schoolmate, how long has it been since you came to the movie theater to watch a movie? Shen Mengyao asked seemingly carelessly. Well, it's been about 2 years. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, said it without thinking at all. In fact, Shen Mengyao's intention of asking this question was very simple. That is, she wanted to know how long it had been since Li Xiaoshan had talked about his girlfriend. Not having come out to see a movie for 2 years, that meant that at the very least, there had been 2 years without a girlfriend. After determining Li Xiaoshan's personal situation, Shen Mengyao also made her next plan in her mind. After entering the movie theater, Shen Mengyao completely let go of her physical and mental state, and half relied on Li Xiaoshan's arms. Shen Mengyao knew very well what men were thinking in their hearts, and this kind of private environment in the movie theater was too suitable for couples to advance their relationship. But at this time Li Xiaoshan was completely frozen in his seat. Chapter 7 System Upgrade. Don't get me wrong, Li Xiaoxiao is not a decent person, nor is he at all close to these 4 words. The reason why he didn't move was because he was really inexperienced. So Li Xiaoshan only dared to stiffly embrace Shen Mengyao's waist. Then the whole person's mind completely floated in the air, neither in nor out. Shen Mengyao's mind at this time also completely did not focus on the movie above. But Li Xiaoshan did not have further action. She also can only maintain the reserve. In this way, the two tormented to watch the end of the movie. And finally Li Xiaoshan did not even remember the name of the movie. Just as Li Xiaoshan and Shen Mengyao walked out of the theater, a person Li Xiaoshan was very familiar with appeared at the entrance of the theater. Li Lanxin, Li Xiaoshan's high school classmate, was also Li Xiaoshan's former crush. When she was in high school, Li Lanxin used to be the president of the student union, and she was also pretty, so she was the goddess in many people's hearts. Of course, this also includes Li Xiaoshan, and Li Xiaoshan and Li Lanxin confession. Of course, eventually Li Lanxin rejected Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan still remembers the words she said at that time when she rejected herself, and that expression, Li Xiaoshan, you don't look in the mirror either. Toad wants to eat swan meat. After saying that, Li Lanxin's face was full of disgust as she bypassed Li Xiaoshan and took a step to leave. Today's reunion once again made Li Xiaoshan recall the life he once had in high school. Naturally, Li Lanxin also saw Li Xiaoshan, and the moment she saw him her eyes were filled with disgust. However, in the next second, when Li Lanxin saw Shen Mengyao beside Li Xiaoshan, she froze. Li Lanxin didn't expect that the current Li Xiaoshan actually mixed so well. He actually asked such a beautiful girl to come out and watch a movie together. This was something that Li Lanxin couldn't accept. This feeling was like a piece of broken clothes that she didn't want, being worn by someone else. And this person is also more beautiful than himself. More excellent. Li Lanxin walked up to Li Xiaoshan with an air of defiance in her heart. Xiaoshan, long time no see. Facing Li Lanxin's initiative to come forward, Li Xiaoshan did not show any disgust or dissatisfaction. Well, it's been a long time, how have you been? For Li Xiaoshan, Li Lanxin was nothing more than a former high school classmate. Nothing more than that. As for the humiliation of Li Lanxin at one time, Li Xiaoshan had long since looked down and put it down. As Li Lanxin looked at Li Xiaoshan's calm and relaxed state, the unwillingness in her heart grew stronger. I'm quite fine. I'm currently attending the Jingtang Performance Academy. This is your girlfriend? Facing Li Lanxin's inquiry, Li Xiaoshan got stuck, because Shen Mengyao didn't seem to have agreed to be his girlfriend yet. The system had not completed the task given to him by the system either. Shen Mengyao saw that Li Xiaoshan didn't say anything and took over the conversation. Yes, I'm Xiaoshan's girlfriend. My name is Shen Mengyao. Hello. While speaking, Shen Mengyao extended her hand to Li Lanxin. Shen Mengyao's sudden rescue caught Li Lanxin by surprise. Li Lanxin couldn't imagine that Li Xiaoshan didn't dare to admit the relationship between a man and a woman. But on the contrary, Shen Mengyao frankly admitted the relationship between the two of them. And the most crucial thing is, looking at Shen Mengyao's appearance, she was actually full of wariness to herself. Shen Mengyao's appearance gave Li Lanxin the feeling as if she was afraid of being snatched away by her boyfriend. Li Lanxin just reached out and shook her hand briefly, then immediately loosened her hand. Once again, she looked at Li Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, how long has it been since we've seen each other? I remember it seems like you haven't seen me since the last time you confessed to me. Li Lanxin's words immediately caused Shen Mengyao's hostility, and Li Xiaoshan, embarrassed by Li Lanxin's words, touched his head and said, right. This sentence was of course what Li Lanxin intentionally said to Shen Mengyao, and at the same time, it was also a clear indication of Shen Mengyao. Li Xiaoshan was just a man that he didn't want. Shen Mengyao saw that Li Xiaoshan had suffered a loss. Where would she be willing to give up? Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan and said, Xiaoshan, You said before that you want me to be your girlfriend. Is that true? Li Xiaoshan didn't know what Shen Mengyao meant and just nodded. The next scene directly made Li Lanxin unable to say a word. Shen Mengyao directly hugged Li Xiaoshan's head and kissed it. At this moment, not to mention Li Lanxin, even Li Xiaoshan did not react. Feeling the sweet softness in his mouth, Li Xiaoshan's mind went blank. This was still Li Xiaoshan's first kiss. Li Xiaoshan never thought that his first kiss would actually be on the passive side, but immediately after that, Li Xiaoshan was too lazy to pay attention to anything else. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Li Xiaoshan clasped Shen Mengyao's waist with both hands and began to savor it. Fragrant, sweet, soft, glutinous, and with a hint of warmth. After kissing for a full 10 seconds, the two people's lips slowly parted. I promise to be your girlfriend. At this moment, Li Lanxin was completely frozen on the spot. Such a hot and exciting scene directly caught Li Lanxin off guard. And now at this moment, there was no use in saying anything on her own. Her pitiful sense of superiority instantly vanished. At the same time, a beep sounded in Li Xiaoshan's mind. Ding! Rookie mission completed. System upgraded for the first time. Ding! System upgrade successful. Current system level 2, gaining $10 per second. At this moment Li Xiaoshan was ecstatic in his heart. To actually complete the mission on the first day? This was definitely out of Li Xiaoshan's expectation. Although he didn't know why Shen Mengyao suddenly agreed. This was definitely a good thing. At the very least, it completed the system task. $10 per second. What kind of concept was that? One day was $860,000. Just as Li Xiaoshan was still in a daze, a person walked up behind Li Lanxin. Lanxin, I'm sorry I'm late. It's you? In the next instant, Shen Mengyao recognized the person who came. The person who came was none other than the handsome man who had just failed to hit on Shen Mengyao, Wang Ninja. When Wang Ninja saw Shen Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan, his face instantly darkened. Wang Ninja never expected to actually run into the Shen Mengyao duo for the second time. Li Lanxin, on the other hand, looked at Wang Ninja and asked, "You guys know each other?" Seeing that things were about to fall apart, Wang Ninja took the lead in opening his mouth to explain. Yes. I wanted to ask this beauty before where the clothes were bought. I wanted to buy one for you, but it was misunderstood by this beauty and her boyfriend. As a 1C king, Wang Ninja opened his mouth and directly started making up nonsense without blushing at all. Wang Ninja's words were both to gain face for himself and at the same time trying to hide it from Li Lanxin. This little trick of Wang Ninja's might be fine to fool the average person, but he had run into a person of Shen Mengyao's caliber. Chapter 8. Is it so rich? Shen Mengyao saw through this Wang Ninja at a glance. He was definitely a scumbag, king of the sea. But Shen Mengyao also didn't want to expose Wang Ninja, because the object Wang Ninja cheated on was Li Lanxin. Shen Mengyao could see that this Li Lanxin was definitely a potential love rival. Who would expose the scum for the sake of a love rival? There is no reason to. Shen Mengyao was too lazy to expose him, but Li Xiaoshan didn't think so. Li Xiaoshan hated this Wang Ninja. Number 1, he was more handsome than himself. This is the first major original sin. Secondly, he's a total sea king. Scum. Picked up more women than himself. This is the second greatest original sin. Third, his provocative behavior towards himself just now was still fresh in Li Xiaoshan's mind. The third was messing with himself, which was the third greatest original sin. This kind of cargo was something a boy would firmly resist. Hate to cause death to the other party. You like being a scumbag, don't you? I'll make you cry in rhythm. Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Ninja and asked, Lan Xin, is he your boyfriend? Pretty much. Today is the first time we came out to meet. Before that it had been online video chat. Having heard Li Lanxin say that the two did not confirm their relationship, Li Xiaoshan's heart was then a little more comfortable. Li Lanxin was her former goddess no matter what. If she was defiled by this scum, Li Xiaoshan's heart was naturally unhappy. Then you should really polish your eyes. After all, the network is messed up with all kinds of people. Wang Ninja looked at Li Xiaoshan's appearance and immediately took over the topic. Brother, what just happened is just a misunderstanding. There's no need to keep holding on to it. If you're very bothered, I can apologize to you. But please don't slander and defame others. It will based on this one small thing. You are very impolite. Slander? Humph. What you say is better than what you sing. At this time, Shen Mengyao suddenly interrupted Li Xiaoshan. Alright, there's no need to argue over this small matter. School brother, let's go. I want to go somewhere else to take a stroll. After saying that, Shen Mengyao even took the initiative to blink her eyes at Li Xiaoshan. Although Li Lanxin didn't know exactly what happened between the two, Li Lanxin also heard a generalization. Alright, Xiaoshan, thanks for the reminder. Don't worry, I'll examine Wang Ninja properly. I also believe in him. Now that Li Lanxin took the initiative to open her mouth, and Shen Mengyao took the initiative to stop Li Xiaoshan, it was then that the flavor of gunpowder faded. Shen Mengyao took the initiative to speak. It's rare to run into high school classmates. Let's forget about the unpleasant things we just did and go out for a stroll together. After Shin Mengyao finished speaking, she quietly pinched Li Xiaoshan's hand. With Shin Mengyao's secret reminder, Li Xiaoshan did not mention what just happened again. Seeing Shin Mengyao say so, Li Lanxin naturally agreed. Wang Minjia, on the other hand, naturally didn't want to go shopping with Li Xiaoshan and the two of them, but it's not good to refuse directly, so he could only agree to it. In this way, the three of them, who were harboring ulterior motives, walked together to the big box store on the third floor of the World Trade Center Plaza. Li Lanxin and Wang Minjia were in the front, Li Xiaoshan and Shin Mengyao were in the back. Only after pulling away for a distance did Shin Mengyao open her mouth. Schoolmate, you want to get back at this scummy guy, right? Li Xiaoshan shook his head. No, I want to humiliate him, toy with him, and then make him fall hard. What I hate the most is scum, and now he actually cheated on my classmate. I must get him killed. Fine, I can help you, but schoolmate, you have to promise someone a condition. What condition? Promise me first that you won't be allowed to see this Li Lanxin again in the future, and be genuinely nice to me, and I'll help you. Hearing Shin Mengyao's words, Li Xiaoshan stopped and looked at her eyes and said, jealous? After saying that without waiting for Shin Mengyao to reply, Li Xiaoshan directly kissed her. You're already my girlfriend, how else do you want me to treat you? Li Xiaoshan's forceful kiss made Shin Mengyao's mind go blank, and she agreed to him in a confused manner. It was said that a woman in love has an IQ infinitely close to zero, and Shin Mengyao was no exception. Although Shin Mengyao is a gold-digging woman, but gold-digging women will also have the same love brain. Strolling around, Li Lanxin stopped at a Yash cosmetics store. Li Lanxin skillfully tried out various cosmetics, and it was obvious that this was not the first time she had come to this store. One of Li Lanxin's hands was coated with various colors of lipsticks, and the whole person was busy. Shen Mengyao looked at the various kinds of cosmetics and also unconsciously joined Li Lanxin's ranks. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, found a seat on the side to rest. He couldn't figure out what the difference between these cosmetics was. He was also too lazy to differentiate. Wang Minjia, on the other hand, patiently stood behind Li Lanxin and chatted with her. It had to be said that not only was Wang Minjia a little more handsome than Li Xiaoxiao, he also spoke in a more pleasing manner. Very good at coaxing women to be happy and providing emotional value. Lon Xin, have you chosen yet? I think this one is pretty good. It suits you. Shall I buy it for you? Wang Minjia was smart as he picked up a slightly cheaper lipstick and asked Li Lanxin. Li Lanxin looked at the one lipstick in Wang Minjia's hand and frowned slightly. In the end, she nodded. Okay, thank you, Minjia. The two people were meeting for the first time after all, and it wasn't good to let the other person buy them two expensive lipsticks directly upon meeting. After Li Lanxin had chosen her cosmetics, the two of them gathered around Shin Mengyao. Only then did Li Xiaoshan walk behind Shin Mengyao and slowly said, alright, don't try it, let's go. Before Li Xiaoshan could finish his words, Wang Minjia jumped out at the right time. Brother, aren't you going to buy one for your girlfriend? Let me remind you, as a man can't be too stingy, be nice to your favorite woman. Wang Minjia's words were very purposeful. He was instigating the relationship between the two Li Xiaoxiao and Shin Mengyao. At the same time he was playing the I'm doing this for your own good shield. His mind could not be less poisonous. At the same time, Wang Minjia was also trying to properly display his image as a good man in front of Li Lanxin. But next, Li Xiaoshan's words directly made him dumbfounded. Li Xiaoshan looked at the clown in front of him and smiled. Originally he did not want to pretend. This is your own initiative to come up and beg me to hit you in the face. Li Xiaoshan looked at the waitress in the store and said, just now she tried all the cosmetics. How much in total? Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Wang Minjia was dumbfounded. All of it. In contrast to Li Xiaoshan, Wang Minjia had instead become the stingy man in his own words. At this moment, Wang Minjia only felt his face burning hot. Like Wang Minjia, when Li Lanxin heard Li Xiaoshan say that he would buy them all, she froze on the spot. Was Li Xiaoshan so rich? Chapter 9, Not Steaming Buns for a Breath. Li Lanxin clearly remembers that when she was in high school, Li Xiaoshan was living a tight life, and her family's condition should be very difficult. How come after arriving at the university, Li Xiaoshan suddenly became so rich? Could it be that Li Xiaoshan had been pretending to be poor before? Once pretending, he pretended for 4 years? This should be unlikely. Then why did Li Xiaoshan suddenly become so rich? Li Lanxin couldn't figure it out. In contrast to the shock of the two, Shen Mengyao was filled with joy. Although she knew before that Li Xiaoshan should be rich, when this happened, it still made Shen Mengyao incomparably happy. At the same time, there was another person on the floor that was just as happy as Shen Mengyao, and that was the Yasi Cosmetics store attendant. Li Xiaoshan was going to buy so many cosmetics. This was a huge amount of performance. The attendant agreed with a big smile and immediately quickly packed and calculated the amount. Hello sir, The total added together is $17,000. Li Xiaoshan nodded and looked at Shen Mengyao and asked, any more favorites? Want to choose some more? In the face of Li Xiaoshan's bravado behavior, Shen Mengyao only felt like she was living in a dream. This was too handsome. The way Li Xiaoshan spent his money was just too handsome. At this moment, both Li Lanqin and Shen Mengyao couldn't help but think so. Don't. It's already enough. I can't use it if I buy too much. Seeing Shen Mengyao's repeated refusal, Li Xiaoxiao directly paid the bill. After packing it up, the waitress walked to Li Xiaoshan and took out a card with both hands and handed it to him. Hello sir, this is the VIP membership card of this store. In the future when you come here to spend money again, you can get 20% discount on the whole place. Thank you for your support. Li Xiaoshan nodded and took the card, then casually handed it to Shen Mengyao. After Shen Mengyao received the VIP membership card, she handed it to Li Lanqin. Lanqin, this card is for you to use. I usually rarely come here to buy cosmetics. Li Lanqin took the card with a bitter smile on her face. At this moment, Li Lanqin had some regrets. She regretted not accepting Li Xiaoshan's show of love at first. If she had accepted Li Xiaoshan's pursuit in the beginning, this wonderful everything should have belonged to her. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in life. Next, Wang Ninja didn't say another word, while he was holding his breath in his heart. Along the way, Li Xiaoshan became the central topic around which the two women, Shen Mengyao, revolved. The three people were talking and laughing, and Wang Ninja seemed to have become an outsider at this moment. Li Lanqin also spoke to Li Xiaoshan from time to time, and her attitude made a 180-degree turn. Shen Mengyao, on the other hand, relied on Li Xiaoshan's arms with a bird-like demeanor. Wang Ninja can see, this Li Xiaoshan is with a little money to chase Shen Mengyao. But, isn't it just more than money? Who does not have do not steam buns to fight? Wang Ninja's family conditions are still superior, although he does not have much money in his hands. But he has a credit card. The credit card also has this $40,000 in spending. Wang Ninja in his mind made up his mind. A moment must be in front of Li Lanqin. Good to earn this breath back. Finally, while passing by an expensive watch store, Wang Ninja took the initiative to speak up. I happen to want to buy a watch recently. Can you shop with me? Li Lanqin looked at Wang Ninja and didn't say anything. Instead, she looked towards Li Xiaoshan, soliciting his opinion. Shen Mengyao also looked up at Li Xiaoshan, waiting for him to make a decision. This scene made Wang Ninja's teeth itch with hatred. If it was in the past, Wang Ninja was the center around which the girls revolved, and now that person was replaced with Li Xiaoshan. This could not help but make Wang Ninja even more annoyed. Jealousy makes a person's face change. This saying was not wrong at all. At this moment, Wang Ninja was incomparably jealous of Li Xiaoshan and his position in the hearts of the two girls. Li Xiaoshan still nodded after thinking about it, walking into the store. As soon as he entered the watch store, Wang Ninja went straight to the counter. Hello, can you introduce me to Longyin's watches? The waitress took a look at Wang Ninja and instantly brightened up. It had to be said that Wang Ninja's looks really added up in the hearts of many girls. After all, there were many people who were face value controllers. Okay sir, do you have an approximate mental price? Something upwards of $30,000. Wang Ninja deliberately said very loudly. Wang Ninja's words naturally attracted the attention of Li Lanqin's several people, who walked over towards him. Li Lanqin also took the initiative to come forward, wanting to take a look at what a $30,000 watch looked like. There was another main reason why Li Lanqin also intended to want to see Wang Ninja's financial strength, because although Li Xiaoxiao was rich, at this time he already had a girlfriend. If Wang Ninja was also a rich second generation, that could be absolutely good news for Li Lanqin. After the waitress heard Wang Ninja's words, the smile on her face became even brighter. Yes sir, these watches, take a look. Which one do you like? This one. Wang Ninja pointed at a watch with a circle of gold diamonds and said, here, let me help you wear it. With those words, the waitress took the initiative to put that one most expensive watch on Wang Ninja's wrist. After Wang Ninja put on the watch, he intentionally raised his wrist to show it to the two Shen Mengyao women. Then he glanced at Li Xiaoshan with hostility. How is it? Does this watch look good? Wang Ninja asked as he extended his hand to Li Lanqin. It's very good looking. It's just that the price feels too expensive. Hearing Li Lanqin's words, Wang Ninja deliberately acted like a tycoon and said, it's not much, but it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's all a small amount. Li Xiaoshan of course also saw that Wang Ninja was deliberately pretending to be a bully. Pretending to be a bully in front of me, can I let you get away with it? Li Xiaoshan walked to the counter and looked at the waitress and said, take a watch for me as well and try it out. Is that okay? Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, the waitress did not act immediately, but said, sir, we can't just wear a watch here. If you cause damage, you need to compensate. Hearing the words of the waitress, Li Xiaoshan was not angry but happy, and instantly came to an interest. finally ran into the legendary snob. Then why can he wear it? This gentleman has the will to buy. Of course he can wear it. The waitress's differential treatment made Shen Mengyao the first to sit up. What do you mean? Did we say we won't buy it? Besides, it's just a matter of compensating you for the damage caused. What's the point of treating them differently? Is there still a rule that you have to buy it after wearing it? What do you guys mean by this? Shen Mengyao had long since recognized Li Xiaoshan as her preferred husband. Chapter 10. Dog eyes look down on people. Now that Li Xiaoshan was being treated differently by the waitress, Shen Mengyao was immediately unhappy. Shen Mengyao's quarrel attracted the manager of the store. Hello, please calm down first. The manager of the store first calmed Shen Mengyao down, and then turned his head to look at the waitress as if inquiring. After listening to the waitress, the manager frowned slightly. He could only apologize with Shen Mengyao. I'm sorry, this gentleman, this lady. It is true that we don't allow watches to be worn freely in our store, unless one has the ability to purchase it. Please be able to understand. If it causes damage and causes a dispute, it's not good for your experience. Shen Mengyao was just about to open her mouth to speak when Li Xiaoshan reached out and stopped her, saying slowly, and how can you guys know that we don't have the ability to buy? Judging people by their appearance? Or are you dog-eyed? Li Xiaoxiao's sentence directly blocked the two. The manager of the store's face was ugly for a while, but in the end, he chose to go soft. As a service staff, the customer was God. They didn't have any reason to refuse Li Xiaoshan's request. Alright, I'll apologize to you. May I ask which watch you would like to see? At this time, Li Xiaoshan looked at his Divine Hero system. Current withdrawable balance, 69,560. Current withdrawable balance, 69,570. Without saying a word, Li Xiaoshan chose to withdraw the entire balance. The bank's arrival notification also came right after. Your Huaxia bank account has arrived, 69,580 renminbi. The current balance is 107,546 renminbi. After the system was upgraded, the money came too easily. It was also too fast. The money arrived, and the bottom of Li Xiaoshan's heart grew stronger. Li Xiaoshan scanned the counter, then reached out and pointed. Just this one. Your choice is the Mandy watch? Yes, it's going to be this one. Li Xiaoshan then nodded in affirmation. Please wait a moment. The manager turned towards the store to get the watch after watching Li Xiaoshan affirm. Wang Minjia watched as Li Xiaoshan had just been treated differently, and his heart had long been happy. He didn't say a word the whole time, and looked as if he was watching Li Xiaoshan's jokes. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan also wanted to buy a watch, Wang Minjia immediately became interested and immediately settled the bill. Hello, I'll take this watch. Just swipe your card, said Wang Minjia, handed the waitress two cards, a credit card and a savings card, because one card is simply not enough money. Then Wang Minjia carefully saved the invoice, in order to come back later for a refund. After buying it, Wang Minjia looked at Li Xiaoshan with a bad smile on his face. Buddy, if you can't afford it, don't hold on to it, or you'll make people look down on you in a while, which is more or less a shame. Wang Minjia put on a "I'm doing this for your own good" look and said sarcastically. Then he turned his head again and said to Li Lanxin, this watch looks okay, it's just that the price is a bit lower than the watches I have at home. Lanxin, when it's later, I'll buy a watch that's even better than this one and give it to you. Facing the big pie drawn by Wang Minjia, Li Lanxin nodded with a smile on her face. Good, thank you, Minjia. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, looked at Wang Minjia with a bad smile on his face and said, why later? Why don't you just buy another watch now and give it to Lan Xin? You're giving people the impression that you're just painting a big cake. You're not emptying your family's pockets, are you? Wang Minjia was poked through the mask by Li Xiaoshan and immediately broke his defense, but still said with a stiff upper lip, what about you? Are you rich? Why don't you buy it for your girlfriend? And I can at least afford a watch, unlike you who only talks. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao laughed. How do you know I can't afford it? And how do you know I won't buy it for my girlfriend? Just based on you. I admit that you have a couple small bucks, but this time, you're over-pretending. Like this. Make a bet. If I can't afford it in pretending to be a big head, I'll apologize to you on my knees. Likewise, if I can afford it, I want you to kneel down and apologize, and get out immediately now. No more pestering Li Lanxin. Fine. A bet is a bet. Wang Minjia was completely annoyed by Li Xiaoshan and accepted without even thinking. He immediately regretted it after saying it, and after thinking briefly, he added, I'm talking about you buying a piece for yourself, and buying another piece for your girlfriend. Buy 2 watches. Now that he had already answered the bet, all Wang Minjia could do now was to raise the stakes and make Li Xiaoshan lose the bet, and Li Xiaoshan frowned after hearing his request. I just said to buy 1 watch. I didn't say to buy 2. Looking at Li Xiaoshan's difficult expression, Wang Minjia knew that he had made the right bet this time. So Wang Minjia bit the bullet and forced himself to demand, if you can't afford to lose, just say so. What's the point of pretending? Just now you were talking about buying another watch for your girlfriend. The premise is of course that you have to buy one for yourself before buying one for your girlfriend. This is irrefutable. Don't you dare try to weasel out of it. When Li Xiaoshan heard Wang Ningxia's words, his face became very ugly, like he was somewhat unable to get off the stage. And when Wang Ningxia saw Li Xiaoshan's deflated look, the chances of victory in his heart became even greater. Mockingly, he said, "If you can do it, I'll kneel down for you, kowtow and apologize, and leave immediately. If you can't do it, I won't ask you to kowtow, just kneel down for me." In the end, Li Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and forced himself to agree. "Good, I promise." At the same time, Li Xiaoshan glanced at his cell phone balance and his heart was happy. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan himself admired his acting skills, seeing that the two kept fighting and even the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. Li Lanqin opened her mouth to stop it. "Alright, you guys stop fooling around." At this time, the manager returned. She held two large and small Mandy watches in her hands and slowly placed them on top of the counter. "May I ask if I need to wear them?" Li Xiaoxiao shook his head and instead looked at Wang Ningxia with a pleading face. "How about forgetting about the bet?" Li Xiaoshan's pleading behavior caused Wang Ningxia to become even more reckless. "TSK, how can we just forget about it? A great man's word is a promise. A team of horses can't catch up. If you're a wimp, just directly admit defeat and kneel down." "Alright, the bet goes to the end. This is what you yourself asked for." Li Xiaoshan took a pitying look at Wang Ningxia. Then Li Xiaoshan looked at the manager and said, "I'll take both watches." After saying that, Li Xiaoshan directly took out his cell phone and started transferring money. Receipt, 100,000 yuan. Li Xiaoshan very painfully punched the money over. Because it was late, he was afraid that Wang Ningxia would back out. The moment it arrived, Wang Ningxia was dumbfounded. Wang Ningxia deliberately doubled his request for Li Xiaoshan to buy two watches, just to let him know what to do. But Wang Ningxia didn't expect that Li Xiaoshan actually did have so much money. Chapter 11, How Far Away to Go? At this instant, Wang Ningxia's face became incomparably ugly, as if he had eaten a mouthful of rice field co. In this instant, Wang Ningxia recalled how difficult and embarrassing Li Xiaoshan had just looked. He understood. All of this was a setup made by Li Xiaoshan. He had done it on purpose. Unfortunately, this moment was already too late. Wang Ningxia once again recalled that Li Xiaoshan had just deliberately begged for forgiveness once more, just to get carried away and make himself fall into the abyss. After transferring the money, ignoring the shocked reactions of the manager and Li Lanqin, Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Ningxia. "Come on, what did you just say? A great man's word is his bond, right?" In this instant, Wang Ningxia's eyes were lax as he looked towards Li Xiaoshan. He wanted to argue and retort, but suddenly he saw Shen Mengyao, who was behind Li Xiaoshan, holding a cell phone facing him. That's right, all of this was Shen Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan's plan. All of this had been recorded by Shen Mengyao's cell phone, in its original form. Just now when Wang Ningxia got carried away, he didn't even notice that Shen Mengyao was holding her cell phone in her hand and recording. At this moment, Wang Ningxia felt that he had instantly fallen into the abyss from the heights. The body could not help but fight a vicious shiver. Wang Ningxia's expression was incomparably wonderful. His face was green for a while, white for a while, and he was completely at a loss as to what to do. After 2 minutes, Wang Ningxia squeezed out a very ugly smile and said, "Alright, I'm sorry, buddy. I'll apologize to you and make amends, so let's just forget about it." Wang Ningxia wanted to muddle through with this, but how could Li Xiaoshan agree to it? "Are you a man? You're not a eunuch, are you? What you said just now was treated as a fart. You're shameless. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me properly, did you try to hook up with my girlfriend before? With bad intentions?" "No, no." At this time, Li Xiaoshan pointed to Shen Mengyao's cell phone. "Think clearly before you answer. I only want to hear the truth. If you lie again, I'll send the video online." Wang Ningxia stole a glance at Li Lanqin and finally nodded. "Yes, I did try to hook up with your girlfriend with bad intentions. I was wrong. I'll get out right away." Hearing Wang Ningxia admitted himself, Li Lanqin shifted from shock to disgust and nausea. Looking at Wang Ningxia's moralistic appearance, she shivered with anger and said, "Get lost. Get as far away as you can." Wang Ningxia nodded. "Fine, I'll roll, but you guys have to delete the cell phone video." In the end, Wang Ningxia said his request. Wang Ningxia often asked out girls on the internet. If this video was posted on the internet, Wang Ningxia's path to see King would be completely ruined. It was because of this that he personally admitted that he was a scum. Even if he would lose Li Lanqin, he also had to admit it. Because Wang Ningxia didn't want this video to appear on the internet. He didn't want to lose the whole forest because of the tree that was Li Lanqin. But the next words of Li Xiaoxiao made Wang Ningxia dumbfounded. "Who said to delete the video? I didn't say that. Now get the hell out of here. Get out as far away as you can." Once again being treated like a monkey by Li Xiaoshan, Wang Ningxia's eyes flashed with burning anger. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed towards Shin Mengyao. Li Xiaoshan was not the least bit surprised by Wang Ninja's reaction and kicked towards his stomach. Li Xiaoshan's kick could make Wang Ninja not light, and Wang Ninja stared at Li Xiaoshan with his hands covering his stomach. Wait for me. I'm not going to kill you. I'll take your name. After saying that, Wang Ninja covered his stomach and left the place with a gray face. At this time, Li Xiaoshan looked at the manager and waiter of the watch store again. At this time, the attitude of the two people came to a 180-degree transformation. The waitress immediately began to bow her head and admit her mistake. I'm sorry, this gentleman. I was the one who judged people by their appearance before. The manager of the store, on the other hand, looked at Li Xiaoshan with a face full of admiration. Taking his hand, he indicated his intention to Li Xiaoshan. Sir, your watch. Li Xiaoshan took the watch from the manager's hand and put it on his wrist. Treating customers rudely, judging people by their appearance. Almost lost performance. What should I do? Li Xiaoshan lowered his head and fiddled with the watch, not even looking at the waitress. Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, the waitress was terrified and immediately started bowing and apologized repeatedly. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm really wrong. Please calm down and don't bother with me in general. Where could the manager of the store not know what Li Xiaoshan meant? Immediately said, Sir, first of all, I ask for your forgiveness. For such an employee, the store will directly dismiss them. Please rest assured. The waitress immediately panicked when she heard the manager's words. Hurriedly bowing towards Li Xiaoshan, she apologized. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive me. I know I'm wrong. This, sir, I promise to never do it again next time. Please forgive me. Li Xiaoshan then looked at the store manager and slowly said, Let's just forget about this matter. They are all laborers. It's not easy for them. Li Xiaoshan wasn't that careful to make her lose her job just because she looked down on herself. Such a thing, Li Xiaoshan couldn't do it. In his heart, he merely wanted to give this waitress a small lesson. After leaving the watch store, Li Lanqin took the initiative to speak. Xiaoshan, I want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have distrusted you before, and also deliberately revealed your shortcomings. At the same time, thank you for helping me recognize the true face of that bastard. Thank you. After saying that, Li Lanqin bent down and bowed to Li Xiaoshan. What happened before? I hope you don't take it to heart. It was all my fault before. I hope you don't mind. Next you two continue shopping. I won't be a light bulb. Bye. After saying that, Li Lanqin was about to turn around and leave. But at this time, Li Xiaoshan called out to Li Lanqin. What happened before? I'll forget about it in. You don't have to remember it too much in your heart. I really don't look down on that kind of rotten person. Besides, I can't just stand by and watch you being cheated. Well, there's one more thing. I feel that this watch doesn't suit me too well. Give it to you, Li Xiaoshan said while taking off the watch and handing it to Li Lanqin. Give it to me. This isn't too good. It's very expensive. Li Lanqin looked at the watch in Li Xiaoshan's hands, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Of course Li Lanqin wanted this watch, but it wasn't good to just take someone else's things for no reason. Moreover, this person had once pursued herself. It always felt weird. Li Lanqin didn't want to admit that she was a gold-digging woman, but in her heart, she did want it. When Shen Mengyao saw this scene, her body was tightly attached to Li Xiaoshan. Filled with vigilance, she looked at Li Lanqin. Chapter 12 The Second System Quest. It's okay, take it. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan took the initiative to stuff the watch into her hand, then hugged Shen Mengyao tightly again. It was only after Li Xiaoshan and the two left that Li Lanqin came back to her senses. Li Lanqin looked at the watch in her hand, and a sense of frustration arose in her heart. At this moment, Li Lanqin felt incomparably regretful, as if she had lost something very important. After walking a distance, Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan and asked, Say, why did you give her the watch? Are you unable to forget her? Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao's jealous look and felt quite cute. Li Xiaoshan pinched Shen Mengyao's nose and said teasingly, Yes, I still can't forget her. I want to renew my relationship with her. Shen Mengyao of course also heard out that Li Xiaoshan was saying it jokingly on purpose. You're annoying. Shen Mengyao put her hand towards Li Xiaoshan's waist and gently pinched it. Honestly speaking, Li Xiaoshan was only simply fond of Shen Mengyao. There was no love. In layman's terms, Li Xiaoshan was only possessive of Shen Mengyao, possessive of beautiful things. As for Li Lanqin, Li Xiaoshan is more of an unwillingness and first love complex. Also no love. To put it bluntly, he didn't get Li Lanqin in the first place, and held regrets in his heart. That's why he's not willing. In fact, in comparison, Shen Mengyao is a little more beautiful than Li Lanqin. Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao in his arms and asked the system such a question. If I break up with Shen Mengyao now, is it considered a mission failure and will the system be downgraded? Ding! The system mission has been completed. Anything that happens will not revoke the system reward. After getting the desired answer, Li Xiaoshan was relieved. Li Xiaoshan did not forget that pursuing Shen Mengyao was just for the system mission. Moreover, what Shen Mengyao was essentially, Li Xiaoshan still remembered clearly. To put it bluntly, Shen Mengyao was also just a gold-digging woman who was with Li Xiaoshan because of money. So for Li Xiaoshan, if you play for fun, you will definitely not move emotionally. And if you move emotionally, then you will definitely not play. Li Xiaoshan, two people together shopping for a whole afternoon. During the Shen Mengyao money to Li Xiaoshan bought a new clothes. After changing into a new suit, Li Xiaoshan's entire temperament directly rose a notch. The person also became handsome. It wasn't until the evening that Shen Mengyao proposed to go for dinner. Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan then took a breath of relief in his heart. It had to be said that women had an absolute talent in the matter of shopping. This afternoon, Li Xiaoshan had long been exhausted, but Shen Mengyao was still glowing. Schoolboy, how about we go eat the buffet downstairs? Li Xiaoshan immediately nodded and agreed. Now, Li Xiaoshan only wanted to find a place to rest his feet. As for what to eat, Li Xiaoshan didn't care too much. After all, before, Li Xiaoshan was often the owner of a casual meal of instant noodles. So for Li Xiaoshan, it was enough to fill his stomach. He wasn't picky at all. The entrance to the buffet was full of people. These people were in pairs. They were all couples. Just at this time, a system beep appeared in Li Xiaoshan's mind. Ding! Releasing a system mission, emerging. As a godly tycoon, of course he should be worshipped and ingratiated by everyone. Show off your wealth and let the entire Jilin University know your name. Time limit for the mission, 1 month. Mission success, system upgrade. Gain $100 per second. Mission failure, 1 month of bad luck. A month of bad luck? Just as Li Xiaoshan was deep in thought, the system sent out an explanation. Bad luck, drinking a mouthful of cold water will stuff your teeth. Unlucky to the extreme. Going out and stepping on puddles is one of the most normal things to do. This time, the system mission was different. It actually had a time limit and a punishment after failure. However, in the next instant, Li Xiaoshan thought about it. He could just complete the mission himself. What a big deal. Just when Li Xiaoshan's thoughts were drifting, suddenly a foreign black man holding a girl walked straight to the front of the line. He said a few words to the waiter at the door, and then cut right through the line at the door and was at the front of the line. This scene made many people couldn't help but break out in anger. Hey, what the hell? What gives him the right to cut in line? That's right. Why is this foreigner allowed to cut in line? Why doesn't he have to wait in line? Grass. Foreigners are great. Dare to bully us here. Finally more and more people joined the vocal army. But from the beginning to the end, that foreign black man didn't say a word, didn't even turn back. It was as if this was all deserved. The store clerk at the door had to speak out to explain. Everyone, as a country of etiquette, it's only right that we yield to international friends. And we have special lanes for foreigners here. That's why we let him advance and let him cut in line. Everyone, please be rational and show our Chinese humility. Don't make people look at you funny. The clerk's words were very provocative. And once he heard it, he was an old moyo dog. He was moving directly to the international level, always talking about the country of etiquette. Once he refuted him, it would appear that others did not have a good education. Until the clerk finished explaining, that foreign black man only turned back to look at the crowd. The black man's eyes were full of disdain and mockery. There was also a color full of smugness. When the others heard this, although they were disgruntled, they could only stop. These people stopped talking and fell silent. However, it did not mean that Li Xiaoshan would likewise choose to remain silent and eat this dumb loss. Li Xiaoshan stepped forward and came straight to the front of the line, touched the black man's arm with his hand and said, "Hey, you, roll to the very back." Li Xiaoshan's words instantly made the black man's eyes burst out in anger, and it was obvious that he understood Chinese. "Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Piss off, yellow-skinned pig." The girl beside the black man also looked at Li Xiaoshan with a face of disgust. "You're sick. Who are we to go to the back? Are you still not a man? No Chinese manners at all. What a lowlife." The black female companion's words made the black man even more pleased, and his hand went to the girl's ass and squeezed it hard. "Get lost, yellow-skinned pig, if you don't want me to get my ass kicked." In the next second, the black man saw Shen Mengyao behind Li Xiaoshan now, and an obscene gaze immediately emerged from his eyes as he stared intently at her. He, beautiful lady, it's too much of a pity for your beauty to be with such a lowly yellow-skinned pig. Do you want to add a contact with me? Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan's eyebrows jumped a bit, while in her mind she gave this black man a death sentence already. In the next instant, Li Xiaoshan's mind quickly calmed down. This black man was about the same height as Li Xiaoshan, but his body type was much stronger. If he fought directly now, Li Xiaoshan might not be a match for him. But now Li Xiaoshan is already a tycoon, a man with a system. How would he fight with this kind of foreign trash one-on-one? Li Xiaoshan did not say another word of nonsense and turned around to leave. Chapter 13, Foreign Garbage. This is how it should be cleaned up. The black man saw that Li Xiaoshan left without saying anything, thinking that he was afraid, so he became more reckless. Ha ha ha, stupid coward. It's such a shame that a woman with such a good body is following you. The black man wrapped his arms around his Moyangdog female companion, a pair of big hands roaming around her body casually, not caring about the girl's feelings at all. Of course that catechist girlfriend also does not care about her face at all. Instead, she was proud of it, as if being molested by a black man, how honorable it was. Shen Mengyao hurriedly ran after Li Xiaoshan. Schoolmate, are you alright? This kind of foreign trash is just something that happens all the time. If you want to get out of anger, I have a way. Li Xiaoshan shook his head indifferently and said with a smile, this time, I'm going to use a method that's exclusively mine. Shen Mengyao asked, what method? Didn't we just pass by a health club? Said Li Xiaoshang as he walked quickly in the direction of the club. When he arrived at the entrance, there were still quite a few strong men inside who were working out. Without a single pause, Li Xiaoshang pushed open the glass door and walked in. After entering inside, Li Xiaoshan clapped his hands and shouted, everyone, is there anyone who wants to make an extra buck? Help me beat up someone. I'll give you 10,000 for each person. If something goes wrong, I'll pay for the medical expenses and bail separately. Li Xiaoshan's words were like a thunderbolt, causing many people to come to their senses, and the whole group was eager to try. A large group of these burly men all gathered around. Are you sure you'll give $10,000? Can you pay first? How many people are on the other side? How many people are on our side? Dude, you're not a liar, are you? What if we go and fight and you run away and don't pay? Don't bull ****** me. Don't know what kind of people are fighting either. Not afraid of death If it's an ordinary person, it's just a matter of time. What if it's a second-generation rich person or a second-generation government official? The fitness trainer saw that the crowd had gathered and also walked over this way. Everyone go back and keep practicing. Don't test the boundaries of the law. Hitting someone is against the law. Li Xiaoshan then shouted once more. I can pay first, 10,000. I only need 3 people to help me and that's enough. The other party is just one. The other party is a black man, and very obnoxious. Of course you will be arrested after the fight, but I promise you that I will definitely go and bail you out. At this time someone finally promised a little. Me, I'll go. Beating up black foreigners, this is too much, but you have to pay first. I'll go too. Isn't it just being locked up for 2 days? It's no different from going home. The 2 strong men who agreed were full of muscles and looked very secure. With these 2 people taking the initiative to open their mouths, everyone else fell into hesitation. Finally another person spoke up. I'll go as well, but I'm different from the 2 of them. I want $20,000. If I get caught, I don't need you to bail me out. Li Xiaoshan looked at the person who finally agreed. This person's body looked thin, but there was a ruthlessness in his bones. Good, no problem, let's go. However, at this time, Li Xiaoshan's bank card had long since run out of money, and once again, he opened the system panel. Current withdrawable balance, 103, 460. Current withdrawable balance, 103, 470. Li Xiaoshan directly chose to withdraw all the money. After the bank's SMS arrived, Li Xiaoshan painfully transferred the money to the 3 people. After receiving the money, the 3 people also nodded with satisfaction. Boss, don't worry, isn't it just a black foreigner? I've long been tired of seeing this kind of foreign trash. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Right. I also don't have a good feeling about this group of blacks. This group of foreign garbage is nothing in their country, but when it comes to us, it becomes a scourge instead. This group of blacks don't usually do much harm to our girls here. I really don't know what this group of girls think. I don't know what these girls are thinking. They don't like to be with foreign trash. Hey, there's no way for someone to be the blacks call them easy girly, easy to sleep with and cheap. So what? There are still a large group of stupid girls being cheated. Li Xiaoshan silently listened to this group of people's indignation, did not interrupt, but instead accelerated his pace. At this time, the black man at the front of the line was about to enter the cafeteria, but fortunately, Li Xiaoshan arrived. Li Xiaoshan bypassed the line to the very front and stopped the black man and his moocher girlfriend. Wait! The black man looked at Li Xiaoshan, stopping him once again, and instantly his mouth was full of ************. Get out of the way, you stupid yellow-skinned pig. Do you want to be severely beaten up by me? This time the black man took the initiative to insult, which in turn made Li Xiaoshan come to his senses. But before Li Xiaoshan could open his mouth to make a counterattack, the 3 people behind him took the initiative to surround him. Who did you just curse? You foreign trash. Do you know where this place is? This is Huaxia. This is our home. Grass. And the thinnest man directly gave a slap towards the black man's head. Dare to curse my buddy? Give you face. Beat him up. With the slimmest man taking the lead, the remaining 2 strong men also made a direct move. In just an instant, the black man was knocked to the ground, covering his head, his mouth still cursing profanities. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You lowly pariahs, how dare you make a move against me? I will kill you all. The black man's words succeeded in arousing the trio's anger, and their hands became even more unrelenting, slapping their big mouths back and forth. The thinnest man even took off his shoes and smacked his mouth with the sole of his shoe. Finally the black man gave in. His mouth could no longer be hardened. Oh, no, don't fight. Help. Somebody, please, don't fight. Just like that, the scene was chaotic in an instant. The crowd lined up at the door all gathered around and watched the action together. The group was all smiles as they watched the black man who had just been very arrogant get beaten up. Serves you right. This kind of foreign trash. That's how it needs to be cleaned up. Beautiful. Brothers, go for it. I'll testify for you. It was this black guy who opened his mouth to curse first. Right. That's right. It was this black guy who started it himself. We can all testify. Obviously this group of people had long been fed up with this foreign trash's behavior, but they didn't want to get into trouble, so they chose to hold back and give in. Now that someone dared to take the initiative to make a move, this group of people naturally shouted in unison. The beating three people see their own beating, actually next to a large group of people to help, beat more vigorously. At the same time, in their hearts, they also became more convinced of what Li Xiaoshang said. It seems that this black man is indeed not a good thing, or else he wouldn't have caused public anger. Just as everyone was clapping and applauding, there was one person who was so frightened that he ran out to seek help. This person was naturally the black man's moocher girlfriend. She went to call the police, but it would take a while for the police to arrive. Within this time, it was hell for the black man. Li Xiaoshan looked at the fallen black man who kept opening his mouth to beg for mercy, and the fire in his heart subsided by a large margin. Chapter 14, Removing Harm from the People. Li Xiaoshan stood on top of the black man's head and slowly crouched down and said, "Hey, international friend, still want to curse me? Continue again?" At this time, the black man had long since become bruised and swollen, his entire face covered with shoe prints. "No, no, no, I'm wrong, don't continue to fight, it will kill people." Just as he spoke, a tooth also fell out of his mouth. The slimmest man, on the other hand, sat his whole body on the back of the black man. Every now and then he took the sole of his shoe and smacked his head one at a time. The two strong men stopped their hands and looked at Li Xiaoxiao waiting for his next instruction. The two burly men looked at Li Xiaoshan with their eyes wide open. Li Xiaoshan just said indifferently, looking at him like this, "The medical expenses shouldn't cost much. Doesn't this black man like to scourge girls? If he was beaten and lost his fertility, he should pay out a little more money. I don't lack money, I'm doing this for the people. This is my obligation." Li Xiaoshan said these words in a very level-headed manner, giving the three stout men clear instructions. The slim man's eyes became even more excited when he heard Li Xiaoshan's words. He stood up, then stomped his foot hard towards the black man's waist. "Ah, no, help, help, they're going to kill me." The two burly men came up to the black man as well, and then kicked hard towards him. The three men targeted the black man's back and inner thighs. It was a full 3 minutes before the police arrived at the scene with their men, and the whole 3 minutes, the three people did not stop at all. At this time the black man's face is full of blood, the whole face was beaten out of shape. The three people who beat people saw the police came, directly chose to confess to the ambush. The reason is that the black man just insulted them. At this time, the Mumu girl jumped out. "Nope, there's also him, he is the culprit." These few people were all brought by him. The catechist girl pointed at Li Xiaoshan and said, "Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, innocently spread his hands. It's true that I'm not used to seeing this black man bullying people, but I didn't scold him or beat him up. Instead, this black man scolded me, the one who hit the person I do know, and is also considered my friend. My friend was angry that I was scolded by him, and really couldn't help it, so he chose to take action." The surrounding people, on the other hand, all testified that what Li Xiaoxiao said was not wrong. "That's right, officer, that's how it happened. It was this black man who took the initiative to pick a fight. I can testify." "Right, I can also testify. This little brother is innocent. I'll testify too." As soon as the female Muyang dog saw that so many people were on Li Xiaoshan's side, she immediately began to splash around. "You're all colluding. All of your testimonies don't count. I don't care. You have to lock up this person as well." The female Mumu even threatened the police. The policeman immediately frowned. "The result now is that the three of them are beating people. We have no reason to arrest people indiscriminately. Don't you mess around. I don't care. If you don't arrest him, I'll report all of you for colluding." Li Xiaoshan looked at the female catechism dog's reckless behavior and directly laughed in anger. "This catechist lady, do you really consider yourself a thing?" In the end, the police took away the three people who had beaten the others, and then sent the black man to the hospital for treatment and disability appraisal. Just when the female catechist wanted to continue her nonsense, the police issued a direct warning to her. I'm warning you, if you keep messing around, I'll arrest you for obstructing law enforcement. The female Muyang dog could only leave resentfully once she saw that her hooliganism didn't work. When the police left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Brother, well done. Bravo. Little brother, come at a WeChat. If the police come looking for you again, we'll all testify for you. Right, little brother. You did a great job on this one. Kudos to you. Li Xiaoshan waved his hand casually with this group of people. A large portion of the people here had left, when a middle-aged man walked over. Little brother. Hello, I'm the owner of this store. Li Xiaoshan looked at the middle-aged man without saying anything, waiting for him to continue on. Don't get me wrong. I've just finished watching the security camera footage, and that waitress has also been fired by me. At the same time, I'll explain to you. We don't have any foreigner-only lanes in our store. It was whichever black man just stuffed $200 into that waiter. You haven't eaten yet. Right. I would like to invite you to have a meal with me. I quite admire people like you. Li Xiaoxiao casually waved his hand. No, I still have things to do in a while. I just did what I should do. You also did what you should do. Pretty good. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan took Shen Mengyao and left. Shen Mengyao tightly wrapped her arms around Li Xiaoshan. Her eyes stared tightly at his face. In Shen Mengyao's eyes, Li Xiaoshan was simply handsome, rich, and at the same time had a heart of redemption. Such a man was simply handsome. Schoolmate, you were really handsome just now. Li Xiaoshan wrapped his hand around Shen Mengyao waist and pinched her pretty face. Then do you want to give your body in return? Shen Mengyao directly agreed without even thinking about it. Yeah, yes. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan felt surprised. He just casually made a joke. The result Shen Mengyao actually directly agreed. It was only just a day since they met, and they were progressing so quickly? Unconsciously, Li Xiaoshan has a kind of charming charm that all girls can't refuse. He is upright, but he is not a curmudgeon, and he knows how to be adaptable. His body carries a 3-point bandit, 3-point handsome. At the same time, plus Li Xiaoshan itself has a unique charm. Li Xiaoshan felt a bit strange being stared at by Shen Mengyao all the time. He could only make a sound to diverge from the topic. Cough cough cough. That. Where are we going next? Are you hungry? Why don't we go have a bite to eat first? Good. I'll listen to you. Shen Mengyao intentionally used the softness of her chest and rubbed against Li Xiaoshan's arm, teasing with full meaning. The next two casually found a restaurant, casually ate 2 bites, during which Shen Mengyao constantly used her toes to gently kick Li Xiaoshan's calves. This section of the meal to Li Xiaoshan's fire are provoked. As a normal male, the first brother, it really didn't hold up to this kind of test. Besides, there is that first brother can stand this kind of test. After finishing the meal, Li Xiaoshan took a car and went straight to the police station. Li Xiaoshan did not forget that there are still 3 people in the detention center. After entering the police station, Li Xiaoshan followed the normal process to choose bail. Next, the 3 people were brought out. Because the 3 people didn't have any resistance, actively cooperated, and performed well. Moreover, at the moment, it could only be characterized as a brawl. So after paying the bail, they were brought out directly. Chapter 15: The Wild Side. In fact, when you fight and injure someone and go into the hospital, as long as you have a good attitude in admitting your fault and the circumstances are not too bad, the ultimate solution is to compensate for the money. And as long as you are able to compensate and actively cooperate, there is not much of a problem. Seeing that Li Xiaoshang really came to bail himself out, the 3 people were all thrilled beyond measure. After all, if Li Xiaoshan chose to disown them, they would be out of luck. Compensating for medical expenses was a lot of money, and the $10,000 that Li Xiaoshan had given them was simply not enough. 3 of you. It's been hard for you guys. I'll be the one to pay for the next medical expenses as well, so you guys don't need to worry at all. Just do what you need to do. At this moment, the thinnest man took the initiative to speak. Buddy, thank you for fishing me out as well. If you are in trouble in the future, you can always look for me. My name is Wu Guohua. Li Xiaoshan nodded and sent the 3 away. Then Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao with fiery eyes. Senior sister, I bought a little turtle that can do somersaults. Do you want to go see it with me? Shen Mengyao of course knew what Li Xiaoshan was thinking in his heart at this moment. She nodded with a red face. During the meal, Shen Mengyao was simply wanton, madly seducing Li Xiaoshan. But now, when something was about to happen, Shen Mengyao was nervous again. But the truth was that not only Shen Mengyao was nervous, Li Xiaoshan's entire body was also nervous. After all, this was Li Xiaoshan's first time. Sitting in the cab, the 2 people's sights were all looking out the window, and none of them spoke. On the contrary, the driver's master had a very cheerful personality and kept telling jokes to the 2 of them along the way. Green Hotel was a very luxurious 5-star hotel in Magic City, and after getting out of the car, Li Xiaoshan came to the front desk alone. Hello, Open a deluxe suite for me. Okay, sir, please show your ID card. After checking in the room, Li Xiaoshan pulled Shen Mengyao and walked into the elevator. Ahem. Well, let's go up and rest for a while. After arriving at the topmost floor of the hotel, Li Xiaoshan opened the door to his room. After entering the room, Li Xiaoshan couldn't wait to throw Shen Mengyao onto the bed. Don't. School brother, let me take a bath first. Shen Mengyao feebly pushed and shoved Li Xiaoshan's kissing attack, but the end result, Li Xiaoshan gained a brief victory. For a moment the entire bedroom spring light leaked, but the final result, Shen Mengyao is better, but Li Xiaoshan said he could accept it. He was a beginner after all. After a short rest, Li Xiaoshan started the second battle. This night, Li Xiaoshan also saw the unknown and wild side of Shen Mengyao. At the same time, Li Xiaoshan also saw where the true charm of a girl with a system score of 80 points or more is reflected. At first, when she was dressed appropriately, Li Xiaoshan couldn't tell, but it turned out that Shen Mengyao's inner self was also above 80 points. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the system's rating. It was only at 10 o'clock the next morning that Li Xiaoshan slowly opened his eyes. Inside the bedroom, clothes were messily thrown all over the place, while the rest of the place was spotless. Li Xiaoshan looked towards Shen Mengyao who was still sleeping, forcibly holding back his restless heart. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but reach out and measure her exact size. Li Xiaoshan didn't know exactly how the size was divided, but Li Xiaoshan knew that this was a woman that he couldn't grasp with one hand. At the very least, there was a D grade. Just as Li Xiaoshan was still feeling the soft touch, Shen Mengyao woke up from his harassment. The moment their eyes met, Shen Mengyao immediately shrieked and rose up, holding the quilt to cover her proud figure. What are you doing, rascal? Li Xiaoshan smiled awkwardly. Alright, get up. It's not like you haven't seen it before. You go out first. Looking at Shen Mengyao's shy appearance, Li Xiaoshan looked dumbfounded for a moment. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan did not react, Shen Mengyao then reached out her foot and gently kicked at him. You hurry up and go out first. Ah, but in the next instant, Li Xiaoshan held her foot and pounced once again. Li Xiaoshan ripped off Shen Mengyao's only covering and did a hungry tiger pounce. Once again, headlong into the tenderness of the countryside. It wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that Li Xiaoshan and his duo walked out of the room. Li Xiaoshan stretched his waist, more or less feeling a bit sore and soft. After the two of them left the room, they came to the buffet restaurant downstairs of the hotel to replenish their energy. Li Xiaoshan looked at his system panel. Current withdrawable balance, 684,060. Current withdrawable balance, 684,070. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. It was only one night's time, and the balance came to $680,000. Li Xiaoshan looked at the scenery outside the window and was in a rather good mood. Now that he had money, Li Xiaoshan couldn't suppress the happiness in his heart, and looked at everything and felt smooth. But right at this moment, an unholy voice interrupted Li Xiaoshan's thoughts. Yao Yao, why are you here? Suddenly a male waiter came to Shen Mengyao's side. Immediately afterward the male waiter looked at Li Xiaoshan full of vigilance and asked, Who are you? Li Xiaoshan swept a glance at the male waiter and faintly asked back, That should be me asking you, right? Shen Mengyao's face was filled with horror when she saw the boy. Wang Chuan, why are you here? Wang Chuan obviously suppressed the anger in his heart and rushed Li Xiaoxiao. Who am I? Then I'll tell you. I'm Shen Mengyao's boyfriend. Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan froze for a moment, then shrugged indifferently. Oh, hello, I'm senior sister Shen Mengyao's classmate. Shen Mengyao was clearly flustered at this point. When Li Xiaoxiang said that he was her classmate, Shen Mengyao had a look of regret on her face, and immediately afterward, it was as if she had made some sort of determination. Shen Mengyao immediately pulled Wang Chuan and said, Wang Chuan, don't make a scene here. I didn't promise to be your girlfriend before. I just said to think about it. I didn't promise you. Wang Chuan looked at Shen Mengyao with a face full of incredulity. Yao Yao, what did you say? Shen Mengyao said with a face full of determination. Wang Chuan, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Don't be silly. I don't like you. Wang Chuan looked at Shen Mengyao so determined and looked at her with a face full of pain. Is it because of this scumbag? Yao Yao, why are you doing this to me? You clearly promised to be my girlfriend before. Good. Even if I promised you before, nothing happened between us. Now we're over. You go. Shen Mengyao deliberately mentioned that nothing had happened between the two of them, just to say it to Li Xiaoshan. Since things had been revealed, what Shen Mengyao had to do was of course to do her best to win over Li Xiaoshan. Chapter 16 Pain and Happiness. Wang Chuan is indeed Shen Mengyao half-boyfriend. Why say half? Because Shen Mengyao just verbally promised him. Shen Mengyao purpose is also very simple as for material, and Wang Chuan long okay, but the spare tire well, the end has long been doomed. When Li Xiaoshan such a person appeared, Wang Chuan can only face out. Li Xiaoshan looked at a big drama in front of him, feeling more or less a little embarrassed. After all, This is the first time that Li Xiaoshan has seen such a scene, and it is also the first time that he has cuckolded someone. This feeling was like being caught in bed. In the end, Li Xiaoshan is also an ordinary poor student. It is only with the system that he has today. So Li Xiaoshan could understand Wang Chuan, and he also knew that Wang Chuan had been cheated of his feelings by Shen Mengyao. But what can Li Xiaoshan do? Break up? Of course not. Li Xiaoshan can only use another way to help him revenge back. Even if Shen Mengyao was a scum, a gold-digging woman. So what? Anyway, Li Xiaoshan didn't want to marry Shen Mengyao or something like that. He just wanted to have it for a short period of time and that was enough. So, in the end, Li Xiaoshan and Shen Mengyao is not the same kind of person. Shen Mengyao is also just a temporary spare tire for Li Xiaoshan. After Wang Chuan angrily left the stage, the air instantly quieted down. Shen Mengyao raised her head and stole a glance at Li Xiaoshan. Then her entire body glued itself to his body. Xiaoshan, don't misunderstand. Nothing really happened between us. He's my high school classmate. He's been pestering me to death before. I couldn't stand being pestered by him anymore. So I just stalled him and said to consider it. Li Xiaoshan put his arm around Shen Mengyao's waist and said indifferently, "It's okay, school sister. I can understand. Who doesn't have some hard feelings? The most important thing is that we are happy together, isn't it?" Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan as if she was completely indifferent, but her heart became more anxious instead. "Xiaoshan, I truly love you. You have to believe me. The person I love is you." Li Xiaoshan put down the water cup. His eyes looked at Shen Mengyao and said, "I believe you. I also like you." Seeing Li Xiaoshan say that he liked himself, Shen Mengyao then let go of the stigma in her heart. Unconsciously, Li Xiaoshan felt that he was also becoming more and more like a disgusting scumbag, but Li Xiaoshan felt that this feeling was quite comfortable, and beautiful girl together, and also do not have to be responsible. Of course, even if he had to be responsible, Li Xiaoshan could afford it completely. Li Xiaoshan hugged Shen Mengyao in his arms, and in his heart, he constantly despised what he had done, pain and pleasure. After dinner, Li Xiaoshan sent Shen Mengyao back to school. After sending Shen Mengyao to the dormitory downstairs, Li Xiaoshan turned around and left. After Shen Mengyao returned to the dormitory, the two girls in the dormitory immediately surrounded Shen Mengyao. "Mengyao, what did you do last night? Why didn't you come back? You didn't come to this morning's class either. Luckily we ordered it for you. Wow, Yao Yao, how did you buy so many cosmetics?" Facing the two roommates who surrounded her, Shen Mengyao appeared to be at ease. She loved the feeling of being surrounded and courted. Shen Mengyao generously put the cosmetics into the cabinet. "My boyfriend bought it for me. How's it? Not bad, right? You guys can also use it if you like it." Yao Yao, you have a boyfriend? Aha, right. Shen Mengyao graciously nodded her head and admitted it. This scene could have confused her two classmates. Although Shen Mengyao had quite a few spares, but externally she had always said that she was single, and today she actually directly and generously admitted it? Yao Yao, didn't you say before that it's best to stay single all the time if you want to keep your peach blossom luck? What's wrong with you? You're not falling, are you? Shen Mengyao then looked at Zhang Qianqian and shook her head with a smile. As the saying goes, fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp. These housemates of Shen Mengyao, naturally, were all gold worshippers and fishers of women. Shen Mengyao silently took off the diamond watch that Li Xiaoshan had bought for himself and placed it on top of the table. This was immediately followed by two girls, adoring and enthusiastic compliments. "Wow, Mengyao, you are also too awesome. Did your boyfriend buy this for you too? Wow, this diamond and gold watch just looks so expensive? Yao Yao, you've fallen for big money. Wait for me to check." Roommate Zhang Qianqian took out her cell phone and took a picture of the watch. The watch was immediately searched on the phone. "Wow, Mandy M06 diamond gold watch. It's worth $49,000. Geez, Yao Yao, you're too good too." Shen Mengyao was obviously satisfied with the reaction of Zhang Qianqian's two men, and said with feigned reserve, "It's okay. Yao Yao, does your boyfriend have any other friends? It's so hard to find a rich young master. Don't waste this kind of resources." Roommate Zhou Yan took the gold watch that Shen Mengyao took off and put it on her wrist, taking a photo to send it to her friends. "Right, Yao Yao, you can't forget about the two of us when you get rich." "Of course not, but I have to ask my boyfriend's opinion first." Looking at Shen Mengyao's sweet face, a hint of jealousy rose in Zhou Yan and Zhang Qianqian's hearts. After Li Xiaoshan sent Shen Mengyao back to the dormitory, he didn't go back to the dormitory right away. Instead, he strolled around the campus. All Li Xiaoshan had in his mind right now was the second system mission, letting the entire campus know his name and in a way that showed off his wealth. This made Li Xiaoshan's mind difficult. He couldn't just spread his money around the school. Just at this time, a girl stopped Li Xiaoshan. "Hello, schoolmate, do you want to join the dance club? Our dance club is now recruiting," the girl said as she handed Li Xiaoshan a flyer. And after entering the club, You can participate in next week's gala. Looking at the dance club flyer in his hand, Li Xiaoshan shook his head helplessly. No need. I don't know how to dance. But just after taking 2 steps, Li Xiaoshan stopped in her tracks. University gala? The university gala was a good opportunity. The mission was to let everyone in the school know themselves, and at the gala, all the students would basically be there. When the time came, he would go on stage at the gala to act like a pussy and show off his wealth. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshan's brows gradually unfolded. Li Xiaoshan turned around and walked to the front of the dance club girls and picked up a flyer. Seeing Li Xiaoshan go and return, the girl asked, "Senior, have you thought about joining the dance club?" Li Xiaoshan looked at the flyer and said indifferently, "Yes, I'm suddenly interested. We'll meet again." Then Li Xiaoshan walked towards the direction of the student union. Li Xiaoshan already had an idea in his mind. This time Li Xiaoshan was ready to play a big game. He was going to contract the entire university gala. Chapter 17 Exclusive Sponsor. Li Xiaoshan's plan is very simple. To start a gala, always need funds, and the student council is mainly responsible for this thing. Li Xiaoshan directly put all the funds out, so that the whole gala, the whole advertisement is not on the line. The entire gala was exclusively sponsored by himself, and he was able to show off his wealth and make a name for himself throughout the university. After arriving at the student union, Li Xiaoshan gently knocked on the door. "Please come in," Li Xiaoshan said straight to the point after pushing the door in. "Hello, I'm looking for the president of the student union." The students in the student council didn't even raise their heads, still organizing the papers at hand. "May I ask what you're looking for? Our president has been busy up and down for the gala this whole time." Li Xiaoshan directly interrupted when he heard about the gala. "I'm here for this matter. I want to exclusively sponsor the gala." In an instant, everyone in the entire student council put down the work at hand. Frozenly, they looked at Li Xiaoshan. "What did you just say?" a girl asked as she broke the silence of the student council. "I said that I want to exclusively sponsor this gala." "Wow, exclusive sponsorship. This person is probably not crazy. A gala would cost at least $100,000 to several $100,000. Yang Shui, the vice president of the student union, opened her mouth and asked, "You can't be joking, right?" The moment he saw Yang Shui, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but light up. He had met Yang Shui a few times, but Yang Shui should have no impression of him. The reason why Li Xiaoshan remembered Yang Shui was because Yang Shui was just too pretty. Li Xiaoshan remembered when his roommate, Wu Reason, said to himself that the YY goddess in his heart was Yang Shui. Jinling University had 3 major school beauties, and the student council had 2 exclusive spots. One of them is Yang Shui. The other one is the president of the student union, Lu Shanshan. Suppressing his restless heart, Li Xiaoshan nodded. "What I said is true. I want to exclusively sponsor this gala, but I have a few requests." Yang Shui looked at Li Xiaoshan's serious face, not like he was joking. The heart was thrilled, promptly agreed. "Okay, yes, we can find a place to chat slowly." Yang Shui pulled open the door as she spoke, signaling that the two could go out and talk. During this period of time, the student union was busy from top to bottom, the root cause of which was because of the sponsorship. The few advertisers that had agreed to sponsor were extremely outrageous in their demands, and one had even asked the student council president, Lu Shanshan, to accompany them to drinks. So now that Li Xiaoshan has taken the initiative to propose an exclusive sponsorship, it's like sending charcoal in the snow. Yang Shui brought Li Xiaoshan to the cafe in front of the school. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, Yang Shui took the initiative to speak. "Classmate, tell me, what are your requirements? Are you representing an advertising company or a recruitment company?" Generally those who chose to sponsor the school gala were nothing more than advertising or recruitment companies. To put it bluntly, people were also trying to make money. Who would give you money for nothing for no reason? But today, Li Xiaoshan was here to give money for nothing. "My request is very simple. It's that I want to exclusively sponsor this gala, and I can't advertise anything else for the whole gala." Yang Shui took a small notebook and recorded carefully. "You please speak." "I've finished." "Ah, that's the only request I have. It's that it must be exclusively sponsored. Did I not make myself clear?" Yang Shui felt that her brain was a bit inadequate, so she inquired uncertainly, "You don't have any other requirements? Then what do you need us to help you publicize? Or need us to help you recruit students? Or what other requirements?" "There are no requirements. You just hold the event as normal, and then just remember to say my name out loud. The content is also very simple. Just say that this gala is exclusively sponsored by me, Li Xiaoshan." Yang Shui still felt deeply unbelievable. Sponsoring a gala was just to report your name? To hold a gala would cost over $100,000 at the very least, just to let everyone in the school recognize themselves? Yang Shui looked at Li Xiaoshan with curiosity and asked, Can I ask why you want to sponsor the gala?" Li Xiaoshan took a sip of coffee, then couldn't help but skim his mouth. "First of all, I don't lack money, and there's plenty of it. Money doesn't matter to me. What I want is face. I have so much money, and I have to find a way to spend it. I have to turn my money from new to old. How can I spend it to have face? So I came up with this gala. You guys want to hold the gala event. I want to save face. I'll pay for the money. I don't care about the other things. Yang Shui's entire body was dumbfounded after hearing Li Xiaoshan's words. What kind of reason was this? There's more money, so you have to spend it? To save face? It doesn't matter if it's money or not? Yang Shui really couldn't help but confirm to once again. Are you sure? You're not running out of a mental hospital? Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Yang Shui's words. Do you need me to transfer the money directly to you now? Approximately how much money is needed for the entire gala? Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Yang Shui still maintained a trace of skepticism. About 130,000 or so. Li Xiaoshan nodded, lighting a cigarette. I'll put up 300,000 yuan. Make the gala a bit more luxurious. You can transfer the money now. Seeing how serious Li Xiaoshan was, Yang Shui took out her cell phone and said, okay, let's add a Vmail first. But the money can't be transferred to me. It needs to be transferred to our collective account. Tomorrow morning, our president and I will come back to talk to you in detail. After adding the Vmail and making an agreement, Li Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory. Mei Qian was the only one in the dormitory playing games at the computer desk. Where did you run off to last night? Mei Qian didn't even look back, still playing the game. Li Xiaoxia lay on the dormitory bed and stretched out, showing off. Picked up a girl. Put. Just you? Still picking up girls. Blow it. When Mei Qian heard Li Xiaoshan's words, he didn't believe them at all. What kind of person Li Xiaoshan was? He was too familiar with him. Li Xiaoshan. A penny has to be broken into 8 petals to spend the Lord. How could he possibly go to spend money to pick up girls? Li Xiaoshan also did not make a rebuttal, took out his cell phone and began to look through the messages. There is a friend application in the Vmail. The note is Li Lanqin. Li Xiaoshan directly chose to agree, and after adding the friend, Li Lanqin immediately sent a message. Xiaoshan, thank you for helping me before. Are you free tomorrow? I want to thank you and treat you to a meal. Li Lanqin's big change in attitude made Li Xiaoshan feel a bit dazed. When he was in high school, these words were usually said by Li Xiaoshan. Chapter 18 No Heavenly Reason. The one who always found all kinds of reasons to want to treat Li Lanqin to dinner and go out to play before had always been Li Xiaoshan. Now that the identity had switched, it made Li Xiaoshan have to sigh at how the charm of money was really great. Just as Li Xiaoshan had just finished sending the message, a video call came. It was Li Xiaoshan's dad calling. Li Xiaoshan immediately tapped to connect. Little brat, do you still have enough money to spend? Should I transfer you some more? After Li's father picked up the phone, he said straight to the point. Dad, no need. I still have enough money to spend. No need to transfer it for me. In the face of his dad's concern, Li Xiaoshan felt a little sour in his heart. Li Xiaoshan knew that it wasn't easy for his parents to make money, and now it was time to let his parents live a good life. Dad, you quit your job first. I want to return home once in a while. I have something very important to say to you. Don't bull ****** me. Quit your job. What are you going to eat? Alright, I'm going to work in a while. If you're tired, come back for a few days. After saying that, Li's father didn't wait for him to reply and directly hung up the phone. Li Xiaoxiao sighed. It was time for him to make a trip home. Now that he had money, of course he had to let his parents live a good life first. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshan opened the system panel. Current withdrawable balance, 796, 460. Li Xiaoshan directly withdrew all the money. The Huaxia bank account arrived, 796, 460 yuan, and the current account balance was 867, 640 yuan. After the withdrawal arrived, Li Xiaoxiao did not hesitate to transfer the money directly to his mom, and sent a message to his mom. Mom, I bought a lottery ticket and won. You and my dad, quit your jobs. We have money. Li Xiaoshan just sent a message. Not a moment's time, Li mother called over. Son, you really won the lottery. Li mother's emotions were very excited and her voice was a bit harsh. Yeah, Mom, you and my dad, you should quit your jobs first. Son, how much did you win? Don't spend the money recklessly. Mom will help you save this money first, and save it for a daughter-in-law in the future. Mom, listen to me first. You and my dad, quit your jobs first. Hey, if your father and I quit our jobs, we won't have anything to do. Besides, we can't depend on this $500,000. We still have to live in the future. It's okay, Mom, trust me. Your son has made a fortune now. We don't need money anymore. Hey, that's good. We'll talk about it when you come back. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan sighed deeply. It seemed that after a while, it was necessary to go back home and explain to them face to face. Mei Qian watched Li Xiaoshan finish the call and turned his head to ask, Xiaoshan, talk to me? How much money did you win in the lottery in the end? A lot. How much exactly? Enough to buy you a life. That much? 300,000? Li Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes. Your life is worth 300,000. Use your imagination. Could it still be 3 million? Almost. Getting Li Xiaoshan's acknowledgement could really stun Mei Qian. Holy, really? So much? You can I said how did you get your parents to quit their jobs? I'm sorry, you're going straight to heaven. Bull. TSK. I'm envious. By the way, when did you start buying lottery tickets? How come I don't know? There's a lot you don't know. Anyway, in a word, don't forget brother in the future. Mei Qian put on his headphones and continued playing the game again. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, lay on the bed and chatted with Shen Mengyao. Xiaoshan, call up your friends at night, let's come out for a meal together. I also have 2 girlfriends here who want to get to know you and your friends. Good. Let's go out together tonight then. Facing Shen Mengyao's invitation, Li Xiaoxiao had no reason to refuse, and maybe he could even give his 2 righteous sons a date. Why not? Until 6 p.m., Wu Reason returned to the dormitory. Grass, I help you to point to. You 2 are good. One in the dormitory lying dead, one playing games. Seeing that Reason Wu had returned, Li Xiaoshan got up from his bed. Who said I'm lying dead? In a moment, you 2 have to offer me up. No what? Go. I have an appointment with the bureau. Go out for dinner together. A date? Who? A girl. Who else could it be? Just you still got a date with a girl? Wouldn't be a dinosaur, right? Li Xiaoshan paused for a moment, then shook his head. It shouldn't be. I haven't seen it either. Let's go. If it doesn't look good, big deal. You guys can come back again. Li Xiaoshan and his group freshened up and arrived at the school's entrance. Just as Li Xiaoshan and the others arrived, Shen Mengyao arrived with her roommates Zhang Chanxian and Zhou Yan. Wu Reason and Mei Qian looked at the 3 females walking over and instantly became excited. Holy, Xiaoshan, it can be this kind of quality. Where did you recognize the girls from? I'll go. I'll take the one in the lead. These long black silk legs. TSK. You 2 are not allowed to steal it from me. By what right? I've got my eye on that girl too. Let's play fair. She's got a great body, so she's a real charmer. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Wu Rationale and Mei Qian's infatuated faces. Li Xiaoshan took a look at Shen Mengyao's outfit today. It was simply a hot 3-piece suit ready. Black silk, short skirt, high heels. It seems like there's another tough battle to be fought today. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but move his waist, then looked at the 2 men and slowly said, this girl you 2 don't want. Why? Xiaoshan, although these girls were called by you, but chasing after girls like this has to be based on strength. There are no favors to speak of. Right, since we've torn our faces apart, let's see who's more capable. No one should play favorites, Reason Wu added as he stroked his hairstyle. No crying either. Obviously, Reason Wu and Mei Qian were confident in their looks. Li Xiaoshan also admitted that the 2 were not that bad looking, but they could only be considered average. Immediately afterward, a dramatic scene happened. As soon as they met, Shen Mengyao immediately abandoned her 2 roommates and immediately jumped into Li Xiaoshan's arms. Hubby, you've been waiting anxiously. This scene directly stunned the 2 of them, Reason Wu and Mei Qian. Into place. Hubby, when did Li Xiaoshan find someone, and also looked so pretty? Such a good body. Such a hot girlfriend. This is simply no heavenly reason. Wu Reason and Mei Qian froze in place, their faces petrified. Chapter 19 Shen Mengyao's attitude. The beautiful beauty that the 2 of them had just been fighting over was actually Li Xiaoshan's girlfriend? The 2 of them, Wu Ground and Mei Qian, glanced at each other, and then the 2 of them lowered their heads with faces full of embarrassment. The movements were surprisingly consistent. Hello guys, my name is Shen Mengyao, it's Dash's girlfriend. Nice to meet you guys. After a simple hug, Shen Mengyao then made a self-introduction with the 2 of them. After Reason Wu heard Shen Mengyao's self-introduction, his entire body froze for a moment before he squeezed out a smile and said, hello, I'm Li Xiaoshan's friend. My name is Reason Wu. My name is Mei Qian. No reason? No reason? Shen Mengyao froze for a moment when she heard these 2 names, then smiled and said, these 2 are my roommates. My name is Zhang Chanxian. My name is Zhou Yan. The 2 were not as beautiful and well-built as Shen Mengyao, but they were still considered to be medium beauties. After the crowd briefly recognized each other, they walked together towards a restaurant near the school. Shen Mengyao hugged Li Xiaoshan's arm and snuggled her entire body in his arms. Zhang Chanxian and Zhou Yan, on the other hand, had been unable to resist sizing up Li Xiaoshan, this man who bought Shen Mengyao a gold watch as soon as they met. Mei Qian, on the other hand, had been sizing up Zhang Chanxian, and then whispered to Reason Wu, in a while, I'll sit next to Zhang Chanxian. Are you okay with that? Wu Reason was already out of his element at this point, and casually returned a sentence. No opinion. Finally, after 10 minutes, the crowd arrived at a Chinese restaurant. Although this Chinese restaurant was not comparable to the standard of the Haitian Grand Feast, it was still a very expensive high-class Chinese restaurant. After the crowd asked for a private room, they took their seats. Mei Qian took the initiative to sit next to Zheng Qianqian, while Wu Qiqi sat next to Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan glanced at Wu ground and felt a bit strange. And just as Li Xiaoshan looked at Wu Rationale gave Li Xiaoshan a look and then said, "I'll go to the restroom first." Although Li Xiaoshan didn't know what Wu ground was going to do, he still walked out. "I'll also go out for a bit. You guys order first." No need to be polite. After arriving outside the private room, Wu Reason came to Li Xiaoshan's side and whispered, "Brother, don't blame me for spoiling your fun. This Shen Mengyao, you can't afford to mess with her. I have a friend." Before pursued Shen Mengyao, "She is a full gold-digging woman. You cannot hold." That brother of mine emptied out his family's wealth to give Shen Mengyao a birthday, but she didn't appreciate it at all, and was even disliked by her. All in all, I advise you to think clearly. I am afraid that you will fall into a pit. After Li Xiaoshan heard Wu Reason's words, his expression relaxed as he patted his shoulder. "It's fine, don't worry, I have the numbers. Anyway, today you just let go and play. See that Zhou Yan? Give you a mission, take her down." After the two of them returned to the room once more, Shen Mengyao thoughtfully handed over the menu to Li Xiaoshan. "Hubby, see what else you want to order." Li Xiaoshan took the menu and glanced at it. Zheng Qianqian and Zhou Yan had ordered all the most expensive dishes. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to carry the squeeze of these two gold-digging women. Li Xiaoshan handed the menu to the waiter and said, "Okay, the dishes are these, plus 3 bottles of red wine." Mister, may I ask what kind of red wine you want? How much is the most expensive red wine? It's going to be $6,000 a bottle. It's the Moore Estate red wine from France. Good, just ask for this one." After Li Xiaoshan ordered the red wine, Zheng Qianqian and Zhou Yan's eyes changed when they looked at Li Xiaoshan. This look was like a vicious wolf that had been hungry for a long time and saw a large piece of fat meat. After the waiter left, Zheng Qianqian and Zhou Yan began to steer the conversation. Zheng Qianqian started making moves first. "Mei Qian, the three of you, what kind of work do you all do at home?" Mei Qian's eyes were full of Zheng Qianqian. She didn't have a brain at all and casually opened her mouth. "My family is just an ordinary working family. Wu Reason family is doing small business. Dashing family and my family is almost the same." After Zheng Qianqian asked, Zhou Yan followed closely behind. "That's so. Then do you guys have a part-time job outside right now? I want to find a part-time job now to earn some extra money. I sometimes go to deliver takeaways. It's quite good. If you need it, I can help you get in touch." After Reason Wu finished speaking, the two Zheng Qianqian completely lost interest in them. Instead, they focused on Li Xiaoshan. After all, just now, Li Xiaoshan hadn't said a word. "Xiaoshan, is your family really working class? Then how come you're so rich?" Yeah, you gave our Yao Yao a gold watch as soon as we met. Where did you get your money from?" Li Xiaoshan felt a bit tired of the two people's way of testing the waters, so he casually prevaricated. "I won the lottery, that's why I'm suddenly so rich." However, Li Xiaoshan did not notice that after Li Xiaoshan said that he had won the lottery, Shen Mengyao's eyes clearly revealed a trace of obvious panic. "Wow, really? How much did you win then?" "To actually spend $50,000 directly to buy a gold watch for our Yao Yao." As soon as these words were uttered, Reason Wu and Mei Qian looked at Li Xiaoshang at the same time. Mei Qian directly shouted out without control, "50,000! Xiaoshan, you spent $50,000 and bought her a watch?" Wu Reason gently touched Li Xiaoshan's arm and asked in a low voice, "You're crazy, right? Are you sure you really spent 50,000? Li Xiaoshan just casually waved his hand in the face of the crowd's inquiring eyes. "Didn't win much, just $300,000. Buying a watch for Yao Yao, also because it suits her so well, so I bought it." Li Xiaoshan just casually made up an excuse, but Shen Mengyao heart was shaken, and she began to have doubts. Previously, Shen Mengyao thought that Li Xiaoshan was a top second generation, that's why she chose to be with him. But now, judging from the reactions and temperament between Li Xiaoshan's two friends, they were simply just ordinary people. If what these two people said was true, then Li Xiaoshan was not a rich second generation at all. If it was true that Li Xiaoshan was just a temporary tycoon, then Shen Mengyao would never be with him. In the end, Shen Mengyao couldn't sit still, and he took the initiative to ask about Li Xiaoshan. "Schoolmate, did you really buy a lottery ticket and win $300,000 and then buy such an expensive gold watch for me?" Unconsciously, Shen Mengyao even changed his address to schoolmate. Li Xiaoshan couldn't explain the existence of the system, so he could only nod his head. Right. After getting the answer, Shen Mengyao's heart cooled halfway. Zhang Chanxian and Zhou Yan also became less and less talkative. At this time, the waiter knocked on the door. Immediately afterward a course of food was served on the table. It had to be said that Zhang Chanxian and Zhou Yan's two fishing girls were really ruthless. Chapter 20 The Nature of a Fishing Woman. The two of them ordered 12 large lobsters, the crabs, abalone, and even more so, all the most expensive hard dishes were ordered. Looking at the various seafood and expensive food on the table, everyone present couldn't help but drool. There is another point, that is, the two people ordered too many dishes. This is no longer a luxury, it is already a waste. After the dishes were served, Zhang Chanxian and Zhou Yan immediately took out their cell phones and took a wild shot, and then in less than a minute, they sent a friend circle. After that the two women began to eat and eat. In contrast, Wu Reason and Mei Qian looked at the table full of food did not move. Wu Reason under the table, secretly touched Li Xiaoshang, then whispered, Xiaoshan, will we order too much? And the things ordered are too expensive. How much money will this cost? Li Xiaoshang was also stuffing his mouth at this time, and he picked up a hairy crab and handed it to Reason Wu, then waved his hand at him, telling him to hurry up and eat. He gave him another reassuring expression, to say that the most absent-minded person in the entire room, it was definitely Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao was still thinking in her heart at this moment about Li Xiaoshan saying that he just won the lottery. At the same time, Shen Mengyao made up her mind. She was going to squeeze another good amount out of Li Xiaoshan and then break up with him at the speed of light. Because Li Xiaoshan was not a second-generation rich man, that also meant that he was not the Prince Charming in Shen Mengyao's heart. Although Li Xiaoshan had acted like a full-grade behavior from the beginning until now, but Li Xiaoshan is also just a rich man. 300,000 will be spent sooner or later. Shen Mengyao remained firm in her heart that she wanted to marry a rich young master and be a rich wife. This point will never change. After deciding, Shen Mengyao began to take small bites. The crowd pushed and exchanged cups during the banquet, and everyone drank a lot of wine. But the three girls, Shen Mengyao, remained absolutely sober. This was the special skill of their three fishing girls. They could go out with the boys, but they had to stay absolutely sober, and definitely not lose their virginity after drinking. In fact, most of the girls who lost their virginity after drinking, the probability was that they tacitly agreed to have sex with the boys. Nowadays, the girls are all smart, otherwise it would be so easy for the boys to get their hands on them. In fact, the end result of this is that the girls and you see eye to eye, so it will not be defended. Of course, this situation is not absolute. There are still some silly girls exist. After finishing the meal, Li Xiaoshan took the initiative to leave the table to settle the bill. This meal spent $25,800. In this $25,800, Li Xiaoshan ordered 3 bottles of red wine, spent 18,000 yuan. After Li Xiaoshan had just finished settling the bill, Reason Wu and Mei Qian also ran over. How much was spent? Facing the two's initiative to ask, Li Xiaoshan waved his hand. Not much, don't worry, let go and play tonight. There's me. But in the next instant, the bill was snatched by Wu Reason. Holy, 25,800. Hiss, so expensive. Holy, what a loser. Let's go, let's go. These girls are not easy to deal with. We can't afford to play with them. Mei Qian then said to the hotel attendant, help us pack the leftovers. Thanks. But Li Xiaoshan stopped the waiter right away. No need to pack it, he's joking with you. Then Li Xiaoshan put his arm around the shoulders of the two and whispered, relax, you guys have known me for so long, don't you know me? Don't worry, I have the numbers. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan glanced at the system. Current withdrawable balance, 146,020. In just half an afternoon, there was an additional $140,000, and there was still more than 300,000 lying in Li Xiaoshang's account. Spending it simply wouldn't be enough. Not a moment later a few people went out of the hotel entrance. By this time, Shen Mengyao no longer continued to hold Li Xiaoshan's arm. This one small detail already said it all. Li Xiaoshan looked at Zhang Chanxian's trio's faces, which had slightly flushed red. Are we going to the bar or to sing? In the face of Li Xiaoshang's proposal, Zhang Chanxian and Zhou Yan were clearly no longer interested. No, I'm a little dizzy. Chanxian and I are going back to the dormitory. Since it had been clearly understood that Li Xiaoshan's two friends were not rich second generation, Zhou Yan clearly already had no interest in them. And how could she go with them to a KTV or a bar and give these beggar men a chance to mooch off them? Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan and said, school brother, I'm also a bit tired today, so I'll go back with them first. See you tomorrow. With those words Shen Mengyao waved her hand at Li Xiaoshan and followed the two to leave. At this moment, only the three of them, Li Xiaoshan, were left messing around in the wind. Li Xiaoshan appeared to have a hint of embarrassment. Originally Li Xiaoshan still wanted to create an opportunity for the two brothers to take the chance to get to the top. As a result, the people directly walked away. Most of all, Shen Mengyao's attitude had also become much lighter. Li Xiaoshan couldn't think of any reason for a moment. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Shen Mengyao was really tired. After all, there really wasn't much tossing and turning last night. Li Xiaoshan lit a cigarette and handed another one to the two. Ahem, why don't I treat you guys to a foot wash? Wash feet? Upon hearing this, Mei Qian's two eyes lit up. This can be had. Is it proper or not? When Li Xiaoshan's trio arrived at the entrance of the foot bath store, the three of them unanimously gulped a mouthful of water. It was the first time for all three of Li Xiaoshan to come to this kind of place. In the end, it was Li Xiaoshan who took the lead and walked in. The moment they laid down in the massage chair, all three of them relaxed. Spend $2,500. The girl will eat a meal and run straight away. Spend $888. Miss give you supreme service. This night, Li Xiaoshan three people directly slept in the foot bath store. Until the next morning 8 o'clock to wake up. Don't get me wrong. The trio only massaged and pinched their feet all night. Didn't do anything else. But it had to be said that the massage and foot pinching service was really comfortable. No wonder rich big bosses like to run to such places when they have nothing to do. After Li Xiaoshan's trio returned to the school, Wu Reason and Mei Qian went straight back to the classroom. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, once again, came to the cafe in front of the school. After sitting for a short while, a girl wearing a student uniform appeared in front of Li Xiaoshan's eyes. For a moment, Li Xiaoshan was completely dumbfounded. The person who came was none other than the goddess of the student council, Lu Shanshan. Although she was wearing a simple student uniform, her entire person was surprisingly agile. The moment she appeared, she attracted quite a few gazes to stare closely at her. It was only at this time that Li Xiaoshan realized that a true beauty never sets off her beauty with her dress. Lu Shanshan walked straight to Li Xiaoshan and asked, "Hello, may I ask if you are Li Xiaoshan?" Chapter 21, Kidney Failure. Still staring at Lu Shanshan's clear face, Li Xiaoshan nodded dully. Lu Shanshan graciously sat on the opposite seat and ordered a cup of coffee. "I've already heard Yang Shui talk about your request yesterday. May I ask if you have any other requests? Originally there wasn't, but now I want to add one more request." Lu Shanshan looked at Li Xiaoshan and nodded lightly, signaling him to continue. "I want to go out on a date with you." After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, Lu Shanshan's face instantly turned red. There was an endless stream of people pursuing Lu Shanshan in the school, but one as direct as Li Xiaoshan. This was the first time she had encountered him. Lu Shanshan looked at Li Xiaoshan, who was quite handsome, and after a slight hesitation in her heart, she agreed. "All right, I agree, but I also declare in advance, although I agreed to go out with you, you can't directly force me to do things I don't like." "Sure." Next, after the two of them briefly chatted about the details, Li Xiaoshan directly transferred $300,000. Looking at the funds that arrived in the account, Lu Shanshan became deeply interested in Li Xiaoshan. What kind of person was this, spending $300,000 just to become famous? In the eyes of outsiders, this behavior of Li Xiaoshan was tantamount to directly spreading money on the street. In fact, Lu Shanshan agreed to Li Xiaoshan's invitation. In fact, a large part of the reason was also because of Li Xiaoshan's throwing away money. After all, who doesn't like a rich and handsome man? "Are you free now? Do you want to go out for a stroll with me?" "Sorry, not now. I have to go back to prepare for the gala. I'll find a time to ask you out." Having been rejected, Li Xiaoshan was not discouraged. After the two exchanged contact information, Lu Shanshan left. Li Xiaoshan was bored and took out his cell phone. Li Xiaoshan had little interest in going to school now. The university classroom was incredibly lax, so Li Xiaoshan just let himself go. There was also the fact that Li Xiaoshan was not short of money now, and a mentality of swinging for the fences gradually took over his heart. There was no need for any effort. You could obtain hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. This kind of life was just too damn good. When he opened his cell phone, Li Xiaoshan saw a V-mail from Shen Mengyao. "Hubby, I've recently taken a fancy to a diamond necklace. Would you buy it for me?" After that, Shen Mengyao sent a picture once again. A diamond necklace was worth $37,000. Li Xiaoshan directly transferred it without any hesitation. Looking at the $40,000 that arrived, Shen Mengyao immediately tapped collect. "Thank you, husband." At this moment now, Shen Mengyao had completely changed her strategy. Since Li Xiaoshan was only a short-term profiteer, it was necessary to properly squeeze his residual value. When it was no longer possible to squeeze him out, Shen Mengyao would not hesitate to break up with him. Looking at the message sent by Li Xiaoshan inviting to go out for dinner, Shen Mengyao did not hesitate to refuse. "Hubby, I have an appointment with my girlfriends today, so I can't accompany you. I'm sorry. I will definitely make it up to you some other day." Shen Mengyao's PUA ability was practically utilized to the point of perfection. Seeing that Shen Mengyao didn't come out, Li Xiaoshan didn't mind at all and just turned his gaze to Li Lanxin. "Want to come out for lunch together?" After Li Xiaoshan's message was sent, Li Lanqin immediately replied, "Yeah, I'll treat you to lunch today." After that, Li Lanqin immediately sent over a location. "Let's meet here." After making an appointment, Li Xiaoshan wandered outside alone. Li Xiaoshan opened the system panel. Current withdrawable balance, 678,030. Li Xiaoshan directly withdrew all the money. Huaxia bank account arrival, 678,040 yuan. Current account balance, 732. 304 yuan. Looking at the more than $700,000 in his bank account, Li Xiaoshang felt a sense of security in his heart. Money is the guts of a hero. This saying is true at all. At this time, there was a sudden call. After Li Xiaoshan answered it, a familiar voice came from inside. "Boss, this is Wu Guohua. The results of the injury appraisal of the black man we beat up are out. Your requirements have been met. But, what's wrong? We might have hit a little hard. Now that old black man is more than just sterile. It's a little more serious. He's been hit with kidney failure." "Oh, I see. Anything else?" Now the other party has hired a lawyer, saying that they will firmly sue and make us pay." "Boss, shouldn't we also hire a lawyer?" Li Xiaoxia briefly thought for a moment and said, "What are the other party's demands now? How much compensation do they want?" "The other party's request is for $5 million in compensation." "Okay, I know. I'll handle it." After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but smile. $5 million was nothing to Li Xiaoshan. It would only take less than 10 days, but Li Xiaoshan didn't want to give it. Li Xiaoshan didn't want to let this foreign trash take advantage of the slightest advantage, so Li Xiaoshan decided to find a lawyer. Thinking about it, Li Xiaoshan stopped a car on the side of the road, and then went straight to the biggest law firm in Magic City. After arriving at the law firm, there was immediately a person to receive Li Xiaoshan. A female receptionist took the initiative to come forward and asked, "Hello, may I ask if you are fighting a lawsuit, or consulting mediation?" Li Xiaoshan said after briefly thinking about it. "Well, which is the best lawyer you have here? I want to hire him as my personal lawyer." Li Xiaoshan thought, well, he was a godly man. He must inevitably need legal talents in the future, so he simply recruited someone to be his private lawyer. The female receptionist laughed when she heard this. There was actually someone who came to troll in front of her. Sir, we only accept lawsuit cases here, or legal counseling, and mediation services. If you need to find a private lawyer, then you'd better go to the job board, or the job market." Li Xiaoshan nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll find the most expensive lawyer for legal counseling." "Okay, please wait." The female receptionist agreed and then got up to make a call. After making the call, she came over and spoke to Li Xiaoxiao. "Alright, Lawyer Zhao is free now. Please follow me," the female receptionist said slowly as she led the way ahead. Lawyer Zhao is the lawyer in our firm who has taken on the most cases and has the most experience, so the consultation fee will be a bit more expensive. It's going to be $2,000 an hour. After arriving at a room, the female receptionist invited Li Xiaoshan in. After Li Xiaoshan entered the room, he saw a middle-aged man with glasses and a blonde body, sitting behind a desk. "Hello, my name is Zhao Yong. Please have a seat," Zhao Yong said while pressing the timer on the desk. Li Xiaoxia didn't politely sit on the sofa with a butt, lit a cigarette then slowly said, "How much is your monthly salary?" Chapter 22 Li Xiaoshang is a sea king. Zhao Yong froze for a moment at Li Xiaoshang's words, then slowly said, "I'm sorry sir, this is a personal and private question that I have the right not to answer. I also don't want to answer it." "Good. Let me make a guess. You're the most expensive lawyer here at $200,000 a month. I'll give you $500,000 a month. Be my personal lawyer. How's that?" After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, Zhao Yong excitedly stood up from his chair. "You're telling the truth?" In fact, Li Xiaoshan had completely overestimated the profession of lawyers. Even the top lawyers couldn't have a fixed salary of $500,000 every month. In Zhao Yong's case, the most cases he received every month after working his ass off would not exceed $200,000 a month. So the $500,000 salary offered by Li Xiaoshan, recruiting him as a private lawyer, was definitely a sky-high price. "Looks like the price I gave is on the high side, but it doesn't matter. I can afford it. Just $500,000 per month. How about that?" Zhao Yong looked at Li Xiaoshan's calm and self-assured appearance and immediately concluded that he must not be an ordinary person. As a lawyer's eyes are so poisonous, he could tell at a glance whether Li Xiaoshan had money or not, and whether he had enough backbone. After deciding, Zhao Yong immediately agreed, fearing that Li Xiaoshan would back out. "Good. I promise you, I'm willing to be your personal lawyer, and I can go straight to work right now. Boss, if you encounter any difficulties, just ask." Zhao Yong came to the sofa where Li Xiaoshan was sitting and bowed respectfully. Looking at Zhao Yong's change in attitude, Li Xiaoshan had to sigh at the power of money. Good. But I'll say my ugly words up front. I've spent so much money to hire you. You have to be worth the price. Otherwise I can change at any time. Of course, boss. Don't worry. I have enough experience and ability. I have confidence. Next, Li Xiaoshan briefly recounted the matter, then slowly asked, well, I don't lack money, but I don't want this kind of foreign trash to get 1 more cent. Boss, this kind of thing, leave it to me. Don't worry, I have experience. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. You go and talk to them. This is the black man's information and contact information. Li Xiaosa immediately transferred 200,000 to Zhao Yong after giving him full authority over the matter. This is your upfront salary. The remaining 300,000 will be given to you at the end of the month. No problem. Zhao Yong looked at the 200,000 that arrived and immediately got up in excitement, bowing once more. Boss, don't worry, I will do a good job. Good. Li Xiaoshan glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. Alright, I'll leave. If there's anything, feel free to contact me by phone. Zhao Yong immediately sent Li Xiaoshan out of the room respectfully. After Li Xiaoshan left the office, he went straight to the location that Li Lanqin had sent. When Li Xiaoshan arrived, Li Lanqin had long been waiting at the entrance of the Western restaurant. After Li Xiaoshan got out of the car, Li Lanqin immediately welcomed him. Let's go. I'll treat you today. I still have to thank you for the last time. This time Li Lanqin was more enthusiastic than ever. Li Xiaoshan was a bit overwhelmed by Li Lanqin's transformation. It's fine. I just did what I should have done. Li Xiaoshan and Li Lanqin walked into the Western restaurant shoulder to shoulder. The place to eat was chosen by Li Lanqin, and Li Xiaoshan had never eaten Western food before. Li Lanqin had long since booked a place here, and after the two of them were seated, a waiter slowly walked over to the table in front of the two of them. Hello, you two. Please take a look at the menu. What do you need to order? Li Xiaoshan reached out to receive the menu handed over by the waiter, inadvertently looked up and instantly froze. Wasn't this Chen Jun? The moment the two of them locked eyes, Chen Jun naturally saw Li Xiaoshan as well. It's you? Senior. Hello. When Li Xiaoshan saw Chen Jun once again, a trace of embarrassment surged on his face, and he could only smile and greet him. After all, not long ago, Li Xiaoshan had just snatched away his goddess Shen Mengyao. This Jun Chen was Shen Mengyao's follower, and it was in front of him that Li Xiaoshan had snatched Shen Mengyao away. Naturally, Chen Jun also clearly remembered what happened just 2 days ago. Moreover, Chen Jun also knew that Shen Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan were already together, and the two of them were in a period of passionate love. The friend circle that Shen Mengyao had posted at first had been repeatedly read by Chen Jun with tears in his eyes several times. As a loyal dog licker, when Chen Jun saw that Li Xiaoshan had actually taken down his goddess in just 1 day, it was simply heartbreaking. The heart was like a knife, but what could he do? All he could do was to like it and reply, wish the goddess happiness. Now Chen Jun saw Li Xiaoshan once again. He actually came out to eat with another girl. Anger rose in his heart. The person who had snatched away his goddess was actually a philandering sea king. Who could accept that? Li Xiaoshan, how come it's you? Why are you with another girl? This seems to have nothing to do with you. Li Xiaoshan's words directly left him speechless. That's right. It does seem like it's none of his business. Even if Li Xiaoshan was a sea king and a scum, only Shen Mengyao could sanction him. Thinking of this, a plan also rose in Chen Jun's mind. Chen Jun suppressed his fire and slowly said through clenched teeth, please order the food. Although Li Lanqin did not know exactly what the relationship between the two was, she felt that the two were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Li Lanqin didn't even look at the menu and said directly, have a steak. 7 minutes cooked is fine, and a vegetable salad. It was obvious that Li Lanqin often came here to eat. Li Xiaoshan glanced at the menu, then pointed at a steak and said, ask for a portion of this and another cake. After ordering, Li Xiaoshan returned the menu to Chen Jun. Chen Jun watched as the two finished ordering and then quickly left the place, then immediately hid in a corner and took out his cell phone. Li Xiaoshan was a scum, and since this matter was already a fact, now of course he had to tell Shen Mengyao about it. Mengyao, I have one thing to tell you. I don't want you to be bullied and cheated. Chen Jun switched angles and took several pictures and sent them to Shen Mengyao. Then he focused on his phone, waiting for Shen Mengyao's reply. Shen Mengyao was originally having dinner with Zhang Chanqian and the others when she suddenly received a message from Chen Jun. Seeing these photos taken by Chen Jun, Shen Mengyao's heart was overjoyed. Originally, Shen Mengyao had not been able to find a reasonable reason to break up with Li Xiaoshan, and now Chen Jun had sent them directly to himself. Although these few photos could not be used as evidence of cheating, but as long as there was a reason that would be enough. Chapter 23 Trouble. Shen Mengyao saw that her licking dog was actually so forceful, and immediately sent a voiceover to him. Ooh, thank you for telling me. Chen Jun, do you think I'm too stupid to actually be cheated by him just like that? Chen Jun, you're so good to me. I can't imagine that you've actually been silently guarding me. It's so nice to have you around. Shen Mengyao went down with this PUA. Chen Jun instantly couldn't find the north. For a moment, Chen Jun felt like he was good again. Now that Shen Mengyao had suffered a love injury, she needed someone to take care of her the most. If he could go over and take care of her, wouldn't that be an opportunity? Thinking of this, Chen Jun immediately took leave from the foreman and rushed back to the school to find Shen Mengyao. Li Lanqin looked towards the waiter next to her, then asked in a low voice, who was that person just now? A classmate of mine, can only be regarded as an acquaintance. Oh, seeing that Li Xiaoshan didn't seem too willing to bring up Chen Jun, Li Lanqin digressed. Xiaoshan, do you have classes in the afternoon? No. Then let's go roller skating together in the afternoon. How about it? Good. Li Xiaoshan had just finished speaking when her cell phone rang. Li Xiaoshan opened her cell phone and at a glance, she saw the picture taken by Chen Jun. Shen Mengyao. Li Xiaoshan. I can't imagine that you're actually a scum. Let's break up. Li Xiaoshan, with a simple thought, knew that the origin of the photo must be the work of Chen Jun. However, Li Xiaoshan was not angry, because if he was Chen Jun, he would have done the same thing. However, what Li Xiaoshan did not expect is that Shen Mengyao actually because of such a photo, to break up with himself. This can be a little bit of explanation does not make sense. Before Shen Mengyao's attitude towards himself can be just 100 obedience, and very sticky. Should not be so simple to mention break up it. Although Li Xiaoshan could not figure out why Shen Mengyao would change so much, but in the next instant, Li Xiaoshan was relieved again. Break up, just break up. After all, when he first pursued Shen Mengyao, it was just because of a task, and now the system task has been completed. Even if they broke up, there wouldn't be any punishment, so wouldn't breaking up be a good thing? After all, there is a saying that to float in the Jianghu, it is best to be single. Moreover, Li Xiaoshan now had plenty of money. Being single was simply a boon for him. Being single meant that he could get in touch with any women, become friends, become a firebag, a friend. After figuring this out, Li Xiaoshan immediately replied, alright, let's break up then. I wish you a bright future. Looking at the message sent by Li Xiaoshan, Shen Mengyao froze. Shen Mengyao had originally thought that Li Xiaoshan would be disruptive and would frantically explain. Or, Li Xiaoshan would ask himself to return the money he had spent on selling the necklace, or the money he had spent on the gold watch. But none of these were there. Li Xiaoshan just agreed to break up very casually. Shen Mengyao deleted all the messages that she had edited long ago, and her heart was flooded with a trace of doubt. In just 2 days, Li Xiaoshan has spent more than $100,000 for himself, and now actually agreed to break up so easily? Shen Mengyao couldn't figure out why, and could only think back to Li Xiaoshan's various reactions before. Could it be that Li Xiaoshan didn't just win the $300,000 lottery? Or did he have something else to fall back on? Shen Mengyao couldn't figure it out, and there was a trace of regret in her heart. She regretted that she had mentioned breaking up earlier, and should have squeezed Li Xiaoshan for a few more dollars. Thinking of this, Shen Mengyao edited a message back. If you really still love me, leave that woman and transfer me another $131,400. Looking at this message, Li Xiaoshao laughed. All broken up. Still want to scrape me another sum? It's not easy to get back to being single. Still want to trap me again? Impossible. Don't love anymore. Li Xiaoshan's 3 simple words directly and completely broke Shen Mengyao's fantasy. Looking at Li Xiaoshan's message, Shen Mengyao angrily turned off her cell phone. On Li Xiaoshan's side, the steak had already been fried. Looking at the fragrant steak, Li Xiaoshan unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. Li Xiaoshan picked up a knife and fork and slowly cut a small piece following Li Lanqin's example and savored a bite. The flavor was delicious and the meat was chewy. Quite good. This is the first time Li Xiaoshan ate Western food, giving Li Xiaoshan the feeling that it is indeed better than some barbecue. After the two finished their meal, Li Lanqin took the initiative to settle the bill, and Li Xiaoshan rightfully accepted Li Lanqin's treat. After settling the bill, Li Lanqin and Li Xiaoshan took the car to the roller skating rink. Li Xiaoshan had played roller skating in middle school before, so he was quite familiar with it. After arriving at the roller skating rink, Li Xiaoshan and Li Lanqin simply sat in the rest area for a while. There were a lot of people at the roller skating rink. Most of them were young people around 20 years old, and there was also a large portion that were couples coming out to play together. After changing into roller skates, Li Lanqin and Li Xiaoshan both skated as well. Li Xiaoshan hadn't played for a long time, so he was a bit rusty, but he soon adapted. Li Xiaoshan and Li Lanqin held hands, and while skating, they chatted about the interesting things they did in high school. Only Li Lanqin kept her mouth shut about the fact that she had rejected Li Xiaoshan in the first place, and naturally, Li Xiaoshan wouldn't be boring. After the two of them skated 2 laps, Li Xiaoshan realized that there was a group of people whose eyes were always staring at his side. Li Xiaoshan looked at a few social youths with dyed yellow hair and knew in his heart that they were looking at Li Lanxin. However, Li Xiaoshan didn't pay any attention to them, and although they were staring at Li Lanxin to death, they didn't go overboard. But soon, Li Xiaoshan realized that he was wrong. These few yellow-haired youths slowly came together. There were 5 of them in total. The 5 of them divided their work clearly and deadlocked Li Xiaoshan and Li Lanxin in the center. The leading yellow-haired youth slid while his body came over to Li Lanxin's side. Li Lanxin, on the other hand, frowned and ducked towards Li Xiaoshan's side. Li Xiaoshan secretly shook his head. Wherever a beautiful woman goes, she will bring more or less trouble. This saying was right on the money. Li Xiaoshan pulled Li Lanxin to a stop, and the 5 youths also playfully stopped. Li Xiaoshan looked at these 5 people and said indifferently, "Have you guys never seen a woman before? Or have you lacked a mother's love since childhood?" Li Xiaoshan's words directly ignited the anger of the 5 yellow-haired youths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did you say? Chao Nima, you're ing looking for death. Little b-boy, do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who's in charge of this place? Ah, I'm telling you, the entire roller skating rink is covered by our brother Wu. Believe it or not, I'll let you go out lying down today. Chapter 24, Triggering a System Task. Li Xiaoxiao directly laughed out loud. But, ha 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 ha, you guys playing kooks with me here? Ha, I don't care who you guys are. From now on all of you get out of my way. The yellow-haired youth, Wu, who was leading the group, couldn't sit still as he fiercely pushed Li Xiaoshan. Grass, who do you think you are? Ah, once this side got into a fight, it immediately caused quite a few people to crowd around. The people here were all hot-blooded youths around 20 years old, and things like fighting were simply commonplace. It wasn't strange at all anymore. Only, after the people around saw that the one leading the way was a yellow-haired youth, they all looked like they were used to it, not surprised at all. AI, someone is going to be unlucky again. Messing with Qian Wu, a beating is unavoidable today. That's right, it's not wise to come here and upset Qian Wu. Quite good, there's a good show to watch again. However, this time, this kid looks too skinny and weak to be beaten up. I don't think it's going to work. I guess, this kid will beg for mercy soon. I'm afraid that his girlfriend will have to accompany Qian Wu out to play as well. TSK, pity, hey, a good cabbage, again to be arched by a pig. It's really sinful. Shut up, you dare to talk about Qian Wu like that, not afraid to die. Seeing so many people gathered around, Li Lanxin nervously grabbed Li Xiaoshan's hand. Li Lanxin understood that this Wu was definitely coming at himself. At this moment, Li Lanxin couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. This roller skating rink Li Lanxin had been here twice, and hadn't encountered this situation before. Before a sister said to her, this place is a bit chaotic, often easy to fight. Li Lanxin completely did not put on the heart. Now that something had happened, Li Lanxin regretted it in her heart. If she had known, she wouldn't have come to this kind of place. Li Lanxin hid her body behind Li Xiaoshan. Now he was her only reliance. Li Xiaoshan looked at the situation in front of him. His heart was a little difficult, although he was rich, but he didn't have a bodyguard yet. Careless, absolutely careless. If it is Li Xiaoshan himself encountered trouble, Li Xiaoshan can bow his head, avoid today, and later find them to settle accounts. But today with Li Lanxin, there was no way to bow his head, and they were obviously coming for Li Lanxin. Even if they bowed their heads, they couldn't take Li Lanxin away. At this time, he absolutely couldn't admit his weakness. If he showed his cowardice, he would really be in trouble. Li Xiaoxiao quickly made a decision in just a few seconds. Brother Wu, right, I'm giving you a chance now. Dodge away or I'll definitely make you regret it. The yellow-haired youth took another step closer and said, and what if I don't allow it? Li Xiaoshan said as he got close enough to Qian Wu's ear. You're just a punk watching the venue. Do you think I can buy your life for $500,000? Qian Wu frowned. You scare me? Do you believe it or not? Li Xiaoshan raised his cell phone and handed it to Qian Wu. The above cell phone text message had just transferred 200,000 yuan, with a balance of more than 530,000 yuan. This time Qian Wu panicked. See, Li Xiaoshan actually really have more than 500,000. Qian Wu admitted that he was afraid. In the end, Qian Wu was only a small gangster. In the face of the real second-generation rich, really rich and powerful people, he is nothing. Li Xiaoshan is so young and has $500,000 of pocket money. This is definitely not something that an ordinary family can do. And he also had a pretty girl with him. In Qian Wu's mind, the possibility of Li Xiaoshan being a rich second generation was rising. This time Qian Wu was embarrassed, letting him hit Li Xiaoshan with his hands. At this time he no longer had the guts to do so, but directly bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Qian Wu also felt very loss of face. He will be here in the future to watch the scene. If he loses face, he will not be able to convince the public in the future. But if he didn't give in, He couldn't afford to offend Li Xiaoshan. Just as Qianwu was about to admit his guilt and apologize, Li Xiaoshang took the initiative to give him a step. Brother Wu, do you recognize Wu Guohua? Brother Wu hadn't even heard of it before, but still took over the conversation. You know Wu Guohua? Li Xiaoxia nodded. Hey, you said so earlier. It turns out to be a brother from the same family. This is really a case of the great water rushing over the Dragon King temple. The family doesn't recognize the family anymore. Qianwu also took the opportunity to apologize to Li Xiaoshang. Okay, brother, sorry about that. Qianwu then immediately waved his hand to disperse the crowd. All disperse. It's time to play and continue playing. Don't watch the fun. The occurrence of this scene was unforeseen by too many people. I'll go. Is Wu soft today? I don't know. Is Wu very powerful? Who is it? I don't know. Isn't our area the territory of the Black Dragon Society? Is there a possibility that Wu has gone soft? Didn't you see that guy come up to Brother Wu? Whispered a few words, and he changed his face? Holy, it seems to be true. Even Brother Wu conceded. Is this person so powerful? It shouldn't be simple. It's obvious from the horses he brought with him. He must be somewhat powerful. As the crowd dispersed, Qianwu took the initiative to open his mouth and bowed his head to admit his mistake and said, Little brother, I'm sorry, it's my fault today. You and this little sister continue to play, don't affect the mood. So you guys play. Today's consumption all on my head. It's my way of apologizing to you. As the saying goes, a hand doesn't beat a smiling face. Qianwu took the initiative to soften and bow his head to apologize. Li Xiaoxiao can't afford to be unreasonable and unforgiving all the time. It's fine, but forget about treating me. The last thing I need as a person is money. Ding! Triggered system mission. Sweep away the entire underground dark forces of Magic City and become the actual controller. Time limit, within 3 months. Reward for mission completion, system upgrade. Mission failure punishment, system downgrade. Li Xiaoshan listened to the voice and mission in his head, and his entire body froze completely. This time the system mission was too unusual. Before it was all about how much money could be gained from system upgrades, but this time it just said system upgrade. And the punishment was also simple and rough, that it was a system downgrade. However, in the next instant, Li Xiaoshan suppressed the doubts in his heart. Brother Wu, I'll take the liberty of asking, do you own this roller skating rink? Or are you just responsible for watching the rink? Hiya, how am I capable of opening a roller skating rink? I'm just in charge of watching the rink here. Oh yeah, I just heard that this is the territory of the Black Dragon Society? Little brother, not being a social mixer, you may not know. In the entire eastern district of the city, it's our Black Dragon Society's turf. Every entertainment place, bar, KTV, and foot bath in the east side of the city are all looked after by our Black Dragon Society. Brother Wu, how many gangs do we have in Magic City? Li Xiaoshan began to take the opportunity to ask about the specifics. Ha, you don't know anything about it? Qianwu looked at Li Xiaoshan with a puzzled face. Brother Wu, I didn't grow up here. I'm a student who just came here to go to school. Hearing Li Xiaoshang's words, Qianwu then nodded and said, then I'll tell you and open your eyes. Chapter 25, Black Sweeping Mission. There are a total of 4 large gangs in Magic City. The Black Dragon Society, the Fierce Tiger Gang, the Gathering Society, and the Green Alliance. We, the Black Dragon Society, are in the east part of the city. The Fierce Tiger Gang is in the south part of the city. The Gathering Society is in the west part of the city. And the Green Alliance is in the north part of the city. The others are all small gangs that don't have a climate at all. And as for the 4 gangs, they are also holding each other back and checking each other. Although there are more or less conflicts, and they all want to swallow each other, but they only have a small fight for 3 days, and a big fight once a month. However, don't worry, old brother, in this part of our city's eastern district, if you encounter trouble in the future, mentioning my name is guaranteed to work. After listening to Qianwu's introduction, Li Xiaoshan also briefly understood the general idea. Although he didn't know why the system released such a mission, Li Xiaoshan clearly understood what he should do at the moment. To uproot all the underground forces in the entire Magic City was as difficult as heaven. But if one by one one slowly solves it, there are still some chances. After learning about some of the underground black and evil forces here in Qianwu, Li Xiaoxiao did not have the heart to continue to linger here. After coming out with Li Lanxin, Li Xiaoshan directly said goodbye. I still have some things to do. I have to go back first. I'll treat you some other day. No la, it's my fault. The place I chose was too bad. It affected our mood. After returning to the school, Li Xiaoshan once again came to the student union. The most important thing right now was to complete the system's task first, and raise the ability to make money once again. After completing this task, Li Xiaoshan would be able to better complete the black sweeping task that the system had just released. After Li Xiaoshan arrived at the student union, he directly pushed the door to enter. Inside the room, Lu Shanshan and Yang Shui and other student council members were having a meeting. Seeing that it was Li Xiaoshan who came, Lu Shanshan stopped speaking and looked at him. Yang Shui, on the other hand, directly opened her mouth and asked, "Why are you here? Inspecting the work?" At this time, the personnel of the student council also all began to look at Li Xiaoshan carefully. These people from the student council had heard that there was a person who directly and exclusively sponsored 300,000 as the event funds for organizing the gala. This person was Li Xiaoshan. At this time, he saw the real person. At this time, the crowd also stirred. Is this the rich freak, Li Xiaoshan? Looks like he's got a good brain. I don't know. I can't understand the world of the rich. $300,000 directly into the water. TSK. Don't say that. At least we don't have to go around pulling sponsorship. From this point of view, Li Xiaoshang is my benefactor. A benefactor? I just don't know if this benefactor will make too much of a request. Regardless of how these people commented, Li Xiaoshan calmly pulled a chair and sat down. I came to the meeting. After all, I also contributed money. I want to see how you guys arranged it. Yang Shui looked at Li Xiaoshang and felt like she was looking at a monster. Li Xiaoshang actually cared about the specifics of the gala? Not normal. It was too abnormal. Before, Yang Shui remembered the look of Li Xiaoshang's calm and self-assured appearance incomparably clearly. A person who spent $300,000 and didn't even frown. He would actually worry about the specifics of the gala and take the initiative to come to the meeting. Yang Shui still remembers the time when Li Xiaoshan spent money like running water. Lu Shanshan, on the contrary, appeared normal. She continued to start arranging the matters at hand. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, lowered his head and fiddled with his cell phone for a while. Then he closed his eyes and leaned against the seat and started to fake sleep. The people in the student union all looked at Li Xiaoshan oddly, as if they were watching animals in a zoo. After more than 20 minutes, Li Xiaoshan's phone rang. Li Xiaoshan picked up the phone and walked out as if no one else was there. After 5 minutes, Li Xiaoshan came back again. This time he was holding a large bag of milk tea in his hands. Behind Li Xiaoshan were two students, who were likewise holding a large bag of milk tea and various snacks in their hands. Everyone, let's rest for a while first. Come, take as much milk tea and snacks as you want. With those words, Li Xiaoshan let the two students place the various takeaways on the conference table. Come on, don't be polite. Drink whatever you want. Lu Shanshan frowned at this scene. Li Xiaoshan, the meeting isn't over yet. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, waved his hand casually. It's fine. It's just as well for everyone to drink milk tea while having a meeting. Seeing this scene, the crowd of the student council all thanked Li Xiaoshan. Thank you, brother Li. Please drink milk tea. Wow, this is how it feels to be friends with a tycoon. This much milk tea. Just say please. This is too generous. Phew, it's hot as hell. Thank you, dashing brother. It's a treat. Brother Dashing is awesome. Right. Thank you, brother Xiao Xiao. Li Xiaoshan then looked at them and waved his hand kindly. It's fine. It's a small token. Everyone is the one who really worked hard. I hope you all try your best to make the gala better. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan picked up a cup of milk tea and handed it to Lu Shanshan. In the end, Lu Shanshan took the milk tea and drank it. Lu Shanshan, I would like to know which clubs will participate in the performance program of this gala. There are quite a few. Dance clubs, singing troupes, as well as martial arts clubs, karate clubs, and ancient musical instrument clubs. The others are some students who participate in the program spontaneously. Li Xiaoshan nodded after carefully noting it down. Good, I know. Next, Li Xiaoshan was directly about to leave the student union, but he was stopped by a few girls from the student council. Xiaoshan, can I add a V-mail of yours? Xiaoshan, are you free tomorrow? Brother Dash, do you like to sing? I have a date with my friends to sing together at night. Do you want to come along? At this moment, flames of jealousy emerged from the eyes of the boys in the student union. After bidding farewell to these girls, Li Xiaoshan hurriedly ran out. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan took a step towards the dance club. Li Xiaoshan decided that he would buy all the people from these several clubs as well. Let them advertise themselves. The new system quest gave Li Xiaoshan a hint of crisis awareness. Right now, Li Xiaoshan didn't want to take any little risk. And this time, the mission to show off his wealth had to be completed. Only then could he have enough money to complete the next Black Sweep mission. Although Li Xiaoshan had never come into contact with gangsters, Li Xiaoshan knew that when you come out to mix with society, what you mix is a money. As long as Li Xiaoshan was rich enough, Li Xiaoshan had enough confidence to be able to complete this system mission well. After arriving at the dance club, Li Xiaoshan briefly observed through the glass. Most of the dance club were girls, and only a very few were boys. Li Xiaoshan knocked on the door outside. Come in. After there was a response, Li Xiaoshang pushed the door and entered, scanning the circle of long legs and headlights before slowly saying, May I ask who is the president of the dance club? Hello, my name is Lily Yu. I'm the president of the dance club. May I ask what you're doing? A girl with short hair said. Li Xiaoshan's eyes lit up when he looked at Yu Lily. Although Yu Lily's looks were not too stunning, her body was simply top-notch. With Li Xiaoshan's experience of reading countless movies, Yu Lily is at least a D-class warrior. And because she is a dance student, her legs are long and straight. She is simply excellent. After freezing, Li Xiaoshan briefly paused and said, well, I want you guys to help me advertise at the gala. Advertise? Chapter 26, The Pill of Regret. Right. I want you guys to wear special clothes when you dance. Hearing this, Yu Lily refused without hesitation. Sorry, no, our dance clothes are all customized and cannot be modified. And even if we want to advertise, there's no need to wear them directly on our bodies. After Yu Lily's refusal, Li Xiaoshan was not surprised at all. It just continued to ask, how many people are there in your dance program? Yu Lily felt a bit bewildered, but still returned. 14 people. Well, I'll pay $140,000. Please advertise for me. The content is also very simple. Just advertise me personally. Just say that this dance is specially sponsored by me. Li Xiaoshan. I won't force you guys to wear the clothes if you don't want to, as long as the purpose can be achieved. It's just a mission to make people remember the 3 words Li Xiaoshan. After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, the dance club directly fell silent. The entire room fell silent. Paying $140,000 just for an advertisement? Or such a simple advertisement? Just to make a name? Let people remember a person's name directly to give 140,000 yuan. After 10 seconds or so, Yu Lily asked uncertainly, are you sure? Aha. I can transfer the money now. Li Xiaoshan transferred the money directly to Yu Lily before preparing to leave the dance club and continue to the next martial arts club. I only want the result. Don't care about the process. It's up to you guys next. After saying this, Li Xiaoshan pushed open the door and left. Next, Li Xiaoshan directly just winded up buying all the clubs. Now, Li Xiaoshan had already gained a lot of fame amongst these societies, but correspondingly, Li Xiaoshan had spread all of his money. Now there were quite a few people in the school who knew the 3 words Li Xiaoshan. Corresponding to these 3 words, there were many other comments. Tu heo, dirtbag, a fool, the landlord's stupid son. After doing all this, it was already 6 p.m. Li Xiaoshan lay down on the bed, feeling much more at ease. Now the whole school's clubs have basically been bought by Li Xiaoshan. As long as the day of the gala arrived, the entire school would know the 3 words Li Xiaoshan. They would all know that Li Xiaoshan was stupid and had a lot of money. After doing all this, Li Xiaoshan glanced at his system interface. Current withdrawable balance, 650. Current withdrawable balance, 660. Li Xiaoshan emptied out his family's money and threw all of it out, just waiting for 5 days to be able to blossom. The next 5 days, Li Xiaoshan did not go to find Li Lanxin again, nor did he go to find Lu Shanshan. Li Xiaoshan's mind was fully focused on the gala. Besides attending classes, he just wandered around each club to see the programs they prepared and the slogans they shouted. Li Xiaoshan was just waiting for the day of the gala to come. There was one thing that Li Xiaoshan felt very satisfied with. During this period, Li Xiaoshan got to know quite a few long-legged sisters. He added a lot of long-legged schoolmates V-letters, and these schoolgirls, each one is incomparable enthusiasm initiative, simply can be used to describe the exuberance, and every now and then, they take the initiative to come to Li Xiaoshan to chat. It can even be said that they are grabbing and chatting with Li Xiaoshan. Every day, Li Xiaoshan was subjected to all kinds of sexual harassment from these schoolmates. That's right, sexual harassment. Every night, they either send themselves pictures of long black silk legs or various lingerie shows. This makes Li Xiaoshan's life unbearable every night. Most importantly, Li Xiaoshan is now single. Every schoolmates, all want to eat alive. Li Xiaoshan cannot. At the same time, the school's gossip, all kinds of gossip, has also circulated the deeds of Li Xiaoshan. Zhang Qianqian as a gossip girl, naturally also got the news. When Zhang Qianqian learned that Li Xiaoshan had actually become a big name in the school, she also immediately told Shen Mengyao the news. Yao Yao, have you heard? Li Xiaoshan is actually a tycoon, a veritable rich second generation. Shen Mengyao and Zhou Yan had just returned to the dormitory when they were confused by Zhang Qianqian's words. What? Li Xiaoshan? Second generation rich? Didn't he say that he's just a thug who won the lottery? It's true. This news was told to me by one of the older sisters in my dance club. Li Xiaoshan is definitely a rich second generation. That schoolmate of mine said that Li Xiaoshan spent $140,000 on the dance club just to make a name for himself. It's a complete rich second generation. Shen Mengyao still asked with disbelief. Are you sure this person is really Li Xiaoshan? Really, the name has already spread. There's no mistaking it. After receiving Zhang Qianqian's certainty, Shen Mengyao's entire body was completely dumbfounded. Immediately afterward was a wave of deep remorse surging through Shen Mengyao's heart. If what Zhang Qianqian said was true, then it meant that Li Xiaoshan was lying when he said that he had won the 300,000 lottery. Shen Mengyao sat on the chair without saying another word, and Zhang Qianqian was so excited that she was about to jump up. She pulled Shen Mengyao's hand and said, "Yao Yao, this time you are going to fly to the branch and become a phoenix. Don't forget me in the future." Zhou Yan also pleasingly came to Shen Mengyao's side and rubbed her shoulder with her hand. "Wow, really duh, awesome, Yao Yao, your dream has come true. Aren't you happy? You'll be a veritable rich wife in the future." At this moment, Zhang Qianqian and Zhou Yan still didn't know that Shen Mengyao had already broken up with Li Xiaoxiao. Shen Mengyao listened to Zhang Qianqian 2 words. At this time the intestines are remorseful. If there is a regret pill in the world, Shen Mengyao is willing to use her own everything to exchange a regret pill. Zhou Yan looked at Shen Mengyao's face was a little bit not quite right, and her body was also very stiff. So with a puzzled face, she asked, "Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? This is a great thing. Aren't you happy?" Zhang Qianqian, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed. "Yao Yao, are you scared, silly? I understand. The great happiness coming down makes it feel less real. Right, congratulations, Yao Yao, it's all true. You've really realized your dream." But Shen Mengyao still didn't utter a single word, still full of bitterness. Zhou Yan gently shook her body with her hand. "Yao Yao, what's wrong with you?" Shen Mengyao forced down the regret and aggression in her heart and said with forced composure, "Nothing, I just feel that all this is a little less real." Shen Mengyao decided that she had to hide the fact that she had already broken up with Li Xiaoshan. If she let the two Zhang Qianqian know that she and Li Xiaoshan had already broken up, they would definitely take the opportunity to dig their own corners. Shen Mengyao was very clear about Zhang Qianqian's nature, so she immediately decided that she must hide this matter. Then Shen Mengyao herself to find another opportunity to coax Li Xiaoshan back. Men, what is in the heart? Shen Mengyao know exactly. Chapter 27, Read and Not Returned. As a female Sea King, this was a must for her, so she was confident that she would be able to get Li Xiaoshan back once again, and it was a must to get him back. Shen Mengyao felt that to deal with men, all she had to do was to simply tick her finger. Then the man will immediately obediently run to the side. Shen Mengyao stubbornly believed that Li Xiaoshan must still have old feelings for herself. Therefore, to recover Li Xiaoshan, in Shen Mengyao's opinion, is a handful. After giving Zhang Qianqian and Zhou Yan a perfunctory look, Shen Mengyao immediately took out her cell phone and sent a V-mail to Li Xiaoshan. "Xiaoshan, I miss you. Why don't you come and coax me?" But the message was sent out, just like a stone sinking into the sea. At this time, in Li Xiaoshan's V-letter, there were a dozen or so young ladies who scored 80 points or more just like Shen Mengyao, were chasing after and chatting with him. Shen Mengyao sent a V-letter. Before she had time to look at it, it was pressed to the bottom by other messages. Shen Mengyao saw that Li Xiaoshan actually didn't reply to her message and shifted her direction. "Alright, Xiaoshan, I'll give you an apology. I admit that I was wrong about you in the first place. I shouldn't have suspected you with a single photo. Now that I've also investigated clearly, you didn't apologize to me. But why don't you even explain to me? I was so jealous because I love you. You don't come to coax people either. Once you coax me, I'll believe you." A few messages were sent, and only then did Li Xiaoshan see Shen Mengyao's V-mail. However, after Li Xiaoshan saw the V-letter sent by Shen Mengyao, he just scanned it and didn't reply at all. Li Xiaoshan simply didn't have the heart to continue pestering her at this time. Behind there are several young ladies waiting to chat passionately with themselves, which have the mood and her here to dry split love and chatting with other young ladies is simply a kind of enjoyment. Shen Mengyao waited for 5 minutes. See, Li Xiaoshan actually did not return his message, some angry. However, on second thought, at this time, Li Xiaoshan was probably busy with something else, so she once again lowered her stance. "Dash, where are you now? I want to have a good chat with you. Let's go to the hotel where we were together now." "Okay, I miss you. I want to reminisce with you there." As soon as this message was sent, Shen Mengyao was confident that by saying this, she was basically tantamount to red flagging him. Shen Mengyao didn't believe that Li Xiaoshan could still be indifferent to this kind of temptation, but this time her expectations were dashed. Li Xiaoshan still didn't reply to any of the messages. Li Xiaoshan naturally saw this message from Shen Mengyao, but he had no interest in it. In contrast, the messages sent to Li Xiaoshan by the other school sisters were even hotter, and couldn't even pass the scrutiny. Some of them asked Li Xiaoshan to help him pick out underwear for himself, while others asked Li Xiaoshan to check out his figure, and their hints were even more hot and provocative. Some people want to ask Li Xiaoshan to go to the hotel and help themselves to check their bodies, and some people even said that they want Li Xiaoshan to help themselves to get rid of the fire. Facing all these temptations, Li Xiaoshan was a bit numb, so of course he was too lazy to reply to Shen Mengyao, and as the saying goes, a good horse doesn't eat back grass. What's more, Li Xiaoshan now had a grassland at home. As long as Li Xiaoshan wanted to, he could easily ask a girl out. And the looks, the body, all of them are similar to Shen Mengyao. This night, Shen Mengyao completely lost sleep. No matter what information she sent, Li Xiaoshan all main 1, read and not return. The next morning, Li Xiaoshan climbed up in bed very early. Today was incredibly important for Li Xiaoshan. Today was the day of the gala. After Li Xiaoshan got dressed, he looked towards the two of them, Reason Wu and Mei Qian. Hey, wake up, get up, the gala is about to start. Reason Wu threw the covers over his head. Don't make a mess, it's not too late to sleep again. Mei Qian then opened one eye in a daze, dashing just give me a break today, I'm not going. You can go yourself if you want to, why do you have to drag us along? That's right, I'm so sleepy, let's wait until we wake up, count on me to beg you. There was no way out. In the end, Li Xiaoshan could only go to the gala venue by himself. When Li Xiaoshan arrived at the gala was hanging all sorts of lanterns, colored lights, and flowers. This time, the gala was bigger than ever. After all, Li Xiaoshan had paid out $300,000. The venue had already gathered quite a few students at this time, some helping to hang balloons, some debugging the sound. Everyone was busy. At this time, two tall boys came to the front of the venue with a huge banner. The banner gradually unfolded, and Li Xiaoshan could see the words on the banner. Thank you Li Xiaoshan for exclusively sponsoring this gala. Li Xiaoshan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the huge banner. Although this kind of behavior was a bit two-dimensional, it would just serve the purpose. Time came to 8 o'clock in the morning, and the gala was about to begin. The entire venue was also filled with people at this time. This of course included Shen Mengyao and her two roommates. As soon as the three people sat down, Zheng Qianqian immediately excitedly pointed at the banner on the stage and said, Yao Yao, look at it, this gala is exclusively sponsored by Li Xiaoshan. Wow, Li Xiaoshan's family is too rich, it costs at least $100,000 to organize a party, right? Zhou Yan then thoughtfully unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Shen Mengyao. Yao Yao, you mustn't forget us in the future, you're about to become a rich wife. Shen Mengyao received the water with a bitter face and took a sip. At this moment, Shen Mengyao was sitting on her seat, feeling like she was on pins and needles. She came to the gala because she wanted to meet Li Xiaoshan. She wanted to meet to get Li Xiaoshan back. This was what she wanted to do the most at this time. Therefore, Shen Mengyao just casually made a couple of perfunctory remarks and began to look around, searching for Li Xiaoshan's figure in the venue. At the very front of the seats, there sat the principal and the director of instruction as well as the teachers. Li Xiaoshan, do any of you recognize this student? The director of instruction looked at the banner and inquired suspiciously. Eventually Li Xiaoshan's teacher, a bit incredulous, raised his hand. It seems to be a student from our class. The head instructor immediately asked, is this student's family rich? How are the studies? I'm not too sure if his family has money, but his studies are average and he often misses classes. Next, the gala officially began. Lu Shanshan slowly walked onto the stage wearing a simple dress. Honorable teachers, classmates everyone, thank you. Chapter 28, the system is upgraded again. As soon as Lu Shanshan appeared, she immediately attracted the eyes of countless boys gazing straight at her. Lu Shanshan is really too beautiful today. The whole person standing on the stage is simply as beautiful as heavenly fairy. It was as if Chang'e had descended to earth. Wow, this is the goddess in my heart. Not just your goddess alone, it should be the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the school. Worthy of being the school flower of Jinling University. Simply as beautiful as a picture. These long legs, TSK. It's not vulgar, it's just the legs. Are you looking down on my Shan Shan? Your family Shan Shan? Hurry up and get lost. If it's really your Shan Shan, then Shan Shan is blind. Hey, I don't know when Shan Shan can be blind. You're still ing serious. Don't worry, it's not your turn to go blind. After a simple opening statement, wrapping up the stage, Lu Shanshan slowly said, here is a special thanks to Mr. Li Xiaoshan, who has strongly supported and exclusively sponsored this gala. This gala is exclusively sponsored by Mr. Li Xiaoshan. Special thanks here. After saying this, Lu Shanshan slowly returned to the backstage. At this moment the venue was in a commotion. Everyone was asking their sidekicks, who is this Li Xiaoshan? Which class is this Li Xiaoshan from? This can't be another trick of some rich son of a, to pick up a girl and put down such a large sum of money. He's no ordinary guy. Damn, he actually stole my thunder. I declare that I, Long Ao Tian, will not be able to stand against him. Your kid has read too many novels. Right, still Long Ao Tian? Why don't you say your name is Long Dongchang? The principal sat in the very center and also frowned at the director of instruction next to him. Principal, this Li Xiaoshan is a student of the 3rd senior class. The director of instruction immediately said softly as he watched the principal look at himself. The principal nodded and asked softly, "What is his family's background? Is it very rich? How come I haven't heard of it before?" I'm not too sure." Regardless of everyone in the room talking, a female announcer slowly walked out. "Please enjoy the first program, Dance, the Dance of Flowers." After the announcer, the president of the dance club, Lily Yu, slowly walked onto the stage. "First of all, I would like to give a special thanks here to Mr. Li Xiaoshan, who is the special sponsor of the dance club this time. This dance is exclusively sponsored by Mr. Li Xiaoshan." As soon as Lily's words left her mouth, the entire audience was in an uproar. It was Li Xiaoshan again. Not only did he exclusively sponsor the student council to carry out the gala, he also sponsored the dance club's dance performance. How much money does this have? To be able to spend money like this? So wasteful. This practice was already no less than spreading money anywhere on the street. Everyone didn't quite understand Li Xiaoshan. Why is he doing this? What's the point of this? In the previous gala, there were sponsors who usually had advertisements, and Li Xiaoshan was just doing it to make a name for himself? What is this for? There was money with no place to spend it. At the same time, a voice came to mind in Li Xiaoshan's head. Ding! The task of showing off wealth is complete. System upgraded. Current system level 3, gain $100 per second. Listening to the system's voice, Li Xiaoshan smiled happily. This money was worth spending. Immediately after, Li Xiaoshan glanced at the system panel. Current withdrawable balance, 475-3600. Current withdrawable balance, 475-3700. Current withdrawable balance, 475-3700. Current withdrawable balance, 475-3700. During this period of time, Li Xiaoshan had been at school without going out, so the system had accumulated quite a lot of money. Now Li Xiaoshan directly withdrew all the money in the system. The Huaxia bank account arrived, $4,753,800, and the current account balance is $4,756,834. Looking at the money that arrived in the account, Li Xiaoshan's mood became even more pleasant. Taking out his cell phone, he started chatting with the lady in the background. Regardless of how people were puzzled in their hearts, the dance students of the dance club had already started dancing on the stage. Accompanied by the sound of music, a dozen or so dance girls began to dance, quickly letting people become intoxicated. Zhang Chanshan and Zhou Yan, at this point, were already somewhat numb. Yao, why do you think Li Xiaoshan is doing this wanting to be famous? Or is there some other secret deal? Exclusive sponsorship of the student union to carry out the gala is already enough. Why would he want to sponsor the dance club again? Zhou Yan nodded with deep sympathy. Yao, I think it's necessary for you to keep a tighter watch on Li Xiaoshan. He's sponsoring the dance club. It's not possible that he's having bad thoughts, right? However, Shen Mengyao shook her head from side to side, all the time looking for Li Xiaoshan's figure. She didn't listen carefully to the conversation between the two at all. Suddenly Shen Mengyao's eyes lit up. She saw Li Xiaoshan sitting in the last row. Qianxian, you two look first. My stomach is not feeling well. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, Shen Mengyao hurriedly walked towards Li Xiaoshan. At the same time, there was a person wearing a suit and holding a bunch of roses that came to the gala. Chen Jun was confident that he was incomparably handsome today, and today he was going to confess his love to Shen Mengyao. In this grand gala, he was going to show his love to his goddess in front of many of his classmates. When Chen Jun arrived at the gala, he instantly attracted the attention of many people. Because today his dress is too much of a maverick, Chen Jun was at the venue, on looking back and forth at Shen Mengyao's figure. At this time, Li Xiaoshan was holding his cell phone, chatting with the young lady backstage, and didn't even notice Shen Mengyao's arrival. Xiaoshan, why didn't you reply to my messages last night? As soon as Shen Mengyao sat next to Li Xiaoshan, she immediately took his arm in her arms. Using her concave and convex body, she pressed herself against Li Xiaoshan. When Li Xiaoshan saw that it was Shen Mengyao, he obviously froze for a moment. Li Xiaoshan felt the soft touch on his arm and did not draw back his arm. Don't want to go back, and it seems like we're not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Shen Mengyao immediately began to pout. Ouch, you're annoying. Do you have to have people take the initiative to apologize to you? Alright, I admit that it's my fault. I shouldn't have gullibly trusted Chen Jun's provocation. Speaking here, Shen Mengyao suddenly came to Li Xiaoxiao's ear and said softly, Husband, tonight, can't I make it up to you properly? After saying that, Shen Mengyao also gently blew a breath into Li Xiaoshan's ear. Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao and faintly said, I'm sorry, please respect yourself. If you lack a companion, then I'm happy to accompany you. But if you want me to be your boyfriend again, I'm sorry, we're over. Chapter 29, The Sad Fate of a Licking Dog. After Li Xiaoshan said this, Shen Mengyao's eyes dimmed. Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan with tears in her eyes and began to cry in aggravation. Oh, husband, just forgive people, please, I know you still love me, right? Li Xiaoshan was annoyed by Shen Mengyao's crying and got up to leave. We're over, Shen Mengyao, there's no need for you to pester me like this anymore. The moment Li Xiaoshan got up, Li Xiaoshan once again saw a familiar old friend. That's right, this person was none other than Chen Jun. Chen Jun was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, and had been looking around for Shen Mengyao. As Li Xiaoshan got up, Shen Mengyao followed suit. At this moment, Chen Jun also saw Shen Mengyao and Li Xiaoshan. Seeing Shen Mengyao's eyes slightly red with tears in her eyes, Chen Jun immediately rushed over and stopped in front of Shen Mengyao. Li Xiaoshan, what are you doing? You scum! I forbid you to bully Mengyao. Looking at Chen Jun stopping Shen Mengyao, Li Xiaoshan easily waved his hand. Senior, don't misunderstand. I won't pester Shen Mengyao anymore. Don't worry, I'll leave now. But when Li Xiaoshan wanted to leave, Shen Mengyao was not willing to let him go. Chen Jun, go away. Don't stop me. Xiaoshan, I was wrong. Don't you leave me behind. Shen Mengyao pushed Chen Jun away and grabbed Li Xiaoshan's arm with a death grip. Xiaoshan, I was wrong. Don't you leave me behind. Okay, I can't live without you. This scene directly made Chen Jun dumbfounded. Mengyao, what are you doing? Have you forgotten everything that happened before? He's a scum. He cheated you ah. Chen Jun grabbed Shen Mengyao's arm and looked at Li Xiaoshan with indignation. This scene immediately attracted quite a few people to see this side of the situation. The three people were at a standstill, and with Chen Jun holding a rose in his hand it looked eye-catching again. Chen Jun, you go away. I don't need you to care. Don't stop me. It was all your fault in the first place. Woo woo. Shen Mengyao looked at Chen Jun at this moment and thought of the matter of Chen Jun sending photos to herself before. She vented all the anger in her heart on Shen Jun's body. Shen Mengyao stubbornly believed that if it wasn't for Chen Jun, she probably wouldn't have broken up with Li Xiaoshan so quickly. Shen Mengyao blamed Chen Jun for everything. A big drama over here had finally managed to cause quite a few people to pay attention to what was going on here, which of course included Zhang Qianxian and Zhou Yan. Li Xiaoshan looked at the increasing number of people that had noticed the situation over here, and secretly screamed for trouble in his heart. Alright, Shen Mengyao, we're all done, and believe me, Chen Jun is a good person worth trusting. If you're with him, it's you who's climbing high above him. The tears in Shen Mengyao's eyes could not be stopped. For the first time, Shen Mengyao tasted the taste of a broken heart and the taste of regret. Ooh, don't, Xiaoshan, you're giving me a chance. I'll listen to you all from now on. I will never wrong you again. Woo woo. Zhang Qianxian and Zhou Yan, who saw this scene, were completely confused. What was this situation? Li Xiaoshan was going to break up with Shen Mengyao, but Zhang Qianxian and Zhou Yan just stood aside and continued to observe this big scene, not choosing to make a sound. When Chen Jun saw Shen Mengyao's appearance, he thought that Shen Mengyao had been tricked by Li Xiaoshan again, so he held Shen Mengyao's shoulders and shook her body, attempting to wake her up. Mengyao, you wake up, don't you be silly. He's just a scumbag. He's not worth what you're doing for him. Mengyao, we've known each other for so long, haven't you ever had the slightest bit of affection for me? Shen Mengyao looked at Chen Jun and suddenly slapped him hard. Splat! It's all because you caused me to break up with Xiaosa, and you even said, it's all your fault. Woo woo. The occurrence of such a scene made many boys sympathize with Chen Jun from the bottom of their hearts. Hee, the sad fate of a licking dog. This is a big melon. Another warrior who charged for love has fallen to the ground. My heart aches for you for 3 seconds. A moment of silence for you. Brother, what's wrong with all these girls? Do scumbags smell so good? I don't care about that. All I know is that just now she called him dashing. Dash. Li Xiaoshan. That rich douchebag? I'll go. This is a big melon. No wonder this girl had to hold on to him. So it's a tycoon. With a smart person pointing out Li Xiaoshan's identity, the others all began to observe Li Xiaoshan. This rich and not quite brainy rich second generation. Li Xiaoshan looked at Chen Jun, and in his heart, he could not help but feel bad for him. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Li Xiaoshan did not mean to look down on Chen Jun or intentionally bully him. Li Xiaoshan knew from the beginning that Shen Mengyao was a gold-digging woman, which was why he started pursuing her, in order to complete the system mission. This was actually considered to be helping Chen Jun in disguise. In fact, Li Xiaoshan hoped from the bottom of his heart that Chen Jun would be able to see Shen Mengyao's true colors and get out of his misery earlier. So when Chen Jun became hostile towards him, Li Xiaoshan never blamed him. Li Xiaoshan looked at Chen Jun and sighed. Senior, I really feel bad for you, but I can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. I appreciate a pure love warrior like you, but you have to be a little more sober. Don't get carried away by love. I didn't want to go out with Shen Mengyao either. She's the one who's pestering me, which you've all seen. Then Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao and said, Shen Mengyao, listen carefully. I don't like you. We've already broken up. there's no need for you to be like this. Now I'm going to leave here. Please let go. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan quietly looked at Shen Mengyao. In the end, Shen Mengyao shed tears and slowly let go of her death grip on Li Xiaoshan's hand. Woo woo. After being free, Li Xiaoshan twisted his head and left the place. Li Xiaoshan's departure also brought this farce to a close. Chen Jun looked at Li Xiaoshan's figure and silently dropped the rose in his hand. Chen Jun also turned around and left. At this moment, Chen Jun's heart felt like a big hole had been broken by Shen Mengyao. Chen Jun saw Shen Mengyao's true side clearly. This was also a good thing for him. Now there was only Shen Mengyao herself left, standing alone and still shedding tears. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the melon-eating students also left a large portion of them. AI. What a great drama of a gold-digging woman pursuing a tycoon and then painfully losing her licking dog. Hey, I remembered. This girl seems to be Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao, that posting bars recognized gold-worshipping girl? No wonder. Then in that case, just now Li Xiaoshan did a good thing. Taught the gold-worshipping girl a hard lesson. Ha ha ha. Chapter 30, Potluck. Eventually the only ones left in the crowd were Zhang Qianxian and Zhou Yan. The two slowly walked to Shen Mengyao's side and gently patted her shoulder. Yao Yao, are you alright? Shen Mengyao turned around and saw Zhang Qianxian with a hint of hatred in her eyes. Shen Mengyao remembered that back then, Zhang Qianxian was also the culprit for her breakup with Li Xiaoxiao. If it wasn't for her having to scrutinize the household like a household check, Li Xiaoshan wouldn't have taken the opportunity to lie. She wouldn't have wanted to break up with Li Xiaoshan. At this time, Shen Mengyao still did not blame herself for the mistake. Shen Mengyao ignored Zhang Qianxian and Zhou Yan and turned to leave the venue of the gala. As time passed, the dance finally came to an end. Next the announcer made his appearance once more. Next everyone enjoys the martial arts club, bringing us a martial arts maneuver, the wooden plank breaking. Immediately afterward, a boy walked onto the stage and picked up the microphone to utter a classic line. First of all, we would like to thank Mr. Li Xiaoshan for exclusively sponsoring our martial arts club. This time's martial arts performance is exclusively sponsored by Li Xiaoshan, so please enjoy the martial arts performance next. The entire audience was already on the verge of going numb after hearing those three words once again. Everyone in the room was deeply interested in Li Xiaoshan. This rich second generation. What kind of a simpleton is this? Spreading money meaninglessly. It's like he has a grudge against money. After Li Xiaoshan escaped from this farce, he originally wanted to go back to the dormitory, but at this time, Yu Lily gave him a call. Hello? The dance is over. Our dance club is going out to celebrate in a while. Do you want to join us? Brother Dash, come out to celebrate together. Thank you for sponsoring this time. Dash, someone wants to chase you. Don't miss your chance. Alright, stop it. From time to time, the shouts of the girls from the dance club came over the phone. Apparently it was these people who proposed together to invite Li Xiaoshan out to celebrate. Li Xiaoshan briefly thought about it and agreed. Okay, then let's meet at the school entrance. By the time Li Xiaoshan arrived at the school entrance, Yu Lily and the others had already changed their clothes and were at the entrance. Li Xiaoshan looked at a group of long-legged beautiful schoolmates waiting for him, and his heart instantly became much more pleasant. Brother Xiaoshan, you are so handsome today. Brother Xiaoshan, you're so handsome today. A few of the dance club's little fangirls instantly chirped and shouted when they saw Li Xiaoshan. Today, the three words Li Xiaoshan could be said to have resounded throughout Jinling University. Yu Lily saw that Li Xiaoshan had arrived, opened her mouth and said, Alright, let's go. This time a naughty girl, looking at Yu Lily said, President, why do you instantly talk less when you see Brother Xiaoshan? You don't like Brother Xiaoshan, do you? Yu Lily's face instantly turned red when she heard this, and she reached out her hand to hit her. Stinky girl, begging to be hit. That girl immediately hid behind Li Xiaoshan. Brother Xiaoshan, save me, your wife is going to hit me. Li Xiaoshan could only raise his hand and show his love. I can't help you. Who made you offend your president? After the crowd fought for a while, they arrived at a restaurant. Yu Lily had also already booked a room here a long time ago. This was the first time that Li Xiaoshan enjoyed the feeling of being star-crossed by a group of beautiful schoolmates. This also made Li Xiaoshan not help but feel that the life of the rich was indeed too comfortable. It was easy to get lost in it. Soon the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. The whole meal down, the atmosphere is also quite harmonious. This was also the first time that Li Xiaoshan experienced what is called show and tell, with a group of long-legged sisters, eating together, and every one of them is incomparably enthusiastic and active. This was simply a pleasure. As the meal came to an end, Li Xiaoshan got up and went to the bathroom. But just as Li Xiaoshan had just come out of the restroom, a girl from the dance club took the initiative to get close to Li Xiaoshan's body. Brother Xiaoshan, at 8 o'clock in the evening, I'll be waiting for you at the Yuehai Hotel. After saying the words, the girl slipped him a room card, then immediately walked out of the bathroom. This girl was one that Li Xiaoshan had just met. Her name was Zhang Xian. Her looks and body were exceptionally hot. In the middle of the meal, Zhang Xian had stared at Li Xiaoshan more than once, not realizing that this Zhang Xian was actually so open and bold. In the end, Li Xiaoshan silently put the rune card away and put it in his pocket. I didn't expect this Zhang Xian to be so open and bold, so it seems necessary to properly educate this girl. Li Xiaoshan slowly and leisurely washed his hands, looked in the mirror and straightened his hair. As Li Xiaoshang exited the bathroom and headed towards the private room, a sudden sound of a bottle breaking rang out. Splat! Ah! What are you guys doing? Hurry up and get out! Hurry up and call the police! Hurry up and let her go! Someone come! Li Xiaoshan heard the voice and instantly judged that the voice was Yu Lily's. After Li Xiaoshan quickly returned to the private room, he only saw 3 extra middle-aged men in the private room, and the ground was full of glass shards. The 3 men were all full of arm tattoos, and 2 of them had big bald heads. This kind of person looks like a hooligan. Middle-aged gangster image. The other man with a long face full of horizontal meat grabbed Zhang Xian's wrist and said, "Little, it's your good fortune that old man has taken a liking to you. How dare you look down on me? I'm telling you, I have to put you to sleep today. What kind of innocence are you pretending to be?" Although Zhang Xian was enthusiastic and proactive in character, it was to Li Xiaoshang. To this kind of middle-aged social hooligan, Zhang Xian was 100 times unwilling. "You quickly let go of me. I'm going to call the police." Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoshang immediately voiced out a rebuke. "Let go of her." Li Xiaoshang's sudden appearance caused the eyes of the entire audience to focus on him. After seeing Li Xiaoshang, these girls from the dance club revealed delighted expressions. It was obvious that Li Xiaoshang had become the backbone of the dance club girls. As soon as the man with a face full of horizontal meat turned his head and saw Li Xiaoshan, he said with a ferocious face, "Get lost, you little b-boy." The men looked at Li Xiaoshan as young-looking and obviously didn't take him seriously. The 2 bald men also reached out and shoved Li Xiaoshan, obviously not taking him seriously. "You little brat, hurry up and get lost. This is none of your business, or I'll kill you. Little brat, your hair hasn't even grown, and you're still learning how to pick up girls?" Seeing that trouble arose because of a woman again, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but curse his own stupidity. It was amazing that he would run into this kind of thing twice in a row, and there wasn't even a hint of preparation. Li Xiaoshang stared at the bald man who pushed himself and said, "If you still want your hand, don't touch me again." Chapter 31, Killing Intent Surfaces. Once the 2 bald men heard Li Xiaoshang's words, they instead became even more arrogant and reached out to shove him once more. "Lousy just touched you. What can you do? Let me tell you, our boss looking at your woman is giving you face. Even if he plays with your woman, what can you do?" Li Xiaoshan looked at the 3 people and said slowly with a thought, "Daring to talk to me like this in the territory of the Black Dragon Society. I think you guys are living to the end." Li Xiaoshan moved out the Black Dragon Society, intending to bluff these 3 middle-aged punks. However, the man with a face full of horizontal meat froze for a moment when he heard Li Xiaoshan's words, then smiled disdainfully. "What Hookba Black Dragon Society? I've never heard of it. Trying to bluff me? Do you think I'm scared?" The bald man struck out once more, pushing Li Xiaoshang fiercely. "Get lost." Seeing that he couldn't bluff these 3 men, Li Xiaoshang nodded and turned around to leave the room. The dance club girls in the private room saw that Li Xiaoshang actually left just like that, revealing a face full of disappointment. However, in the next instant, Li Xiaoshang once again pushed open the door of the room, with 2 more beer bottles in his hands. Li Xiaoshan didn't say anything after copying them and directly smashed them towards the bald man's head. Boom! Li Xiaoshan directly knocked the bald man to the ground with this blow. The beer bottles shattered with a sound, and blood flowed down from the bald man's head right then and there. "Ah! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao air. Get him for me." The man with a full face loosened his grip on Zhang Xian and rushed to grab Li Xiaoshang. And after Li Xiaoshang got a hit, he didn't choose to fight hard against 1 against 2. Instead, he turned around and ran. "Fighting! Quickly come someone!" Li Xiaoshang shouted as he ran outside. To say that in a real fight, Li Xiaoshang was definitely not a match for these 3 people, but Li Xiaoshan chose not to fight with them, and ran after the fight. Choosing to run away in order to solve the trouble, Li Xiaoshan didn't feel ashamed at all, because not running away when you know you can't beat the other party, and holding on for the sake of the so-called face, that's something only a child would do. Li Xiaoshan didn't care about the so-called face, and the issue of face. Li Xiaoshan's rule is that if the rules are favorable to him, he will respect the rules. If the rules are not in his favor, then the rules are nothing. Taking advantage was fine, but if one suffered a loss, then Li Xiaoshang would definitely not do it. Li Xiaoshan's shouts quickly attracted quite a few onlookers. The owner of the restaurant, with a group of waiters, also rushed to the scene. Only after Li Xiaoshang saw so many people did he stop in his tracks. "Boss, hurry up and call the police. These hooligans wanted to forcefully rob the people's girls, and after I stopped them, they wanted to beat me. Everyone hurry up and come see." These three smelly hooligans want to rape innocent girls. The scene got bigger and bigger, and the three men glared fiercely at Li Xiaoshan. Little pussy brats. Nima. These three men were obviously already arrogant and accustomed to it. They simply didn't care that there were so many people surrounding them and wanted to go forward to teach Li Xiaoshan a lesson. When the boss saw this situation, he immediately brought his waiters to stop the three men. What are you guys doing? But by this time, the three men had been completely enraged by Li Xiaoshan and reached out to push the waiter away heavily. All of you get the out of my way. I'm telling you guys, my name is Chang Kuan. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll get you all killed later. When the owner of the restaurant heard Chang Kuan's name, his face immediately changed. Obviously he had heard the name and was scared. The owner of the restaurant reached out and pulled the waiter, hiding to the side. Seeing that no one dared to continue stopping him, Chang Kuan sneered and walked towards Li Xiaoshan again. Li Xiaoshan obviously did not expect this Chang Kuan in this area. So famous, just simply report a number. No one dared to come forward to help. There is no way. Li Xiaoshan picked up the side of the bottle smashed to Chang Kuan. Three people, but Chang Kuan and others obviously expected, gently dodged the beer bottle. Li Xiaoshan saw so many people gathered around, but no one dared to come forward to help. A burst of speechless. However, Li Xiaoshan thought for a moment and understood. These days, who would take the initiative to get into trouble? These days, the first to die are those who see justice. And with a little luck, it's bravery. But there's no reward for anything, just a verbal thank you, or a banner. But if you get it wrong, it's not bravery, it's mutual assault. If you give someone else broken, be blackmailed out of the family's money, no one pity you, and then unlucky a little bit, to see justice, was killed. There are many people, no one to help. Li Xiaoshan can only squeeze through the crowd, towards the outside of the restaurant to run. But suddenly a bottle of wine smashed towards Li Xiaoshan's back. Boom! Li Xiaoshan fell to the ground in response to the sound, and the whole person sprawled on the ground. Chang Kuan saw that he had smashed Li Xiaoshan, and immediately chased after him with two bald men. Li Xiaoshan only felt his back was on fire, and his body lost its strength. After Chang Kuan's three men arrived, they immediately yanked Li Xiaoshan up from the ground. Asterisk. You little brat, give me a while ah. Chang Kuan hit Li Xiaoshan's head hard with his hand. After Li Xiaoshan was hit by Chang Kuan, fire also emerged in his eyes. Chang Kuan, right? If I don't get you killed, I'll take your last name in the future. Li Xiaoshan stared at Chang Kuan's eyes, his eyes covered with killing intent. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan really wanted to kill this Chang Kuan. Also from this moment, Li Xiaoshan made up his mind that he must clear the entire magic city of hooligans and gangsters. Make them pay the price. Chang Kuan froze for a moment as he looked at Li Xiaoshan's eyes. Chang Kuan had beaten many people. This was the first time he had seen such intense killing intent in someone's eyes. Moreover, Chang Kuan had a feeling that when Li Xiaoshan said this again, he was filled with a full bottom. Chang Kuan was scared. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed scared by Li Xiaoshan just now. Chang Kuan forced down the sense of panic in his heart, and a surge of rage arose in his heart. Chang Kuan did not want to admit that he was scared by a youth who had just come of age. A wave of anger arose. Chang Kuan raised his hand and was about to hit Li Xiaoshan once again, but at this time, a man grabbed his raised hand. This man was so powerful, his arms were well defined, and his bronze complexion made him appear even more reliable. Let go of him. Wang Taizhu had just returned from his military discharge and wanted to come to the restaurant for a meal, only to see Li Xiaoshan being beaten up. As a veteran, he had a strong sense of justice. Moreover, the three Changkuns were all wearing tattoos, so he could tell at a glance that they were not good people, so he decisively stepped in. Chang Kuan saw that someone actually dared to step out to stop him, and immediately stretched out his other hand and hit towards Wang Taizhu's face. Wang Taizhu stayed in the army for 5 whole years, which is this kind of social hooligan can be compared. Chapter 32 Determination to Sweep the Black. Wang Taizhu grabbed Chang Kuan's hand with a slight force, and Chang Kuan immediately fell to his knees in pain. Wow! Ouch! Ouch! Let go! The two bald men saw that their boss was being beaten up, and immediately gave up on Li Xiaoshan and rushed towards Wang Taizhu. With 3 blows, Wang Taizhu knocked the 3 men to the ground, no longer able to resist. After solving the trouble, Wang Taizhu looked towards Li Xiaoshan. Little brother, how is it alright? Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Taizhu and nodded his head. Thanks for your help. Already reported to the police. I guess the police will arrive in a while. Sure enough, just after Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, the police car rushed to the scene. Who called the police? Officer, it was me who asked my classmates to report to the police. These 3 people beat up people and molested my classmates. The next simple to do a statement. Chang Kuan 3 people were taken away by the police, because there are so many people present to testify. Li Xiaoshan and Wang Taizhu do not have to go to the police station, just simply left a phone call on the line. Chang Cohen was controlled by the police hands, walking out of the viciously staring at Li Xiaoshan and Wang Taizhu. You two wait for me. But his threat was completely treated as air by Li Xiaoshan. At this time, the girls from the dance club surrounded Li Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, it's really thanks to you today. Thank you. Right, brother Xiaoshan. Thank you for today. Otherwise a few of us girls would have been in danger today. Zhang Xian even took the initiative to go forward and hugged Li Xiaoshan. Her tears could not stop flowing. Ooh, Xiaoshan, is your back alright? How do you feel? Li Xiaoshan carefully felt the two soft masses in front of his chest and sniffed Zhang Xian's perfume odor. Quite comfortable. Very soft, just not elastic enough. Li Xiaoshan whispered in Zhang Xian's ear. Zhang Xian's face instantly reddened at his words, reaching out to gently pinch Li Xiaoshan before immediately running away. Yu Lily walked up and asked with concern, Xiaoshan, how do you feel? Let's take you to the hospital for a checkup. After this one incident, Yu Lily's favorability towards Li Xiaoshan had increased a lot. Previously, Yu Lily had always thought that Li Xiaoshan was nothing more than a rich son, but at this moment, Yu Lily knew she was wrong. Li Xiaoshan is not only handsome, but also has money. The most critical thing is that Li Xiaoshan also has a sense of justice and contact down. Li Xiaoshan does not have a little rich second generation should have arrogance and prejudice. Such an excellent boy. That girl can refuse? Li Xiaoshan then waved his hand. It's fine. I'll just go by myself in a while. You guys go back first. I still have a little something to take care of. At Li Xiaoshan's request, the girls of the dance club left the place one after another. After the girls of the dance club left, Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Taizhu and asked, Brother, are you a soldier? Yeah, just got discharged from the army. Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Taizhu's every move and could clearly see the style of the army. I'm really thankful to you this time. Let's add a V-mail. Let's get to know each other briefly. Good. Wang Taizhu generously took out his cell phone and added the contact information. Li Xiaoshan said after a brief moment of contemplation, Brother Taizhu, I have an unkind request. Don't be angry when I say it. Wang Taizhu said very truthfully, it's fine. You say, Brother Taizhu, you haven't found a job yet, right? Seeing Wang Taizhu nodding his head, Li Xiaoshan then said, I want to ask you to be my personal bodyguard. What do you think? Wang Taizhu looked at Li Xiaoshan very puzzled. Private bodyguard? You? Li Xiaoshan looked down and smiled. I know you are thinking that I am young, but young doesn't mean everything. I really need a private bodyguard at the moment. Moreover, I'll give you $500,000 per month as a salary. Wang Taizhu froze for a moment after hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, little brother, don't joke with me. Li Xiaoshan didn't talk nonsense and directly handed his cell phone to Wang Taizhu. Clearly displayed on it, a text message from the bank. Looking at the balance of 4.7 million on top of the cell phone, Wang Taizhu opened his mouth wide. He and Li Xiaoshan's family is from the countryside. Where has he seen so much money? Seeing that Li Xiaoshan was so young and had so many savings, Wang Taizhu was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that Wang Taizhu didn't say anything, Li Xiaoshan asked once again, well, brother, agree? After Wang Taizhu came back to his senses, he immediately nodded his head and agreed. Good. I'm willing to work with you. I'll listen to you from now on. Li Xiaoshan immediately nodded with satisfaction after receiving the reply. Good, brother Taizhu. I'll transfer $500,000 to you first. This will be counted as your 1 month's salary. You'll follow me around 24 hours a day from now on. Just make sure I'm safe. With those words Li Xiaoshan transferred $500,000 to Wang Taizhu without hesitation. Looking at the SMS notification of the arrival, Wang Taizhu was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth, nodding his head repeatedly, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. That, little brother. Not, boss, can I take a few days off? I want to get my mother here first. My mother has a heart condition, her health has not been good, and I need to take care of her. It may not be possible to follow you around 24 hours a day. If that's not possible, yes, brother Taizhu, I understand. Then stay with me during the week, and since auntie's health is not good anymore, you can always go home to take care of her. After getting Li Xiaoshan's approval, Wang Taizhu then put down his heart and smiled happily. Good. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely do a good job. Brother Taizhu, in front of outsiders, you call me boss. We usually in private, you can call me Dash. Good. Wang Taizhu immediately nodded his head to show that he understood. After Wang Taizhu finished eating here, he hoofed it home to pick up his mother. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, called a car and headed to a security company. Dragon Tang Security Company was one of the top security companies in Magic City, and all the various security services within it were top-notch. This incident had taught Li Xiaoshan a lesson, and had also made Li Xiaoshan understand the importance of bodyguards. Moreover, the reason why Li Xiaoshan hired Wang Taizhu was because he helped him. and secondly, because he was a soldier with ability. Li Xiaoshan planned to hire a few more bodyguards this time. Only one Wang Taizhu was obviously not enough. Li Xiaoshan was going to hire 4 bodyguards to protect him 24 hours a day. Li Xiaoshan would soon be clearing out the black and evil forces in Magic City, and the dangers would only increase when the time came. Li Xiaoshan had to be on guard. Now Li Xiaoshan was even more determined to sweep the black. If it was because of the system mission before, then now Li Xiaoshan was doing it for Magic City. For himself, these triads were not important to Li Xiaoshan, but the absence of triads was important to him. Chapter 33 Destroying the Market. When Li Xiaoshan arrived at Dragon Security Company, he was received by a burly middle-aged man. Hello, how can I help you? Our company has many businesses. Mainly, before the middle-aged man could finish, Li Xiaoxiao interrupted him. I want to hire a few bodyguards. Hearing Li Xiaoshang's words, the middle-aged man smiled confidently and said, Okay, sir, thank you very much for believing and trusting our company. You can say what you want, and I'll arrange someone for you. Li Xiaoshan shook his head when he heard his words. I want to pick the people myself. I just want the best, most expensive bodyguards to protect me. Money is not a problem. The middle-aged man thought briefly and nodded his head in agreement. All right, sir, please follow me. Under the middle-aged man's lead, Li Xiaoshang arrived at a large gym. There were dozens of fit men inside. Some of them were doing physical training, while others were doing sparring training. Li Xiaoshang's arrival quickly caught the attention of these men. After the middle-aged man came to the center of the field, he clapped his hands. Everyone, we have a new boss here. Please come over first. As the middle-aged man spoke, these people gathered. This time the middle-aged man said again, this time the boss is going to pick his own people. Of course you guys can also nominate yourselves, but the boss has said that he only wants the ones who are capable. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Li Xiaoshan. Boss, please pick them. These people are the top bodyguards in our company. The ability to protect their employer, that's absolutely nothing to speak of. When it comes to life-threatening situations, they will all fight to protect their employer. The middle-aged man was obviously very confident in these bodyguards. Li Xiaoshang said after scanning the circle, I'm here this time. I only need the strongest amongst you, the ones with the best protection ability. Anyone who thinks they are the strongest, please step forward on your own. After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, the entire room went quiet. Not a single person dared to say that they must be the strongest. Seeing that no one dared to come forward, Li Xiaoshang directly threw out a heavy bomb. I live to hire the best and strongest bodyguard with a monthly salary of $200,000. After Li Xiaoshan finished his sentence, these bodyguards instantly boiled over. Boss, I have the confidence to take the mission. Boss, I'm willing to give it a try. Boss, I have the best protection. At the critical moment, I can die for you. Boss, I guarantee absolute loyalty. A salary of $200,000 a month was already enough for these people to trade their lives for. Many people say life is priceless, but is it really priceless? There are plenty of people who lose their lives in accidents, and insurance companies can only pay out. In the insurance industry, life has a price. Many people's lives are not worth $200,000. This is the bloody truth. The essence of the profession of bodyguard is to use their own lives to protect the lives of others. In their mindset, life has a price. $200,000 is already equivalent to the compensation for their accidental death. This $200,000 might be a small amount of money in Li Xiaoshan's eyes, but for these people, it's their lives. So when Li Xiaoshan said $200,000 in salary, everyone grabbed their heads. At this moment even the middle-aged man had fire in his eyes when he looked at Li Xiaoshan. Boss, how many people are you planning to hire in total? The middle-aged man couldn't help but stop Li Xiaoshan and ask. 4. The middle-aged man pulled Li Xiaoshan to a corner and said softly, Boss, if you're really willing to pay $200,000 a month, I have a very good candidate here. He is one of the strongest bodyguards we have here, but he, as a person, is also an unqualified bodyguard, not willing to give his life for his employer. This person came back from the battlefield and has killed a lot of people. If we talk about force alone, he's an absolute king, but there's one thing about him that doesn't qualify him to protect his employer. Good. I'll take the man you mentioned. Where is he? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Boss, you can choose 3 people here first. I'll be taking you to him in a while. After Li Xiaoshan heard the middle-aged man's words, he put all his thoughts on that special bodyguard. Li Xiaoshan scanned the crowd and picked three people who looked very strong and loyal. Li Xiaoshan looked at the 3 men and asked, What are your names? Boss, we only have code names here. My name is Maple Leaf. My name is Shadow. My name is Foam. Li Xiaoshan looked at the 3 and nodded. Good. From today onwards, you guys will follow me and protect my safety 24 hours a day. Yes, boss, the 3 people said in unison. After picking the people, Li Xiaoshan looked at the middle-aged man. He nodded with Li Xiaoshan and led him towards another room. The middle-aged man slowly knocked on the door after reaching the door, but the room was silent inside, and no one spoke. The middle-aged man knocked on the door a second time, and only then did a man open the door to the room. After entering the room, Li Xiaoshan began to observe this man who had gone to war. He looked ordinary, not covered in tendon meat, but he looked sturdy. Other than that, he seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. To characterize it, his eyes were always dead. There was no light in anything he looked at. The middle-aged man took the initiative to speak. Vulture, this time it's considered me taking special care of you and returning your favor. The boss this time is very generous. After he heard about you, he was very satisfied with you. Vulture twisted his head and stared at Li Xiaoshan, looking from side to side. You're the one who's going to hire me? Yes. Good. I can work tomorrow. Please go. Li Xiaoshan was caught off guard by his sudden send-off. Aren't you curious about how much you'll get paid? Then tell me. Li Xiaoshan looked at him and said slowly, 100,000. A trace of surprise appeared on Vulture's face before he nodded. Boss, that's quite generous. Good. I know. Li Xiaoshan came to the front desk of the security company and signed the 3 contracts, then directly transferred the money. $600,000. It went directly into the company's account. As for Vulture, he was technically a free man and did not belong to the security company. When he was leaving, Li Xiaoshao transferred 100,000 to the middle-aged man. That's right. The middle-aged man introduced Condor to Li Xiaoshan and took a hefty kickback. It was because of this reason that Li Xiaoshan only quoted 100,000 to the Condor. In fact, if the Condor had thought the money was too small at that time, Li Xiaoshan would not mind continuing to raise the price at all, but the Condor did not. A bodyguard fee of 100,000 a month was actually already considered a sky-high price. That's why the Condor directly chose to accept it. It was estimated that Li Xiaoshan was probably the only one in the world who disregarded the market and made a messy offer. In fact, hiring a bodyguard, a few tens of thousands of dollars was completely enough, and Li Xiaoshan's behavior of spreading money in such a large amount was completely destroying the market. Chapter 34, I'm not the president. However, it couldn't be helped. Who let him have more money? Right now, the Divine Hero system could gain $100 per second. In one day, that was $8,644,000. This also made a difference even in Li Xiaoshan's concept of money. After taking the 3 bodyguards out of the security company, Li Xiaoshan was quite relieved. However, another problem also came up. One could no longer live in the school. How could one go to school and return to the dormitory when the bodyguards were protecting him 24 hours a day? Li Xiaoshan glanced at his account balance. There was still more than 2.3 million left in it. Li Xiaoshan decided to use this money to buy a house first. After deciding, Li Xiaoshan called a car and strolled around Jilin University. Li Xiaoshan was going to buy 2 houses near the school, but after shopping around, Li Xiaoshao didn't see a single one. In the end, Li Xiaoshan came to the Green Hotel in the eastern part of the city. The Green Hotel was a very standard 5-star hotel, and the decoration and environment inside was very good. Li Xiaoshan decided to stay here first. After Li Xiaoshan came to the front desk of the hotel, he looked at the waitress and said, Hello, please help me open 4 rooms that are adjacent together. Okay, may I ask how many days you plan to stay? Let's stay for a month first. A month? You are planning to rent for a long time, right? Right. What's wrong? Is it not okay? Of course, it can. Please wait for a moment. I need to go and call our manager. The specific rent for long-term rental. We need our manager to talk to you. Li Xiaoshan nodded and walked towards the leisure area at the entrance of the hotel. Maple Leaf, Shadow, Feng, and the 3 of them followed behind Li Xiaoshan. While Li Xiaoshan sat on the sofa, the 3 people stood next to Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan looked at the 3 people standing behind him and felt a little awkward. Can you guys sit down? Don't keep standing behind me. Boss, this is our duty and job. The moment you hired us, we must protect you. In the end, Li Xiaoshan could only accept this special care. Without a moment's time, the hotel's manager arrived in front of Li Xiaoshan. When the hotel manager saw the 3 bodyguards behind Li Xiaoshan, a respectful look immediately appeared on his face. Hello, are you the guest who wants a long-term rental? Li Xiaoshan glanced at the hotel manager and nodded. Right. Do you have any special requirements for the room? No, clean and tidy. A standard suite will do. If there's a requirement, it's that the 4 rooms should be adjacent to each other. Good. No problem with that. Rent-wise it's a total of 160,000. You can rent it for a month at once, and I'll give you a discount of $4,000,000. You see, is that okay? Li Xiaoshan frowned. A discount of $4,000. This always made Li Xiaoshan feel weird, but he couldn't say that he didn't need a discount. That wasn't a little cutie, is it? Alright, hurry up and get a room. In the end, Li Xiaoshan chose to, temporarily, stay here. After getting 4 room cards, Li Xiaoshan gave the remaining 3 room cards to the Shadow Trio. Take it, divide the rooms amongst yourselves, Shadow said. Boss, we need to protect your safety 24 hours a day, so it's impossible to rest at the same time, so we can't use 3 rooms. It's fine, you guys just watch the arrangement. Li Xiaoshan was satisfied with Shadow's answer. Since Li Xiaoshan had spent the money, he naturally had to accept 24/7 protection. After arranging everything, Li Xiaoshan laid down in his room, lighting a cigarette, enjoying a brief moment of tranquility. Li Xiaoshan was silently thinking about his future path in his mind. Is it to continue going to school, or to take this opportunity to directly give up and continue going to school? Honestly speaking, Li Xiaoshan's studies were not good. There was not much point in going to school. Moreover, after Li Xiaoshan had the system, he could simply be considered a winner in life. In the future, he would be able to enjoy life as he pleased. Suddenly a phone call disrupted Li Xiaoshan's thoughts. Hello, boss, it's me, Zhao Yong. The matter of that black man has been settled. The result of our final negotiation is a compensation of $140,000. I've done some simple math and this is already considered the minimum. Boss is now waiting for your word. If you agree, I'll agree to it. Good, well done. Give him $140,000. Li Xiaoshan listened to his personal lawyer Zhao Yong reporting on his work and revealed a satisfied smile. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan directly transferred $140,000 to Zhao Yong, leaving all the related matters to him in full authority. Li Xiaoshan only wanted to be a simple handshake, since things had already been negotiated. The result is also acceptable. That is naturally the best. In the afternoon, Li Xiaoshan directly took a nap in the hotel, and it wasn't until around 6 p.m. that Li Xiaoshan woke up. Li Xiaoshan briefly washed his face, and after he was awake, only then did he see the 3 shadows. The 3 of them were still sitting on the chairs in the room. The whole time it seemed like they hadn't moved much. Aren't you guys tired? There's no need to be so tense. It's not like I'm the president who can be assassinated at any time. Just relax. Boss, you paid $200,000 to hire us. Do you expect us to be unorganized and undisciplined? Li Xiaoshan choked on Feng's words. In the end, Li Xiaoshan chose to let them behave like this. In the end, Li Xiaoshan was nothing more than an ordinary person, being followed around at all times for full protection. What it brought to him was no sense of superiority or security. Instead it was all sorts of awkwardness. Let's go down to eat. Li Xiaoshan did not choose to go out to eat, but instead came to the restaurant downstairs of the Green Hotel. Looking at the various cuisines on the menu, Li Xiaoshan nonchalantly ordered an entire large table. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but gulp as he looked at such a large table of food. Hurry up and sit down. Let's eat. Li Xiaoshan greeted the Shadow Trio as they sat down to eat together. However, they just stood behind Li Xiaoshan and did nothing. Seeing them standing still, Li Xiaoshan rolled his eyes and didn't bother with them anymore. Li Xiaoshan reached out and picked up a piece of cream cake, stuffing it into his mouth and savoring it carefully. It was sweet but not greasy, and the cream could just melt in his mouth. It was really delicious. The Green Hotel was worthy of being a 5-star hotel, and the food here was definitely called delicious on earth. Li Xiaoshan broke open a hairy crab and took a spoon to savor a mouthful of crab yolk. One word: fresh. The flavor of the crab yolk lingered in his mouth for a long time. The next thing Li Xiaoshan did was to eat a lot of food. Lamb chops, steaks, hairy crabs, prawns, abalone, all kinds of delicacies Li Xiaoshan carefully savored. If Li Xiaoshan had eaten for his stomach before, then now he was just trying to savor the deliciousness. In the end, Li Xiaoshan couldn't eat anymore before he lit a cigarette. You guys can't not eat, right, boss? We all eat at separate times. We're not hungry yet. Alright, whatever you guys. Li Xiaosa briefly stretched and took out the room card in his pocket. Chapter 35 Live Well and Not Sticky. Yuan Hotel 8602. Looking at the room card, Li Xiaoshang's mind recalled Zhang Xian's proud body, front convex and rear curvature, an absolute killer. It is said that warmth and satiety are the desire of lust. Li Xiaoshang is certainly no exception. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and looked through the messages on his phone. As soon as he entered his eyes, he saw the V letter sent by Shun Mengyao, and the message 99 plus was in the first place. However, Li Xiaoshang didn't even want to pay attention to her at this time, and after flipping through and finding Zhang Xian's V letter, he clicked in. Brother Xiaoshan, are you alright? Did you go to the hospital? Brother Xiaoshan, if you go to the hospital, you must remember to notify people. Oh, Li Xiaoshang simply sent over a smiley face. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xian replied to the message. Brother Xiaoshan, how are you? Is it alright? People are worried about you. Shy emoji. It's fine. I'm in good health. Want to experience it. Gonzi sacrificed his life to save me. the young woman has nothing to repay but to give her body in return. After seeing Zhang Xian's reply, Li Xiaoshan excitedly put the room card into his arms. However, as soon as Li Xiaoshan got up, he saw the shadow trio. Ahem, that I'm going to go out by myself to do something alone. You guys don't follow. Boss, we can wait for you at the door or downstairs. You know what I'm going to do? Just wait at the door? No, to find a woman. Boss, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Being told off by Shadow, Li Xiaoshan simply let himself go directly. Indifferently said, good, if you guys are willing, just wait at the door. After Li Xiaoshan left the hotel, Shadow took the initiative to stop a car and helped Li Xiaoshan open the door. Halfway there, Li Xiaoshan looked back at Shadow and asked, which one of you can drive? Boss, we all know how to drive. Good, tomorrow, I'll go buy a car to save myself the inconvenience of getting anywhere. Li Xiaoshan watched the scenery on the roadside continue to regress, and his mind had long since flown to the Yuehai Hotel. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but start imagining the battle a little while later. He began to imagine what kind of underwear Zhang Xian would wear. At this time, a phone call interrupted him. Li Xiaoshan picked up his cell phone, and inside came Li Lanxin's voice. Xiaoshan, are you free tonight? You have something? Not really, I just want to ask you to come out for a drink. Today may not be too good. Another day. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Li Lanxin's voice seemed a lot lower. Okay, you get busy then. In a flash Li Xiaoshan arrived at Yuehai Hotel, and when he arrived at the door of his room, the shadow trio still followed him. Li Xiaoshan looked back at the trio and finally took out his room card and opened the room. After Li Xiaoshan entered the room, Zhang Xian's entire body immediately jumped onto Li Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, how are you doing? Is your body alright? Come, take off your clothes, let me take a look at your back. Zhang Xian's hair was draped in wetness. She should have just taken a shower, and she had a faint scent of jasmine. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Xian was draped in a bathrobe, and underneath she was wearing black lace net stockings. In just one instant, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but raise his gun in tribute. Li Xiaoshan swallowed his saliva and said, should I take a bath first? Don't. I want to check your body first. With those words, Zhang Xian began to take off Li Xiaoshan's clothes, and as the clothes detached one by one, Li Xiaoshan revealed his back, which he hadn't checked since he was smashed in the back by the bottle. It was only now that Zhang Xian took off his clothes that she saw that Li Xiaoshan's back was already bruised. Hiss, Xiaoshan, quickly get dressed. Let's go to the hospital. Your back is already bruised. Looking at Zhang Xian's nervous look, Li Xiaoshan then indifferently stated that it was all minor injuries, it was fine. Do you want to carefully check and examine the functions of my body? Looking at Li Xiaoshan with a bad smile on his face, how could Zhang Xian not know what Li Xiaoshan meant? Zhang Xian pounced Li Xiaoshan onto the bed in a flash, and her sexy red lips printed on Li Xiaoshan's lips. This is the first time Li Xiaoshan was pushed by a woman. Li Xiaoshan froze for a moment, then immediately embraced Zhang Xian's concave and convex posture, rolled over and pressed her underneath. Immediately after, the room inside a spring color. Black lace greatly enhanced Li Xiaoshan's desire to fight, until 2 hours later, only to end the fight. Li Xiaoshan lit a cigarette afterward, his hand still wandering around Zhang Xian's soft peak. Zhang Xian's small fingers drew circles on Li Xiaoshan's chest and asked with tenderness, how are you going to place me now? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Li Xiaoshan stopped his hand and looked down at Zhang Xian. What do you want me to do to you? Xiao. I know that you will definitely have more than just me as a woman in the future, and I also know how difficult it is to marry into a wealthy family. That's why I'm not even forcing that I must marry you. I just want a sense of responsibility from you. Li Xiao looked at Zhang Xian, who had just been enthusiastic and spirited, and was now just like a different face, feeling a bit surprised. Zhang Xian also had a big reason for choosing to take the initiative to plunge into Li Xiaoshan because of money. However, what was different between her and Shen Mengyao was that she was able to find her own position, and Zhang Xian was clearly much smarter than Shen Mengyao. A simple 5-word description is, live well and not sticky. The meaning of Zhang Xian's words was clear. She wanted to be Li Xiaoshan's forbidden domain. What Zhang Xian wanted was a part of Li Xiaoshan, not all of it, while her whole person belonged to Li Xiaoshan in its entirety. In the face of such an understanding and obedient woman, Li Xiaoshan really couldn't think of how to refuse. Li Xiaoshan cupped Zhang Xian's chin and lowered his head to kiss her. This kiss, the two became more and more uncontrollable. Just when the two were about to rub their hands together for the second time, the phone rang, forcibly interrupting Li Xiaoshan's spell. The two separated their lips, and Li Xiaoshan picked up the cell phone. Very reluctantly, he answered the phone. Hello? Listen to me. I'm at the Max Bar, and I already seem to have been drugged. I'm now in the restroom. After the phone was connected, Li Lanxin quickly said, drugged? You wait for me in the toilet now. After saying his words, Li Xiaoshan quickly got up and started to put on his clothes. Once again, Li Lanqin's voice came from the phone. Xiao Shuwei, I saw Wang Ninja in the nightclub. I suspect that he is the one who messed up. Wang Ninja. Hearing this name, Li Xiaoshan immediately remembered that one handsome face that owed a beating. Although he didn't want to admit it, that scum Wang Ninja was indeed a bit more handsome than himself. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan also got dressed. I have something to take care of. Leaving first. After saying that and without waiting for Zhang Xian to reply, he immediately left the room. The shadow trio had been smoking on the windowsill, and when they saw Li Xiaoshan come out, they immediately extinguished their cigarettes. Greeted them. Chapter 36, Beat the hell out of him. Know where Max Bar is? Li Xiaoshan said while pressing the elevator. It seems to be in the west district of the city. After Li Xiaoshan left the hotel, Shadow immediately stopped a car. After Li Xiaoshan and the others got into the car, he rushed to the driver master and said, Master, help make it faster. Go to Max Bar. It can't be faster. Brother, I'm getting off work. How about you get another car? I'll pay $500. Alright, buckle up, boss. I'm going to save a life. My friend was drugged. Please help. Upon hearing this, the driver drove another minute faster. Li Lanqin asked Li Xiaoshan out today, actually wanting to find him to complain about his problems. However, she was rejected by Li Xiaoshan, so she had no choice but to come to the bar by herself to drink alone. Li Lanqin's family is considered a well-off family. Her parents are doing some small business, but recently her parents' business is getting worse and worse. In order to maintain the business, Li Lanqin's parents, to Li Lanqin to find a marriage object. To put it nicely, it's called a marriage, but in fact, it's essentially selling their daughter's life in exchange for resources and wealth. That's why Li Lanqin was lost, looking for Li Xiaoshan to come out and talk. In fact, Li Lanqin also hoped to get Li Xiaoshan's help, but it was not to be. Li Xiaoshan did not come, and that was why the next scene happened. Li Lanqin struggled to block the door of the toilet with her body, and her entire consciousness became more and more confused. Dang! In the end, the door of the toilet was heavily slammed open. Wang Ninja laughed as he looked at Li Lanqin, whose consciousness was gradually dissipating. Humph, Li Lanqin, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands. And beside Wang Ninja, there was a stout man. He was called Sun Hu, and was a major reason why Li Lanxian was drugged. Sun Hu was the head of the bar's caretaker, and he was the one who instructed the bartender to give Li Lanqin the psychedelic drug. With this hand, Sun Hu has not been able to harm ignorant girls in the past few years. He has been familiar with this kind of thing for a long time. Looking at Li Lanqin's long white legs, Sun Hu had a lewd smile on his face. Good, this time you picked a pretty hot target. I'll credit you. Brother Tiger, this little, can you let me go first? Who knew that Sun Hu immediately flipped his face when he heard Wang Ninja's words. Little Zhuzi, you haven't scourged many little girls in this bar over the years, have you? If I hadn't covered you these years, you would have been buried long ago. Do you know that? Sun Hu said as he nudged Wang Ninja's head with his hand. Wang Ninja saw that Sun Hu was actually so unsympathetic, so he immediately changed his face. Brother Tiger, where did I mean that? I was joking with you. You bring her to your office first. When you've had enough fun, I'll come back. Sun Hu lifted his pants to reveal a smile once again. That's more like it. Kid, you have played with 90 women, not to mention 100. What's the point of you grabbing with me? Sun Hu reached out and helped Li Lanqin up, pulling Li Lanqin towards the outside of the toilet. But Li Lanqin still had a trace of remaining consciousness at this time, and she reached out and grabbed the doorframe of the toilet with a death grip. Save life. Anyone, let go of me. But the next second, Sun Hu let Li Lanqin loose with a vicious tug. In order to prevent Li Lanqin from reaching out and grabbing, Sun Hu exerted his hands and directly carried her on his shoulders. Just as Sun Hu opened the toilet door, he froze. At the doorway stood three unusually burly and strong men. Sun Hu instantly judged that there was something wrong with these three men. Knowing that this was the entrance to the women's restroom, three men standing at the door of the women's restroom. Can this be normal? Sun Hu slowly put Li Lanqin down and looked at the three men vigilantly and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Should be asking, "What are you two doing?" A voice came out from behind the three men. It was only at this time that Sun Hu saw that behind the three men, there was also a tall and thin man standing. The people who came were none other than Li Xiaoshan and the others. There was a saying that money makes the devil work. Under the temptation of Li Xiaoshan's constant increase in money, the 26-minute journey was forced to be shortened to 17 minutes by the driver. That's why Li Xiaoshan appeared so promptly. Li Xiaoshan first glanced at Sun Hu. His gaze turned, then he saw Wang Ninja who was behind him. Last time, it was really cheap for you. This time let me run into you again. You're going to suffer for old time's sake. Wang Ninja looked at Li Xiaoshan and froze for a moment. When he saw that Li Xiaoshan was accompanied by three strong men, his legs immediately became weak. But in the next instant, Wang Ninja thought that this was in a bar. This was inside Sun Hu's venue. That's why he straightened his back. Wang Ninja looked at Li Xiaoshan, then firmly stood behind Sun Hu. Brother Tiger, this is the asshole I told you about. Brother Tiger, you have to help me this time. I'll put up $50,000. Sun Hu casually glanced at Li Xiaoxiao several people, not putting them in his eyes at all. Sun Hu took out a walkie-talkie from his back waist. Hello, someone is causing trouble. Hurry up and come to the restroom. After calling out to the people, Sun Hu looked at the shadow trio in a chesty manner and said, you three hurry up and get the hell out of here. I can forget about it. Then Sun Hu looked at Li Xiaoshan with a bad smile on his face. As for you, my brother's revenge, I'll settle it with you right away. Shadow didn't bother with Sun Hu at all and turned his head to Li Xiaoshan. Boss, what to say? Then what else to say? Hit him damn. As soon as Li Xiaoshan's words fell, Shadow instantly made a move. Boom, pop. In just one breath, Sun Hu and Wang Ninja were lying on the ground. Maple Leaf and Feng, on the other hand, were still standing in place, not even moving. Ouch. I'll rub it in. Wait for me. Hiss. Roar. Li Xiaoshan, you are finished. You have the guts to wait for someone to come. Quickly come to the people. Someone to smash the venue. Sun Hu and Wang Ninja were knocked to the ground by Shadow, but their mouths were still hard. Li Xiaoshan went forward to help Li Lanxin and shook her a bit. Hey, wake up. Hello? Li Lanxin was in a semi-conscious state of consciousness at this time, but her body was completely devoid of a trace of strength. Li Xiaoshan half embraced Li Lanxin in his arms. Li Xiaoshan, I'm going to get you killed. You wait. Facing Wang Ninja's stiff upper lip, Li Xiaoshan stretched out his foot and stepped on Wang Ninja's face. Then he got harder and harder, ruthlessly twisting Wang Ninja's face with the tip of his shoe. Don't you like to deceive little girls with that face? I'll let you scrub the ground properly. Wang Ninqiu's mouth finally softened and begged for mercy from Li Xiaoran. Don't. Don't step on it. I'm wrong. Don't step on. Just as Li Xiaoshan was continuing to punish Wang Ninja, the number of people surrounding him outside was increasing. Chapter 37, Fulfillment of the Masterpiece. Outside the restroom, the entire bar's punks who were watching the scene rushed over. What are you guys doing? Where's Tiger? Brother Tiger, are you in there? You guys get the hell out of here. Chao Nima, Brother Tiger, how are you doing? Are you okay? These punks were stopped outside the door of the women's restroom by Maple Leaf and Feng. Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Ninja's face, which was already red and swollen from being stepped on, before he withdrew his foot. At this time, there were already 24 punks surrounding the outside. These people are uniformly wearing beanies, black undershirts, jeans, hair one then another alternative, arms tattooed with various patterns of flower arms, some even tattooed a sky eye on the face. These people are the social youths who usually start off by bullying elementary school students outside the school gates, but when these people are really in society, they are actually nothing. They are just a watchman's little brother, getting a salary of about $3,000 a month. The main job is to scare people, don't let people make trouble. Now that they really encountered things, none of them dared to take the initiative to go forward and make a move. All of them were shooting their mouths off, rubbing Nima. Hurry up and release Tiger, or else we'll get you all killed. These punks were holding iron bars or blades in their hands, all kinds of gesticulations. None of them dared to really make a move. At this time, 2 more men with shaved inches arrived. Who are you guys? Why did you come here to cause trouble? Do you guys know whose territory this is? The 2 men clutched their knives tightly in their hands, and they were also wrapped in cloth. These 2-inch men in this group of punks were clearly not of the same caliber. Li Xiaoshan helped Li Lanxin out of the restroom and came to the door. I'm here to save my friend. This bar of yours, do you specialize in drugging single girls? If you say it, who will dare to come here in the future? The inch-headed man evaded Li Xiaoxiao's question and inquired instead. Where's our brother Tiger? Release our brother Tiger first, Li Xiaoshan asked as he looked at the 2 inch-headed men. You guys are from the Gathering Association? The inch-headed men nodded after hearing Li Xiaoshan's words. Knowing that we're from the Gathering of Righteousness Association, why don't you release them right away? Li Xiaoshan inquired quickly and softly in Shadow's ear. Can you guys beat these people? Not much of a problem, unless there are solid points. After having something in mind, Li Xiaoshan slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Li Xiaoshan reached out and pointed at these social youths and said, give them a lesson. The hell out of them. With Li Xiaoshan's command, Shadow and Maple Leaf instantly rushed up. The scene was chaotic in an instant. Q. I'll kill you too. Go on, brothers, them. Don't push. Don't throw the stick. Holy, ouch. Don't fight. I'm wrong. Don't step on me. Off. Ouch. Shadow and Maple Leaf were simply in a class with them. The 2 Shadow and Maple Leaf fought with exceptional ferocity, and they couldn't be said to be fighting. They were basically demonstrating various one-trick ponies. These punks were charging forward with a fierce energy, but they simply couldn't hit Shadow and Maple Leaf. Even if they occasionally hit Shadow and Maple Leaf with a stick, the two of them were able to carry it off without a hitch. But when these punks received a punch or kick from the two of them, they instantly lost their fighting strength. Shadow became even braver after snatching 2 sticks from the punks. As soon as the sticks went down, one of them screamed miserably and then fell to the ground, never to get up again. Feng, on the other hand, was still standing in front of Li Xiaoshan, vigilantly looking at the punks, preventing Li Xiaoshan from getting hurt. The two of them, Shadow and Maple Leaf, fought more than 20 punks without losing a single step. Gradually, after 6 minutes, these punks were all lying on the ground. Everyone was covering their arms and legs, howling miserably on the ground, and the ground was filled with various sticks and blades. Seeing that he had gotten even, Shadow threw down the stick in his hand and stood back in front of Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan came in front of the 2-inch-headed men and said, "I want to see the boss of your gathering association. Is he here?" The 2-inch-headed men's noses were swollen from the beating, and blood got all over their faces. The two of them sat on the ground and covered their stomachs, gasping for air as they looked at each other, then said, "Our boss is not here. This is something you have to say to our tiger brother. You let him go first." Li Xiaoshan looked back at Sun Tiger. At this time he was still lying on the ground, and could not get up at all. Just now when he was hard-mouthed, Shadow made up 2 kicks towards his face, and now he was completely wilted. Sun, whose mouth and nose were gurgling with blood. Li Xiaosa turned back and pulled out his cell phone from Sun, whose body, and entered a phone number on it. Then he threw the cell phone at the inch-haired man and said, "Have the boss of your gathering club call me. I don't have any malicious intentions. I just came to save my friend today. If necessary, I can pay for your medical bills. Tell your boss. Just tell him that I want to do a business deal with him. A big deal." After saying that, Li Xiaoshang took a step towards the outside. However, halfway there, Li Xiaoshan turned back and came in front of Wang Ninja. Li Xiaoshan squatted down and looked at Wang Ninja and said, "I almost forgot about you. How do you think I should punish you?" Wang Ninja looked at Li Xiaoshan in shock, his mind already a bit spinning. His body trembled and his teeth chattered. Wang Ninja didn't expect the 3 people that Li Xiaoshan had brought along with him to be so brave. 2 people fighting 20 people. Seeing that Wang Ninja didn't say anything, Li Xiaoshan took the cigarette off his mouth. Then he took the cigarette and twisted it towards Wang Ninja's face. "Ah, ha-oa." After the cigarette went out, Li Xiaoshang took out a second cigarette and lit it once more. "You're eating with this handsome face, so let's make it so you can't cheat on little girls in the future." "Fair enough, right?" Wang Ninja covered the smoke scar on his face and shook his head in shock. "Don't, big brother, I'm wrong. Don't, big brother, you spare me this time. I promise I'll never dare again. Brother, I beg you, I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai, so let me off the hook. I won't dare to go against you again." Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Ninja begging for mercy and nodded his head. "Good, knowing your mistakes and being able to change. Very good." Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Wang Ninja nodded in delight. Just when he thought that Li Xiaoshan had spared himself, Li Xiaoshan suddenly turned his words around. "But, I've lit this cigarette. Don't you think I should do things with a beginning and an end?" Chapter 38 Changes. "Here, I'll help you burn it evenly and symmetrically." After saying this, Li Xiaoshan slowly brought the cigarette but towards Wang Ninja's face. Wang Ninja looked at the cigarette but in Li Xiaoshan's hand in horror, and his body dodged back with all his might. Li Xiaoshan frowned as he looked at Wang Ninja. "If you dodge, you're not giving me face." Wang Ninja immediately shook his head when he heard Li Xiaoshan's words. "No, brother, I'm wrong. I won't hide anymore." With that, Li Xiaoshan twisted his cigarette on Wang Ninja's face for the second time. Stab. Ah, ha ah ha. After the cigarette went out, Wang Ninja took a very deep breath, but Li Xiaoshan suddenly pulled out another cigarette. In the end, Li Xiaoshan extinguished 13 cigarettes on Wang Ninja's face. Why is it 13 cigarettes? Because there are only 13 cigarettes in Li Xiaoxia's cigarette case. Of course, if Li Xiaoshang is willing, he can always find a few more boxes of cigarettes out. After all, each of these punks has cigarettes with them. Feeling that it was almost time, Li Xiaoshan got up and walked towards the outside of the bar. At this time, these punks have slowly climbed up from the ground one by one, but none of them dared to go forward to threaten or block. They consciously gave Li Xiaoshan a road. None of them dared to go forward to block. They didn't even dare to look up at Li Xiaoshan. These punks were all counting on the fact that Li Xiaoshan's several fiends would hurry up and leave this place. Li Xiaoshan had never mixed in society before, but at this moment, the aura on his body was overwhelming. This was a strong sense of confidence that Li Xiaoshan had slowly cultivated after having the divine hero system. This aura was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. Li Xiaoshang also felt out the change in himself, and at the same time, he liked this change. After leaving the bar, Li Xiaoshan brought Li Lanxin back to Green Hotel. It was now after 11 p.m. and Li Xiaoshan didn't know where Li Lanxin's family lived, so Li Xiaoshan could only bring her back to the Green Hotel. After throwing Li Lanxin into a room, Li Xiaoshan returned to his own room. The three shadows then stayed inside a room with Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan glanced at the three people before undressing himself and soaking into the bathtub. Without realizing it, Li Xiaoshan had already gotten a little used to the presence of the shadow trio. After Li Xiaoshan finished his bath, only Maple Leaf was left alone in the room. Li Xiaoshan looked at Maple Leaf and asked, "Where are the two of them?" "Went to rest. They will come to replace me in the second half of the night. We will protect you 24 hours a day. Please rest at ease, boss." Li Xiaoshan didn't say anything and directly laid down on the soft big bed. The next morning, Li Xiaoshan was woken up by the sound of a phone call. "Hello, Xiaoshan, where did you go last night? The homeroom teacher is looking for you. You've become a sensation inside the school." On the phone, Reasonwu and Mei Qian were talking noisily. "Come to school quickly. The homeroom teacher is looking for you by name." "Oh," Li Xiaoxia casually agreed, rolled over and slept again. But not half an hour later, the phone rang again. "Li Xiaoshan, this is the homeroom teacher. Where are you now?" Hearing the homeroom teacher's voice, Li Xiaoshan's entire body woke up quite a bit. I'll be at school soon, teacher." Okay, I'll wait for you in the office." Only after hanging up the phone did Li Xiaoshan get up, wash his face, and brush his teeth. When Li Xiaoshan arrived at the school's entrance, the janitorial master stopped the shadow trio. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Moncler, they are my parents." Only then did the gateguard grandpa let the three in. As Li Xiaoshan walked through the campus, the passing students saw him as if they were seeing a monster. Obviously Li Xiaoshan had become famous inside the school, and now all the teachers and students in the school basically knew him. All of them knew about what Li Xiaoshan had done at the gala. The shadow trio that followed behind Li Xiaoshan made Li Xiaoshan look even more eye-catching. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan looked like he had arrived at the zoo. Only the animal was him, and he was being mobbed like a nationally protected animal. The boys in the school were filled with hostility in their eyes when they looked at Li Xiaoshan. The girls, on the other hand, were the opposite. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration when they looked at Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan's crazy behavior as showing off his wealth had become the public enemy of all the boys. At the same time, it has also become the model of the boyfriend image that all girls aspire to. Handsome, golden, and no gossip. A boy with a clean private life. Now Li Xiaoshan's personal information has been dug up. Even how often Li Xiaoshan changes his underwear has been turned up. Li Xiaoshan had been asked for V-mail by a total of 6 girls on his own initiative during his journey from the school entrance to the teaching building. This was something that Li Xiaoshan usually didn't even dare to think about. But Li Xiaoshan didn't feel much happier, because right now, inside Li Xiaoshan's V-mail, there were dozens of girls who scored above 80 points. If Li Xiaoshan wanted to have some kind of story with them, it was simply a handful. When he came to the office door, Li Xiaoshan asked the 3 shadows to stay at the door. Then Li Xiaoshan knocked on the office door. "Please come in." After Li Xiaoshan entered, the class teacher immediately stood up. "Li Xiaoshan, now that you've become famous, even the principal has paid attention to you. Now you've become the school's key focus. Tell me, what did you do last night?" Li Xiaoshan helplessly held his forehead. "I didn't want it to be like this. Teacher, can I apply for a long vacation?" The homeroom teacher looked at Li Xiaoshan and asked, "How long?" Li Xiaoshan stretched out a finger. "A month?" Li Xiaoshan shook his head. 1 year. 1 year. You're crazy, aren't you?" "No way. Unless you have something major and you have to have the principal's permission to do so." Li Xiaoshan asked as soon as he heard something. "Is it okay if the principal agrees?" The homeroom teacher pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I know you have a good family, but you still have to focus on your studies now. You also don't want to be told later on in society that you're just a rich dirtbag with no culture. You now. After the homeroom teacher finished her nagging, Li Xiaoxiao still stubbornly said, "I'll go and apply for a vacation with the principal." In the end, the class teacher could only choose to compromise, stating that as long as the principal agreed, she had no problem with it. Then Li Xiaoshan brought the 3 of them, shadow, to the principal's office. In the end, Li Xiaoshan exchanged a donation of $1 million for a 3-year vacation. After leaving the principal's office, Li Xiaoshan's entire body walked around the campus with ease. Now that the matter of the school was settled, the next step was to settle the issue of the triads. Chapter 39 $10 million. Yesterday, Li Xiaoshan beat up their men at the gathering's venue, and left his phone number. This was the first step of Li Xiaoshan's plan. Li Xiaoshan was going to start directly with the bosses of the 4 gangs. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you have to catch the king first. Li Xiaoshan was going to use money as bait to capture all 4 gang leaders alive. By then, the 4 gangs will definitely be in chaos. And by then, Li Xiaoshan only needs to set up a stick. Then he would spread some money and gather all the triads in Magic City together. That way, the mission should be accomplished. Of course, this is all Li Xiaoshan's own plan. Li Xiaoshan wasn't sure if it would work or not. Li Xiaoshan looked at the system panel in his head. Current withdrawable balance, 879-0600. System mission, sweep away the entire underground dark forces of Magic City and become the actual controller. Time limit, 3 months. Mission success, system upgrade. Mission failure, system downgrade. Become the actual controller. Is this letting yourself be a gangster? Thinking about it made Li Xiaoshan's brain a mess. To let himself become a gangster, Li Xiaoshan was 100 times unwilling. However, if he didn't become a gangster, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. Suddenly Li Xiaoshan's mind flashed. After becoming a triad boss, then he could break away again, right? Anyway, after completing the mission, even if it was successful, the reward would not be withdrawn either. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan shifted his sight to the system's balance. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, more than 8,700,000. This was the benefit brought about after the system was upgraded. A day's time directly yielded more than 8 million. Li Xiaoshan immediately withdrew his balance directly. With the arrival of the text message, Li Xiaoshan was much lighter on his feet. There was more than $10 million lying inside the account balance. This gave Li Xiaoshan a bit of a floating feeling. The passing students still couldn't help but look sideways at Li Xiaoshan, while Li Xiaoshan completely ignored their gazes. Xiaoshan, you're back. I have something I want to talk to you about. Shen Mengyau's sudden appearance startled Li Xiaoshan. Shadow reached out in time to stop Shen Mengyau. Miss, please stay away from our boss. Shen Mengyau frowned at Shadow and continued to speak to Li Xiaoshan. I have something to talk to you properly. Is it okay if we go out together now? Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyau and couldn't help but sigh. Shen Mengyau, there's nothing I want to talk to you about now. It was you who dumped me in the beginning. Remember that? So please leave me alone. Thanks. Shen Mengyau remained unforgiving. But in the beginning it was you who first went behind my back and went to find another woman. Can't I even talk to you properly now? Just when Li Xiaoshan was secretly screaming for trouble, suddenly a figure appeared in Li Xiaoshan's line of sight. It was Lu Shanshan. At the same time, Lu Shanshan naturally saw Li Xiaoshan, who was surrounded by people. Lu Shanshan took the initiative to come in front of Li Xiaoshan. After the gala, I looked for you once, but you weren't at school yesterday. How about today? Facing Li Xiaoshan's puzzled look, Lu Shanshan rolled her eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to ask me out before? I have time now. Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan and then at Shen Mengyau. The system scored Shen Mengyau's face value with 81 points, and Lu Shanshan's words were estimated to be up to 95 points or more. Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyau and said, I'm sorry, I have an appointment now and I have nothing to talk to you about. I hope you won't continue to pester me in the future. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan directly took Lu Shanshan's hand. Lu Shanshan's hand was soft and smooth, as if it had no bones. This was Li Xiaoshan's first feeling when he touched Lu Shanshan's hand. Shen Mengyau's face became very ugly as she watched Li Xiaoshan take Lu Shanshan's hand. However, Shen Mengyau didn't dare to get angry at Li Xiaoshan, and could only look at Lu Shanshan full of resentment. Xiaoshan is my boyfriend. Please stay away from him. Naturally, Lu Shanshan had also heard about what happened between the two of them, Li Xiaoshan and Shen Mengyau, on the day of the gala. But Lu Shanshan didn't care. Li Xiaoshan was so rich and such an excellent guy. Why would she give up? Lu Shanshan was a strong person and a very smart girl. Lu Shanshan didn't deny that she had wanted to contact Li Xiaoshan because of money. But even so, what? Do rich people not have love? There is nothing wrong with girls who chase after material things. The fault lies in the fact that some people try to seek money and kill people. If girls are criticized for being greedy for money, then aren't guys just as guilty of seeing color? Lu Shanshan held Li Xiaoshan's hand tightly and said slowly, I'm sorry, didn't you hear what Li Xiaoshan just said? He said he has nothing to talk about with you, and you guys have already broken up, right? Could it be that after breaking up with you, you can't be with someone else? How strange. Here's a word of advice. If you've loved, be honest and don't be dead set on it. If you're just a salvage girl who now sees that he's rich, regrets it, and wants to hold on to his thighs, then you are not going to be happy. After saying that, Lu Shanshan pulled Li Xiaoshan's hand and started walking towards the outside of the school. Along the way, the onlookers all revealed looks of surprise. I go, so bright and open? Is this considered Lu Shanshan's official declaration with Li Xiaoshan? My goddess, damn it. I want to fight with my spiritual leader, my Prince Charming. I want to go head to head with Lu Shanshan. I can't believe I took down my male god. Woo woo, this is big news. Jinling University's school beauty and Jinling University's top rich kid got together. Hey, why is my goddess always someone else's girlfriend? Am I a Cao Thief? Nope. Strictly speaking, Li Xiaoshan is that Cao Thief. He stole your goddess. After arriving at the school's entrance, Li Xiaoshang saw at a glance that there was a person standing outside the school's door. It was Vulture, who at this moment was wearing a simple black hoodie, black pants and shoes. Vulture's back was against the wall, and he was smoking a cigarette in his mouth. Li Xiaoshan walked up to Bald Eagle and said, "What should I call you? Call you Condor as well?" Vulture still had a cigarette in his mouth and said indifferently, "Yes, just call me Condor. How long are you going to hire me?" "Hire until you don't want to continue this profession." Vulture nodded. "Good. First things first, I won't die for you. I'll just try to keep you safe. It's fine. It just so happens that I'm short of fighters." Lu Shanshan was being held by Li Xiaoshang's hand, and looked at the Vulture, then at Li Xiaoshang. He's your bodyguard too?" Li Xiaoshan nodded. "Sort of. Now where do you want to take me?" Chapter 40, I'll help you discipline. Lu Shanshan, on the other hand, looked at Li Xiaoshan with a serious face and said, "Shouldn't the boys make the decision on this matter? It should be you who says it." "Fine, then let's go get a room now." Lu Shanshan's face reddened at Li Xiaoshang's words. Spat. "Rascal." Looking at Lu Shanshan's blushing shy expression, Li Xiaoshang felt his heart flutter. Lu Shanshan was worthy of being the school flower of Jinling University. Between her knitted brows and her smile, she was so touching. Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan, and a hint of love suddenly appeared in his heart. Some girls' qualities are that as soon as you see her, you want to get her body, and some girls' trait is that once you see her, you want to get her heart, her love. Li Xiaoshan held Lu Shanshan's hand tightly. "Then come with me to buy a car first." When Li Xiaoshan and the others arrived at the 4S store, the inside of the 4S store was packed with people. Based on the principle of having a bustle without seeing it, Li Xiaoshang also approached the past. "When I got close, I realized that the original is a couple." The wedding day, the woman temporarily asked the man to buy a car for himself. The woman asked the man to buy himself a BMW S5, but after the man gave 300,000 bride price, the family really do not have money. So the man and woman got into an argument. At this time around the people are persuading the woman to stop fooling around. The side of the best man group is also not tired. All kinds of discouraged the woman first to the wedding. The groom squatted in front of the bride and begged bitterly, "Fong Fong, count on me to beg you today. I really don't have any money in my card. You go with me to the wedding site first." The group of best men also followed to dissuade them. "Sister-in-law, this way, you can tie the knot today first, and then let Liangzi buy it for you in less than a month." "Right, sister-in-law." People over at the wedding site are waiting anxiously. There are a lot of people who have arrived, but unlike the best man's group, the bridesmaids group side had been putting pressure on the man's side. "Liangzi, how lucky are you that Fangfang is with you? Why is it so hard to let you buy a car?" That's right. If you don't have any money, just let your brothers chip in. We just want you to have an attitude." "Right, Fangfang married over. Always have to have a little security." Upon hearing this, the best man's group instantly became unhappy. "A sense of security? You want security now?" Liangzi paid 300,000 for the bride price, and also prepared the hardware you guys asked for. The house has also changed its name. "What more security do you want?" "You have security. But what about Liangzi? Have you thought about him?" The bride was not happy to hear this. "What do you mean? Am I asking for a lot? What I want is just a matter of attitude. The car, the house, the dowry. Isn't it the man's rightful duty to prepare? No money, no car, no house. What marriage? You poor people deserve to be single." A bunch of people quarrel more and more chaotic. The female bridesmaids said their own crooked reasoning. The male side is also anxious. As Li Xiaoshan watched the scene, he couldn't help but feel a headache for the groom. Marrying such a wife is really a disaster for a man. Li Xiaoshan listened to the bride's words and couldn't help but think of himself. If he didn't have the divine hero system, he might not be as alive as this groom. After 2 minutes of arguing, the groom anxiously glanced at his cell phone. Looking at the bride, he said seriously, Fong, today the car I must not be able to buy. I promise that after the wedding I will buy it for you. Now you first go with me to get married." The bride looked at the groom with a face full of disgust, still shaking her head. "No way. Say whatever you have to sell the car today, or else you won't be able to get married in this marriage." The groom looked at the bride, who did not give herself any face at all, and suddenly laughed mockingly. "Okay, if you don't tie the knot, you don't tie the knot. I've had enough of this for a long time. Now go and withdraw from the wedding." The bride obviously didn't realize that her words had become the last straw that broke the camel's back. "Retsuko, what are you saying? You're withdrawing from my marriage? Say that again if you have the guts." The groom took a deep breath and said slowly, "I said, we'll go back and withdraw from the marriage. I'm not getting married this time." At this moment, the bride looked like she had been stepped on her tail and immediately became anxious. "You asshole, you dead poor bastard. Woo, dead poor bastard. Whoever marries you is really having bad luck. At this point the bridesmaids completely wilted. The best man, on the other hand, pulled on the groom's clothes. Lianzi, don't be angry. Right now your family is still waiting at the wedding site. The groom patted the best man's hand and said, I know, I really don't want to tie the knot. Looking at this scene, Li Xiaoshan nodded in relief and said softly to himself, it's good not to tie the knot, or else you'll have to leave in the future as well. Who knew that Li Xiaoshan's softly sighing words became the trigger for the bride's collapse? What are you talking blindly about? Do you have any tutelage? Ah, dead beggar, quickly roll. Like you this kind of poor, this life also can't marry a daughter-in-law. Li Xiaoxiao's words clearly made the bride spread her fire on him. Suddenly angering the bride made Li Xiaoshan a bit surprised. Li Xiaoshan waved his hand, shook his head and turned around to leave. Li Xiaoshan didn't want to get into an argument with this kind of person, and he was also too lazy to take care of this kind of scummy girl. As for being taunted by the bride, Li Xiaoshan didn't take it to heart. He wasn't that petty. The most crucial thing is that Li Xiaoshan now has money, and being scolded as poor does not hurt him one bit. Even some want to laugh. After all, lies cannot hurt others, only the truth is a fast knife that kills. But Li Xiaoshang finished his words and was ready to leave the stance. It made the bride mistake Li Xiaoshan for a weak person and became even more energized. People like you are a trash, scum, motherborn, motherless bastard. Suddenly Li Xiaoshan stopped in his tracks. Once again, he walked back. Did I give you face? When Li Xiaoshan himself was scolded, he could accept it. It was because he had a good heart. But when it came to scolding Li Xiaoshan's parents, he could not tolerate it at all. The bride froze for a moment when she saw that Li Xiaoshang actually dared to turn his head back, but immediately afterward, she continued, said it is you, poor, this has your what matter ah, is it your turn to chew the tongue here? Garbage, I'm telling you, just like you, you'll never get a wife in this lifetime, you poor bastard. The bride's words clearly have a little meaning of scolding. Seeing the bride abusing Li Xiaoshan like this, Lu Shanshan couldn't help herself a bit. How can you be like this person? How to speak? There's really no tutelage. Li Xiaoshan reached out and took Lu Shanshan's hand, pulling her behind him. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan scanned the best man and bridesmaids present, and then glanced at the groom. Those present, who can control this crazy? If you can't, then I'll help you discipline her. Li Xiaoxiao's words completely angered the bride and the bridesmaids. Chapter 41, Losing me is your loss. The anger that the bride and the bridesmaids had been suppressing was vented on Li Xiaoshan. What are you, stinking beggar? Who let you just talk nonsense ah? By Fang scolded to death is also your own deserved. You a big man have no point manliness ah? It's disgusting. Damn poor man, stinking man, like you such a lowly man will never get a wife in his life. Li Xiaoshan quietly listened to the girl's abuse, then looked at the groom and the best man. The groom's face was surprisingly ugly, and the groomsman didn't say a word. Li Xiaoshan took out a box of cigarettes from his arms and pulled out a cigarette then lit it. Fine, then I'll take care of this trash myself. This time Shadow also finally came up. In fact, if it was a man who was hurling abuse at Li Xiaoshan, the Shadow would probably have had to do it long ago. But on the contrary, it was a few women, and they were also brides who were about to get married. Shadow didn't know how to handle this kind of thing. He also never encountered this kind of situation. But now that the scene was intensifying, Shadow had to step forward. Before Li Xiaoshan could say anything, the bride's side immediately tensed up. The Shadow trio had a very strong body, and just looking at them made people fearful. The bride saw them standing behind Li Xiaoshan, clearly ready to strike. The bride nervously shouted, "What are you guys going to do? Going to make a move to hit someone? You guys don't mess around. You few big men don't bully women. Everyone can be here watching." The bride's shouts managed to attract the forest store's security and sales staff. When the sales and security guards saw that the bride and groom hadn't left yet and were still shouting and making a scene, they also frowned. The saleswoman walked up to the bride and said, "Excuse me, please pay attention to the occasion. Please don't make a scene here." As more and more people came, the bride was also quite relieved. The bride pointed at Li Xiaoshan several people and said, "I'm not making a scene here. It was a few of them who wanted to bring people to beat me up." Although the saleswoman was tired of this bride, she still walked up and said to Li Xiaoshan, "Hello, this gentleman, please don't make trouble here, or else we'll call the police." Li Xiaoshan glanced at the bride and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "I didn't want to make trouble. I just wanted to come here to buy a car. It's a few of them who are blocking this place, affecting me from buying a car." When the bride heard Li Xiaoshan say that she wanted to buy a car, she thought that Li Xiaoshan was deliberately making excuses and digressing from the topic. So the bride immediately said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He clearly just tried to hit me. He's just a bottom-headed man, a dead pervert. Look at his poor face. Does he look like a rich man? He can't afford a car at all. Kick him out." But this time, the saleswoman didn't continue to help the bride's side. And even if Li Xiaoshan really couldn't afford a car and came to shop at the 4S store, he still had the status of a guest. The saleswoman looked at the bride and said, "I'm sorry, he is also a guest of this store. You have no right to kick him out. And this gentleman, too, isn't behaving excessively. Please respect yourself." After saying this, the saleswoman was ready to leave. But at this time, Li Xiaoshan spoke up. "Wait a minute, help me introduce this car. I want to buy it." Li Xiaoshan reached out and pointed at the BMW S5 that the bride wanted to buy. Li Xiaoshan did this. Of course it was on purpose. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate this ignorant salvage woman. Since the impact of hitting a woman is not good, then use money to crush. Sure enough, after Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, the bride staggered once more. "You're sick, aren't you? I was the one who saw this car first." Li Xiaoshan then revealed a playful expression. "Oh, is that so? Then you buy it?" The bride glanced at the groom and then at the bridesmaids. In the end, she stifled a red face and couldn't say a word. The groom also watched quietly as the scene unfolded without saying a word. The saleswoman returned to the bride's side and inquired once more. "I'm sorry, you've been here for half an hour considering this. Do you still want to buy? If you are not able to purchase, then this gentleman is able to make the purchase," the saleswoman said softly after a pause. "Ma'am, I advise you to go to the wedding site first. Don't make a scene here. If you really like this car, you can wait for the next car to arrive and I will contact you then." The saleswoman knew how to read people and was very good at reading people's words, and deliberately left the bride a step down. But the bride apparently did not understand the meaning of the female sales, but thought the female sales is looking down on their own. The bride said with a red face, "Who said I can't afford it? Who are you looking down on?" The bride looked at the groom once more and said, "Ryozi, I'll give you this one last chance. Sell the car and we'll get married right away. I know you don't have enough money. I still have $60,000 here. You figure out the rest. Anyway, I have to buy this car." The groom looked at his bride and shook his head. "I said, we're not getting married this time. I won't buy this car either. I've had enough." Over at the wedding site, "I've already called and the wedding is cancelled. Tomorrow we'll get the divorce papers." The groom took out his cell phone and shook it. The bride's eyes instantly reddened when she saw that the groom was actually serious. "Ryozi, you asshole, just because of this little thing, you're really not going to marry me. You dead scum. Are you even a man anymore? Retsuko, let me tell you, it's your loss that you missed me. You'll just regret it." "Good. This marriage is not over until it's over. I'm telling you the bride price you don't want to return, because it's you who delayed my youth." Woo woo. Watching the bride cry, Li Xiaoxiao grinned very unkindly. "Brother, you made the right decision. This kind of woman marrying home would be an absolute disaster for you." The bride wiped her tears, looked at Li Xiaoshan gloating, and opened her mouth to curse. "You bastard, I'm sure I won't let you go. You shameless underhanded man." Li Xiaoshan did not curse with her, but said to the saleswoman, "She can't afford it. Bring the contract over. I'll buy this car." Li Xiaoshang said this on purpose. The purpose was of course to enrage the salvage woman. As expected, the killing power of Li Xiaoshan's words was incomparably powerful. The bride once again jumped up once more. "Who said I can't afford it? Wait a minute. I will definitely buy this car." The bride was now clearly enraged by Li Xiaoshang. It must be a fight. The bride walked over to the bridesmaids and started to gather up the money. Eventually, after 3 minutes, the bride once again walked back with her toes in the air. "I'll take this car. Isn't it just $380,000? Bring me the contract. I'll buy it," the bride said as she looked at the groom demonstratively. "Retsuko, I'm telling you, losing me is your loss. I've lived just as well without you, and I can afford this car just as well." Chapter 42:50 Slaps. Seeing that the bride actually did come up with the money to buy the car, Li Xiaoshang felt a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, this fishing girl's girlfriends were quite righteous, but how could Li Xiaoshan let them have their way? "I'll pay $500,000 for this one." After Li Xiaoshan's words, the bride was dumbfounded, and the bridesmaids were also dumbfounded. The bride was dumbfounded, and so were the bridesmaids. After freezing for 10 seconds, the bride came back to her senses and said, "You poor bastard, do you have $500,000? Just only bragging. Bah, you don't take a piss and look at yourself. Don't listen to his bull ********. Hurry up and bring the contract over. I'll buy it." The bridesmaids obviously didn't believe that Li Xiaoshan could come up with $500,000 either. They mocked one after another. "Are you stupid? Nuts, right? Still $500,000. Why don't you say $5 million? Stinking beggar. You're still $500,000. You're dreaming. Cut. Che, didn't expect it. Who said we can't afford this car? What's the use of bragging now? Fool. Stinking beggar. Curse, you can't get a wife in the future. Bragging is not a draft. Who believes in your bull asterisk 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 ah? Cut. Li Xiaoshan ignored the bridesmaids and the bride, just looked at the saleswoman and said, I'm willing to pay $500,000 for this car. I can swipe my card now. The saleswoman couldn't help but inquire once again as she looked at Li Xiaoshan's serious expression. Are you serious? Of course, the saleswoman said as she stepped in front of the bride. I'm sorry ma'am, this car can't be sold to you because this gentleman has offered 500,000 to buy this car. I'm sorry about that. As a token of our apology, you can look at the next other car and we can give you a discount. This time it was the bride and the bridesmaids' turn to be dumbfounded. You're sick too, aren't you? You really believed his bull asterisk 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 asterisk? He lied to you? He surely can't come up with $500,000, right? He'll spend an extra 100,000 just to buy a BMW S5? No way. He's just a troublemaker. Don't believe him. Who would spend an extra 130,000 just to get angry and rob a car? What's wrong with you? But the next second a mechanical voice interrupted all the skepticism. The company's account has arrived at 500,000 yuan. Li Xiaoshan directly transferred the money without saying a word. At this moment the entire audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Xiaoshan actually did have $500,000. He spent more than 100,000 yuan just to fight for a car. Just to get out of a fight. How much money do you have to do such a thing? The bride and bridesmaids were dumbfounded when they saw that Li Xiaoshan was really so rich. The surrounding crowd of onlookers began to talk. I'll go. Awesome. This is a tycoon. Spending more than 100,000 extra dollars just to punch someone in the face. Awesome. Over the top. I've long been angry with these little ES. Opening their mouths and shutting their mouths is all about money. Now they're stupid when they meet rich people. $500,000 can buy a Hummer. Why is this necessary? This isn't money, have a grudge? Hey rich people world, we do not understand. More throw out more than 100,000 just to rob a BMW, just to get out of a mouthful of bad gas. It seems that this is to meet the real tycoon, perhaps to that realm of others. The pursuit of money is not. What people want is face. Looking at the bride and bridesmaids with ugly faces, not saying a word, Li Xiaoshao walked to the front of a few women. Didn't you just like to curse? How come you don't curse anymore? The bride had obviously also realized that she had messed with the wrong person, raised her eyes to look at Li Xiaoshan, and lowered her head again without saying anything back. Li Xiaoshan looked at the bridesmaid group and said, whoever of you slaps her 50 times, this BMW will be given to him. Just after Li Xiaoshan's words, the bride revealed a horrified expression, but immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan looked at the bride again and slowly said, as for you, I'll also give you a chance. If you slap each of them 10 times, I'll give you the BMW for nothing. And I won't bother with you about what happened before. As for how you guys decide, let's see how your feelings really are. Li Xiaoshan's move of dog-eat-dog caused the bride and the bridesmaids to immediately create a gap. Using a BMW car as bait, it instantly turned these women against each other. After the bridesmaids and the bride stared at each other for a few seconds, one of the bridesmaids said softly, Fong Fong, why don't you bear with it? It's quite worth it to get a car for just 50 slaps. The bride was immediately offended by this and retorted, why me? Can I stand 50 slaps on one person? People are a girl. Why don't I beat you guys? You're just 4 people, 10 slaps each. It's going to be 10 slaps less. Watching this scene, Li Xiaoshan shook his head and laughed. Worthy of being a fishing girl. Neither the bride nor the bridesmaids said anything about giving up this BMW. The greed in their hearts made them not even think of giving up this BMW, even if it was to beat their own girlfriends. Watching this real-life version of the plastic sisterhood, it was about to break up. Li Xiaoshan instead became more expectant. Sure enough, the bridesmaids were not happy once they heard that the bride was going to beat them up. Why, Fong Fong, you caused all this trouble yourself. Why are you hitting us? Fong Fong, don't forget, we were the ones who helped you raise the money. Why are you like this? Fong Fong, don't be so selfish. Don't worry, we'll be a little lighter. We'll take the car first. Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan was not happy. Immediately, he added fire. The hand must be used with full force. Otherwise, I won't honor my promise. I'm giving you guys 10 seconds to decide who exactly to hit. After the time, then I'm going to punish you guys with my methods. I'm not short of money, so what do you guys say? How does it feel for me to pay for a couple of men to squat on your floor every day? Upon hearing these words, the bride and bridesmaids all had a look of horror in their eyes. The 4 bridesmaids looked at each other and instantly made up their minds. Snap! One of the bridesmaids was the first to move, and a slap hit the bride's face. What are you guys doing? Don't! The bride struggled as she reached out and frantically pulled at the bridesmaids. The scene was an instant mess as the bride had a death grip on one of the bridesmaids' dresses and wouldn't let go. Several of the women rolled into a ball on the floor, but within 10 seconds, the situation changed. 4 of the bridesmaids struck at the same time, controlling the bride's hands in a deadly grip. And then one of the bridesmaids sat on top of the bride and started slapping her in the face. Slap, slap, slap. Ah, you bunch. Don't. Woo woo. Quickly call the police. Quickly come to someone to help. Don't. I'm going to kill you all. Woo woo. Ritsuko, hurry up and save me. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and save me. Chapter 43. BMW is about to arrive. Such a scene happening at the scene made the saleswoman frown. The saleswoman walked over to Li Xiaoshan and said softly, "Sir, this isn't too good. Can you tell them to stop and not continue fighting?" Li Xiaoshan said with a smile on his face, "I asked them to stop. Will they agree? Don't forget, they want the BMW." After Li Xiaosa finished talking to the saleswoman, he increased his voice again and shouted, "Now you guys can stop. I promise I won't look for trouble from you guys, but the BMW car won't be given to you. However, if you guys still want the BMW, then you guys can continue. Remember, I didn't force you guys." The bridesmaids stopped when they heard Li Xiaoshan's words. The bride also immediately begged for mercy. "Don't fight. Oh, no need to fight now. Quickly stop." But the 4 bridesmaids looked at each other and moved their hands once more. Pop, snap, fong fong, you hold back a bit more, since the fight has already started. If you don't finish it, then isn't it a loss? Fong fong, you endure a bit more. I'll teach you a way. Let you suffer less. Bite your teeth and tighten your jaw. Then you can endure a little more. The BMW is about to arrive. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but clap his hands when he saw the scene. Ha ha ha. Look, I've already told them to stop, but they're not happy about it. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's their own greed. The bride was grabbed by the bridesmaid's hands, and could only lie on the ground, shaking her head frantically and crying, "Ryozi, help me. Don't woo woo. Hurry up and get someone to save me. I'm calling the police. Arrest you bunch of. I'm going to put you guys in jail." Once the bridesmaids heard this, their hands instead became heavier. Eventually the groom couldn't watch anymore. He took the initiative to step in and grab the bridesmaid's hand. "Stop fighting. Are you guys crazy? Look at how her face is swelling. Are you guys going to ruin her face for a car?" After the groom pulled the bridesmaid, he turned his head to look at Li Xiaoshan. "Brother, let me apologize to you. You didn't have to make things like this. Just raise your hand and let her go. Let's just forget about this matter." The groom still had feelings for his bride, so he took the initiative to plead for mercy and said, "Just now, Li Xiaoxiao's outburst clearly proved that he was not an ordinary person. That was why the groom took the initiative to bow his head and ask for Li Xiaoshan's forgiveness." Li Xiaoshan took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. "This can't be blamed on me. I did ask you to discipline your woman before, but you didn't listen." This time Lu Shanshan reached out and pulled Li Xiaoshan's sleeve. "Xiaoshan, that's enough. Although she has something wrong with her, it's not good to hit someone." Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan, then nodded. "Fine, let her apologize to me, and this matter will be settled." Li Xiaoshan loosened his mouth, and the groom immediately helped his bride up. "Fong Fong, apologize and this matter will be over." The bride looked at Li Xiaoshan filled with fear and immediately started to apologize. "I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have died grasping you and not letting go. Keep scolding you." Li Xiaoshan also didn't want to bother with her too much, nodded his head to show that he accepted her apology. "Let me give you a reminder. Curse people and don't bring up your parents. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you about this." Since the matter was over, Li Xiaoshan was about to leave the place with Shadow and a few people, but at this time, the 4 bridesmaids stopped Li Xiaoshan. "Handsome man, that BMW car of yours." Li Xiaoshan looked at the 4 bridesmaids and smiled helplessly. "Have you guys fought enough? Didn't have it. Then why should I give it to you guys?" But, seeing that a few bridesmaids were about to speak, Li Xiaoshan reached out and stopped them, signaling them to wait. Then Li Xiaoshan looked at the Shadow Trio. "Do you guys have cash on you?" The Shadow Trio shook their heads. Vulture, who had been standing at the side, spoke. "I brought $1,000. Li Xiaoshan extended his hand to Vulture. "Bring it and borrow it." After bringing over the $1,000, Li Xiaoshan handed the money to one of the bridesmaids. "Consider this as payment for your labor." After shoving the money into the hands of one of the bridesmaids, Li Xiaoshan no longer ignored them. However, the 4 bridesmaids did not give up on harassing Li Xiaoshan. "Brother, can I add you a V-mail?" The bridesmaids thought, although they couldn't get a BMW car, but it was worth a try to get on Li Xiaoshan's good side. Li Xiaoshan looked at the 4 bridesmaids and felt a wave of nausea for no reason. How can there be such shameless people? Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but sigh. If you don't have a face, you really are invincible. Li Xiaoshan did not pay any attention to them, and strolled around the 4S store again. Li Xiaoshan was ready to buy another car. In fact, the BMW that Li Xiaoshan had just bought. he personally didn't like it. Li Xiaoshan only bought that car on purpose in order to teach that fishing girl a lesson. In the end, Li Xiaoxiao picked another Mercedes-Benz business car with luxurious seats in the backseat and an LCD screen, which made it look comfortable. The main thing was that the backseat of this car was incomparably spacious, and even more actions could be unlocked in the car. In the end, Li Xiaoshang spent $1.8 million and bought this top luxury business car. After buying the car, Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan and asked, "Sister Shanshan, do you have a driver's license?" "Yes, I took the driving license before I went to college." Li Xiaoshan handed the BMW keys to Lu Shanshan. "Then this car will be given to you." "Gave it to me?" Lu Shanshan was in shock. A car bought for $500,000 was said to be given away? Lu Shanshan had gone out on dates with quite a few guys, but none were as bold as Li Xiaoshan. The first time they came out to meet, they directly sent a car, and it's still a BMW S5 worth more than $300,000. Lu Shanshan knew that Li Xiaoshan was very rich, but did not expect him to be so rich. And it's not about being rich anymore. Lu Shanshan had also seen rich second generation, but none of these rich second generation dared to squander so much. This made Lu Shanshan ponder. Could it be that this Li Xiaoshan had a grudge against money? At this moment Lu Shanshan's curiosity and good feelings towards Li Xiaoshan skyrocketed. What kind of family background does he have to have in order to be so profligate? This kind of top rich second generation, young, handsome, and also with a hint of gangsterism. There is that girl can refuse. Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan, who was too surprised to speak, and couldn't help but reach out and scratch her nose. "Happy?" Lu Shanshan looked at Li Xiaoshan's eyes were on the verge of drawing silk, and nodded her head deeply. Very happy. Thank you. Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan's tantalizing red lips and said jokingly, "Then give me a kiss." But the next second, Lu Shanshan didn't hesitate to rush at Li Xiaoshan's side face and kissed him. Chapter 44 Dreams. This time, in turn, Li Xiaoshan froze. Lu Shanshan's lips were soft and hot, so that Li Xiaoshan could not help but fantasize about the touch of this kiss on the mouth. Just as the two of them were staring at each other and gradually heating up, the saleswoman walked back and bowed deeply, saying, "All right, sir, the formalities are all done. Our store has given you an extra 10 years of free maintenance and warranty. Thank you very much for your trust." The saleswoman was overjoyed. This performance bonus was enough for more than 3 months of her salary, and through this one time to buy a car. You can clearly see that Li Xiaoshan's bottom line is deep. For this kind of Li Xiaoshan, this kind of god of wealth, that his must be well maintained. After leaving the 4S store, Li Xiaoshan sat in the BMW. Lu Shanshan was responsible for driving. Shadow was responsible for driving the other commercial vehicle, following behind the two of them. Just as he was about to start the car, Vulture opened the door and sat up by himself. Li Xiaoshan looked at Condor and asked, "Why did you come over?" "I don't want to be a light bulb either, but this is my job, so you guys just pretend I don't exist." For a while the atmosphere in the car was stagnant. Vulture, on the other hand, took his own cell phone and played Plants vs. Zombies. Lu Shanshan tied her seatbelt and asked, "Where are we going next?" Li Xiaoshan looked at the time on his cell phone. "Well, let's go eat." Lu Shanshan took the initiative and said, "Okay, but this time, I'll pick the place. I'll treat you to dinner," Li Xiaoshan said as he leaned on the back of the chair. "Okay, you pick." Along the way, Lu Shanshan kept chattering non-stop, completely silent because there was a light bulb around her. Li Xiaoshan was also opened up by Lu Shanshan. "Xiaoshan, what is your dream?" With these words, Li Xiaoshan was stunned. To talk about dreams, Li Xiaoshan's dream at the very beginning was to be a scientist to return society. But that was his dream when he was in elementary school. After growing up a bit and reaching high school, Li Xiaoshan's dream was to earn a lot of money and change the fate of his family, let his parents no longer suffer. Now this dream has been realized. Money, Li Xiaoshan has not lacked, and has even been rich to the point of oil. To say that the dream now might be to change the world. After obtaining the Divine Hero system, Li Xiaoshan had certainly thought about what he wanted to do. At first he just wanted to travel around the world. Now Li Xiaoshan wanted to see a wider world and experience things he had never experienced before. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan didn't reply for a moment, Lu Shanshan called out to him twice. "Xiaoshan, Xiaoshan." After returning to his senses, Li Xiaoshan said casually, "My dream is to save the world." Lu Shanshan was amused by Li Xiaoshan's words. "So are you going to be Ultraman? Or Spider-Man? Batman? Well, Iron Man it is." At this time Li Xiaoshan's cell phone rang. After Li Xiaoshan answered the phone, Li Lanqin's voice came from inside. "Xiaoshan, where are you?" I'm outside just about to go eat." "How are you feeling physically?" "Well, much better. Thank you for last night." "Where are you? Let me go find you now." This." Li Xiaoshan twisted his head to look at Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan heard the voice inside the phone and saw Li Xiaoshan looking at herself, so she nodded her head. indicating that she was fine with it. Although Lu Shanshan didn't want anyone to disturb her and Li Xiaoshan alone, but in order to show good personal grooming, she still nodded her head and agreed. Alright, then you go downstairs and wait for me for a bit. Let's just have a meal at the Green Hotel. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaosa said awkwardly, "This is one of my classmates. She ran into trouble last night." Lu Shanshan said frankly, "It's fine, one more person to eat is lively. By the way, get to know your friend." "Good, then let's go to Green Hotel now." When Li Xiaoshan and his party arrived at Green Hotel, Li Lanqin had long been waiting in the hotel lobby. When they got out of the car, Lu Shanshan deliberately took Li Xiaoshan's hand and walked to Li Lanqin and said, "Hello, I am Li Xiaoshan's friend. My name is Lu Shanshan." Li Lanqin was obviously dumbfounded at the first sight of Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan's looks were just too beautiful. Even Li Lanqin, who was also a girl, couldn't help but be taken aback when she saw Lu Shanshan's looks. Immediately after, Li Lanqin's face stiffened for a moment when she saw the two Li Xiaoshan holding hands, but she still smiled and extended her hand at Lu Shanshan. "Hello, I'm Dash's high school classmate. Sorry for disturbing you two on your date." After shaking hands with Li Lanqin, Lu Shanshan naturally took Li Xiaoshan's hand once again. "It's fine, I also want to get to know more of Xiaoshan's friends. Thanks for taking care of him before." As soon as the two women met, the air was immediately filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was obvious that Lu Shanshan was talking to Li Lanqin as Li Xiaoshan's girlfriend. Li Lanqin, on the other hand, was deliberately pretending not to see the ambiguous relationship between the two. In the end, Li Xiaoshan took the initiative to speak. Let's eat first." Li Xiaoshan naturally also felt the flavor of gunpowder in the air, and at this time, he had a bit of regret. Why did he have to come out to eat with two girls at once? This meal was the most embarrassing meal Li Xiaoshan had ever had. The two girls sandwiched Li Xiaoshan in the middle of the table, and the two girls either gave him food or poured wine for him, but Li Xiaoshan was not happy at all. The two girls were obviously competing with each other in secret. At one time, Li Xiaoshan was in a dilemma. After eating Lu Shanshan's food, he had to take a sip of the wine that Li Lanqin poured for himself. The most critical thing is, the atmosphere at the dinner table is really too depressing. Li Xiaoshan feels like a scum, being stepped on like a tail. It's strange, although both women have not established a relationship with themselves, but as soon as the two girls met, they began to secretly fight non-stop. After Li Xiaoshan finished eating, he immediately hid inside the toilet and lit a cigarette. This time also gave Li Xiaoshan a long lesson. In the future must not and two ambiguous girls to eat together. However, when Li Xiaoshan came out of the toilet and returned to the private room, the atmosphere above the dinner table eased down instead. "Sister Shan, thank you for teaching me this. It's alright, sister. I feel kind once I see you. You can contact me anytime in the future." Li Xiaoshan sat back in her seat and looked around. He felt a little strange. He had just gone out to use the restroom, and the relationship between the two was reconciled? What kind of situation was this? Li Xiaoshan wasn't sure, but at this moment, both girls were no longer fighting, and the atmosphere had eased up a lot. "Xiaoshan, Lan Xin girl has something she wants to ask you for help. I'll go to the restroom first. You guys take your time to chat." After saying that, Lu Shanshan got up and went to the restroom. Chapter 45, System Mission. Li Xiaoshan kept watching Lu Shanshan leave before she opened her mouth to ask Li Lanqin, "What's going on with you two? Worshipped as god sisters? Things between women, can't talk to you. I'm thankful that you saved me last night, but I still have something that I hope you can help." Li Xiaoshan looked at Li Lanqin without saying anything and signaled her to continue. "My family is a logistics company, and recently my parents' company has a shortage of funds. Can you contribute money and take a stake in my family's company? Don't worry, after we get rid of the difficulties after a while, our family can definitely return the money to you, and give you a dividend. Of course, it's naturally best if you want to keep investing in our family's company." At the same time, the system's voice resounded in Li Xiaoshan's mind. "Trigger system mission, first appearance. Set up an investment company and acquire 5 medium-sized enterprises. The task is unlimited. Mission success, system upgrade. Gain 1000 per second. Mission failure, system downgrade. Gain $10 per second. Actually triggering a system mission once again. Li Xiaoshan decided to help Li Lanqin after a short thought in his mind. Li Xiaoshan was simply clueless about things above business, so now that there was a ready-made company that needed his own shares, why not? Li Xiaoshan asked seriously, "Does your family's company count as a medium-sized enterprise?" Barely counts. Our family's logistics company, although it's not a large enterprise, it's definitely not a small one either." Li Xiaoshan nodded. "Good, I can help you, but I have a condition. I want to directly acquire your family's company, but don't worry, I'll leave the main business rights to you guys. In general, I'm going to acquire the whole company directly, and you guys can only account for 49% of the shares. How is it acceptable? Li Lanqin was silent. Doing so was basically handing over the entire company directly. Although Li Xiaoshan said that he was going to give the business rights to his parents, but Li Xiaoshan as the largest shareholder had every right to change his mind at any time. Acquisition means that the entire company is in the hands of Li Xiaoshan alone, and Li Xiaoshan has absolute control. Li Lanqin said after pondering for a while. I have to talk to my parents first to see if they agree. I'll give you the exact news tomorrow. Li Xiaoshan nodded and said, good. You can make it clear to your aunts and uncles that I'll be very busy in the future, so I definitely won't interfere with the business rights. I just want to be a shirker and let them rest assured. Li Lanqin relaxed slightly when she heard Li Xiaoshan say this. I'll have my parents come and meet you tomorrow, so you guys can talk in person. Li Xiaoshan immediately nodded in agreement. The two had just finished their conversation when Lu Shanshan also returned inside the private room. Are you done chatting? Li Lanqin immediately got up and said. Alright, senior sister Shanshan, I'll leave first. You guys keep going out. Have fun. After saying that, Li Lanqin simply nodded to Li Xiaoshang and left. Lu Shanshan looked at Li Xiaoshang and said, Iron Man, where are you going to take me now? You choose. Listen to you. Lu Shanshan drove the Mercedes on the road, causing many people to look sideways, but Lu Shanshan's driving skills were really not good. The car stalled once again when passing a stoplight. Drip, 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 drip. The car behind them honked frantically, but the more nervous she got, the more Lu Shanshan couldn't get the ignition to fire. Hey, do you know how to drive? Get out of the way. Stinking stupid Bowie. Li Xiaoshan really couldn't stand it anymore, lowered the car window, poked his head out, and started to spit fragrance. Roll your mom's egg. Cursing again, I'll kill you. Li Xiaoshang also completely enraged the other party. A man pushed open the car door, holding a baseball bat and walked down. Hey, say one more word. The man just arrived in front of Li Xiaoshang's car, and before Li Xiaoshang could reply, Vulture pushed open the car door and walked down. Then, there was no then. The man was sent back to the car by the bald eagle, very friendly, and no longer dared to say one more word of nonsense. As the saying goes, when a connoisseur makes a move, he knows whether there is one or not. The bald eagle also did not have hands to hit him, just with his hand pinched his arm slightly hard. The other party immediately wilted. The car continued to drive, and eventually Li Xiaoshan and his party came to the city's western district of the China World Trade Center Mall. Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan held hands and leisurely strolled around the mall for a while. Lu Shanshan bought a few clothes for Li Xiaoshan, but they weren't too expensive, just a few $100s. Just as Li Xiaoshan was quietly enjoying the brief moment of tranquility, his phone rang. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone to see it was an unfamiliar number. After Li Xiaoshan answered it, a middle-aged man's voice came over the phone. Hello, I'm the boss of the Gathering Society. Others call me Master Ma San. I heard that you're looking for me to talk about business? Hearing that on the other end of the phone was the boss of the Gathering of Righteousness Association that he was looking for, Li Xiaoshang's heart tightened for no reason. Right. Then come downstairs. I'm on the first floor of the China World Mall. I hope that the business you're talking about will satisfy me. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the China World Mall today. After hearing Ma San's words, Li Xiaoshan froze for a moment before hanging up the phone. I didn't expect that this Gathering of Righteousness would be quite capable, and I had only just arrived at the western part of the city when the Gathering of Righteousness found out about me. Li Xiaoshan thought so. Moreover, listening to Ma San's tone, this time he brought a lot of people here, wanting to settle the score with Li Xiaoshang. After Li Xiaoshan hung up the phone, Li Xiaoshan thought briefly, then said to Lu Shanshan, Shanshan, sit here for a while and don't go away. Wait for me. Lu Shanshan nodded obediently. Good. You go and get busy first. Remember, don't go away. Just wait for me here. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan led the four shadows towards the downstairs. When he arrived at the downstairs level, Li Xiaoshan saw at a glance a group of people gathered in the lounge area. A square-faced man was sitting on a chair with a cigarette in his mouth. Around him stood more than 20 men, who were known to be frequent fighters and brawlers. One of them had his head wrapped in gauze, only revealing his eyes, nose and mouth. However, Li Xiaoshan recognized him at once, and this person was Sun Hu, who was the bar patron before. Li Xiaoshan didn't show any shyness and took a step towards him. After Li Xiaoshan reached Ma San's front, he sat down opposite him and lit a cigarette. Chapter 46, Calling the Boss. The punks behind Ma San immediately started blowing their beards and glaring when they saw that Li Xiaoshan was actually sitting across from Ma San just like that. Stand up, even in front of Master San. There is a place for you to sit. Little pussy brat, talking to you. Stand up. Sun Hu saw the blazing fire in Li Xiaoshan's eyes. Little pussy, today is the day you die. The previous beating made Sun Hu almost lose face in the venue. So when he saw Li Xiaoshan again at this time, Sun Hu couldn't wait to have his boss give the order to kill Li Xiaoshan in order to relieve his anger. In the face of these people's table slapping and glaring behavior, Li Xiaoshan did not pay any attention to it. Li Xiaoshan was just silently smoking a cigarette, his eyes looking at the opposite side of Ma San. The four people of shadow were also standing quietly behind Li Xiaoshan, and did not have a trace of timidity. Li Xiaoshan did not speak. Ma San also did not speak. The two just sat quietly. Finally, after a full 2 minutes had passed, Ma San couldn't help but take the lead and speak. Tell me, what kind of business do you want to do with me? If you want to lie to me, you won't be able to get out today. After Ma San finished speaking, Li Xiaoshan grinned. Ma San, right. The business I want to do with you is simple. Do you want the entire magic city? After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, a brilliant light emerged from Ma San's eyes. However, it only lasted for a split second and then flickered away. What do you mean? My meaning is simple. I want to help you take down the underground forces of the entire magic city. After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, Ma San froze for a moment, but immediately afterward, he laughed. What a big mouth. Who do you think you are? After Li Xiaoshan was questioned about his strength, his face was calm without a ripple. Then listen carefully. I am your god of fortune. The most consuming thing about fighting a war is money, and I can provide you with a huge amount of financial support. Are you interested now? Ma San didn't say anything and quietly looked at Li Xiaoshan for 3 seconds. Li Xiaoshan's eyes were like a deep pool, making Ma San unable to see the bottom at all. Then what do you want? Li Xiaoshan threw away the burnt-out cigarette and lit one once again. Your loyalty. After Li Xiaoshan's words, a murderous intent emerged in Ma San's eyes, but Li Xiaoshan didn't have a trace of cowardice and continued. You want to recognize me as your boss? I will give you a chance to survive, or else. Li Xiaoshan paused for a moment and exhaled a deep breath of smoke slowly. I'll let you die first. Ma San slammed his hand on the table and stood up with his eyes staring at Li Xiaoshan in death. Seeing this situation, Condor stepped forward and walked next to the table. As soon as Condor moved, the people on the opposite side also moved immediately. More than 20 people surrounded Li Xiaoshan's 4 people. Both sides were instantly at cross swords, but no one made a move at this time. They were all waiting for their bosses and Li Xiaoshan to make a decision. Li Xiaoshan was still sitting on his chair, even crossing his legs. I'm only giving you this one chance. Think about it before you make a decision. Li Xiaoshan continued to smoke a cigarette as he sat on the chair, while Ma San stood beside the table, his face constantly changing in shade. Ma San was able to clearly feel that Li Xiaoshan was definitely not an ordinary person. This could be determined by the 4 bodyguards around Li Xiaoshan alone. There was also the aura on Li Xiaoshan's body, an absolute confidence that could not be faked. This is a kind of superior, only unique aura. But just based on these, let Ma San immediately concede. Bowed down to be Li Xiaoshan's little brother or not enough. No matter what, Ma San is also the boss of the 4 major gangs in Magic City's underground forces. If you recognize an unheard of brat as your boss for no reason, you can't say that you've lost face. Ma San's own psychological hurdles cannot be passed, because Li Xiaoshan is really too young. If Ma San now recognized the goat, then tomorrow is a disgrace, and the Triad Society cares the most is a face problem. How about it? Want to be done? Want to live? Or let me uproot you? Li Xiaoshan slowly asked as he stubbed out his cigarette. Eventually Ma San slowly opened his mouth and said, your guts are not bad. Good. I'll give you this chance. The 2 of us will fight one-on-one. If you win, I'll recognize you as my boss. In fact, at this moment, Ma San had already made a decision in his heart. Ma San was ready to defect to Li Xiaoshan, but Ma San had to save face. A little bit. That's why he proposed words like fighting Li Xiaoshan alone. And there was also a small detail. Ma San said that Li Xiaoshan would agree to his demands if he won. Recognize him as the boss. But Ma San didn't say what to do if Li Xiaoshan lost. The implication was that he hadn't thought that Li Xiaoshan would lose. In other words, Ma San will not let Li Xiaoshan lose. At the same time, Ma San also made a backup plan in his mind. Once he realized that Li Xiaoshan's strength was not as strong as he had imagined. As soon as he realized that Li Xiaoshan was not as strong as he thought, Ma San would kill Li Xiaoshan at any time. There would not be the slightest hesitation. In fact, no one who had gotten to Ma San's level to become a boss was a fool. They have multiple plans at all times, and defecting to Li Xiaoshan is also a test for Ma San. If Li Xiaoshan's strength is really strong, Ma San preserves himself. If Li Xiaoshan's strength was not good, Ma San would immediately show his fangs and bite him to death. It's fine, let him fight you. Li Xiaoshan reached out and pointed at the condor. Ma San frowned slightly when he saw Li Xiaoshan reaching out and pointing at Vulture, but Ma San still accepted. Good. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Condor and Ma San remained in the field. Li Xiaoshan pulled Condor and whispered in his ear, be gentle with your hands. Vulture glanced at Li Xiaoshan and did not reply. Ma San looked at Condor and said, okay? Condor nodded. Seeing Condor nod, Ma San immediately rushed to him and punched towards Condor's face. Condor slightly tilted his head to dodge the punch and then punched Asa-san in the stomach. This punch directly knocked Ma San out of his ability to resist. Ma San covered his stomach and fell to the ground. Seconds, Ma San's group of minions immediately surrounded him and helped Ma San up. Master San, are you alright? When Sun Hu saw Ma San fall to the ground, he immediately greeted the people and rushed towards Vulture. Asterisk. Get him for me. Facing the 5 people who rushed up, Condor didn't take a step back. One person fighting 5 people seemed incredibly easy, completely like playing. In the end, after Vulture knocked down 5 people, Ma San waved his hand and called for a halt. Stop fighting. Stop. Ma San staggered his steps to Li Xiaoshan and lowered his head. Good. I'll concede defeat. You're my boss from today onwards. Seeing that their boss had bowed his head, these junior brothers also wilted. Seeing that none of his juniors reacted, Ma San immediately shouted, call the boss. Only then did this group of junior brothers bow their heads to Li Xiaoshan and shouted, boss. More than 20 strong men collectively bowed to a 19-year-old youth and called out to the boss. Chapter 47 LV Mao Group. This scene caused the crowd of onlookers to hold back their sidelong glances. This is the triad. This is a movie, right? Such a young triad boss. This script is too subpar. This seems to be a student, right? It looks so weird. Hair hasn't even grown, and he's learning to be a boss. Li Xiaoshan walked forward and held up Ma San. From today onwards it's one of our own. You first take people back and wait for my news. Looking at the surrounding crowd of onlookers gathering more and more, Li Xiaoshan immediately sent Ma San away. After Ma San left with the people, Li Xiaoshan began to take the shadow several people to find Lu Shanshan. Things were going exceedingly well, and Li Xiaoshan's mood became much lighter. In fact, this time, taking Ma San directly under his control was merely a test run by Li Xiaoshan. It was just that Li Xiaoshan did not expect it to actually go so smoothly. This matter also added a lot of confidence to Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but think in his heart, maybe we can recover all the gangs without any bloodshed. After making up his mind, Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chen Wu. Give me your boss's phone number. I have something to talk to him about. Chen Wu was the Black Dragon Society's venue watching junior, and Li Xiaoshan had a small conflict with him once before at the roller skating rink. After 2 minutes, Chen Wu sent a cell phone number to Li Xiaoshan. This is our boss's private cell phone number. What's the matter with you? Don't worry, it can't involve you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Seeing the message that Li Xiaoshan returned, Xian Wu then let go of his heart. After once again arriving at the leisure area where Lu Shanshan was, Li Xiaoshan froze. At this time, there was a man sitting opposite Lu Shanshan. This man was very ordinary looking, but the clothes on his body and the gold watch he wore were revealing that he was extraordinary. At this time, Lu Shanshan turned her back to Li Xiaoshan and looked at the boy across from her with a face full of disgust and said, Lu Liang, I told you, I don't like you. You don't think that just because our family company needs your parents' support, you can think ill of me. You'd better take care of your pregnant girlfriend first. Lu Liang frowned slightly at Lu Shanshan's words. Shanshan, don't forget that your parents promised my dad that we'd get engaged when you graduate. Also, that girl and I broke up a long time ago, and the baby in her belly has nothing to do with me. Li Xiaoshan came to stand behind Lu Shanshan, while Lu Liang looked at Li Xiaoshan with puzzled eyes. Looking at LV Liang looking behind herself in confusion, Lu Shanshan also turned back her head. When she saw that Li Xiaoshan had returned, Lu Shanshan immediately got up in joy and came to his side. Xiaoshan, you're back. Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan and nodded, then looked at the boy across from him and asked, who is he? Lu Shanshan then introduced herself. He's the son of my father's friend. His name is LV Liang. Seeing how close Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan were, LV Liang also frowned and began to scrutinize Li Xiaoshan. Shanshan, is he your classmate? Li Xiaoshan could clearly feel that this Lu Liang carried a deep hostility when facing himself. Li Xiaoshan simply nodded her head without speaking. Shanshan, how did you make this kind of friend? Lu Liang swept the clothes on Li Xiaoshan's body and looked at Li Xiaoshan's empty wrist. Immediately, he judged superficially that Li Xiaoshan was definitely inferior to himself. That was why Lu Liang dared to directly speak out to provoke Li Xiaoshan. Before Li Xiaoshan could say anything, Lu Shanshan immediately spoke back. LV Liang, the kind of friends I make seems to have nothing to do with you. LV Liang ignored Lu Shanshan and instead glared at Li Xiaoshan and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Shanshan, who is her fiancé. Please stay away from her in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know who you're talking to? When Li Xiaoshan looked into his eyes, Lu Liang couldn't help but shiver. Li Xiaoshan's sharp eyes made LV Liang's heart flutter. Li Xiaoshan's eyes gave Lu Liang the feeling that the other party was a big shot that he absolutely could not afford to mess with. Only in the next instant did Lu Liang see the shadow form behind Li Xiaoshan. Just now, Lu Liang was so focused on the clothes on Li Xiaoshan's body that he didn't even notice that there were 4 bodyguards behind Li Xiaoshan. This time, Lu Liang put away his gullibility and began to re-examine Li Xiaoshan. To be able to bring 4 bodyguards with him, this meant that Li Xiaoshan was definitely not an ordinary person. LV Liang swallowed his saliva. Who are you? My name is Li Xiaoshan. From today onwards, you are not allowed to pester Lu Shanshan anymore. If I find out that you're still continuing to pester her, I'll clean you up properly. Understood? Lu Liang looked at Li Xiaoshan's substance-filled gaze and nodded involuntarily. Good, now you can leave. After Li Xiaoshan told him to leave, LV Liang immediately left. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation. After moving away from Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan, Lu Liang called his dad. Dad, do you know there's a man named Li Xiaoshan? Who is he? Seeing that Li Xiaoshan had driven LV Liang away in a few words, Lu Shanshan couldn't help but look up at Li Xiaoshan. He seems to be afraid of you. Is that so? I don't know why. By this time, Li Xiaoshan's eyes had become as flat as water. Xiaoshan, you probably don't know that his dad is the chairman of LV Mao Group. LV Liang is usually not afraid of the sky. His family's very rich, and whatever LV Liang gets into trouble, his dad can fix it. This LV Liang is very bad and has toyed with many girls, Li Xiaoxiao asked casually. Then how did your family get involved with him? My dad is in the aquatic industry, and LV Mao Group controls all the ports. That's why our two families crossed paths. Li Xiaoshan nodded. And what about the fiancé? Speaking of which, Lu Shanshan sighed. 3 years ago our family's business ran into trouble, and my dad just couldn't do anything else. So he went to seek help from LV Liang's father, LV Mao. My dad had to agree to let me try to date LV Liang after graduation in order to get through it. But this LV Liang is a big bad guy. He's cheated on 90 girls if not 100. I hate him so much. Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan briefly pondered for a moment and asked, is your family's aquaculture considered a medium-sized enterprise? Barely. Li Xiaoshan patted Lu Shanshan's head and said, then introduce your parents to me later. Hearing this, Lu Shanshan blushed. What do you want? Seeing Lu Shanshan blush, Li Xiaoshan knew that she was misunderstanding. However, Li Xiaoshan didn't explain. Learning with them to learn how to do business. Chapter 48 Ma San's Plan. The two of them, Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan, shopped until 6 p.m. After they finished dinner, Lu Shanshan drove Li Xiaoshan back to Green Hotel. When they arrived at the entrance of the Green Hotel, Li Xiaoshan came up to Lu Shanshan and whispered, do you want to go up with me for a glass of water? Of course Lu Shanshan understood the subtext of Li Xiaoshan's words, so Lu Shanshan sternly refused. Cunning Mr. Li, I'm not going to fall for your tricks. After saying that, Lu Shanshan drove away from Green Hotel. Li Xiaoshan lay on the soft bed and called up the system panel in his mind. Current withdrawable balance, 479-3100. Currently withdrawable balance, 479-3200. And inside Li Xiaoshan's private account, there was still 9.6 million lying around. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and called his private lawyer, Zhao Yong. Immediately after Li Xiaoshan's call was dialed, it was picked up by Zhao Yong. Hello, boss, you're looking for me? I want to set up an investment company. Do I need to have any qualifications or conditions? Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Zhao Yong paused for a moment and said, boss, setting up an investment company requires a qualification assessment, as well as approval from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Then there is the selection of land. Without waiting for Zhao Yong to finish, Li Xiaoshan interrupted him. Just tell me how much money is needed and be done with it. I don't understand much of the rest. Boss probably needs around 3 million. Okay, this is something you go and do for me. I'll transfer the money directly to you. Any problems? Feel free to contact me. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan gave Zhao Yong a direct call of $3 million. Zhao Yong looked at the text message that arrived and immediately contacted his connections in the Commerce and Industry Bureau without a single delay. Zhao Yong had long thought that Li Xiaoshan might set up a company. Otherwise he would not have hired him as a private lawyer. So when this call came from Li Xiaoshan, Zhao Yong had already expected it and wasn't too surprised. Then Li Xiaoshan called Ma San again. The phone rang for 10 seconds before Ma San picked up the phone. Hey, boss. Ma San was obviously still a bit uncomfortable with the matter of calling Li Xiaoshan boss. After all, the age gap between the two was a bit too big. Li Xiaoshan had only just turned 19, while Ma San was already in middle age. Li Xiaoshan also did not care about this. Opening his mouth, he directly asked, Ma San, how many minions do you have under your hand? Well, a total of about 1,000. Then how much money do you need to feed these juniors every month? It's about 4 million or so. Then how do you usually feed these minions? Mainly collecting protection fees, and also opening a few large chess rooms. Chess rooms? You're talking about casinos, right? Boss, chess rooms and casinos are called differently, and the boundaries are naturally different, but the meaning is all the same. Then how much oil and water can you scrape off in a month? Boss, a month to shave off the money to support the little brother. but also able to enter the account of about 700,000 yuan. In fact, here Ma San definitely said less. He didn't know what purpose Li Xiaoshan was asking with. In fact, Ma San was able to scrape down about 2 million per month, but Ma San deliberately kept an extra eye out. Well, good. From now on you go and collect juniors for me. Don't be afraid of the number of people. Collect as many minions as you can. Ma San asked after thinking for a while. Okay, boss. Which district are you going to take first? That's for you to ask. You should know more than me. Tell me your opinion. Which district do you think we should take first? Boss, what do you think of the City South District? The Mighty Tiger Gang? Tell us your reasoning. Boss, the Mighty Tiger Gang is an alien gang. If we take them first, the people from the Green Alliance and Black Dragon Society won't have any opinions. The Mighty Tiger Gang has been in Magic City for just a year, and they've offended a lot of people in that year to develop to this point. Everyone is hostile to them, so by moving them first, the others might even come to help us fight the Mighty Tiger Gang, Li Xiaoshan said after thinking briefly. Good, let's take them first. You start preparing now. I want to topple the Mighty Tiger Gang within 3 days. Good, boss. After hanging up the phone, Ma San shook his head and laughed, and threw the phone aside with disdain. Fool, looks like I was wrong about you before. In fact, what Ma San just said was not wrong, but there was one thing that Ma San did not say. The Mighty Tiger Gang was one of the strongest gangs in Magic City, and behind the Mighty Tiger Gang, there was an even bigger force backing it up. Otherwise, how could the Tiger Gang come to Magic City for a year and be able to be on par with the 3 major gangs, or even higher than the 3 major gangs? After hanging up the phone, Ma San took out another cell phone and called Pangbin, the boss of the Tiger Gang. Ma San did not want to offend the Tiger Gang because of Li Xiaoshan. Then borrowing the fierce Tiger Gang's hand to get rid of Li Xiaoshan was a good move for Ma San. For one thing, Ma San himself would not have to take any risks. Secondly, even if the plan failed and Li Xiaoshan won, Ma San could continue to submit to Li Xiaoshan. On the phone, after Ma San told Li Xiaoshan all about his plan, Ma San wrapped his arms around a woman in an unusually revealing dress and entered the bar's restroom. After Li Xiaoshan hung up on Ma San, Zhang Xian sent herself a email. Hubby, do you see if this bag is good? It's only $50,000. Then came a photo. Li Xiaoshan didn't even click on the picture and directly transferred $50,000 to Zhang Xian. Wow, hubby, you're so handsome. Immediately after that, Zhang Xian sent a whole lot of red lips. Hubby, do you want me to accompany you tonight? Li Xiaoshan hesitated for a moment before rejecting Zhang Xian's offer. Honestly speaking, Li Xiaoshan somewhat despised his current self. Unconsciously, Li Xiaoshan had also become the scum he hated the most. Li Xiaoshan admitted that he liked Zhang Xian a lot, but what he liked was Zhang Xian's exaggerated and attractive top-notch body. At the same time, Li Xiaoshan also liked Lu Shanshan. Of course, he liked Lu Shanshan's heaven-defying face value and body. Li Xiaoshan also had a bit of trouble letting go of Li Lanxin. In fact, in terms of body and looks, Li Lanxin was not an absolute beauty. Li Xiaoshan couldn't let go of her because of the first love complex in his heart. Li Xiaoshan wants to get Li Lanxin more as want to make up for his heart's regret. Every time he thought of these girls, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but despise himself. But Li Xiaoshan couldn't let go. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshan and have some relief. Perhaps he is a do not know to meet the scum of the bar. As long as you can forgive yourself not on the line. Li Xiaoshan can only comfort himself in this way. Chapter 49, The Boss of the Gathering. The next day, Li Xiaoshan slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. Last night, Li Xiaoshan slept very comfortably, and there were no phone calls to disturb him in the morning. After Li Xiaoshan woke up, he washed his face, and then once again, he lay down on the bed. Li Xiaoshan picked up the landline in the bedroom and connected the exclusive phone number for the guest room. Please send up a lunch, steak, king crab, pasta, and pizza, 5 servings of each. Oh yeah, and bring up a couple drinks. Thanks. Okay, Mr. Li, please wait. There will be someone to bring it to your guest room after a while. After 20 minutes, a waitress pushed a food cart into the room. Hello, Mr. Li, this is the meal you ordered. While speaking, the waitress served various delicacies on the table. Mr. Li, may I ask if there's anything else I can do while I'm at it? No, thank you. The waitress nodded with a smile and exited the room. Seeing that all kinds of food had arrived, Li Xiaoshan waved his hand to signal the shadow few to start eating. Come on, start. No need to be polite. Vulture didn't have any hesitation to sit directly on the chair, and the shadow trio hesitated for a moment. But in the end, they were still pulled onto the table by Li Xiaoxiao. After finishing the meal, Li Xiaoshan's phone rang. Li Xiaoshan swept a glance at the caller alert. It was Li Lanxin calling. Hello, Xiaoshan. My parents have arrived at the Green Hotel. Are you free now? Free. You guys wait for me downstairs. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshang brought the 4 people of Shadow to the hotel lobby. After Li Xiaoshang and the others found a private room and sat down, Li Xiaoshan was the first to speak. Hello uncle and auntie, I've already heard about your matters from Lan Xin. I'm sure all of you are clear about my requirements. Then I would like to ask uncle and aunt, what is the approximate market capitalization of your company currently? Li Lanqin's father took out a document from his briefcase. Mr. Li, this is our company's specific information. Mr. Li, our company's current market capitalization is close to $6 million. Of course with this figure, it's definitely on the much higher side. Mr. Li, we came here today to discuss with you. Can we let you take up 50% of the shares? We managed the company together. Li Xiaoshan didn't open the file. He didn't care at all how the specifics of this logistics company were. Li Xiaoshan only had one purpose, and that was to acquire this company. Complete the system mission. No way. I must take full control. 51% is the minimum, not a single point less. I know what you're worried about, uncle, but you can rest completely at ease. I don't lack money. I'm not interested in the management or main business rights of this company at all. I just want this company to belong under my name. That's my only request, and I can assure you that with me in the company, I won't let the company close down. I am fully capable of being able to save the company. After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, Li Lanqin's father sighed deeply and said slowly, all right, I hope you can keep your promise. This is the contract I drew up. You can read it first. Li Xiaoxia didn't even glance at the contract after receiving it, directly flipped to the last page, and quickly signed it. After signing, Li Xiaoshan then asked, how much money do I need to give you? Li Lanqin's parents were directly dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Was Li Xiaoshan acquiring the company? This kind of behavior of not looking at the contract was serious. Not afraid of falling into a pit? Moreover, Li Xiaoshan didn't even look at how much money he was going to spend and how many shares he was going to acquire. He didn't ask how much it would cost until he signed it. Li Lanqin's father quickly flipped open the contract and handed it to Li Xiaoshan. Mr. Li, the total is $2 million. 51% of the shares. Li Xiaoshan glanced at it and then said, good, give me a bank account number. I'll call you now. Next, Li Xiaoshan transferred the $2 million directly. The first time Li Lanqin's parents talked about cooperation so succinctly, they all felt a little unreal again. But the bank text message on their cell phone reminded them that it was all true. After sending Li Lanqin's parents away, Li Lanqin once again returned to Li Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, thank you for this time. This sum of money you put out really helped a lot. No need to thank you. This is our cooperation. Li Lanqin, on the other hand, said matter-of-factly, actually selling 51% of the shares of this company for $2 million is already far above the market price, and only you would sign the contract without any hesitation. We've talked about working together a few times before, but none of the prices they offered exceeded $1.3 million. I need to be honest with you, my parents have actually taken a very big advantage with this contract. A large part of the reason my parents did this was entirely for their own selfish desires. I'm sorry about that. Li Xiaoshan smiled as he pulled out a box of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Li Lanqin. Good, then you light a cigarette for me. Consider it as you thanking me. After hearing the words, Li Lanqin did not hesitate for a second and pulled out a cigarette and articulated it on her mouth before lighting it. Just when Li Xiaoshan was still in a daze, Li Lanqin took the cigarette off her mouth and sent it to Li Xiaoshang's mouth. Li Xiaoshan originally wanted Li Lanqin to put the cigarette in her mouth and then just light it. However, he didn't expect Li Lanqin to get the wrong idea and actually used her mouth to light a cigarette for herself. Tasting the lipstick left on top of the cigarette, Li Xiaoshao took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the smoke. Li Lanqin looked at Li Xiaoshan and asked, Xiaoshan, are you free this afternoon? How about we go swimming together? As soon as he said swimming, a picture came to Li Xiaoshan's mind. Li Lanqin was wearing a hot bikini and asked herself to teach her how to swim. But in the next second, Li Xiaoshan quickly sobered up. No, I still have something in the afternoon. Some other day. Hearing Li Xiaoshan's refusal, Li Lanqin's eyes revealed a color of disappointment. Alright, then you can get busy first. After Li Lanqin left, Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and dialed the Black Dragon Society boss's number. Hello? Which one are you? A neutral voice came from the phone, and Li Xiaoshan couldn't tell if the other party was a man or a woman for a moment. Li Xiaoshan directly opened the door and said, my name is Li Xiaoshan. I want to talk to you. I don't seem to recognize you. I want to talk to you about something that has to do with the Black Dragon Society. The other end of the phone went silent, and after 20 seconds, the opposite side spoke once more. I remember you. Should I call you the boss of the Gathering Society now? Chapter 50 The Wildness Hidden in the Blood. Once he heard this, Li Xiaoshao smiled. He didn't realize that these mob bosses were quite well informed. Come out to meet and talk. You pick the place. Good, then you come to the Brotherhood tea house. I'll wait for you here. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan called Ma San. Hey, you bring everyone to the brothers' tea house now. Ma San froze for a moment when he heard Li Xiaoshan talk about the brothers' tea house. Boss, you mean the Black Dragon Society's Brotherhood tea house? Right, boss, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to take out the mighty tiger gang first? That was yesterday. Today I'm telling you to come to the brothers' tea house and bring everyone with you. Understand? Ma San heard Li Xiaoshan's tone of voice and immediately agreed. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan's phone immediately rang. Hello, boss, this is Wang Taizhu. Where are you now? I can go to work now. Then you go to Brothers' Tea House first now. After you arrive, give me news and wait for my arrangement. Although Wang Taizhu didn't know what Li Xiaoshan wanted to do, he still agreed. With everything ready, Li Xiaoshan took the 4 shadows and started heading to the Brothers' Tea House. On the other hand, on Ma San's side, after receiving Li Xiaoshan's order, Ma San frowned. After a short period of thinking, Ma San took out his cell phone and called the boss of the Black Dragon Society. Hey, Lin Dong, this is Ma San. I know. Say it, what's your business? Nothing much, just want to tell you that there is someone who wants to get rid of you. Now, Lin Dong directly interrupted Ma San. You are talking about Li Xiaoshan. I already know. Ma San asked after freezing for a moment. He called you? Yes, now he asked me to bring people to your base camp. You better be prepared. Lin Dong was not in a hurry at all and asked rhetorically. Ma San, compared to all of this, I am more curious as to why you have succumbed to this Li Xiaoshan. Also, since you recognized him as your boss, why are you betraying him now? Ma San did not answer Lin Dong's words and instead said, I'll ask you one thing. Do you want to be taken in by Li Xiaoshan, or do you choose to resist? Wait until I meet this Li Xiaoshan. Lin Dong was not a cutie. Ma San had not been able to resolve Li Xiaoshan yesterday, so it must be that Li Xiaoshan had something to offer. Therefore, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to state his position. Li Xiaoshan sat in the commercial vehicle and lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a wisp of smoke. At this time, Li Xiaoshan had an inexplicable feeling of excitement within him. For some reason, after Li Xiaoshan conquered Ma San, a strong desire to conquer arose within him. If before, Li Xiaoshan had chosen to contact the gangster for the sake of the system mission, then now, Li Xiaoshan was trying to fulfill the sense of conquest in his heart and wanted to take the initiative to contact the Black Dragon Society's boss. About to meet the boss of the Black Dragon Society, Li Xiaoshan did not have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he had a wave of anticipation in his heart, a sense of anticipation of facing off with a strong man. Li Xiaoshan himself did not know why he was so excited. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshang smiled to himself. Perhaps he was a born villain. The car sped along, and after arriving at the Brotherhood tea house, Li Xiaoshang saw that there were a lot of people gathered at the entrance. There were probably more than 100 people. Seeing these people, Li Xiaoshang felt his blood become boiling. Li Xiaoshan opened the car door, stepped out of the car, and swept his eyes over everyone here. Li Xiaoshang's eyes were exceedingly determined, and there was a wildness in his eyes. It was as if Li Xiaoshang simply put these people in his eyes. The 4 shadows stood behind Li Xiaoshan and silently raised their vigilance. Shadow pulled on Li Xiaoshan's clothes. Boss, aren't you overestimating us? There are so many people. If it comes to blows, we won't be able to protect you. Li Xiaoshan patted Shadow's hand. Calm down. It's more fun this way, isn't it? When Shadow saw Li Xiaoshan's eyes, he was a little surprised in his heart. Li Xiaoshan's eyes unexpectedly revealed a touch of excitement and anticipation. And deeper in the excitement and anticipation was a man's sense of absolute confidence. Li Xiaoshan took a step towards the inside of the Brotherhood tea house, and when he reached the door, a scar-faced man reached out to stop Li Xiaoshan. Wait, I'm going to inform our boss. Li Xiaoshan nodded blandly. Good. After the men entered the tea house, the surrounding people surrounded the 5 Li Xiaoshan people. More than 100 people surrounded Li Xiaoshang's 5 people dead center in the innermost part. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. If a conflict arose at this time, the 4 shadows would definitely not be able to protect Li Xiaoshan. The shadow 3 people looked at the crowd that surrounded them with complete vigilance, and were even ready to fight to the death. Vulture, on the other hand, looked calm and looked at the people on his left and right. He also glanced at Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan looked at so many people. His eyes became very deep, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. At this time, the cell phone rang a bit, and it was Wang Taizhu who sent a message. Boss, I've arrived. There are a lot of people surrounding here. Wait for me outside. After 10 minutes, if I don't reply to your message, then just call the police and say that someone died in the brothers' tea house. After sending the message, Li Xiaoshan put his cell phone back into his pocket. However, as time passed, the scar-faced man still did not come to invite Li Xiaoshan in. Obviously, Lin Dong was trying to give Li Xiaoshan a hard time. wanting to see what Li Xiaoshan was actually capable of. With the cigarette in his hand extinguished, Li Xiaoshan did not intend to continue waiting and took a step towards the inside of the tea house. At this time, a man took the initiative to stop Li Xiaoshan. Wait, who let you enter? I told you to wait, didn't you hear me? Li Xiaoshan looked up at the other man before turning his head to look at Vulture and softly said 3 words. Break in. With these words from Li Xiaoshan, the condor directly moved towards the person who was blocking the way. With a single kick, the condor knocked the man who was blocking the way to the ground, while Li Xiaoshan continued to walk towards the inside of the tea house. Seeing that condor dared to take the lead, the surrounding people also instantly rushed up to make a move with Shadow and the others. Grass. Them. Brothers. Get on. Get them. Chao Nima. Them up. Charge. 4 Black Dragon Society minions rushed towards the Shadow guys, and the 3 shadows took 2 steps back. Then finding the right opportunity, they heavily kicked their opponent to the ground. Li Xiaoshan was surrounded by death in the middle of Shadow's few people, and the Black Dragon Society's crowd. Coming up 1 person, fell 1 person, and Vulture was at the front. No matter who came up, they were instantly knocked to the ground by him. At this moment, Vulture was like a walking human weapon. After consecutively knocking down more than a dozen people, and seeing that the situation was going to be uncontrollable, the scar-faced man who had just gone to report the situation ran back. Stop fighting! All stop! All stop! The scar-faced man pulled back the Black Dragon Society's crowd, pacifying the Black Dragon Society's crowd. All take it easy. The boss wants to see them. After the Black Dragon Society's crowd stopped, the scar-faced man rushed at Li Xiaoshan. Our boss is letting you in, but you're only allowed to go in by yourself. Chapter 51, Loyal Followers. Li Xiaoshan looked like he didn't hear the words of the scar-faced man. Condor, follow me. Shadow, you guys stay at the entrance and wait for me. Vulture heard Li Xiaoshan's words and followed straight behind Li Xiaoshan. The scar-faced man frowned. Once again, he reached out to stop Li Xiaoshan. I said for you to go up by yourself. Li Xiaoshan was stopped once more and looked at the scar-faced man. Don't you want your arm anymore? Do you need me to find someone to cut it off for you? Li Xiaoshan's voice was icy cold, making the scar-faced man unable to resist a cold shiver. But the hand still didn't drop. This is our boss's order. You can only go up by yourself. What he said is useful to you, not to me. Li Xiaoshan reached out and pushed the scar-faced man's arm away, walking straight towards the tea house, and Vulture followed closely behind. As Li Xiaoshan barged in with Vulture, the scarred man was in a hurry and immediately shouted, Brothers, take him down for me. The Black Dragon Society's crowd received the order and immediately wanted to strike again, but a voice inside the tea house called out to him, Let the 2 of them come in. With Lin Dong's words, the scar-faced man then retreated back outside the tea house. Li Xiaoshan walked straight to a tea table at the innermost part. There was a man around 30 years old sitting beside the tea table, while behind the man, there were 5 other strong-built men standing behind him. Li Xiaoshan came to the table and pulled out a chair and sat on it with his butt. Hello, I'm Li Xiaoshan. What should I call you? Black Dragon? My name is Lin Dong. Li Xiaoshan nodded and took out a cigarette from his arms and lit it. Well, I came here to talk to you about the Black Dragon Society. Lin Dong reached out and started pouring water to make tea, fiddling with the tea bowl without saying a word. Li Xiaoshan continued, I am prepared to acquire your Black Dragon Society. What if you agree? You will be a junior to me. If you do not agree, then I may destroy you. Lin Dong still fiddled with the tea bowl and did not speak, until after brewing a pot of tea, Lin Dong poured himself a cup of tea and savored a mouthful of tea saying, Are you really crazy? Or a little cutie? Yeah, you're sitting here right now with your little life in my hands. I can let you die at any time. And you want to annex me? Li Xiaoshan got up and took the pot of tea that he had brewed and poured a cup for himself as well. Don't be in a hurry. I'm talking to you about a business deal. Don't you understand? I'm talking about an acquisition. I'll give you $15 million. Acquire all of your Black Dragon Society's people as juniors. Li Xiaoshan silently withdrew all the withdrawable balance in his system. Currently, Li Xiaoshan had a total of 35 million. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Coming out to mix in society is nothing more than putting your head on your pants belt. For a money. And if you follow me, I'll guarantee your safety and also make you wealth-free. Of course, if you reject me, then you will have an incomparably terrifying opponent. When Lin Dong heard Li Xiaoshan say $15 million to acquire the entire Black Dragon Society, his eyelids involuntarily jumped. 15 million. Lin Dong would not be able to earn that much even if he controlled the Black Dragon Society for half a year. At this moment, Lin Dong fell silent as he silently sipped his tea and carefully sized up Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan was simply too young. It was obvious that he was still a college student. However, Li Xiaoshan's body revealed an aura that was compelling. This was an aura that came with a strong man, making people not doubt every word that this man said. It was as if Li Xiaoshang would definitely have the certainty of being able to do so as long as he opened his mouth. Just like this. Lin Dong did not say anything. Li Xiaoshang did not say anything either, and the two of them stared at each other silently like this. After Lin Dong finished the last sip of tea, Lin Dong spoke. I want to see where your bottom line comes from. If you say that just based on the $15 million you said, I will just defect, that would be impossible. Those brothers of mine won't agree either. Li Xiaoshan pushed his cell phone in front of Lin Dong. This is my bottom line. I don't lack money. Although he had expected it, Lin Dong was still taken aback when he looked at the text message on his cell phone. The cell phone bank text message clearly showed the balance, 35 million. Li Xiaoshan continued, if you defect, I don't care how much of the Black Dragon Society's profits you should take. The position of the Black Dragon Society's boss is still yours. What I want is your loyalty. If I tell you to go east, you must never go west. Likewise, I will only give you this one chance. If you reject me this time, I will then treat you as an enemy and buy your head with this $15 million. Lin Dong fell into silence after listening to Li Xiaoshang. Lin Dong knew that at this moment, Li Xiaoshang was definitely not talking big. 15 million. Buying Lin Dong's head. If this reward was really offered, then it would be Lin Dong's nightmare. 15 million. Enough for everyone in the Black Dragon Society to betray him. These days, no one in society really talks about the so-called righteousness. Who doesn't want to be the leader? If you become the boss, it means you're in everyone's way. Every moment, someone will want to get rid of you. With this bounty offered, Lin Dong would definitely die. Lin Dong stood up and took the initiative to pick up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, then held the teacup in both hands and handed it to Li Xiaoshang. Boss, I'm with you. Li Xiaoshan smiled with satisfaction when he saw Lin Dong's behavior. Li Xiaoshan took the tea bowl and took a sip of the tea, then took out a cigarette and held it on his mouth. Lin Dong was very sensible and took out a lighter and took the initiative to light the cigarette for Li Xiaoshan. At this moment, Li Xiaoshang really felt that the wild side of his body was awakened. Li Xiaoshan even felt that the dopamine within his body was secreting madly. This thrill of conquering a strong man was something that Li Xiaoshan had never experienced before. After lighting the cigarette, Lin Dong said, Boss, don't you think it's a little strange? The people from the gathering were not present. I know, you are trying to say that Ma San is not loyal to me. Lin Dong shook his head. Boss, it's not just about loyalty. Before you came, he asked me to kill you. Hearing this, a flash of intense killing intent emerged in Li Xiaoshan's eyes. However, in only a split second, the killing intent in Li Xiaoshan's eyes was quickly hidden. It doesn't matter. Li Xiaoshan stood up and extended his finger to point at Lin Dong's chest. I will solve Ma San's problem. I hope you can set this place right. Trust me. In the future, the underground forces in Mordor will be under my sole say. And whether or not you are loyal to me means whether or not you can continue to survive in Magic City. Give me a bank account number. Hearing this, Lin Dong immediately bowed his head and said, Boss, it doesn't have much to do with 15 million. I am willing to follow you. Chapter 52 Head of the Punks. Li Xiaoshan smiled with satisfaction when he saw Lin Dong's reaction. However, he still called the money over. I am giving you this money to use for recruiting. Within a week, collect more juniors for me. Wait for my news anytime after that. Oh, right. What is the Black Dragon Society's main source of income? Watching venues, and casinos, and nightclubs. From now on, the casinos and nightclubs are all stopped. No illegal business allowed. Hearing Li Xiaoshang say that casinos and nightclubs were no longer allowed, Lin Dong could not help but remind him. But, boss, if we don't engage in these people of ours simply can't feed themselves. It's alright, with me around. What are you afraid of? Speaking of this, Li Xiaoshan suddenly came to Lin Dong's side and asked, Do you want to know about your future days? Looking at Lin Dong's blank face, Li Xiaoshan continued, In the future, we will all be cleansed, and in the future, we will open a company. There's no need for you to fight all the time in the future. We have to live the life of a human being, just can't do illegal deeds. Got it? Lin Dong's face was filled with shock at this moment. Bleaching ashore, to live the life of a human being. This was Lin Dong's hope all along. It could also be said that this was the hope of every gangster. None of these gangsters are fools. Who would want to live a life of fighting and killing every day? A life of today and no tomorrow. Go ashore. It's the only dream in every gangster's heart. Only those who don't know the high ground of the society young people will think that every day, who do not like who, just beat who, seems to be incomparable prestige. That's the kind of day only a child would pursue. Only those who have truly entered the underworld will realize how bitter the days inside are. So when Li Xiaoshan finished talking about his future plans, now Lin Dong completely submitted to Li Xiaoshan. The reason was also very simple, because Li Xiaoshan was able to bring him hope and give him what he really wanted. This was much more useful than Li Xiaoshan's effort to buy people's hearts, only with enough benefits and favors. That's what can make a person truly die. Overall, the price offered by Li Xiaoshan was something that Lin Dong simply could not refuse. When Li Xiaoshan first arrived at the tea house, a group of people had surrounded the doorway to make things difficult for him. Now that Li Xiaoshan had come out, Lin Dong took the initiative to help Li Xiaoshan pull open the door in front of him. When Li Xiaoshan and Lin Dong stood together at the door, Lin Dong took the initiative to speak. Brothers, from today onwards, Li Xiaoshan is my big brother. From now on, all of us, we will follow Mr. Li to make a living. Do you all remember? Lin Dong's words directly dumbfounded the little brother at the door. It had only been a while since he had gone in, and Li Xiaoshan had actually become his boss? Who could accept this? Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Li Xiaoshan was also too young. He looked like just a student, and he actually became his own boss. A group of 25 or even 30-year-old men chasing after a student and calling him their boss. Who could accept that? Everyone froze in place in shock. Not a single person took the initiative to speak. Lin Dong saw that no one spoke and all froze in place. He could only repeat once again. Everyone is to be called boss. Do you hear me? Yes, boss, boss, boss. Li Xiaoshan's eyes swept over the crowd, and a hot blood in his heart was completely awakened. When he was in junior high school, being young and unintelligent, Li Xiaoshan had fantasized about becoming a triad boss in the future. But Li Xiaoshan did not expect that this day actually came. In fact, from the heart, the current Li Xiaoshan hates the triads. Li Xiaoshan knows very clearly that the triads are a group of tumors in society. Suddenly Li Xiaoshan's cell phone rang. Is Wang Taizhu called? After answering the call, Wang Taizhu's voice came out. Boss, are you alright? I've already called the police. What next? Li Xiaoshan glanced at the time. 15 minutes had passed, and Li Xiaoshan had forgotten about the agreement with Wang Taizhu. It's okay, the danger is lifted. Hard work. You come over now. Come to the door. When Wang Taizhu came to the door, Li Xiaoshan saw him at a glance. It's alright. It's been hard on you this time. Wang Taizhu looked around and asked curiously. Boss, what's going on? It's already fine. Don't ask too many questions. Then Li Xiaoshan turned his head and rushed at Lin Dong. Just now, my people called the police and told everyone to disperse. Don't gather here. Lin Dong nodded and waved his hand and shouted. Brothers, all go back and wait for my news. Everyone disperse. The crowd quickly cleared out immediately afterward. Only Lin Dong and a few of his accompanying minions, as well as Li Xiaoshan and a few others were left standing in place. Li Xiaoshan stretched his back and said, I'll leave first. You deal with the police yourself. Li Xiaoshan paused for a moment, then said to Wang Taizhu, Taizhu, you stay too. Just say that you yourself just called the wrong police. After it's okay, remember to call me. With those words Li Xiaoshan took the four shadows and opened the car door ready to get on the car. Just at this time, the sound of police sirens came from the distance. Within a minute, police cars arrived at the scene. After arriving at the scene, a team of police officers quickly ran out and took control of Lin Dong and his two accompanying minions. The two policemen entered inside the tea house and inspected the situation of the tea house. Lin Dong, finally, I've caught you. Everyone freeze. Who called the police? Where is the scene? Where did you hide the body? Lin Dong was controlled by his hands in a deadly grip and said with a helpless face. What corpse? Officer, are you mistaken? A middle-aged man with a Chinese character face took out handcuffs and handcuffed Lin Dong's hands and said, if you don't want to talk, then come with us to the police station. Captain Zhang, no specific crime scene was found. There is not a trace of blood in it. A female police officer wearing a mask came out from the brothers' tea house and said, Captain Zhang looked at Li Xiaoxiao's few people and asked, who called the police? Li Xiaoshan reached out and pointed at Wang Taizhu. Wang Taizhu also took the initiative to walk forward. Sorry, comrade police officer. It was me who called the police, but I didn't actually see anyone actually kill anyone. Captain Zhang frowned and asked, what's going on? Li Xiaoxia volunteered. Sorry officer, we were just playing cards. Maybe the noise was a bit too loud. It made people misunderstand. Captain Zhang's eyes were dead set on Li Xiaoshan. Is there something about you here? Not learning at a young age? You're still a student, right? Do you know who he is? I'm telling you, he's a gang leader. Follow him. You'll end up on the street sooner or later. Chapter 53, seeing him as displeasing to the eye. Although Captain Zhang gave himself a reprimand, Li Xiaoshan did not have a trace of annoyance, because Li Xiaoshan knew that this Captain Zhang said so, completely for his own good. Moreover, Li Xiaoshan had a good family education, and in Li Xiaoshan's conception, the police was an existence worthy of respect and trust. Li Xiaoshan saluted at Captain Zhang with a smile on his face. Yes, officer, I know. I definitely won't mix with him in the future. Only the second half of the sentence, Li Xiaoshan did not say, because he is just a little brother of mine. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan even looked at Lin Dong and winked. And Lin Dong's eyes widened as he looked at Li Xiaoshan in this manner. Was this the same Li Xiaoshan who just had an incomparably strong aura? How could he have changed so drastically? This was simply a different person. The current Li Xiaoshan looked as if he was just an ordinary college student, and just now in the tea house. The aura on Li Xiaoshan's body could simply press people out of breath. Probably because of his previous convictions, Lin Dong was eventually taken away by Captain Zhang for questioning. This is the sadness of mixing in society. Wherever you go, you are the object of key attention. When you see a police officer, your legs will shiver, and it is even more common to enter the police station. Wang Taizhu was also criticized and educated by the police officer. After the police left, Wang Taizhu walked to Li Xiaoshan with a green face. "Boss, are you doing illegal hooks?" Knowing that he couldn't hide it from Wang Taizhu, Li Xiaoshan nodded his head, then shook his head again and said, "It's true that I'm considered a social mixer now, but I assure you that I must not be a bad person. Or rather I am a bad guy with principles and bottom line. In the future I will completely change the entire magic city into a different one." After saying that, Li Xiaoshan looked at Wang Taizhu very frankly and said, "Now I'll give you the chance to choose. You can choose to leave if you can't accept it." Wang Taizhu looked at Li Xiaoshan. After 5 seconds of silence, he took out his cell phone and transferred 500,000 back to Li Xiaoshan. "I'm sorry, I'm a soldier. I won't keep company with the triads. I don't want your money either." After saying this, Wang Taizhu turned his head and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, Wang Taizhu turned back. "To give you a reminder, I already have a job arrangement, which is to be a police officer. I hope you can turn back. If I catch evidence of you breaking the law in the future, I will not be soft." To this, Li Xiaoshan just reported a smile. After returning to the car, Li Xiaoshan opened the car refrigerator and took out a bottle of ice cola from it and added some ice. After taking a sip of the ice cola, Li Xiaoshan's heart gradually calmed down. Shadow sat in the driver's seat and twisted his head to look at Li Xiaoshan and asked, "Boss, where are we going now?" Without waiting for Li Xiaoshan to speak, the phone rang. Li Xiaoshan glanced at the caller information. It was from Ma San. After answering it, Ma San's anxious voice came from inside. "Hello, boss. How are you doing? Are you alright? Boss, our people are blocked on the road. The other party seems to be from the Black Dragon Society. I've just said it right now. Are you alright there?" Listening to Ma San's anxious tone, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but secretly sigh. Ma San's acting skills were really top-notch. Li Xiaoshan knew in his heart that Ma San must have known that he had already pacified the Black Dragon Society. That's why he pretended to be innocent to show his loyalty. As for the traffic jam, it was just an excuse. Just now, Li Xiaoshan could be said to have single-handedly taken care of the Black Dragon Society, so Ma San would be even more afraid to act rashly. That was why Ma San was in a hurry to justify his absence at this time. However, Li Xiaoshan didn't want to deal with Ma San's matter first. Ma San was still somewhat useful to him. Li Xiaoshan said in a smooth tone, "It's fine. I've already squared away the Black Dragon Society. In the future, the Black Dragon Society will be my own brothers." On the other side of the phone, Ma San raised his tone 2 notches and shouted, "Yeah, boss is awesome. Ha ha ha, boss, you are awesome. You actually took care of the Black Dragon Society all by yourself. That's really awesome. Boss, the boss of the Black Dragon Society used to have a deep hatred with me. He stole quite a bit of my territory. Boss, I have to tell you that this person, Lin Dong, the boss of the Black Dragon Society, is not a good person. He is holding a belly full of bad water. You need to be more vigilant when dealing with him." Li Xiaoshan smiled after hearing this. This Ma San, what a wicked man. Li Xiaoshan knew what was going on in Ma San's mind. Ma San was afraid that Lin Dong would reveal the conversation between them to Li Xiaoshan. Thus he had preempted Lin Dong's death bite. However, Li Xiaoshan did not point it out either. Is that so? No wonder he looks as if he is reluctant. Don't worry. In the future, when the time comes, I will get rid of Lin Dong and will hand over the City East District to you to manage. I am still a little more assured of you. I hope you won't let me down. Okay, boss. You are wise. Boss, I am absolutely loyal to you. Listening to Ma San's various words of loyalty, Li Xiaoshan did not believe a single word. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan spoke. "Let's go back to the hotel first." With Li Xiaoshan's words, the car also started immediately. As the car sped along, Li Xiaoshan sat in the backseat drinking an iced coke and looking out the car window at the rapidly regressing scenery. Suddenly a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. "Stop the car." After the car stopped, Li Xiaoshan once again took a closer look towards the person. Sure enough, it was him, Chang Kuan, the gangster who had molested Zhang Xian in the restaurant earlier. Unexpectedly, Chang Kuan didn't get imprisoned for 2 days and came out directly. At this time, Chang Kuan was sitting in an open car, holding a flirtatious woman in his arms. Convertible parked on the side of the road. 2 balds sitting in front of the driver's seat. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be waiting for someone. "Boss, what's going on?" see that guy? Aha. What's wrong? I don't like the look of him. Go find a reason to beat him up. Vulture pulled open the car door, got out, and walked straight over to Chang Kuan. After arriving close, Vulture deliberately stared at the woman in Chang Kuan's arms and whistled. As soon as Chang Kuan saw that his woman was molested, he immediately caught fire. Grass. What the are you looking at? Looking for death? Lao Air. Lao San. Give me to kill him. The two bald men immediately jumped down from the car. But where were they a match for Vulture? In just one breath, the two bald men fell to the ground, beaten into unconsciousness. Li Xiaoshan pulled open the car door, stepped towards Chang Kuan's car. At this time, Chang Kuan was completely confused. He had never encountered this situation at all. His own two little brother instantly let the Vulture put down. Often Kuan stays sitting in the back seat above a word dare not say. Chapter 54, Salt Gang. After Chang Kuan had seen Condor's stance, he clearly recognized that he must not be Condor's opponent. Chang Kuan looked at Condor warily and asked, "Who are you? We don't seem to have any grudges, do we?" "Right. No enmity or grudge, but I just don't see eye to eye with you. Who let you grow a head that owes a beating?" After saying that, Vulture backhanded Chang Kuan and gave him a big mouth. This time the force is full. Chang Kuan's face immediately red and swollen. The woman in Chang Kuan's arms screamed out in fear. "Ah, what are you guys doing? Shut up. I don't want to hit a woman." Vulture's words scared the woman and she immediately covered her mouth in death. Chang Kuan took the slap and stared at Condor with bloodshot eyes. "You will pay for what you have done," Li Xiaosa asked as he walked closer to the convertible. "Oh, is it? What's the price?" The moment he saw Li Xiaoshang, Chang Kuan froze. "It's you?" Li Xiaoshang followed the Vulture's example and reached out to give Chang Kuan a big mouthful. Splat! As this slap went down, Li Xiaoshang felt that his hand was slightly numb. Li Xiaoshan shook his hand, then took out a cigarette from his arms and lit it. "I want to know what price I will have to pay." Chang Kuan's eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames as he said through dead teeth, "I'm from the Salt Gang. You wait for me." Salt Gang? Li Xiaoshan didn't know what kind of organization was the Salt Gang that Chang Kuan was talking about. But in Li Xiaoshan's mind raised a guard. "Did you use that hand to throw the bottle at me before? Stretch it out." Chang Kuan's eyes remained dead center on Li Xiaoshan and did not move. Seeing Chang Kuan's indifference, Li Xiaoshan casually said, "Right hand then, Condor. Is it okay to waste one of his right hands?" Vulture nodded. "No problem." Condor reached out and grabbed one of Chang Kuan's right hands in a death grip, then pressed down on his elbow and wrenched with both hands at the same time. Li Xiaoshan clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. "Ka!" immediately followed by Chang Kuan's ghostly screams. "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I want your whole family dead." Li Xiaoshan listened to Chang Kuan's miserable screams and once again looked at Vulture and asked, "You can't pick him up if you go to the hospital, right?" Condor nodded. "It's already broken. It's impossible to fully recover." At this time, Chang Kuan's arm had been severely deformed, but his mouth was still engaged in insults. "I will definitely get you killed. I will sell all the women in your family to Africa. Turn all the men into frozen pork." Li Xiaoshan's brows furrowed deeply as he listened to Chang Kuan's curses. "Waste his other hand as well, and break all of his teeth. There's no need to keep both legs either. Let him be confined to his bed for the rest of his life." Since this Chang Kuan had already expressed his intention to take revenge on himself, there was no way Li Xiaoshang would let him off easily. Li Xiaoshan felt his blood burning, even as an inner voice told him to just get him killed. Vulture grabbed Chang Kuan's other arm and once again broke Chang Kuan's left arm. Don't! Both arms were broken, and the immense pain caused Chang Kuan to fall into a coma. After doing this, the Condor looked towards Li Xiaoshang, his eyes inquiring whether to continue or not. Just at this time, Li Xiaoshang saw a man come over behind the Condor, who slowly approached with his skateboard. That man wore a mask and a duck-tongue cap on his head. At the same time he was holding a package in his hand. When that man saw Chang Kuan being beaten, he immediately threw away the package in his hand. Turning around, he scattered his legs and ran. Vulture was puzzled and picked up the parcel. When the parcel was unwrapped, it was discovered that inside was actually a packet of small pills. Drugs! This was Li Xiaoshang's first instinct. Without any thought, Li Xiaoshang immediately dialed the police. "Hello, I'm calling the police. Someone is dealing drugs here. The address is at. The person has already been controlled by us. There's still one person who ran away." After 10 minutes, the police arrived at the scene. Coincidentally, this time it was actually Captain Zhang leading the team again. "It's you again?" Li Xiaoxia nodded respectfully. "Captain Zhang, hello again." Captain Zhang asked, "You were the one who called the police just now?" "That's right, it was me who called the police. This man's name is Chang Kuan, and he said he's from the Salt Gang. This one is evidence. There's another person, wearing a mask and hat, can't see what he looks like, but he's already run away," Li Xiaoshan said as he pointed to the small pills in Vulture's hand. "I suspected it might be drugs. so I called the police. Captain Zhang took his gloves and received the small pill, and after taking a look at it, handed it to the officer next to him. Take it to the lab, and you guys will have to come with me as well. Li Xiaosa nodded. No problem. Li Xiaoshan had established a very positive outlook on three things since he was a child. And for drugs, Li Xiaoshan's attitude was zero tolerance. At the same time, Li Xiaoshan had also found a new goal, which was to eliminate this salt gang. There is no need for any justification, no need for any reason. The blood in Li Xiaoshan's body would not allow the existence of drugs. If it was said that before, Li Xiaoshang did not have the ability, he might only be indignant. But now, Li Xiaoshang had the system and enough abilities. Then Li Xiaoshan thought that he had the responsibility to clean up these drug-dealing bastards, bring them all to justice, or just settle it. This was Li Xiaoshan's first time in a police car, and after waiting at the police station, Li Xiaoshan saw Lin Dong at a glance. He was sitting in the lobby of the police station, still wearing handcuffs on his hands. Lin Dong froze when he saw Li Xiaoshan. Boss, why did you come in as well? Lin Dong's words directly confused Captain Zhang and the rest of the police officers. Captain Zhang turned back to look at Li Xiaoshan with doubts and inquiries in his eyes. Boss? Li Xiaoshan awkwardly scratched his head and rushed at Lin Dong. That, you cooperate well with the investigation and I will contact you tomorrow. Next, Captain Zhang directly put Li Xiaoshan into the interrogation room. After Li Xiaoshan waited inside for 5 minutes, Captain Zhang walked into the interrogation room with a female police officer. Tell me, what is your relationship with Lin Dong? Li Xiaoshan said casually. Oh, I'm his distant cousin. Don't you see that I'm young, but I'm senior, that's why he calls me boss. Upon hearing this, the interrogating female police officer stood up with a slap on the table. Do you think we'll believe the bull you're saying? You take it easy, relax. I'm not a bad guy, and you guys can't lock me up just because he called me a boss. Captain Zhang watched as Li Xiaoshao refused to admit his guilt and temporarily changed the topic. Good, then tell me what happened to that bag of drugs, and tell us properly about you and Chang Kuan. Chapter 55, Message from the Salt Gang. Li Xiaoshan nodded and said, Good, I admit that there is a conflict between Chang Kuan and I. Previously, Chang Kuan molested my classmate. Then we fought, and he was imprisoned once before. When I ran into him this time, I saw him sitting in a car as if he was waiting for someone. After a while, there was a man wearing a mask and hat who gave him a packet. We felt the man was a bit secretive and we rushed up to him, beat him up. After I saw it was small pills, I called the police. Li Xiaoshan lied. He intentionally modified the timeline a bit, not saying that he originally wanted to seek revenge on him. Then there's no need to hit so hard. Both arms are completely fractured. This is also not something I can fully control. Who let him keep resisting? The female police officer said with a cold snort. Li Xiaoshan, are you still making it up? That woman's confession came out. That woman's statement is that you guys were the first to come forward and look for trouble. It was you guys who caused trouble for no reason and broke Chang Kuan's hands. And the woman said that you ordered your men to do it. As for the drugs, she said they had nothing to do with Chang Kuan. It was just thrown by a random person. It was you who planted the evidence. Officer, if you were the one caught dealing drugs, would you tell the truth? It's a dead end for her to tell the truth. So of course she can only lie. Captain Zhang picked up his water cup and took a sip of water. Li Xiaoshan, you are quite articulate, but it doesn't matter. We'll investigate it sooner or later, and by then you won't be talking to me, but to the judge. After saying that, Captain Zhang stood up and said in a serious tone, I'll give you one more chance. You're still young and it's normal for you to go astray. However, if you are willing to tell the truth now, I can give you the chance to fight for leniency. Li Xiaoshan looked up at Captain Zhang and said, Can I have a cigarette? Seeing a possible reprieve in the matter, Captain Zhang took out a cigarette and handed it to Li Xiaoshan. After lighting the cigarette, Captain Zhang gently patted Li Xiaoshan's shoulder. Speak. Li Xiaoshan took a drag on the cigarette and said, Captain Zhang, I'm a person who hates drugs. I promise you, I will clean up the drugs in Magic City. Uproot this salt gang. Captain Zhang frowned. You still refuse to hand over the truth? What I just said is the truth. I didn't lie. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan looked at Captain Zhang seriously. Looking at Li Xiaoshan's calm eyes, Captain Zhang was also a little uncertain. From the beginning to the end, Li Xiaoshan's performance was very smooth and mature, not at all like a 19-year-old youth. Because there was no evidence, Captain Zhang could only release Li Xiaoshan in the end. While exiting the door of the police station, Captain Zhang said, I hope you can be a good person and not fool around with Lin Dong. You did a good job in reporting drugs this time. You'd better not go down a crooked path. Chang Kuan is still in the hospital for treatment. You should not leave Mordor during this period of time. We will continue to investigate and collect evidence subsequently. Good. Li Xiaoshan nodded and went out of the police station. The shadow trio waited at the entrance early. After a short while, Vulture also came out. After getting into the car, Shadow asked, "Boss, where to now?" Li Xiaoshang took out a bottle of red wine from the car refrigerator and poured himself a glass. "Back to the hotel first." After saying that, Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and called Ma-san. "Hey, Ma-san, do you know about the Salt Gang?" Li Xiaoshan asked straight to the point. "Boss, I know, but the Salt Gang doesn't have any territory. They're just a small gang that roams all year round and runs everywhere. The Salt Gang's main business is selling ecstasy and ice powder, and they have connections with quite a few bars and discos. They've always kept a low profile. Of course, they are the business of dropping heads, so naturally they don't want to attract anyone's attention." Li Xiaoshang asked after listening. "Then do they have a main base? Or how can I contact them?" "Boss, are you planning to engage in this? Don't ask what you shouldn't." After a moment of silence, Ma-san said, "Boss, their whereabouts are mysterious. No one knows where their base camp is, but I have a contact that can reach their people." "Good, send me the contact information." "Okay, boss, you can order me anytime if there's anything." Ever since Li Xiaoshan solved the Black Dragon Society, Ma-san's attitude towards Li Xiaoshan was nothing short of respectful. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan began to think about his next plan. Currently, there were two tasks. One was to continue solving the matters of the Triads, settle the Mighty Tiger Gang and the Green Alliance altogether. The other was incomparably simpler, which was to acquire 5 medium-sized enterprises and set up an investment company. The matter of the investment company has already been handed over to Zhao Yong. I believe it won't take much time. After a short period of thinking, Li Xiaoshan began to make plans in his mind. Currently, he should first settle the matter of the investment company and the acquisition. Now that he had subdued the Black Dragon Society and the Gathering Society, the news should have been flying all over the place. The Mighty Tiger Gang and the Green Alliance should have already made enough preparations. It was no longer feasible to continue using the same routine now, so the plan to take over the Triads could only be put on hold. What Li Xiaoshan had to do was to upgrade the system to another level, $1,000 per second. That's 80 million a day. Thinking about this, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After returning to the hotel, Li Xiaoshan threw himself onto the soft big bed. Today's day was really too tiring. Li Xiaoshan lay on the bed and stretched out. It felt like there was some soreness on his body that wasn't very comfortable. It would be good if someone could massage his shoulders. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshang suddenly sat up and said to the shadow several people, "Let's go. Go out with me and get high." Get high. Li Xiaoshang dialed away to Wu Reason. After the phone was connected, Li Xiaoshang directly said, "Hey, come to the entrance of the school now. Bring Mei Qian. I'll invite you guys to go to Foot Wash City together." As soon as he heard that Li Xiaoshang was going to take himself and Mei Qian to Foot Washing City, Wu Qi immediately became excited. "Okay, Lu, righteous father, be right there." After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan also brought a few people with Shadow downstairs. When Li Xiaoshan and the others arrived at the entrance of the school, Wu Ruei made another call. Can we bring 2 people? Bring who? Zhang Qianqian and Zhou Yan. Hearing these 2 names, Li Xiaoshang froze for a moment, then asked, "Shen Mengyao's 2 roommates? How did you guys get together?" You didn't come to school for a long time. The 2 of them often asked us for news about you. Now as soon as they heard your news, the 2 of them wanted to join us. Chapter 56, Having a girl and not picking her up is treasonous. Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan frowned. To be honest, he didn't like these 2 gold-digging women. However, immediately after that, Mei Qian's supplicating voice came from the phone. "Xiaoshan, why don't we take them with us, and you consider it for your brother? Zhang Qianqian and I have been chatting a lot lately, and I'm about to take them." "Hey, okay, as you guys do. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The 2 of them can't be easily handled by ordinary people." "Okay, Xiaosa, you wait a little bit." We immediately to the school entrance. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshang shook his head helplessly. Li Xiaoshan knew in his heart, Zhang Qianqian 2 people close to Wu Reason. In fact, the main purpose is to close to himself. But this word, Li Xiaoshan cannot and Mei Qian and the 2 of them to say through. After 5 minutes, a group of people walked towards the school entrance. Li Xiaoshan saw Shen Mengyao at a glance. He slightly frowned. Unexpectedly, Shen Mengyao also came along. In fact, what Li Xiaoshan didn't know was that this time, Shen Mengyao was the one behind the push. The reason why Zhou Yan and Zhang Qianqian went to the 2 of them to find Reason Wu was so that they could get close to Li Xiaoshan. In order to get Zhou Yan and Zhang Qianqian to help themselves, Shen Mengyao even gave them the diamond watches that Li Xiaoshan bought for himself. And Shen Mengyao promised the 2 of them that if they got Li Xiaoshan this time, they would definitely not treat them badly in the future. So strictly speaking, Zhou Yan and Zhang Qianqian were completely Shen Mengyao's wingmen. Zhang Qianqian and Zhou Yan saw Li Xiaoshan's Mercedes-Benz at the entrance of the school. The 2 of them pointed at the Mercedes-Benz and said excitedly, "Wow, Mengyao, Look quickly, the Mercedes-Benz business car. So handsome. Wow, this car is so handsome. Hurry up and go. Let's go over and take a picture together. Zhang Chanqian and Zhou Yan whispered. Should we go together to ask for a V-mail? Shen Mengyao looked at the Mercedes-Benz at the entrance, and an envious gaze appeared in her eyes as well. But she suppressed her heart and didn't show too much of a gold-digging display. Today, Shen Mengyao knew that Li Xiaoshan had come to school, and deliberately dressed up for 10 minutes, and changed into her most beautiful clothes. Shen Mengyao did all this in order to be able to renew her relationship with Li Xiaoshan. After Reason Wu and the others arrived at the school's entrance, they looked left and right at Li Xiaoshan's figure. At this time, Li Xiaoshan opened the car door and walked down from the Mercedes. I'm here. When Li Xiaoshan came down from the Mercedes, Zhang Chanqian and Zhou Yan were taken aback. It was unthinkable that after only a few days of not seeing each other, Li Xiaoshan had even bought a car, and the one he bought was still a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Unlike the two of them, when Shen Mengyao looked at Li Xiaoshan buying a Mercedes-Benz commercial car, Shen Mengyao heart a burst of bitterness. If not and Li Xiaoshan break up words, this all should have belonged to her. At this moment, Shen Mengyao also understood how stupid she was in the beginning. Actually let go of such a big fish. Li Xiaoshan was obviously the top rich second generation that Shen Mengyao and the others had been waiting for so hard. Reason Wu couldn't help but marvel when he saw that Li Xiaoshan had bought a car. Wow, Xiaoshan, you can do it. It's only been 2 days and you bought a car. It's still a Mercedes. It's not cheap, right? Mei Qian observed the Mercedes-Benz business car from left to right, and couldn't help but put a light in his eyes. Mei Qian usually likes to study those luxury cars. Now that he saw one in reality, he was overjoyed. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, said casually, not much money, just 200,000. Li Xiaoshan didn't want to show off his wealth in front of his brother, so he deliberately said a very low price. But Mei Qian recognized the car at a glance. Mei Qian said with a face full of excitement. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mercedes-Benz Business 600. The lowest selling price will not exceed 1.6 million. Dash, am I right? Zhang Chanqian and Zhou Yan couldn't help but open their mouths wide once they heard that Li Xiaoshan's car cost more than $1.6 million. Woohoo! Xiaoshan, you're too handsome too. This car is so handsome. Can I take a picture? Dasha, this car really fits your temperament too well. It's so handsome. Li Xiaoshan simply nodded his head, signaling the two to make themselves at home. Because of the relationship between Reason Wu and Mei Qian, Li Xiaoshan's attitude towards them was not too bad. At this time, Shen Mengyao walked up to Li Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, how have you been lately? People had the feeling of meeting each other. Li Xiaoshan was also not good at treating Shen Mengyao too badly, just nodded his head and said, pretty good. Then Li Xiaoshan deliberately asked, what are you going to do with this? By asking this, Li Xiaoshan was making it clear that he didn't want to bring Shen Mengyao along. Sure enough, Shen Mengyao's face instantly dimmed. Xiaoshan, I want to have a good chat with you. Is it okay to treat it as between ordinary friends? Please give me a chance. I really want to have a good explanation with you. Just as Li Xiaoshan was about to reject her, Mei Qian walked up and said, Xiaoshan, why don't you take her with you? After all, we both brought female companions. Just do us both a favor. Even though Wu Reason didn't like Shen Mengyao either, Wu Reason still walked over to Li Xiaoshan's ear and whispered, Xiaoshan, there's a saying that if you have a girl and don't pick her up, it's a big offense. Bad girl, don't waste it. Anyway, it doesn't need you to be responsible for it. In the end, Li Xiaoshan nodded his head as a kind of agreement. Because there were too many people, Shen Mengyao's 3 girls could only call a cab and follow behind the Mercedes. The car traveled all the way to a very large foot-wash city in the east area of the city. After getting out of the car, Li Xiaoshan took the lead and walked in. Hello, there are a total of 10 people. Help us book 2 of the largest private rooms. The female service at the front desk said with a professional smile. Okay, sir, this is our store's service program. You can see what price range you need. Looking at the price list handed up by the waitress, Li Xiaoshao said simply and clearly, ask for the most expensive. Everyone is the same. All the most expensive items all over again. Upon hearing this, the waitress's face immediately broke into a smile. Okay, sir, the total for 10 people is $88,000. Li Xiaoxia swept the code and paid the bill very sharply. The waitress took out a gold card from the counter and handed it to Li Xiaoshang. Sir, this store is giving away a VIP card for a one-time purchase of 20,000. Please keep the card. With this card, if you come back in the future, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Li Xiaoshan took the card and casually placed it in his pocket. Next, the waiter led Li Xiaoshang and the others right into the private room. Sir, this is the largest specification private room we have here. Do you still find it satisfactory? Li Xiaoshang scanned around. The entire private room was really big. It should be enough to accommodate a dozen people without any problem. and the inside of the private room was quite well equipped. On the far left was a large bath. Next to it was a shower room, and the table next to the bath was filled with various fruit plates and snacks. The table next to the bath was filled with various fruit plates and snacks, and the bathrobe and simple clothing for a foot massage were also provided next to the bath. In addition to these, there is a big screen on the wall showing a movie directly opposite the bath. On the right, there is a whole row of massage chairs and sofas, and next to them are 5 oversized waterbeds. The room was also equipped with 2 large refrigerators containing various fruits and liquors. There was even a cigar box on the side, but these should be charged separately. Chapter 57, Foot Washing City. Li Xiaoshan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, it's quite good. The waiter invited Li Xiaoshan and his party into the private room and said, "Sir, please take a brief shower and rest first. If you are ready, please press this button to call the technician to come and perform the service for you." After saying that, the waiter walked out of the room and led Shin Mingyao's 3 girls towards the next door's private room. Seeing that the attendant had left, Li Xiaoshan directly took off his clothes and soaked inside the bathtub. Phew, comfortable. The water temperature of the bathtub was adjustable and controllable, but the default water temperature of 48 degrees already made Li Xiaoshan quite relaxed. Seeing that the shadow few were still tense, Li Xiaoshan reminded, "Don't freeze play as you should. We're out to get high this time. All relax." Immediately afterward, Li Xiaoshan looked at Wu Reason and Mei Qian. "Why aren't you two moving? Is it because you want to join Zhou Yan and the others? Don't worry, first take a bath to relax and unwind. In a while you two will go over to them again." Mei Qian's face blushed and she also started to undress in an awkward manner. "No matter, I just feel a bit put out." Wu Reason picked up the mineral water on the table and twisted it open to take a sip. Shadow and Maple Leaf said to the 3 of them, "You guys wash up. I'll take care of the protection." Vulture sat on a chair and picked up the watermelon on the table and ate it. After eating it, Condor started to undress as well. When Condor finished undressing, all 3 of Li Xiaoxiao's eyes looked upwards at Condor. The Condor's body was covered with various scars and gunshot wounds, and there was also a tattoo on his back, and this tattoo was none other than a bald eagle. This tattoo looked very eye-catching. "Bald eagle, what's this tattoo behind you all about?" Li Xiaoshan curiously asked and answered, "I used to be a mercenary abroad, and I got it tattooed on at that time." Li Xiaoshan nodded and did not ask any more questions. Li Xiaoshan picked up the cigar on the table and studied it before taking it in his mouth and lighting it. Vulture reminded, "That's not how you smoke a cigar." Vulture took the cigar from Li Xiaoshan's hand and used a cigar cutter to cut the cigar before handing it to Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan took it and then lit the cigar with a blowtorch. Li Xiaoshan had never smoked a cigar before, and after one bite Li Xiaoshan started coughing violently. "Cough cough cough." Vulture reminded again, "Cigars can't be inhaled directly into the lungs, they are inhaled into the mouth and then spit out." Li Xiaoshan tried what Vulture said and then nodded. "Not bad." Then Li Xiaoshan looked at Wu Reason and Mei Qian. "Do you guys want to try one?" Wu Grounds and Mei Qian hurriedly waved their hands. "No, no need." Mei Qian purposely looked at the cigar box, and on the back, it said the price was $3,000 a box. Li Xiaoshan was soaking in the bath while there were floating fruit plates and wine on top of the bath. Right now, Li Xiaoshan's heart was at peace, and the veins of his body were completely permeable. Li Xiaoshan was smoking a cigar in the bath while talking and laughing with the crowd. Without realizing it, Li Xiaoshan and the shadow few people had gotten a little closer. The main reason was that Li Xiaoshan was too generous as a boss. Li Xiaoshan didn't have a bit of a boss's demeanor. Either take them to eat all kinds of delicious food, or take them to soak feet massage, and every month to give them a monthly salary of 500,000. That person cannot like such a boss. After soaking for more than 20 minutes, feeling that all the blood in his body was accelerated, Li Xiaoshan put on the clothes specializing in massage and lay down on the massage chair. Li Xiaoshan lit a cigarette and took out his cell phone to call Zhao Yong. The phone was picked up immediately. "Hello, boss. What's the command? How's the investment company thing going?" "It's almost done. Tomorrow it should be completely done." Li Xiaoxia nodded and said again, "Do you know any good management talents? With the investment company established, the staff should be finalized as well." Boss, I don't have any good personnel to recommend to you for this, but I can help you release recruitment information. Then I'll look for headhunters and dig up people for you." Go and do it. If you need money, feel free to contact me. You should first help me recruit a secretary, one with stronger abilities, so that I can also be less bothered in the future. "Okay, boss." As Li Xiaoxia hung up, Zhao Yong shook his head. Having such a boss was his blessing and his disaster. Li Xiaoshan had completely become a hands-off boss, only responsible for paying out money, giving Zhao Yong complete trust and great power. But this also meant that Zhao Yong had to take great pains with everything. Next, Zhao Yong began to carefully speculate on what Li Xiaoxia had just said. First of all, We need to find a secretary, and also a more capable one. What do you mean by strong ability? Which aspect is strong? Thinking about the fact that Li Xiaoshan is still so young and so rich, unconsciously, Zhao Yong thought crookedly, but all of this is not clear to Li Xiaoshan. The reason Li Xiaoshan prioritized wanting to find a secretary was simple. To put it bluntly, Li Xiaoshan wanted to find a trustworthy person to help him manage the investment company properly, and this person should of course be more capable. This way, in the future, if Li Xiaoshan had anything, he would speak directly to the secretary, which was equivalent to a direct remote control. After 2 minutes, several people also finished showering and changed into clothes. Call the massage technician over. Good. Wu Reason agreed and pressed the button. Not a moment later someone knocked on the door of the room. Hello? After opening the door, a dozen female technicians came in, each of them holding a small box in their hands. The female waitress in the lead said, "Good day, sir. Now you can please pick your technician." Li Xiaoshan looked at these dozen female technicians, and his eyes couldn't move a bit. This footwash city was not simple. It was not simple. Each one of these female technicians was very good looking and had an exceptionally hot body. This made Li Xiaoshan not help but suspect. These female technicians really got this job because of their good massage skills? But on second thought, when these women probably had some kind of hidden dealings with other men, Li Xiaoshan calmed down. Li Xiaoshan was not lacking in women at all right now. As long as Li Xiaoshan nodded his head, he didn't know how many women would want to climb into his bed. Li Xiaoshan looked at the group of female technicians and asked, "Who has the best technique?" "Mine, boss. Boss. Mine isn't bad either. Boss. Me." Li Xiaoshan waved his hand, then pointed to a female technician and said, "It's you. I think you're the most professional." Li Xiaoshan followed his heart and chose a female technician with the raciest body. Chapter 58, Explosive Conversation. After Li Xiaoshan had finished choosing, it was the turn of Wu Rationale's few people, and Vulture chose a very white female technician. Reason Wu and Mei Qian chose two ordinary-looking female technicians, but of course they were good-looking. Maple Leaf and Foam chose female technicians who looked a little younger. Shadow didn't even take a shower, so naturally he didn't choose a technician to massage him. Shadow just stood silently behind Li Xiaoshan. After each person chose a female technician, the remaining female technicians walked out of the room with disappointed faces. If they received this order from Li Xiaoshan, it would be enough for half a month of their performance at the very least. Reason Wu and Mei Qian stood up and said, Xiaoshan, why don't the two of us go next door?" Li Xiaoshan looked at the two of them with a bad smile on his face. Not much else to say. Cheers. Reason Wu and Mei Qian nodded with confidence. Wait for the news of my home run. Bro, we should be able to get it done straight away today. After saying that, Wu Ri and Mei Qian took the two female technicians next door and went to find Jing Chanxian and Zhou Yan. With the two of them just leaving, Shen Mengyao came to the private room where Li Xiaoshan was. "Xiaoshan, can I enter?" After having Li Xiaoshan's consent, Shen Mengyao brought a female technician into the private room. After Shen Mengyao entered the private room, she came to the massage chair next to Li Xiaoshan. "Xiaoshan, can I have a massage here?" Li Xiaoshan nodded and lit a cigar once more. Li Xiaoshan found that the flavor of this cigar was not bad. Shen Mengyao stole a glance at Li Xiaoshan after lying on the massage chair. Li Xiaoshan was lying on the massage chair, peacefully enjoying the female technician's foot massage. It had to be said that the female technician's hands were very powerful. This also dispelled Li Xiaoshan's previous speculation. It turns out that these female technicians, not only is the body and appearance first class, there was also some effort in their massage techniques. Shen Mengyao saw that Li Xiaoshan's resistance to himself was not too great, so she slowly said, "Xiaoshan, why haven't you gone back to school these days?" Li Xiaoshan slowly said back with his eyes slightly closed, "I have other things to be busy with." "What kind of things ah?" Li Xiaoshan opened his eyes to look at Shen Mengyao. "Nothing to do with you." After being defeated, Shen Mengyao wasn't discouraged. Instead she smiled and spat out her tongue. "I'm sorry La, I was just asking casually." Li Xiaoshan did not say anything, closing his eyes and quietly enjoying the female technician's foot massage. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan did not want to speak, Shen Mengyao could only shut her mouth for the time being. After pressing the soles of his feet, the female technician said softly, "Boss, the back can be performed now. Please lie down on the massage bed." Li Xiaoshan slightly opened his eyes and moved to the massage bed, and Shen Mengyao immediately followed Li Xiaoshan and came to the massage bed next to him. Shen Mengyao plopped down on the massage chair and said, "Xiaoshan, you haven't come to school for many days. Why don't you wait? I'll help you make up for it." "No need. I don't want to make up lessons." Facing Li Xiaoshan's rebuff, Shen Mengyao mood was down for a while. In fact, at this time, Shen Mengyao resembled a female licking dog. At one time, Shen Mengyao had many licking dogs, and at this moment, Shen Mengyao was incomparably similar to those boys who chased her. Shen Mengyao was silent for a while, after which she suddenly said with determination, "Xiaoshan, I miss you so much. I want to get you today, is that okay? When Li Xiaoshan opened his mouth to refuse, Shen Mengyao said once again, please don't reject me. I don't need you to be responsible. I just want to get you, even if it's just for a moment, please. Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao's pleading and serious look. His heart was more or less uncomfortable. Li Xiaoshan quietly looked at Shen Mengyao. She looked very frank and brave, and by the looks of her she really liked herself. It takes a lot of courage for a girl to be able to say this kind of words. This instant Li Xiaoshan hesitated. Mengyao, actually you don't need to be like this. I said it's already over between us. You can really find a boy who loves you, and I don't love you. I just crave your body. I'm a bad person. No, I don't want to. You said you liked me. Woo woo. Suddenly Shen Mengyao couldn't control her tears. Li Xiaoshan looked at this moment when Shen Mengyao was shedding tears and clearly cognized. He must not be a real sea king or a qualified sea king. Li Xiaoshan could not bear to watch a woman shed tears. Li Xiaoshan said with a cruel heart. At first, I lied to you. Understand? Shen Mengyao raised her head after crying for a while. Then can you lie to me once more? Following you. I don't regret it. I admit that I'm a gold-digging woman, and I got close to you in the beginning because I saw your money. But during this period of time without you, I miss you so much. At this time, Li Xiaoshan's weakness was exhibited. Li Xiaoshan didn't have much experience with emotions, and looking at Shen Mengyao's true feelings, his heart was melted a lot. I'll say it again. I'm a sea king and a bad person. If you are not afraid of being hurt by me in the future, I can. Before Li Xiaoshan finished his words, Shen Mengyao immediately nodded her head and agreed. I'm willing, Xiaoshan. I want to be with you tonight. The two female technicians heard from the beginning to the end, and their brains were a little short. What kind of explosive conversation was this? The two female technicians looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time they had heard such an explosive conversation. Li Xiaoshan even said so bluntly that he was a sea king, and Shen Mengyao actually didn't mind it at all. However, out of good professionalism, the two female technicians still pressed down the shock in their hearts. Silently, they massaged the two Li Xiaoshangs. Time passed by in a flash. It was not until after 7 p.m. that Li Xiaoshan and the others finished their massage. The feeling that this massage brought to Li Xiaoshan was quite good. Li Xiaoshan's body was a lot more relaxed, and the soreness of his muscles was gone. After a simple shower, Li Xiaoshan was ready to put on his clothes and leave the place, but suddenly there were noises coming from outside the door. Don't you touch me! Get away from me! Stay away from me! What's wrong? Chick, weren't you quite open last time at the bar? Accompany me properly again today. What are you doing? You quickly let go of Zhou Yan. This shout, Li Xiaoshan heard it clearly. It was Wu Reason's voice. Li Xiaoshan curiously pushed open the door. Outside the door, besides Reason, Wu and Zhou Yan, there were 4 men. These 4 men had uniform short hair in inches, and were bare-chested with tattoos all over their arms and backs. Moreover, these 4 men's faces were all red, and it was obvious that they had been drinking too much. Chapter 59, Seeing You Look Familiar. One of the men reached out and grabbed Zhou Yan's arm in a death grip, while the other hand was grabbed by Wu Reason. The other 3 men, looking at Wu Reason to stop their boss, reached out and grabbed towards Wu Reason's hair. One of the men gripped Wu Reason's head and yanked it in a death grip. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to touch our boss. Get out of here. The men yanked Wu Reason's hair and pushed him to the ground. The man who grabbed Zhou Yan reached out and touched towards Zhou Yan's face, seeing that his brother was being bullied. Of course Li Xiaoshan had to speak out to stop it. Stop if you still want this arm. Li Xiaoshan's voice was cold and chilly, causing the man to stop his outstretched hand. The man froze when he saw Li Xiaoshan. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar to me? Li Xiaoshan also listened to the man's words and also looked at the man carefully once again. The man was very ordinary looking, with his biggest feature being a mole on his nose. But Li Xiaoshan did not recognize him. Li Xiaoshan spoke once more. Let go of her. Then roll far away. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan actually gave himself so little face, the Nevis man became furious and reached out to push Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan was pushed backward a step by the Nevis man, and at this time, several people from Shadow also rushed over. After Shadow rushed over, without saying a word, he directly made a move, and 2 big mouths slapped on the Nevis man's face. Dare to touch my boss. Quite bold. The other 3 little brothers instantly rushed up when they saw their big brother being beaten. Damn you, him, I chow. But the 3 drunken men were no match for Shadow, and in an instant, Shadow knocked them all to the ground. At this time Zhang Qianqian and Shen Mengyao also changed their clothes and walked out. Li Xiaoshan pulled Wu Reason up. How is it? Is it alright? Wu Ground shook his head, then looked at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, are you alright? Zhou Yan shook her head with a palpitating heart. The entire person hid at Zhang Qianqian's side. Li Xiaoshan looked at Zhou Yan, then at Wu Reason and asked, what's going on? So Wu Rationale started to tell it one by one. It turned out that after Wu Rationale came out just now, He saw these 4 men actively teasing Zhou Yan, so Wu Rationale couldn't stand it, so he stepped in to stop the men. What happened next? Li Xiaoshan knew all about it, but Li Xiaoshan knew that things shouldn't be that simple. Just now Li Xiaoshan clearly heard what the man said, and it was obvious that Zhou Yan should know this man. The left side of the Nevis man's face bulged high after he was beaten, and a raging rage bubbled in his eyes. Grass mud horse, do you guys know who I am? Old me is from the Black Dragon Society. You guys are finished. You wait for me. While speaking, the mole man covered his face and backed up, because Shadow was eyeing him intently. It was obvious that the Nevis man had been slapped by Shadow and had become a bit psychologically shadowed. You guys wait for me. I'll make it so that all of you can't get out of Foot Washing City. Ciao Nima. The Nevis man left with 3 minions cursing, obviously going to call someone. Hearing about the Black Dragon Society, Li Xiaoshan obviously froze for a moment. Shadow watched the Nevis man leave and then looked at Li Xiaoshan and asked, Boss, what to do? What else can I do? Cool it, let him find it. I'll go back and change my clothes first. Li Xiaoshan returned to the private room and took out his cell phone to call Lindong. Hello, boss, you got out of the police station? Yeah, just came out. Lindong, Tang Garden Foot Wash City, is it a venue of the Black Dragon Society? Hearing Li Xiaoxiao inquire about Foot Wash City, Lindong clearly froze for a moment. Yes, boss. What's wrong? Oh, I was surrounded by the Black Dragon Society's people in Foot Wash City. Li Xiaoxia's light-hearted words caused Lindong's sweaty hairs to stand up. Lindong's voice raised several notches. What? Boss, don't be in a hurry. Wait a moment. I will immediately bring someone over. After saying this, Lindong immediately hung up the phone. Li Xiaoshan, on the other hand, slowly put on his clothes. Only after changing his clothes did Li Xiaoshan slowly walk out. Li Xiaoshan looked at the people all together and opened his mouth. Let's go. Zhou Yan stole a glance at the crowd before following at the end. By the time they got downstairs, there were 24 people surrounding the doorway. The Nevis man in the lead walked up and said, Grass mud horse, finally came down. Aren't you guys great? I'll make you guys not be able to walk out of Foot Washing City today. The Nevis man's face was high and bulging, already swollen, looking a bit like a groundhog. Zhou Yan's 3 girls shrank together and hid behind Li Xiaoshan and the others, their eyes filled with terror. Obviously this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Wu Ground walked forward boldly. What do you guys want to do? This is a public place. Are you guys going to make a move? Little pussy, this chick. I've played with it long ago. If you like this lousy girl, I can let you have it. But the matter of you guys hitting me today, it's not over. Hearing the words of the Nevis man, Zhou Yan furrowed her eyebrows and said, Your bull ting. I don't have brother Wu. I don't know him. He was drinking too much. Wu Reason's face was cloudy, but he didn't question Zhou Yan on the spot. Instead, he rushed at the Nevis man and intimidated him. You'd better let us leave quickly. We've just called the police. Ha! Who are you scaring? Calling the police? It's not like I haven't been in jail before. Piss me off. I'll face your girlfriend in front of you. Li Xiaoshan looked at the Nevis man's nonsense, more or less a little impatient. Looked down at the cigarette in his hand. In the next second, Li Xiaoshan flicked the cigarette in his hand at the mole man. The cigarette but traced out an arc, and it just happened to hit the Nevis man's face. Nima. Grass. The Nevis man obviously did not anticipate Li Xiaoxiao actually dared to take the lead. The Nevis man covered his face and backed up into the crowd shouting, Brothers, him to death for me. With the man's order, a large group of men also surrounded, and the shadow several people immediately rushed in front of Li Xiaoshan. A man was the first to rush up, only to be kicked away by Vulture. Seeing that a fight had started, the other men also rushed forward, attempting to use a sea of men to knock the shadow several people to the ground. But the shadow few didn't panic at all. As long as one came up, Shadow and the others put one down. For a moment, Li Xiaoxiang and others Shadow 4 people were protected behind, but also surrounded in the elevator entrance. Zhou Yan hid behind Wu Ground, clutching the corner of his coat to death. It's over. It's over. It's all because of the dashing. Why did you charge him to pop a cigarette but whoops. Chapter 60, Black Boss, Li Xiaoshan? Shen Mengyao also hid behind Li Xiaoxiang, and there was also panic in her eyes. But she retorted, Zhou Yan, stop it. Who is this because of? It's still not because of you? That I didn't let him take a cigarette and flick someone else finished. If I had known I wouldn't have resisted. Wu Rationale listened to Zhou Yan's words and turned back to look at Zhou Yan in surprise. At this moment, Wu Rationale's heart has been convinced that Zhou Yan absolutely and this Nevis man has a relationship. At this moment, he also made up his mind that if he could get out this time, he must stay away from women like Zhou Yan in the future. Shen Mengyao saw the situation getting more and more chaotic and said worriedly, Xiaoshan, what are we going to do? I should have called the police if I had known. Li Xiaoshan patted Shen Mengyao's hand that was gripping his own and said easily, "Don't worry, it's just a fight." Looking at Li Xiaoshan's relaxed appearance, Shen Mengyao's heart followed suit and calmed down a bit. Li Xiaoshan's smile was like having a kind of magic power, making people somehow believe that he really had the ability to be able to solve the crisis in front of them. However, Li Xiaoshan's words did not get Zhou Yan's approval. Zhou Yan always thought that all of this was caused by Li Xiaoshan, so why should it involve herself? So Zhou Yan proposed, "Xiaoshan, what to do now? Why don't you bow your head and admit your fault? Otherwise all of us will be in bad luck." For words like Zhou Yan's, Li Xiaoshan naturally scoffed. "I still have to admit my fault to him?" Zhou Yan frowned and continued to persuade, "Xiaoshan, I admit, your family is rich, and you have bodyguards, but there are too many people on the other side. If you bow your head, all of us will be safe. And now that it's all a fight, what use is your money?" In the face of Zhou Yan's 100 grievances, Li Xiaoshan was too lazy to pay any more attention to her. Seeing that they couldn't beat the Shadow's men, the people surrounding them began to take advantage of the situation. Some people were holding wooden sticks, some people took out steel pipes, there was even someone who took out a razor blade. Just as the scene was getting out of control, one person shouted, "All of them stop." Lin Dong rushed to the scene with his men. Behind Lin Dong were more than 50 minions. Since hanging up the phone, Lin Dong had rushed over non-stop. Moreover, Lin Dong had also called the junior brother who was watching the scene, but the call did not connect. Lin Dong could only keep praying in his heart that Li Xiaoshan, the living ancestor, must not be injured. After Lin Dong arrived at the scene, he pushed his way through the crowd and went straight to Li Xiaoshan. When the Nevis man saw Lin Dong arrive, he immediately lowered his head and shouted, "Brother Dong, you are here." When the surrounding minions saw Lin Dong, they also put down the guys in their hands. "Hello Brother Dong, Brother Dong." However, Lin Dong did not pay any attention to these juniors. Instead, he walked quickly to Li Xiaoshan. Lin Dong looked Li Xiaoshan up and down and saw that Li Xiaoshan was not injured, and his heart relaxed. Zhou Yan saw that more and more people were coming, and even the other party's boss had come. The eyes were even more worried. Zhou Yan took the opportunity to say, "Dash, you quickly lower your head. If you don't think for yourself, think for us, okay?" Li Xiaoshan didn't even turn his head back, not even paying attention to Zhou Yan. In the next second, Lin Dong lowered his head respectfully and said, "Boss, it's good that you're fine." Lin Dong's words directly shocked the entire room. Boss, his own big brother called the other party boss? The Nevis man's mind went blank. Suddenly an image flashed through the Nevis man's mind. Lin Dong respectfully invited Li Xiaoshan out of the brothers' tea house and said loudly, "This man is the new boss of our Black Dragon Society. In the future, you have to call the boss. Got it?" It was only at this time that he remembered why he looked so familiar to Li Xiaoshan. It turned out that in the afternoon, the Nevis man had only just met Li Xiaoshan, the new boss. This instantly woke up the mole man's alcohol. This time, the mole man's cold sweat also continuously flowed down. What to do? What else can be done? The Nevis man's legs went limp and he flopped down. And behind him, Zhou Yan and Shen Mengyao and the others were also filled with shock. Li Xiaoshan was actually a triad big shot. How is this possible? Wu Ground and Mei Qian were even looking at Li Xiaoshan with shocked faces. A triad boss, Li Xiaoshan? Reason Wu and Mei Qian had known Li Xiaoshan for half a year. The two of them were clear that Li Xiaoshan's family was an ordinary family. It was even a bit poor. How could Li Xiaoshan turn into a triad boss? Wu Reason and Mei Qian didn't know what was going on. But at this moment in their hearts, there was more than a hint of awe and distance towards Li Xiaoshan. At this moment, Zhou Yan's heart was mixed. There was surprise, joy, and fear. Zhou Yan thought back to his own stupid behavior just now, and his heart was filled with regret and worry. At this moment, Zhou Yan could only pray that Li Xiaoshan would not get on her bad side and let her go. Rather, Shen Mengyao saw that Li Xiaoshan actually had such a special layer of identity, and her eyes kept staring at Li Xiaoshan all lassoed. Shen Mengyao's eyes stared at Li Xiaoshan. Her heart's love for Li Xiaoshan was directly pulled full. The woman's own self-contained curtain-strong attribute was perfectly stimulated. That woman was able to refuse this special treatment of being chased by a group of people calling her sister-in-law. Shen Mengyao now looked at Li Xiaoshan once again and only felt that his body was filled with the unique charm of masculinity. If Shen Mengyao was fond of Li Xiaoshan's wealth before, she was now attracted to Li Xiaoshan himself. Power was the best aphrodisiac. The one who also had this feeling was Zheng Qianqian. A trace of regret arose in her heart as she looked at Li Xiaoshan, regretting that she had promised Shen Mengyao that she would not compete with her for Li Xiaoshan. At this time, everyone's eyes were all focused on Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan calmly took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and held it in his mouth, while Lin Dong was very smart and took the initiative to help Li Xiaoshan light it. Li Xiaoshan slowly exhaled the smoke and looked around the room. his eyes sweeping over everyone present. Every single person unconsciously lowered their heads when they met Li Xiaoshan's eyes. The juniors who had previously made a move with Li Xiaoshan were all stunned as well. Boss, I'm sorry, we had eyes and didn't recognize MT. Tai. Boss, we were wrong, please punish boss. These junior brothers also followed the example of the mole man and knelt on the ground. Li Xiaoshang swept his eyes over them and ignored them. In the end, Li Xiaoshang rested his eyes on the nervous man, who was kneeling on the ground and shivering. Li Xiaoshan walked up and pointed at the mole man and asked, Lin Dong, what is this kid's name? Boss, his name is Chen Yong. Li Xiaoshang nodded. Well, Chen Yong, you are really brave. At this moment, Chen Yong knelt on the ground and started begging for mercy. Boss, I was blind and didn't recognize it was you at first. Please rest your anger. Rest your anger. How much have you been drinking? Are you sober now? Yes, I'm awake. Boss, don't be angry. I really didn't recognize you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to go against you. Chapter 61 Hello sister-in-law. Li Xiaoshan reached out and nudged Chen Yong's head. I remember I reminded you before that if you dare to mess around, I'll want one of your hands. Now what do you think should be done? At this time, Chen Yong's body shook even more, and he immediately began to kowtow. Boss, please spare me this time. Boss, I really didn't remember your looks and didn't dare to look at you much at that time. Please spare me this time. Chen Yong's tears and snot were constantly flowing out. Li Xiaoshan quietly looked at him without saying anything. At this time, Lin Dong took the initiative to speak. Take him down and chop off his hands. Lin Dong's two accompanying minions agreed and went forward to bring Chen Yong down. Li Xiaoshan stopped them. Wait. Chen Yong had thought that he was going to be finished. When he heard Li Xiaoshan say wait a moment, hope instantly popped up in his eyes again. Li Xiaoshan looked at Chen Yong and said, how can I say that you are also a member of the Black Dragon Society? So I'll give you a chance, provided that my brother nods his head and says to let you go. Li Xiaoshan looked at Wu Ground. Wu Ground instantly became the center of attention. Chen Yong hurriedly crawled to kneel in front of Wu Ground. Brother, I was wrong. Shouldn't have touched your woman. You spare me. Please forgive me. Chen Yong said while slapping his face with his hands. Brother, please give me a chance. I was wrong. Wu Reason saw Chen Yong like this and also instantly dispelled the fire. It's fine. Dashing. That. Or let him go. Good. Since my brother doesn't want to pursue, then this matter is settled. Li Xiaoshan knew that Wu Reason was not wanting to cause trouble, so he also stepped down. In fact, this was also something that Li Xiaoshan did on purpose. Now that he had just taken over the Black Dragon Society, it was more or less not too good to come up and use a knife on his little brother. However, Li Xiaoshan's words turned. Forget about this matter of you offending my brother. Now you tell yourself. You drink and make trouble inside the venue. How should this sum be calculated? Chen Yong immediately said. Boss, if you mess up inside the venue, you have to take a beating and bear all the damages. I'm willing to be punished. Good. Li Xiaoshan reached out and helped Chen Yong up. Chen Yong bowed and stood beside Li Xiaoshan in fear. Li Xiaoshan reached out and pointed at Zhou Yan. What happened when you said you knew her before? Tell me carefully. Upon hearing this, Chen Yong froze. He didn't know what Li Xiaoshan meant. Zhou Yan, on the other hand, was filled with panic and looked at Li Xiaoshan with a begging face. However, Li Xiaoshan didn't pay any attention to her at all and just looked at Chen Yong and asked word for word. I'm asking you words. Are you not hearing me? Chen Yong didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation to immediately reply. Reporting to the boss. I did know her before she worked in a nightclub. After saying this, Chen Yong stopped and did not continue. Instead, he looked at Li Xiaoshan's expression. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan was not angry, Chen Yong then eased his breath. As for Zhou Yan, when she saw that Chen Yong had raked up her own black history, she immediately turned her head to look at Reason Wu and shook her head. Brother Wu, believe me, I did work somewhere before, but I was the waitress there. And Wu Ri's face became unusually ugly, but still nodded briefly at Zhou Yan, indicating that he was clear. Li Xiaoshan did not ask Zhou Yan any more closely what her job was at that time. Li Xiaoshan was not trying to save face for Zhou Yan, but rather he wanted to leave a trace of face for Wu Reason. After all, Reason Wu had just wanted to go further with Zhou Yan. Now that Zhou Yan's details were stripped bare, Wu Reason would also lose face. Li Xiaoshan coldly swept a glance at Zhou Yan before ignoring her. Li Xiaoshan also did not continue to make things difficult for Chen Yong. Alright, all disperse. Lin Dong, take all the people back. Chen Yong's punishment is all yours. With Li Xiaoshan's words, the crowd began to gradually disperse. The few juniors who were knocked to the ground by the Shadow's men were sent to the hospital. Lin Dong waved his hand and after bringing Chen Yong down, he spoke to Li Xiaoshan. Boss, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came here? Lin Dong then suddenly came close to Li Xiaoshan's side and whispered. Boss, there is a special service here. Do you want to experience it? Li Xiaoshan looked at Lin Dong, then shook his head. Forget it, remember what I told you. You can't engage in illegal business. Boss, this is actually not considered illegal. It can only be considered a rubbing. Special item. Guaranteed to let you experience a heaven on earth. Li Xiaosa said with a dry cough. Next time. It's not convenient right now. Lin Dong looked at Shen Mengyao behind Li Xiaoshan and immediately nodded. Alright, boss. I got it. Lin Dong immediately walked over to Shen Mengyao and said, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have given you a fright. Lin Dong then ran to the front desk and took out a card. Sister-in-law, this is our beauty and wellness VIP card here. From now on, you can come here as if you were in your own home. Shen Mengyao smiled like a flower on her face when she heard Lin Dong call her sister-in-law. Thank you. Shen Mengyao reached out to receive the card, but her hands suddenly stopped. Shen Mengyao returned the card to Lin Dong. No, thanks. Shen Mengyao then walked to Li Xiaoshan and reached out to take his arm. Xiaoshan, let's go. Shen Mengyao deeply learned the lesson from before. Shen Mengyao knew that she must suppress her greed for money. Money was nothing. The most important thing was Li Xiaoshan himself. This was a concept that Shen Mengyao had deeply inculcated. Li Xiaoshan also froze for a moment when he saw that Shen Mengyao actually did not take the gold card handed over by Lin Dong. But then, Li Xiaoshan understood what Shen Mengyao meant. Without pulling his arm out of Shen Mengyao's arms, Li Xiaoshan just said to Lin Dong, Alright, I've troubled you this time. I will leave first. Alright, boss, I'll see you off. Lin Dong kept escorting Li Xiaoshan and the others to the door while the passing juniors bowed their heads to Li Xiaoshan. Boss, good day sister-in-law. Good day boss. Good day sister-in-law. Shen Mengyao held Li Xiaoshan's arm, enjoying the feeling of being noticed and courted. The smile on Shen Mengyao's face at this moment simply couldn't be hidden. Li Xiaoshan sat in the commercial vehicle while Shen Mengyao sat next to him. Wu Jiayi and Mei Qian, on the other hand, took the car back to the school. Originally, Li Xiaoshan wanted to have a meal with the two of them, but both of them waved their hands and refused. So Li Xiaoshan returned to the Green Hotel with Shen Mengyao. Li Xiaoshan and the hotel's waiters simply said hello and asked them to send the food to the room. Watching all kinds of delicacies being continuously delivered to the room, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take pictures. But the difference was that this time she didn't send it to her friends to show off. She just sent it to Zhou Yan in Zhang Qianqian. Chapter 62, Su Xiao Xiao. Li Xiaoshan swept over Shen Mengyao's cell phone and casually asked, Do you know about Zhou Yan working at the nightclub? Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Shen Mengyao's face changed a bit. No, a little bit. Zhou Yan told us about it. She said she was working as a waitress inside a nightclub. Li Xiaoshan nodded and did not continue this topic. Alright, let's eat. Facing all this food, Li Xiaoshan's appetite was also teased. Li Xiaoshan cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth to savor it carefully. Unconsciously Li Xiaoshan's entire person had changed a lot. If it was said that eating food before was to satiate his stomach, then now Li Xiaoshan had learned to carefully savor the feelings that various foods brought to him. After finishing the meal, several people walked out of the room in a very sensible manner and guarded the entrance of the room. After Shen Mengyao finished her meal, she walked into the bathroom. Shen Mengyao took a milk bath in the bathroom. She cupped the milk in the bathtub with both hands and let it spill on her face. Shen Mengyao enjoyed this extravagant life of the rich. Of course, it should be said that everyone wanted this kind of extravagant life. After taking a bath, Shen Mengyao didn't rush out, but changed into the sexy underwear she had prepared long ago. This was Shen Mengyao's secret to beheading men that she had learned on the internet. Black stockings with hidden underwear. After changing into these outfits, Shen Mengyao looked for a mirror. Looking at her charmingly hot body in the mirror, Shen Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. Shen Mengyao knew very well what her most valuable value was. Exactly. When Shen Mengyao walked out of the bathroom, Li Xiaoshan froze as he looked at Shen Mengyao. And Shen Mengyao was satisfied with Li Xiaoshan's reaction. Li Xiaoshan looked at Shen Mengyao's sexy and charming body and seductive eyes, and a fire rose in his belly. Looking at Li Xiaoshan standing in place with no reaction, Shen Mengyao took the initiative to walk in front of him. Shen Mengyao's eyes stared straight at Li Xiaoshan and reached out to lift his chin. Now, I'm not your girlfriend, I'm someone else's goddess. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoshan immediately became taut. The Cao Thief attribute in Li Xiaoshan's body was satisfied. Li Xiaoshan picked up Shen Mengyao and threw her onto the bed as soon as he did. Then Li Xiaoshan stretched out his hands and personally tore Shen Mengyao's equipment. The next thing that happened was that the entire room was in spring light. This night, Li Xiaoshan was on fire and didn't fall into a deep sleep until 3 o'clock in the latter part of the night. The next morning, when Li Xiaoshan woke up, Shen Mengyao had already disappeared. Li Xiaoshan got out of bed and went to the restroom first, then returned to the bedroom and put on his clothes. Li Xiaoshan swept a glance at the messy bedroom before he saw the note that Shen Mengyao had left on the nightstand. I'm going to class first. I can't be late for my major class today. The inscription, Love you little she-cat. After Li Xiaoshan got dressed, he looked in the mirror once. It seemed like it was time to buy herself some decent clothes. Li Xiaoshan had never had any requirements for clothes, so Li Xiaoshan had always worn simple casual clothes, but now was different. The occasions Li Xiaoshan would experience in the future would only become more and more grand and formal. Li Xiaoshan opened the system interface and glanced at the system. Current withdrawable balance, 534-0600. Current withdrawable balance, 534-0700. Li Xiaoshan withdrew all the money. Huaxia Bank arrived at 5,340,900 yuan, and the current balance was 6,781,100 yuan. After Li Xiaoshan finished withdrawing the money, he called his personal lawyer, Zhao Yong. Hey, is the matter of the investment company done? Boss, it's done. The information is all together now, just waiting for you to sign. Boss, I've also taken care of the secretary you mentioned. She's here with me now. Alright, you send me a location. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoxia hoofed it to the location Zhao Yong had sent. After arriving, Zhao Yong had long been waiting at the entrance of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. After Li Xiaoshan got off the car, he saw Zhao Yong at a glance, and behind Zhao Yong was a woman. This woman was about 27 years old, wearing a black professional dress on top, a white skirt on the bottom, transparent stockings with black high heels. Li Xiaoshan looked at the woman behind Zhao Yong and his eyes couldn't help but linger on her body. The woman's looks were stunning. She had a pair of peach blossom eyes. It gave people the feeling as if she was discharging electricity. These weren't even the point. What really attracted Li Xiaoshan was her towering peaks. This woman was at the very least an F-class warrior. After his eyes lingered for a split second, Li Xiaoshan immediately averted his gaze. As the saying goes, don't look at me if you're not polite. Li Xiaoshan was definitely not considered a gentleman, but Li Xiaoshang also didn't want to be a fool who had his brain manipulated by his lower body. Zhao Yong trotted to Li Xiaoshan and bowed in front of him. Boss. The woman behind Zhao Yong froze slightly when she saw how young Li Xiaoshan was, then followed suit and bowed. Hello Boss Li. Li Xiaoshan nodded and asked, is everything ready? Alright boss, you follow me, said Zhao Yong as he took the initiative to lead the way in front and walked into the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Li Xiaoshan went in for 5 minutes and came out. He simply signed a name. All the procedures were taken care of. After leaving the entrance of the Commerce and Industry Bureau, Zhao Yong then introduced Li Xiaoshan. Boss, her name is Su Xiaoxiao. It's a returnee from the sea. She's fluent in multiple languages, and most of all, she's also very capable. When Zhao Yong spoke of strong ability, he even took the initiative to wink at Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan once again took a closer look at Su Xiaoxiao, then asked, do you know how to take care of an investment company? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Li Xiaoshang as if he had only just reached adulthood, and also curiously sized up Li Xiaoshan. When Li Xiaoshan finished asking, she obviously froze for a moment. I have studied about financial management, but I haven't practiced it. Have you worked as a secretary before? Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I've worked as a secretary for the chairman of Huarong Investment Company before. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. Good. You'll follow me from now on. How much do you want your salary to be? When Su Xiaoxiao heard Li Xiaoshan ask this, she obviously froze, because things like wages were usually brought up by the boss, and Li Xiaoshan actually let her make the offer. Su Xiaoxiao said tentatively, 30,000? Is that okay? Su Xiaoxiao's previous job, the salary was only 16,000, so Su Xiaoxiao brought up her most ideal salary. Li Xiaoshan repeated and smiled. 30,000? Seeing Li Xiaoshan laugh, Su Xiaoxiao thought that Li Xiaoshan was not satisfied with the salary she offered, so she immediately changed her words. 20,000. That's fine too. Li Xiaoshan smiled and shook his head. Su Xiaoxiao saw that Li Xiaoshan was still shaking his head and gritted his teeth and said, the minimum cannot be lower than 17,000. Chapter 63, Do you have a boyfriend? Li Xiaoshan knew that Su Xiaoxiao was misunderstanding, so she said, let's do it this way. I will first give you 50,000 a month. In the future, if you work well, I'll give you a raise. Hearing the price Li Xiaoshan offered, Su Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, followed by shock and ecstasy. 50,000. Right, 50,000. Li Xiaoshan nodded, signaling that she did not hear it wrong. Su Xiaoxiao immediately frantically nodded her head in agreement. Okay, boss. Thank you for giving me this chance. When Su Xiaoxiao was scouted over by Zhao Yong, she didn't carefully talk about the salary. Zhao Yong just promised that the salary would definitely be more than at Huarong Investment Company. It was just that Su Xiaoxiao didn't expect that Li Xiaoshan would be able to give such a high salary. This time Li Xiaoshan asked Su Xiaoxiao again, do you have a boyfriend? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. No. Li Xiaoshan nodded in satisfaction. Good. I don't want you to be affected by things outside of work. I want you to stay on standby for 12 hours. After talking to Su Xiaoxiao, Li Xiaoshan asked about Zhao Yong. How are the other employees being recruited? Boss, it's being recruited. but my ability alone is really limited. There are too many people who need to be interviewed. Li Xiaosa nodded. It's true that you've worked hard. These jobs weren't originally yours. But don't worry, after this bout, I'll give you a bonus. Zhao Yong immediately nodded his head when he heard Li Xiaoshang say that. Good. Thank you, boss. The power of money was strong, making Zhao Yong once again filled with motivation. After drawing the big pie, Li Xiaoshan increased Zhao Yong's workload again. There's one more thing that you need to focus on right now. That's acquiring the company. Xiao, the same goes for you. From now on, your task is to acquire medium-sized companies. As for exactly what kind of businesses I'm not picking, all you guys need to know is that as long as these businesses are in trouble, we'll look for opportunities to propose acquisitions. Money is not a problem. I want you guys to find 4 medium-sized enterprises that are about to go bankrupt as fast as possible. Got it? After you find them, directly bring them over to see me. Su Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully. Boss, the enterprises that are about to go bankrupt are collected over. Isn't that just looking for discomfort? Boss, this will indeed allow us to quickly increase our exposure and popularity. But these businesses will drag us to death. Li Xiaoxiao casually waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Just listen to me. Money is not a problem. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Okay, boss, I'll go do the investigation right away. Zhao Yong also nodded, indicating that he knew. After returning to the Green Hotel, Lu Shanshan called Li Xiaoshang over. Hey, Xiaoshan, what's up? Why haven't you been calling me or sending me V messages? Li Xiaoshang heard a hint of sourness. I've been busy before. How about now? Want to come out and go on another date with me? Don't. I called you before you asked me out. No sincerity. Li Xiaoshan smiled. Being with Lu Shanshan felt a lot like being in a relationship. It made Li Xiaoshan feel comfortable, and at the same time, it made Li Xiaoshan a bit vain. Li Xiaoshan now had 2 women, although neither of them had a name, and they didn't ask Li Xiaoshan to be responsible for them. But mentally, Li Xiaoshan just felt awkward. Li Xiaoshan heaved these thoughts aside and spoke. Well, beautiful Ms. Lu, can I grandly invite you to go out for a date with me? Well, seeing that you are so sincere, then I will reluctantly agree to you. Just after hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan's cell phone rang again. This time it was Zhang Xian who called. Xiaoshan, let's go out shopping today. People miss you. I have some things to do today, so go shopping by yourself. Leave all the spending to me to pay the bill. Zhang Xian's tone was a bit lost. Alright, then you get busy first. After hanging up the phone, before Li Xiaoxiao could put down his cell phone, another call came. This time, it was Li Lanxin who called. After answering the call, Li Lanxin's voice came from the phone. Xiaoshan, why does your phone keep getting hung up? Just a bit busy. Why? What's up? I'm off today. Why don't we go shopping together? Another shopping trip. Li Xiaoshan's head got big. Sorry, I have something today. Next time, Li Lanxin said once again. I actually want to thank you properly for helping my family. If you're not available right now, then let's do it at night. I'll treat you to dinner at night. It's a deal. Li Lanxin hung up the phone after saying that without giving Li Xiaoshan time to refuse. Li Xiaoshan took out a cigarette from his arms and lit it. Li Xiaoshan took a deep breath of the cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Not having female friends before made Li Xiaoshan bitter. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoshan now had more female friends, which was also a bittersweet. But for Li Xiaoshan, it was a happy affliction. When Li Xiaoshan arrived at the entrance of the school in his car, Lu Shanshan was already waiting at the entrance of the school, and there was a red Maserati convertible parked beside Lu Shanshan. The person next to the car, who Li Xiaoshan also recognized, was LV Liang, who had harassed Lu Shanshan before. At this moment, LV Liang's back was against the red Maserati, while 4 bodyguards were following around LV Liang. It seems that this time, LV Liang has learned to be smart and knows to bring his bodyguards with him. Lu Liang rushed at Lu Shanshan and said, Shanshan, I can forget about what happened before, but the prerequisite is that this time you'll go out on a date with me. I'll buy you anything you want. Shanshan. Lu Shanshan had a hint of impatience on her face. Please go away. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up in a little while. Lu Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Lu Shanshan mention Li Xiaoshang once again. You're talking about that Li Xiaoshang. I've already investigated him. He has no strength whatsoever in Magic City. If I run into him again, I will definitely make him look good. Li Xiaoshang brought a few people from Shadow and arrived in front of Lu Liang. Oh, is that so? Do you have the strength? Seeing Li Xiaoshang's arrival, Lu Shanshan immediately stood beside Li Xiaoshang. When Lu Liang saw Li Xiaoshang once again, intense hostility also emerged in his eyes. Kid, you still dare to appear in front of me. You fooled me last time. This time, you're going to have bad luck. Lu Liang rushed at the bodyguards behind him. You guys get on me. Teach him a good lesson for me. As soon as LV Liang's words left his mouth, The few bodyguards behind him also walked towards Li Xiaoshan, but there was one person who stood in front of them. It was Vulture. Chapter 64, Breaking His Teeth. Vulture looked at the 4 strong men in front of him and said easily, "Just leave these 4 to me." Lu Liang's 4 bodyguards looked at Condor and frowned slightly. A connoisseur would know if there was one or not. With experience and feeling, the 4 bodyguards could clearly tell that Condor was definitely not simple. The 4 bodyguards kept their guard up and didn't take the lead. Instead, it was Condor who took the lead. The Condor violently stepped forward and punched towards the face of one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard's reaction was also very fast, slightly sidestepping his head to avoid the blow. But when the Condor's fist was halfway there, it suddenly changed to an elbow strike towards the bodyguard's chest. This hit was fast and hard. The bodyguard instantly fell to the ground and could not get up anymore. The other 3 bodyguards saw their companions being knocked down. Without any hesitation, they rushed forward together to fight towards Vulture. The Condor had obviously anticipated the actions of these bodyguards. The Condor's body was exceptionally agile, and after simply sidestepping the punches, he punched another man. Again, there were no surprises, and after this person received this punch, he also fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Seeing such a scene, the remaining 2 bodyguards panicked. They didn't dare to continue attacking the Condor. Instead, they retreated to Lu Liang's side. "Boss, the 2 of us are no match. Let's go, boss. The 2 of us have to prioritize your safety. As much as we don't want to admit it, we're not his opponent." At this moment Lu Liang's face became unusually ugly. "You few losers, I paid to raise you for nothing." LV Liang reached out and pointed at Li Xiaoshan and said, "Aren't you just relying on the fact that your bodyguards are good? You have the guts to wait for me." After saying this, LV Liang was about to get into his car and leave. But how could Li Xiaoshan let him leave peacefully? Li Xiaoshan waved his hand, signaling Shadow to go with him. When LV Liang's 2 bodyguards saw the Shadow guys rushing in, they went forward together to block them, but the 2 of them were no match for the Shadow guys. In just an instant, the remaining 2 bodyguards were also beaten and fell to the ground. Lu Lian was grabbed by the back of his neck by the Shadow and was sent to Li Xiaoshan like a little chicken. Li Xiaoshan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "I told you before that you are not allowed to appear in front of me again, but you didn't listen. Tell me how I should punish you." Cold sweat oozed from Lu Liang's brain, but he still gritted his teeth and threatened. "Let me tell you, my dad is the chairman of the LV Mao group. If you dare to touch me, you'll be dead." This was the only way for LV Liang to use his background and bluff Li Xiaoshan right now. Otherwise he would be in trouble himself. Li Xiaoshan smiled and looked at LV Liang and nodded. "You have a hard mouth. I especially like people with hard mouths. Do you know why? It's because I'm a person who is easily soft-hearted. If you beg for mercy, I might even spare you. Since you have a hard mouth, that's giving me the chance to teach you a lesson." After saying that, Li Xiaoshan stopped looking at Lu Liang. Instead, he looked at the Shadow several people and said, "Take his teeth and knock them all out. Not a single one left." After saying that, Li Xiaoshan turned around with his arm around Lu Shanshan, turning his back to the Shadow several people, not letting Lu Shanshan see this bloody side. Lu Liang's face turned green when he heard Li Xiaoshan's words. "Don't, brother, I admit my mistake. I'm wrong. I promise you I won't mess with you in the future. You'll regret offending me, but if you spare me this time, we'll be friends." However, Li Xiaoshan was not at all moved by these words. His body didn't even move. Watching the Vulture rubbing his fists all over the place, Lu Liang got anxious and he shouted once more, "Hey, don't, wait, I'm willing to compensate you $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. But no matter how much money Lu Liang said and how much he begged for forgiveness, Li Xiaoshan was unmoved. Lu Shanshan couldn't help but look back at LV Liang quietly. "Xiaoshan, LV Liang, his father is very powerful in Magic City. You'll get into trouble like this, or else, just let him go." But Li Xiaoshan remained unmoved and just said indifferently, "I don't lack money, and I'm not afraid of threats or trouble." Finally, Vulture made his move. He punched the left side of Lu Liang's face, and his teeth flew off immediately. At the same time, LV Liang's nose bled, but he didn't faint. Vulture's force was grasped just right, leaving LV Liang dazed and not hurting his brain. After Li Xiaoshan heard the sound of hands, he then turned his head and reached out his hand at Condor, signaling him to wait first. Li Xiaoshan looked around at the left side of LV Liang's face, which had swollen into a large bulge. It looked like a bun had been stuffed in his mouth. "Well, do you want some on the right side?" Two teeth fell out of LV Liang's mouth again and he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Don't, brother, don't fight. You say, how much money you want I'll give you." Lu Liang's words were a bit slurred, and blood kept bubbling from the corner of his mouth. Li Xiaoshan shook his head. "I said, I don't want money, and I don't lack money. I'm even less afraid of that dad of yours. I can give you a chance. Want it? Upon hearing this, Lu Liang immediately nodded his head. Want. You say, what do you need me to do? Li Xiaoxiao smiled and took out a cigarette from his arms and placed it in LV Liang's mouth, and lit it for him. My request is simple. It's to borrow your dad's social resources. I want you to call your dad and immediately get the chairman of 4 medium-sized companies to come over and have them bring their share transfer contracts with them. I want to acquire their companies. Well, can it be done? LV Liang was completely confused after hearing what Li Xiaoshang said. He said with a bitter face, Brother, I really can't do this. Our family is indeed considered a large company, but the acquisition of 4 medium-sized companies, at the very least, would require nearly $10 million. We don't have that much liquidity even if all the money in our family is taken out. This car of mine is only a rental. I can get you up to $1 million. Any more than that, our family needs time. At the very least more than half a month. Li Xiaoxiao smiled and waved his hand. Did I say I'd let your family pay for it? I said that I have money, and I don't lack money. Money, I'll pay for it myself. What I'm going to use is your dad's connections. Can it be done? If it can be done, I'll let you go. You can also be given a chance to be my little brother. Hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, Lu Liang looked at Li Xiaoshan in shock and asked, Brother, are you sure you're serious? Li Xiaoshan nodded. Of course. Good. Brother, I'm willing to help you, and I'm also willing to make friends with you. Chapter 65, Too Rude. The reason why LV Liang was willing to turn a war of words with Li Xiaoxiao was simple. The reason was 2 words. Strength. If Li Xiaoshan had the strength, he would have been able to come up with $10 million of working capital. It is enough to prove that Li Xiaoshan is much stronger than LV Liang. $10 million of working capital. There are only a handful of people in Magic City who can come up with such strong capital at any time. If Li Xiaoshan wasn't lying, then it proves that Li Xiaoshan's real identity must be a rich young master of a certain family. That was also an existence that Lu Liang could not afford to mess with. So of course Lu Liang was willing to make friends with Li Xiaoshan. As for Lu Shanshan, in his eyes, she was nothing more than a woman, and he was willing to give her up with both hands. Immediately after that, Lu Liang took out his cell phone and called his dad. After about 10 minutes, Lu Liang covered his face and came in front of Li Xiaoshang. Brother, I've taken care of it. I'll be here soon. Are we just going to wait here, or go somewhere else? Li Xiaoshan laughed at this. Li Xiaoshan once again looked at Lu Liang, also felt a lot smoother. Li Xiaoshan looked at the left side of LV Liang's face, which had swollen even more by now. Li Xiaoshan frowned and turned his head to rush at Condor. Condor, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that brother Lu Liang is my good buddy? You're just too rude. Vulture couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Li Xiaoshang, but he didn't refute Li Xiaoshang either. At this moment, anyone could see that Li Xiaoshang was merely acting to give Lu Liang a bit of face. At the same time, he was also mending the relationship between the two. However, at this time, no one would take the initiative to break through this layer of false acting. After saying that, Li Xiaoshang pointed at Lu Liang's bodyguard and said, Hey, you, go to the supermarket over there and buy an ice pack. Put it on my brother. That's right. At this time, several of LV Liang's bodyguards had already woken up. Where would the bodyguard dare to disobey Li Xiaoshang at this moment? He nodded and ran to the store across the street. Li Xiaoshan once again lit a cigarette for LV Liang. Brother LV, I'm sorry, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. Well, I hope you don't mind. LV Liang naturally knew that Li Xiaoshan was deliberately giving himself a step down to ease the relationship between the two, but there was even less reason for him to point it out. Of course Lu Liang wanted to maintain a good relationship with Li Xiaoshan. To put it bluntly, there was no friendship between the two. It was all about interests. And this kind of interest relationship is very fragile, but also very solid. Li Xiaoshan currently needs LV Liang's network of relations, and LV Liang knew that Li Xiaoshan was strong enough and wanted to have a good relationship with Li Xiaoshan. It's fine. These are considered to be no fights between us. Brother Li, I really admire you. Heroes come out of the youth. Li Xiaoshan waved at Shadow. You come and hold brother Lu Liang. Let's go to the cafe over there first and wait for them to come. This time, Li Xiaoshan did not let Lu Liang's bodyguard come and hold him up. This one small detail was enough to show that Li Xiaoshan did not trust LV Liang. This was actually a disguised form of control, not giving LV Liang a chance to escape. Watching Li Xiaoshan and Lu Liang become like brothers in such a short period of time, Lu Shanshan felt a little unbelievable. She couldn't figure out what was going on in the minds of the two men and just silently followed behind. After arriving at the cafe, the people found a quiet room and sat down. After sitting down, Li Xiaoshan called up the system page and withdrew all the funds. In the end, Li Xiaoshan came up with $8 million. Li Xiaoshan then sent another V-mail to Lin Dong. How much funds do you have there? Soon after, Lin Dong sent a message to Li Xiaoshan. Boss, more than 200 new people have been collected. There's still more than $13 million in money. Transfer all of it to me. Okay, boss. Lin Dong did not ask why, and very nimbly transferred it to Li Xiaoshang. Up to this point, Li Xiaoshang had scraped together $21 million. After half an hour or so, the people from the 4 medium-sized enterprises finally arrived. These people were all wearing uniform professional suits and were holding various folders in their hands. At the same time, Lu Liang's dad, Lu Mao, also came. When LV Mao saw his son in this miserable state, he frowned, but it was only for a moment before he stretched out again. LV Mao rushed towards Li Xiaoshan and extended his hand saying, "Hello, you must be Li Xiaoshang. I heard from Xiao Liang on the phone." Li Xiaoshan also stood up and shook LV Mao's hand. "Oh, hello uncle, I've troubled uncle this time." LV Mao had heard from his son, LV Liang, over the phone. This Li Xiaoshan's personal financial power was comparable to his own LV Mao group, so LV Mao didn't take the initiative to find trouble with Li Xiaoshan, nor did he mention the unpleasant matter of his son being beaten. LV Mao was watching Li Xiaoshan very carefully, wanting to see just how rich he was, but Lu Mao was disappointed. He didn't see anything in Li Xiaoshan's eyes. Li Xiaoshan's eyes were as deep as a deep well, making it impossible to see what Li Xiaoshan was thinking. Lu Mao took the initiative to introduce. "This is the chairman of Li Hong Trading. This is the chairman of Blue Star Garment Factory. This is the chairman of Hongwen Company. This is the chairman of Evian Pharmaceutical Company." After shaking hands with them one by one, Li Xiaoshan took the initiative to speak. "Everyone take out the contracts. Let's just get straight to the point. Don't be too abrasive. Then everyone can now make their offers as well. I hope everyone shows your sincere attitudes. This is good for everyone. Save time and effort." Lu Mao took the initiative to pick up the conversation. "Good. This little brother Li is really quick with his words." Everyone quote. First, the chairman of Li Hong Trading took the lead and spoke up. "Our company's total valuation is around 12 million. My request is simply 10 million. Our company is about the same. Just ask for 11 million. Our company is a little less than the two of them. We'll take a 9 million. Eventually the chairman of Hongwen Company said, "Our company is the largest of the four. The total valuation is at 21 million. I'll take your 21 million. No problem." After hearing what these people said, Li Xiaoshao smiled. It was said that there was no such thing as a crooked businessman. The price offered by this group of people was simply a lion's share, which was treating Li Xiaoshang as an ingrate. The total valuation was the highest market valuation. This price is obviously inflated, but in reality, the four companies together, the share price is definitely not more than 15 million. It's obvious that these four companies intentionally quoted this price. As for who directed this, it was naturally LV Mao who brought the people here. Li Xiaoshan reached out and picked up the contracts, flipping through them all. Then he threw the contracts on the table. "Looks like you all can't talk anymore? Can't find your niche anymore either. Fine, then I'll make the bid for you all." Chapter 66, I just want to do business. Li Xiaoshan first pointed at the chairman of Li Hong Trading Company. "I'll only give you $5 million. That's all you're worth. Same for you, $5 million. As for you, I'll give you 2 million. In the end, Li Xiaoshao pointed at the chairman of Hongwen Corporation. "You want 21 million? Then I'll give you a 2 million. After Li Xiaoshang finished speaking, the chairman of these companies stood up. "Impossible. I can't pay this price. You're afraid you're dreaming. 5 million to get rid of me? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for Mr. Lu's face, I wouldn't even be here." The chairman of Hongwen Company slapped the table and frowned. "Mr. Li, this business can't be done if you're so retaliatory. Farewell." Saying this, the chairman of Hongwen Company was about to leave the place, and as soon as he left, the remaining three companies were also ready to leave. Li Xiaoshan reached out and slammed a cup of coffee on the ground. Splat! The coffee cup shattered in response. Li Xiaoshan said word for word, "No one can leave. All sit down. If there is no consent from me today, no one can walk out of this room. If you insist on leaving, you are not giving me face. Then at that time, you will have to accept my revenge." Li Xiaoshan swept his eyes over the four corporate chairmen and said in an incomparably forceful manner, "I will make you guys lose all your money. Make it impossible for you to gain a foothold in Magic City." After he finished speaking, Li Xiaoshan paused for a moment, then turned his eyes to Lu Liang's father. "Lu Mao, that includes you too, old thing." Li Xiaoshang stared straight at LV Mao, his eyes shining brightly. LV Liang was sitting beside Li Xiaoshan and also broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, LV Liang was blinking frantically towards his dad. Li Xiaoshan did not pay attention to LV Liang's behavior. Instead, he looked at LV Mao and continued, "LV Mao Group does have some strength, with a total market valuation of more than $100 million. But, if I wanted to, your LV Mao Group wouldn't survive for more than a month in Magic City." Li Xiaoshan knew that the chairman of these 4 enterprises looked up to LV Mao. Therefore, Li Xiaoshan directly chose to target LV Mao and hit the dog master first. LV Mao looked at Li Xiaoshan with a gloomy face, but did not respond immediately. The inside of this private room was also quiet. Not a single person took the initiative to speak. Even their breathing was suppressed. Everyone present was waiting for one of Li Xiaoshan and Lu Mao to speak out, but the two of them just stared at each other silently, and the air seemed to be quiet. In the end, Lu Mao spoke first. Little brother, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me? Although my LV Mao group is not a top-notch company in Magic City, but it's also not something that just anyone can threaten. Li Xiaoshan took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, his eyes sweeping over LV Liang. After looking at LV Liang, Li Xiaoshan once again looked at LV Mao. No, there is no that meaning. I just want to do business. Li Xiaoshan took a deep drag on his cigarette and pointed at the 4 corporate chairmen behind LV Mao and said, if Uncle Lu can help me persuade these 4 to transfer their company shares to me, then I'll be happy to make friends with Uncle Lu. If you can't do it, then you'll wait for the closure. I'll offer you another price. I'll offer $13 million. By 51% of your 4 businesses. Think about it, this is my last bid for you guys. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan stopped talking and once again picked up the share transfer contract on the table. Li Xiaoshan opened the contract and very sharply signed his name at the end of the contract. Then he pushed the contract towards Lu Mao, just looking at him so faintly. In the end, LV Mao chose to compromise. LV Mao turned to look at the 4 corporate chairmen and said, all 4 of you, please take a seat. I think this little brotherly, the price he offered is still appropriate. You guys can discuss about it. LV Mao first said to the chairman of Li Hong Trading, this way, I'll make a decision. You take 3 million, transfer 51% of the shares. You do the same. 1 million. You take a 4 million. The rest, 5 million. It's all Hongwans. How's that? After saying that, Lu Mao looked at the chairman of the 4 companies. Sure enough, this time when Lu Mao was allowed to distribute, these people no longer had any complaints. No one dared to bargain with Lu Mao either, because this was the reality. This was the bloody shopping mall. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. The world is so cruel. Strength is everything. The reason why these people dared to offend Li Xiaoshan was because they didn't know how much strength Li Xiaoshan actually had. Similarly, they didn't dare to offend LV Mao because the LV Mao group was like a behemoth pressing down on them. Although these chairmen were full of displeasure, they still signed the share transfer contract one by one. After signing the contract, Li Xiaoshang also transferred the money to them very neatly. At this moment, Lu Mao was also a bit in awe of the young man in front of him. Li Xiaoshan was very rich. He was also very courageous. At the same time, Li Xiaoshan was able to grasp the key points of the matter and knew how to use his strength to fight. Just based on the fact that Li Xiaoshan dared to directly threaten himself, Lu Mao knew that this Li Xiaoshan was definitely not simple. Most importantly, the aura on Li Xiaoshan's body was not false at all. This was an aura that could only be cultivated with absolute confidence and strength. This could not be faked. Lu Mao didn't choose to tear his face off with Li Xiaoshan because of this. Li Xiaoshan looked at the signed share transfer contract and smiled. At the same time, the system's voice in Li Xiaoshan's mind rang out. Ding! Mission completed. System upgrade. Current system level, gaining $1,000 per second. Ding! System mission released. Small fame, acquire 5 large corporations. Market capitalization should be over 100 million. Buy downtown CBD commercial buildings. Time limit, 3 months. Mission success, system upgrade, $10,000 per second. Mission failure, system downgraded, gain $100 per second. At the same time, his height drops below 1 meter. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan could not contain his excitement in his heart, gaining 1,000 blocks a second. One day was 4 million. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, Li Xiaoshan looked at the new system mission to acquire 5 large enterprises. There was also an additional mission to buy the CBD commercial building. The CBD commercial building in the city center, at the very least, would cost more than $1 billion. Originally, Li Xiaoshan had planned to go out for a while to take a break, to go out for a dash and a swim. Now it seems that it will not be able to get away for a while. Lu Mao's mood had completely calmed down at this time. He said in a calm tone, Mr. Li, can I take my son away now? Chapter 67, Strength Above All. At this moment, Lu Mao's address to Li Xiaoshan was also changed from little brother Li to Mr. Li. Li Xiaoshan suppressed his thoughts and shrugged. Of course, I was just joking with everyone before. You guys can certainly leave. Li Xiaoshan looked at the chairman of the 4 companies again. You guys can also continue to be your chairman. I'll give you guys absolute power above work. I don't want to ask about the affairs of your companies. Of course, if you guys don't want to work under me, you can also transfer your remaining shares to someone else. cash out and walk away. But as long as you follow me, everything you own will remain the same. You won't lose a single penny of the dividends you should get. Think about it. The 4 chairmen only hesitated slightly before immediately choosing to take sides. The 4 of them bowed together towards Li Xiaoshan. Boss, I am willing to work for you. Boss, I am willing to serve you. Boss, me too. Boss, thank you for your acceptance. I am willing to remain in the company. These corporate chairmen originally thought that Li Xiaoshan was preparing to directly annex the corporations, encroach on their companies, and drive them away. However, they did not expect that Li Xiaoshan was actually willing to stay with them, and offered conditions that they simply could not refuse. Although technically speaking, Li Xiaoshan became the owner of the company. Although the amount of money they received each month became a little less, the risk of them doing business was also smaller. They could continue to be the chairman of the board and take a fixed dividend every month. The most crucial thing was that Li Xiaoshan became their backer. This was what was most rare. At this moment, they did not have any reason to refuse Li Xiaoshan's recruitment. Li Xiaoshan looked at these 4 chairmen and simply nodded. Good. You guys can leave now. Lu Mao looked at Li Xiaoshan actually leaving these 4 people behind, and there was a hint of surprise. Although Lu Mao couldn't figure out what the significance of Li Xiaoshan doing this was, but at this moment, Lu Mao was filled with vigilance and awe towards Li Xiaoshan. Although Li Xiaoshan looked like he had only just reached adulthood, Li Xiaoshan's means and strength had already surpassed most adults. After seeing the 4 people leave, Li Xiaoshan took the initiative to assist Lu Liang. Come, brother Lu Liang, go back and recuperate well, and remember to be safe next time. After Li Xiaoshan finished speaking, Lu Liang's eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. This was said as if my injury had nothing to do with you at all. However, this was something that LV Liang wouldn't say, nor did he have any reason to say it. At this moment, LV Liang would just have to choose to admit his fate, who made him less powerful than Li Xiaoshan. Alright, brother Li, let's meet again next time then. At this moment, LV Liang's face was swollen with a large bag, and there was an ice pack on his face. LV Liang's bodyguard stepped forward to support him and walked towards LV Mao. Although LV Mao was upset that his son was being beaten, he still had no choice but to endure it. The nature of how this world operated was such that strength was paramount. LV Mao's strength was not as good as Li Xiaoshan's, and the 2 of them could only choose to admit their loss. Lu Mao looked at Li Xiaoshan and said, Mr. Li, then we will take our leave first. After saying that, LV Mao led LV Liang to the hospital. After the crowd had all left, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Shanshan raised her eyes and looked at Li Xiaoshan quietly. It was a full 10 seconds of looking. Lu Shanshan looked very carefully, as if she wanted to see something on Li Xiaoshan's face. Li Xiaoshan looked at Lu Shanshan's eyes and asked, I'm handsome, right? Lu Shanshan immediately nodded her head. Very handsome. The way you just talked business with them was really handsome. Looking at Lu Shanshan's serious eyes and seductive beauty, Li Xiaoshan froze. Li Xiaoshan reached out and lifted Lu Shanshan's chin and kissed her lips without hesitation. The sweet flavor of Lu Shanshan's mouth took over Li Xiaoshan's brain in an instant. Lu Shanshan's lips were soft, and the lipstick on her mouth had a faint strawberry flavor. Li Xiaoshan's brain was completely empty at this time. He reached out and hugged Lu Shanshan's waist, carefully tasting Lu Shanshan's flavor. After a long time, Lu Shanshan pushed Li Xiaoshan away, lowering her head with a red face. Li Xiaoshan also came to his senses at this time. Cough cough cough. Let's go to the city center for a stroll now. Lu Shanshan softly agreed. Good. The car sped along and soon arrived at the commercial street in the city center. Li Xiaoshan got out of the car and started looking around. Eventually Li Xiaoshan saw the CBD commercial building he was looking for. The CBD commercial building in the city center was huge. It was very tall. This was Li Xiaoshan's first feeling. Li Xiaoshan didn't know exactly how many floors the CBD commercial building had, but it looked like it wouldn't be lower than 30 floors. Li Xiaoshan brought up the city center and actually wanted to take a look at the CBD commercial building. After all, this was his latest system mission, and after Lu Shanshan came here, the whole person was much more energized. Lu Shanshan pulled Li Xiaoshan into a department store building. Go! Don't you want to buy clothes? I'll pick out a few for you today. Li Xiaoshan was pulled by Lu Shanshan's hand and quietly followed her. After Lu Shanshan entered the department store, she first went to the milk tea store next to it. Hello, would you like a cup of red bean milk tea? What do you want? Li Xiaoshan glanced at the milk tea list and said, just give me a cup of lemonade. Li Xiaoshan glanced back at the shadow several people. Order yourselves. Don't be polite. In the end, Vulture and Foam ordered a cup of milk tea as well, while Shadow and Maple Leaf did not. After the milk tea was ready, Li Xiaoshan picked up his lemonade with his right hand and pulled Lu Shanshan with his left hand. Li Xiaoshan rushed to the milk tea store's waiter and said, the 2 of them pay the bill. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan pulled Lu Shanshan out of the milk tea store. Shadow and Maple Leaf froze for a moment and also immediately followed Li Xiaoshan out of the milk tea store. When Vulture and Feng saw Li Xiaoshan running away, both of them froze. But immediately, Vulture reacted, and he also picked up his milk tea and chased after him. The boss is so unlikable. I'll go call him back. In the end, Feng bought the bill. Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan looked left and right, browsing through various men's clothing stores. Li Xiaoshan was in a relaxed mood right now, and he was dutifully picking out his favorite clothes. While walking into an upscale men's clothing store, Li Xiaoshan's eyes were caught by a piece of clothing. It was a Zhongshan suit that was black in color, giving off a very spiritual feeling. Lu Shanshan naturally also noticed this Zhongshan suit. She said to the waitress, "Hello, please help us with this dress." "Okay." The waitress handed the clothes to Li Xiaoshan, reached out and pointed to the location of the fitting room and said, "Sir, the location of the fitting room is over there." Chapter 68, Little White Girl. Li Xiaoshan took the clothes and walked towards the fitting room. After changing his clothes and coming out, Li Xiaoshan walked in front of the mirror. Lu Shanshan circled around Li Xiaoshan and nodded. "Not bad, Xiaoshan. This dress really suits you." The waitress also immediately nodded in agreement. "Yeah, sir, this dress is simply handsome on you. Your girlfriend's vision is really good." Li Xiaoshan looked at himself inside the mirror and also felt very handsome. This kind of Zhongshan suit is the most suitable for thin people to wear, and this suit adds to Li Xiaoshan's handsome appearance. Lu Shanshan was very sharp and the waitress said, "This dress to take, help us load up." Then Lu Shanshan directly paid the money. The waitress rarely saw a girl take the initiative to pay for a boy, so she praised Li Xiaoshan. "Sir, finding such a good girlfriend, you are really lucky." At this Li Xiaoshan also nodded gently. Next, Lu Shanshan pulled Li Xiaoshan and ran through several stores, and bought Li Xiaoshan several more clothes. Without a moment's time, Maple Leaf and Feng both carried packages full of large and small clothes. After buying the clothes, the two came to a jewelry store. Seeing Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan walk into the store, the waitress in the store immediately came to the two. "Hello both of you. Come, please feel free to look around and see if there is any jewelry you like." Li Xiaoshan gestured at Lu Shanshan, letting her make the selection. The waitress also immediately surrounded Lu Shanshan, introducing her to various necklaces and bracelets and rings. Li Xiaoshan was happy to relax, but suddenly, Li Xiaoshan inadvertently saw a person walking towards the jewelry store. Of course, Li Xiaoshan recognized the person who came. This person was Zhang Xin. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan immediately became nervous. Zhang Xin obviously also saw Li Xiaoshan, waving her hand as she walked towards this side. At this point, it was simply too late to think too much. Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan said, "Shanshan, you pick first. I'm going to the restroom." Then Li Xiaoshan and Feng said, "You stay here and take care of her." After explaining, Li Xiaoshan immediately walked out of the jewelry store to meet Zhang Xin. When Zhang Xin saw Li Xiaoshan, she immediately jumped into Li Xiaoshan's arms. Li Xiaoshan felt his chest go soft. Zhang Xin's towering peaks were just too soft. "Xiaoshan, why are you here too?" "Well, I'm dealing with some personal matters," Zhang Xin asked with anticipation. "Then do you still have something to do now?" Li Xiaoshan said casually. "No," but as soon as these words left his mouth, Li Xiaoshan regretted it. Zhang Xin said happily, "Then you accompany people to go shopping." Xiaosa. Looking at Zhang Xin's expression full of expectation, Li Xiaoshan had no choice but to nod his head. "Okay, let's go shopping over there first." Li Xiaoshan pulled Zhang Xin's hand and strolled towards the stores a little farther away. While passing by the men's clothing store, the female waitress from before saw Li Xiaoshan once again, and her entire body froze. How did this boy change to another woman by his side? What kind of situation was this? In the next instant, two words appeared in the waitress's mind. "See King." Next, the waitress once again looked at Li Xiaoshan, her eyes filled with contempt and dislike. Li Xiaoshan naturally noticed the change in the waitress, to which he could only smile awkwardly. The waitress stood at the entrance of the store and deliberately said very loudly, "Hey, these days, there are so many scummy men. Some of them look manly, but are actually gigolos." Just now when buying the clothes, the whole time was paid by Lu Shanshan. That's why the waitress said that Li Xiaoshan was a little white boy. Li Xiaoshan knew that the waitress was scolding herself, but he had no way to refute it, because what she said was indeed the truth. And Zhang Xin didn't know the reason for this, but instead pulled Li Xiaoshan to go into the men's clothing store. "Hubby, you were the one who gave me money before, so I'll buy you a dress too." Having no choice, Li Xiaoshan once again entered this upscale men's clothing store. Coincidentally, the aesthetics of these girls were surprisingly consistent. After Zhang Xin entered the store, she was also attracted by the black Zhongshan suit. "Hello, we would like to try on this dress. Please hold it for us." The waitress kept her eyes on Li Xiaoshan, her eyes filled with contempt. Several people followed beside, also a little froze. This scene seems like deja vu. The The shadow several people looked at each other and lowered their heads. Silence. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, there was no way the waitress still handed the clothes to Li Xiaoshan. Take it. This time, the waitress's attitude was much colder. If not for the fact that the store had surveillance and the waitress was working, she would have long since stopped wanting to serve Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan once again took the Chinese mountain suit and lightly entered the fitting room. After the waitress watched Li Xiaoshan enter the fitting room, she couldn't help but sneak close to Zhang Xian and whisper, "Ma'am, as a person who has come before, let me remind you that you must pick your boyfriend well." Zhang Xian looked at the waitress a bit strangely, but still nodded. "Good, thank you for the reminder." After changing his clothes, Li Xiaoshan walked towards the mirror in front of it with the same steps. Zhang Xian looked at Li Xiaoshan and said, "Wow, hubby, this dress suits you so well. It's simply handsome." This time the waitress stood aside and did not say anything, but instead blinked her eyes towards Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian clearly did not understand what the waitress actually meant. "Hello, help us wrap it up. Check out." Zhang Xian took the initiative to walk over to the counter to settle the bill, and after Li Xiaoshan changed back into his clothes, he and Zhang Xian walked out of this men's clothing store. The waitress couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at Zhang Xian and Li Xiaoshan's backs as they left. It seemed that her hints weren't obvious enough, and Zhang Xian clearly didn't understand what she meant, but there was no way around it. She could only let Li Xiaoshan, the scum of the earth, leave. Next, Li Xiaoshan pulled Zhang Xian to a high-end watch store. After entering the store, Li Xiaoshan said to Zhang Xian, Xian, you pick 2 watches here now. I'm in a pissing hurry to go to the toilet first." Zhang Xian nodded when she saw Li Xiaoshan's anxious face. "Good, hubby, you go first then." After Li Xiaoshan left the watch store, he took out his phone. Lu Shanshan called him twice, both of which were muted by Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan picked up the phone and called back, and also immediately walked towards the jewelry store. By the time Li Xiaoshan rushed back to the jewelry store, Lu Shanshan had already finished picking. "Xiaoshan, why did you go for so long?" I met an acquaintance and talked to him a little more." Lu Shanshan picked out a pair of couple rings and a necklace. Lu Shanshan put the necklace on her neck and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" Li Xiaoshang swept a glance then immediately nodded and said, Good looking. Chapter 69, See King. But in the next second, Lu Shanshan said with a somewhat embarrassed face, "Xiaoshan, these 2 pieces of jewelry are a bit expensive. I don't have enough money. Although my family's business is okay, I only have $6,000 of pocket money every month." The waitress's face changed after hearing this. Usually in this situation, the guest said this kind of words, "This business probability is blown." But once he heard this, Li Xiaoshao smiled. He reached out and rubbed Lu Shanshan's head. "It's fine. I'm here. How big of a deal is it?" Then Li Xiaoshan looked at the waiter and said, "How much in total?" The waitress originally thought that this business might not work out, but seeing Li Xiaoshan being so bold, it made the waitress happy. "The total is $56,000. Sir." Without saying a word, Li Xiaoshan directly transferred the money. After the sound of the arrival of the bill rang out, the waitress said to Lu Shanshan with a face full of envy, "Miss, your boyfriend treats you really well. You are truly blessed." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoshan's face collapsed. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Lu Shanshan nodded with a red face. Then she handed the other couple's ring to Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan over the couple's ring froze for a moment, but still wore it on his hand. To be honest, Li Xiaoshan enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women and had no intention of continuing to look for a girlfriend. Being single meant that there could be countless girls around Li Xiaoshan, while having a girlfriend meant that Li Xiaoshan could only have one woman around him. After leaving the jewelry store, the 2 came to the leisure area. Lu Shanshan said, "Xiaoshan, I also need to go to the restroom for a bit. Maybe I drank too much milk tea. You sit here and wait for me for a bit." Li Xiaoshan immediately nodded. After Lu Shanshan left, Li Xiaoshan immediately took out his cell phone and called Zhang Xian. "Hello? Xian. I have something temporary here, so you can stroll around by yourself first." Zhang Xian's tone lowered when she heard Li Xiaoshan say that. "Alright, hubby, then you remember to come find me at night." After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan opened Vmail and transferred $100,000 to Zhang Xian. Another message was sent to her. "Next time, accompany you shopping again." Just at this time, the shadow suddenly coughed. Li Xiaoshan looked up. The whole are people silly. Li Lanxin was walking over this way at this time, and looking at her, she was already seeing herself. It won't be such a coincidence. Li Xiaoshan couldn't figure out why Li Lanxin and Zhang Xian both came to the city center to go shopping, but at this moment, there was no time for him to think too much. Li Xiaoshan took the initiative to get up and walked towards Li Lanxin. "Xiaoshan, why are you here?" I was just over here to do some business and just finished handling it." Upon hearing this, Li Lanqin said happily, "You're fine now? Then accompany me for some shopping." This time Li Xiaoxiao learned to be smart. I have other things to be busy with in a while. You go shopping first. But Li Lanqin immediately said, "It's fine, I can wait for you for a while, and when you're done with your business, it's fine for us to stroll together." Li Xiaoshan frowned. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. A minute had already passed. Lu Shanshan was about to come out of the restroom. There was no other way. Li Xiaoshan could only pull Li Lanqin and leave. "Feng, wait here for my guest." With those words Li Xiaoshan winked at Ah Feng, signaling him to wait here for Lu Shanshan. Ah Feng slapped his head and could only accept the task with a face full of speechlessness. Li Xiaoshan pulled Li Lanqin to walk quickly towards a place farther away. "Let's stroll around for a while. I'll just inform my friends later." Li Lanqin's face couldn't help but blush as she was pulled by Li Xiaoshan. "Good. Listen to you." There was a saying called panic. Today, Li Xiaoshan sort of understood what it meant. Unconsciously, Li Xiaoshang once again came to the men's clothing store, and it was still him who took the initiative to lead Li Lanqin to the men's clothing store. However, this is actually not Li Xiaoshan's fault. This department store is a big circle. Lu Shanshan was on the east side, while Li Xiaoshan could only lead Li Lanqin to the west side of the men's clothing store here. Li Lanqin looked at the men's clothing stores on both sides and said, "Li Xiaoshan, you've helped me so many times. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Let me buy you a dress." Once this sentence came out, Li Xiaoshan people are silly. Today these few girls won't be colluding. Before Li Xiaoshan could react, Li Lanqin pulled Li Xiaoshan to the men's clothing store. The waitress in the men's clothing store was still annoyed about Li Xiaoshan, but she never expected that in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaoshang once again returned to the store. And this time, the woman beside Li Xiaoshang actually changed again. The first one, Lu Shanshan, was already very pretty and could be considered as a national beauty. The second Zhang Xian was also definitely considered a beauty and had a body that was so good that it exploded. The one who came this time, Li Lanqin, wasn't as good looking as the first two, but it definitely wasn't bad either. The waitress's entire body was confused. Li Xiaoshan was indeed quite handsome, but there's no reason to be able to trick three beautiful women. And the first two times it was the girls who had to take the initiative to spend money on Li Xiaoshan, which simply stunned the waitress. This time the waitress directly exclaimed in shock, "It's you!" In the eyes of the waitress, Li Xiaoshan was just like a top-notch sea king. Scum! When the three shadows returned to this store once again, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker, and shook their heads. Vulture shook his head helplessly. In his heart, he prayed for Li Xiaoshan. Several people lowered their heads and did not speak. The boss is a sea king. This is kind of a disguised torture. Li Xiaoshan could only touch his nose in embarrassment. Li Lanqin curiously looked at the waitress and then at Li Xiaoshan. "Xiaoshan, you guys know each other?" Li Xiaoshan could only say stiffly, "Don't know each other. I've just come here before to buy men's clothing." "Oh then let me help you pick out a dress this time." Then Li Lanqin began to scan through the store, and immediately after, there were no surprises. Li Lanqin also took a fancy to that Zhongshan suit. "Hello, help me take this dress and try it on." The waitress had no choice but to take the clothes out and hand them to Li Xiaoxiang. This time the waitress didn't say a word. Li Xiaoshan numbly took the clothes and once again walked towards the fitting room. This time, after Li Xiaoshan entered the fitting room, the waitress pulled Li Lanqin to her side and directly picked it out. "Beauty, to remind you, this man is not a good person. He's a scumbag. Sea king. He brought two other girls and came to my place before." After hearing this, Li Lanqin froze for a moment, then smiled with relief. "It's fine. I know there are others pursuing him. Thanks for reminding me." Hearing the waitress say this, Li Lanqin thought of Shen Mengyao and then Lu Shanshan, but she didn't care about these, because Li Xiaoshan didn't admit who was his girlfriend, and since that was the case, she still had hope. Chapter 70, the scene of the overturned car. Li Lanqin once didn't cherish Li Xiaoshan and missed it once. Now she didn't want to give up. She wanted to fight for Li Xiaoshan properly. Even if she fails, at least she won't have regrets in her heart. When the waitress heard Li Lanqin say this, she was dumbfounded. At the same time, it also made the waitress mutter in her heart, could it be that this Li Xiaoshan's charm is really so great? With his feet in several boats, there were still girls who were still pouncing on him one after another, knowing that there was a competitor. Li Lanqin was instead full of concern and instead seemed to be full of fighting spirit. This time, screwing the waitress won't work. People don't care. This time Li Xiaoshan was in the fitting room for a bit longer, because Li Xiaoshan was sending a V letter to Lu Shanshan. Li Xiaoshan, Shanshan, you hang out with Feng for a while. I have some things to do. I'll come over to you in a while. Lu Shanshan, okay, then call me when you're okay in a while. Closing his cell phone, Li Xiaoshan immediately walked out of the fitting room. This was the third time Li Xiaoshan wore this dress, and this time Li Xiaoshan didn't stand in front of the mirror again. Instead, he stood in front of Li Lanqin. Xiaoshan, this dress suits you very well. Very handsome. Li Xiaoshan nodded numbly. It turns out that you can get tired of hearing compliments too much. This dress, I'll buy it for you, as a thank you for helping me before. Li Xiaoshan once again returned to the fitting room to change clothes, and then it was skillfully packing the clothes and buying the bill. However, when Li Xiaoshan and Li Lanqin had just left the door, the accident still came. Lu Shanshan and Zhang Xian happened to pass by the men's clothing store at this time. So just like that, the four people finally crashed together. When Feng saw the collision, the person also froze. His body dodged back and he stood quietly without saying a word. Dash. Hubby. Li Lanqin also froze when she saw Lu Shanshan. Senior sister Shanshan. Li Xiaoshan stood on the spot, his entire body petrified. The attendant of the men's clothing store heard the sound and looked towards the door, then laughed happily. These girls had crashed. Li Xiaoshan was finally going to roll over. At this moment, Li Xiaoshan's mind was completely confused, and he didn't know what he should do. As for Lu Shanshan, her face instantly turned ugly when she saw Zhang Xian calling Li Xiaoshan her husband. Lu Shanshan was first puzzled, then looked at Li Xiaoshan and Zhang Xian with inquiring eyes. Seeing that Li Xiaoshan didn't immediately retort, Lu Shanshan's eyes instantly turned red and tears flowed down one by one. In the next second, Lu Shanshan touched the corners of her eyes and took off the ring from her hand, then the necklace. Then Lu Shanshan took the necklace and the ring, and threw them to Li Xiaoshan. Don't you ever look for me again. Then Lu Shanshan wiped her tears and turned her head and ran away. Li Xiaoshan quietly looked at Lu Shanshan and didn't know how he should explain to her. No, I should say that I don't know how to weasel out with her, because what Lu Shanshan saw was the truth. The truth was that Li Xiaoshan himself was a scum, and Lu Shanshan hates scum. LV Liang was decisively rejected by Lu Shanshan because he was a scum in his own right, and now that she ran into Li Xiaoshan, she had thought that she had met her true love. But Lu Shanshan didn't realize that Li Xiaoshan was also an unapologetic scum. So Li Xiaoshan did not know how to go back to Lu Shanshan. Perhaps Li Xiaoshan and Lu Shanshan was not a world of people. At this moment Li Xiaoshan felt empty in his heart. He took a deep breath and accepted the facts in front of him. Maybe this is what he deserves, retribution. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshan couldn't help but smile again. And Li Lanqin also looked at Li Xiaoshan with a puzzled and surprised face. Xiaoshan, you got married? Li Xiaoshan shook his head inside and said, she's considered half of my girlfriend. As things stood, Li Xiaoshan did not want to be hiding Li Lanqin, so he directly picked it out. Zhang Xian spat out her tongue and said aggressively, Xiaoshan, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect to disturb you. Li Xiaoshan waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Xian. Forget it, it's my own business, it's my own due. Then Li Xiaoshan looked at Li Lanqin and said, now that things have been picked apart, why don't you leave? Li Lanqin took a deep breath and said slowly, Xiaoshan, I admit that I kind of like you right now, but you really should stay away from this kind of ambiguous relationship. And, you can be honest with me, we are still good friends, but it's your fault if you step on several boats. I'll leave first, I hope we can still be friends in the future. After saying that, Li Lanqin stepped away. Watching both of them leave, Li Xiaoshan looked at Zhang Xian again. Li Xiaoshan pulled out the cigarette held in his mouth and lit it. You go too. I just want to be by myself for a while. Zhang Xian bit her lip and spoke. Xiaoshan, I was wrong. I won't open my mouth indiscriminately in the future, and I can pretend that I don't know you in the future. But please don't leave me, okay? Li Xiaoshan looked at Zhang Xian's supplicating eyes and was somewhat in a trance. You go too. This unclear relationship of ours should be broken. From the very beginning, our purposes are both very simple. You seek wealth, I seek your body. This kind of relationship won't last long. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Xiaoshan left with a few people from Shadow. Only Zhang Xian was left standing alone in the same place, a little stunned. Li Xiaoshan sat in the car smoking cigarettes one after another. Vulture took the initiative to help Li Xiaoshan pour a glass of whiskey. Come on, have a drink. Li Xiaoshan took the glass and drank it in one go. Condor couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Li Xiaoshan like this. If you like that girl, go and chase her back. Why are you sulking? Li Xiaoshan took a deep drag on his cigarette. Did I say I like her? Then why are you sitting here sulking and sighing? Hey, just some feelings. I realize that I'm greedy. My desires seem to be getting bigger and bigger. I like Lu Shanshan. I like how she brings me a feeling of being in love. I like Zhang Xian again. I like her hot body, and her passionate and fiery personality. At the same time, I still kind of can't let go of Li Lanqin and the regrets I had at the beginning. It's more of a sort of obsession. In fact, to put it bluntly, I want to be a scumbag and can't get past a hurdle in my heart. Without realizing it, I've also become the kind of person I hate the most. Vulture opened the car window to look at the roadside scenery. Look at the scenery along the way. Can you keep all the scenery along the way? Li Xiaosa looked at the condor. Vulture continued slowly. In fact, it's all the same. It's impossible to get everything you want in one's life, even if you're an emperor. Regrets and regrets will accompany one's life. You can't get rid of them, just like the scenery along the way. It's the process of appreciating it that counts. Chapter 71, A Conflicting Combination. Li Xiaoshan looked at Vulture and nodded, then smiled. I can't believe you're still a psychologist, Vulture said with a reminiscent look. I've been a mercenary abroad, and people who come back from the battlefield are more or less mentally ill, so I read quite a few books on psychology. Li Xiaoshan kept recalling what Vulture said in his mind. The scenery on this journey is the most important, whether it's a scum or not. Maybe it's not as important as thinking about it. Being happy and having a clear conscience was all that mattered. After figuring this out, Li Xiaoxiao's mood opened up a lot. I definitely can't be considered a good person, but I am a bad person with principles. I may be a scum and a sea king, but I won't be bottomless. I'm a sea king with principles and a bottom line. Contradictory? Contradictory indeed. But man himself is a combination of contradictions. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshan shook his head and smiled. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was now more than 11 o'clock at noon. Shadow, find a better restaurant. Let's eat first. Good. Boss, what do you want to eat? Li Xiaoshang said as he twisted his head to look out the window. Park the car. Let's eat here. After getting out of the car, Li Xiaoshan looked towards a Western restaurant on the city center street. There are quite a few people lined up here. Let's eat here. At this moment, there were quite a few people lined up in front of the Western restaurant, and the long line was nearly 10 meters long. Li Xiaoshan brought a few people with Shadow and went straight to the front of the line. The people in the queue shouted at Li Xiaoshan, "Hey, line up! Hey, do you have any sense of public morality? Don't you know how to line up?" At the front of the line was a couple. The man was ordinary looking with no features, while the woman was wearing heavy makeup. The woman frowned at Li Xiaoshan. Go to the back of the line. Don't you know what it means to be first come first served? How unqualified. Li Xiaoshan was not angry and looked at the woman and said, I'll offer $10,000 to switch places with you guys. You guys go to the end of the line. Agree? Upon hearing this, the woman was dumbfounded, and she looked at the man beside her dumbfounded. At this time, the other people in the queue were also confused when they heard Li Xiaoshan's words. The others hated the fact that they were the first two in line at this time. $10,000. It was already beyond most people's 1 month's salary. It was even 2 to 3 months' salary for some people. The woman asked incredulously, Are you sure? Li Xiaoshan nodded. You can transfer the money now. After Li Xiaoshan transferred the money directly to the woman, the two men's attitudes immediately changed. The two respectfully gave up the first position, but the two did not stand at the end of the line. Instead, they stood behind Li Xiaoshan and the others. At this moment, the three girls who should have been in second place disagreed. Hey, what gives you guys the right to cut in line? You gave her money, but it has nothing to do with us. What gives you the right to line up in front of us? At the back he followed and shouted. Right, why should I cut in line? You didn't pay for me. Go to the end of the line. Right, you didn't pay me. Why should I jump the queue? Just now, Li Xiaoshan gave the woman $10,000 for a seat, already making them envious. Now that Li Xiaoshan had jumped the queue, the two of them actually stood behind Li Xiaoshan like this, which instantly caused dissatisfaction among the people behind them. Li Xiaoshan also turned back to the man and woman in confusion. The woman saw that so many people had become dissatisfied with her, so she retorted, What are you guys arguing about? What's in your way? He's cutting into my queue. Does it have anything to do with you guys? Plugging into my queue. What's it got to do with you guys? You're so nosy. If you have money, you can jump the queue. Shut up if you don't have money. You poor bastard. The woman even smiled at Li Xiaoshan after she finished her speech. This time, Li Xiaoshan was disgusted. Li Xiaoshan paid money to change places with them, not to jump the queue. So Li Xiaoshan directly said, You two roll back. Don't make me say it a second time. With Li Xiaoshan's words, the other's aura was even more victorious. Yo, did you hear that? People are telling you to roll back. Ha ha, you like being a dog for rich people? Happy yet? At this moment, the woman's face became incomparably ugly. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Handsome, it's not necessary. We've been in line for half a day. Li Xiaoxiao said indifferently, The $10,000 I offered was to switch places with you guys, not to cut in line. Li Xiaoshan said exceptionally clear word by word. There was no way that a woman would not dare to confront a rich man like Li Xiaoshan. What's more, there were several bodyguards beside Li Xiaoshan. Thus, the woman could only leave the restaurant in disgrace, not having the face to stay here any longer. When the others saw Li Xiaoshan drive the woman away, they instead developed understanding and respect for Li Xiaoshan, because just like what Li Xiaoshan said, he had only made a deal with the woman to switch places. Strictly speaking, he did not cut in line. At this moment, The three girls who were in the second place in line looked at Li Xiaoshan with light coming out of their eyes. Li Xiaoshan was not only rich, but also had principles and a bottom line. And just now, when Li Xiaoshan drove away the woman, he was just too handsome. One of the girls kept staring at Li Xiaoshan and after a while she said, "Little brother, can you add a female?" Li Xiaoshan looked at the girl and then looked at the other two girls. These three girls were quite pretty, and the most crucial thing was that all three of them had a good figure. They were all very tall, and all of them were white and had long legs. Looking at them all, they should be college students in the neighborhood. You guys are college students? Yeah, we are students of the dance academy. Li Xiaoshan nodded. No wonder, so they were students of the dance academy. Li Xiaoshan took out his cell phone and added on the girl's WeChat. At the same time, he also knew the girl's name, Zhou Fangfang. The other two girls saw that Li Xiaoshan agreed and also took out their cell phones. Handsome guy, add me too. My name is Mingming. My name is Lily. But Li Xiaoshan put away his cell phone and didn't add the two of them. Just add one. Right. I'll just ask you guys out to play together in the future. The other two girls resentfully put away their cell phones. At this time the waiter at the door spoke. Alright, sir, there's a place. You can enter. Li Xiaoshan nodded and reached out to point at the three girls again. We are together. Help us find a larger private room. Upon hearing this, the three women immediately became excited. But the waiter froze for a moment. Sir, there are no more private rooms in the store now. There are only spots left in the hall. Li Xiaoshan asked. Not a single private room left? There is a deluxe private room, but that's what the store has prepared for special diamond member VIPs. Then bring me there. I am the VIP. Sir, you're not kidding, right? That private room has a minimum spending standard. Chapter 72 Zhou Fangfang. No problem. Isn't it just the minimum consumption? Bring me over. Sorry sir, that's something I can't do. You wait a moment, I'll ask our manager. Saying this the waitress ran back into the store, and after 5 minutes there was a short-haired woman walking out in a suit. Hello sir, I'm the manager of this store. Is it you who wants to apply for a diamond membership? Diamond membership? Yes, only diamond members can use our largest VIP room here. Good, then help me get a membership. How much? It takes a one-time recharge of $28,000, and there's no way to refund this money. It's only considered as the money for the card. The manager had just finished speaking when Li Xiaosa said, okay, no problem. It's not that expensive. As soon as Li Xiaoshan agreed, a flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the female manager. Seeing Li Xiaoshan's serious face, he was not joking. The female manager immediately changed her face. Okay, sir, please come in first. Inside please. Li Xiaoshan looked at the three girls behind him, learning the tone of a gentleman. He said, three beautiful young ladies, can I invite you to have lunch with me? The three of them, Zhou Fangfang, covered their mouths with a light laugh and nodded their heads. Yeah, handsome little brother. The crowd entered the hotel together, and Li Xiaoshan and the others went to the front desk to transfer the money directly. The female manager took out a golden card and handed it to Li Xiaoshan. Sir, congratulations, you have become a diamond member of our store. Please take your card. Sir, this way please, let me show you the way. The female manager took the initiative to bring Li Xiaoshan and the others to a large private room on the third floor. Sir, this is the menu of this restaurant. Please take a look. The female manager stood aside and quietly waited for Li Xiaoshan to order. Li Xiaoshan glanced at the menu and directly looked at the most expensive ones. This golden steak, and this big Australian lobster, caviar, pizza, pasta, black truffle fresh soup, and another cheese cream cake. After ordering, Li Xiaoshan pushed the menu towards the three girls. Let's see what else you need to order. No need to be polite. Order for yourself. At this moment, the three girls were completely shocked. The three of them knew that Li Xiaoshan was rich, but they didn't expect Li Xiaoshan to be so rich. Strictly speaking, Li Xiaoshan was no longer just rich. He could simply be called a tycoon. The three girls had come to this Western restaurant to eat before, and usually they just ordered a normal steak to get by. But the golden steak that Li Xiaoshan had just ordered was the most expensive steak in the store. A copy of it would cost $8,000. And just listen to the name to know. Gold steak is with gold. The steak is covered with a layer of light gold foil. At this time, Ming Ming and Lily did not take the menu. It was Zhou Fangfang who first reacted and took the menu. Order another vegetable salad for me, please. After saying that, Zhou Fangfang pushed the menu towards Li Xiaoshan. Little brother, I've ordered. Li Xiaoshan twisted his head to look at the shadow several people behind him. Can you guys sit down first? Shadow shook his head. Boss, we're not hungry. It's fine to eat later. Shadow knew the difference. At this time, Li Xiaoshan was busy picking up girls. Of course they shouldn't disturb. When Li Xiaoshan heard Shadow say this, he secretly nodded. After all, no one liked people who didn't have a sense of proportion. Suit yourselves. Then Li Xiaoshan and the manageress said, steak and lobster, these help us serve 4 of each. Li Xiaoshang said to the manageress. The female manager nodded and asked, Sir, may I ask if you would like to order drinks? If you don't want to order, our store will also give you free freshly squeezed juice. Li Xiaoshan looked at the 3 girls. Do you guys want to drink? Ming Ming and Lily shook their heads, while Zhou Fangfang nodded with a twinkle in her eye. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoshan said, then a bottle of red wine, Burgundy will do. The female manager nodded and exited the room, slowly bringing the door with her. Seeing the female manager leave, Zhou Fangfang took the initiative to open her mouth and asked, What's your name, little brother? Li Xiaoshan said indifferently, My name is Li Xiaoshan. Hearing this name, Zhou Fangfang suddenly froze, while her pupils shrunk, and her entire body became much more energized. Ming Ming continued to ask, Little brother, what kind of work do you do? Are these 4 people behind you your bodyguards? Li Xiaoshan lit a cigarette and said casually, I'm just an ordinary businessman. They are sort of protecting me, and at the same time, they are also my friends and brothers. Ming Ming and Lily also curiously asked questions. Little brother, how old are you? It feels like you're the same age as us. What kind of business does your family do? Little brother, you look so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Our Fangfang is very attracted to you. Being said so by Lily, Zhou Fangfang's face instantly turned red and lowered her head, like a little girl who had just been exposed to love. Li Xiaoxiao smiled and shook his head. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Girls nowadays are too demanding. They want a house and a car. How can they afford a wife? He. Little brother, you are so funny. You can't get a wife. You can look for our Fangfang she but don't want a house, don't want a car. Oh. Li Xiaoshan and the 3 girls chatted easily and happily. Since having the divine hero system, Li Xiaoshan realized that his ability to pick up girls seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. But Li Xiaoshan knew in his heart that it was the absolute dominance brought about by money. Not a moment's time later, the female manager knocked on the door of the private room. Immediately after that, several waiters pushed their food carts in. Sir, the meal you ordered is ready. Please enjoy your meal. As various delicacies were placed on the table, Li Xiaoxiao was ready to begin his meal. Just at this moment, Zhou Fangfang suddenly took out her cell phone and took pictures. Brother Xiao, wait a moment, I'll take 2 pictures of my friend. However, while taking the photos, Zhou Fangfang purposely raised the lens very high to take in Li Xiaoshan. After taking the photos, Zhou Fangfang said, You guys eat first, I'm going to go to the restroom first. After Zhou Fangfang left, the crowd began to eat. Li Xiaoshan cut off a piece of steak and tasted it. The flavor was really good, a mouthful of the flavor of money. After 2 minutes, Zhou Fangfang returned to the private room. However, at this moment, Zhou Fangfang seemed to have changed into a different person. Her eyes kept staring at Li Xiaoshan. After Zhou Fangfang returned to the private room, she whispered in Ming Ming and Li Li's ears. Although Li Xiaoshan was a little curious, he didn't ask. On the table, the 3 girls drank 3 bottles of red wine, including Li Xiaoshan. After all, the main goal of the 3 girls is Li Xiaoshan. Chapter 73, Black Rose. After eating his fill, the slightly drunk Ming Ming took the initiative and said, Brother Dash, let's play a game. Truth or dare, just use this wine bottle, and whoever you point to will be punished. How about it? Li Xiaoshang did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. So Ming Ming took the initiative to pick up the wine bottle and placed it on top of the dining table and spun it. The bottle slowly stopped after spinning a few times, and the mouth of the bottle pointed right at Li Xiaoshan. The 3 girls immediately cheered when they saw this scene. Good. Ha ha ha, the first unlucky one is out. Who? He. Dash, the first game is you. You're going to receive a punishment from each of us, Lily said with a bad smile on her face. He. Brother Dash, are you ready for your punishment? Ming Ming grabbed the lead and said, Let me go first. Choose, truth or dare. Truth or dare. Good. Then tell me how many girlfriends you've had before. Li Xiaoshan briefly thought about it. 1. Strictly speaking, there was only one, Shen Mengyao, who had directly admitted to a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Woohoo! Xiaoshan, it seems like you're very dedicated, Lily said. My turn. Well, I'll go with dare this time. At that Lily smiled wickedly. Well then, you're not allowed to back out. Just punish you and Fong Fong to have a big cross cup. Upon hearing this, Ming Ming immediately led the cheers. Yeah, a big cup, big cross cup, big cross cup, big cross cup. Li Xiaoshan asked suspiciously, What's a big cross cup? It's when 2 people hug and drink a cup of wine together. It's like this. With those words, Lily picked up a wine glass and Ming Ming demonstrated it. The 2 of them embraced together with the wine glass in their hands and then drank the wine dry. After Li Xiaoshan finished watching, her eyes looked at Zhou Fangfang. Zhou Fangfang had a red face, and she didn't know if it was because she had drunk too much wine, or she was shy. Li Xiaoshan took the initiative and said, "Fong Fong, can you accept it?" Zhou Fongfang simply begged for it, immediately nodded her head. Then Li Xiaoshan walked towards Zhou Fongfang with a wine glass, and Zhou Fongfang also picked up a glass of wine from the table and extended her arm. As Li Xiaoshan approached Zhou Fongfang, he smelled the scent of Zhou Fongfang's body, faint and nice. As the two embraced, Zhou Fongfang deliberately pressed her entire body against Li Xiaoshan's. Feeling the softness in his arms, Li Xiaoshan was a bit distracted in his heart. After drinking a large cross cup, Zhou Fongfang's face became even hotter. Zhou Fongfang looked at Li Xiaoshan and said, "It's my turn next." Li Xiaoshan nodded. "It's better to be sincere." Zhou Fongfang hesitated for a moment and eventually asked dully, "What do you think of me as a person?" Looking at Zhou Fongfang's red face, her big eyes staring at herself, Li Xiaoshan also looked a little smitten. "I think you're very good. The person is very beautiful." Zhou Fongfang looked at Li Xiaoshan's eyes and stared at Li Xiaoshan's lips. The two kept staring at each other, and even the air instantly heated up. The atmosphere between the two became more and more ambiguous, and in the end, Zhou Fongfang took the initiative to slightly close her eyes, slightly pouting her mouth. Just as Li Xiaoshan was about to kiss up, suddenly he swept his gaze and saw a tattoo on Zhou Fongfang's neck. It was a black rose. In just this instant, Li Xiaoshan's mind cleared. Li Xiaoshan had heard Lin Dong mention that there was a special organization in the Qing League that was composed of a group of girls. They generally had a black rose tattooed on their bodies, and they were the scouts of the Qing League, commonly known as the Eyes. The Black Roses of the Qing League were specialized in spying on all kinds of information and were also responsible for assassinations. The main thing was to perform color seduction and then kill men while they were off guard. Li Xiaoshan twisted his head to look at Vulture and gave him a wink. Then Li Xiaoshan made a withdrawal step and immediately returned to the shadow several people. Vulture got the order and immediately stepped forward to strike at the three girls. "What are you guys doing? Brother Dash, what are you doing? Let go of me. What are you doing?" Without any effort, Vulture instantly subdued the three girls. The condor took the napkin on the table and tied Ming Ming and Lily back up, and with his hands, he counter-restrained Zhou Fongfang and pressed her onto the table. Zhou Fongfang's face was full of panic, and her eyes were full of vigilance as she looked at Li Xiaoshan. "Xiaoshan, what are you doing? He's hurting me." Li Xiaoshan didn't say anything. He just walked forward and lifted Zhou Fongfang's collar. Using his cell phone, he took a picture of the tattoo on Zhou Fongfang's neck and sent it to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, take a look at this tattoo. Is it someone from the Qing League?" Upon hearing the words Qing League, Zhou Fongfang's pupils shrunk, but in the next instant, she immediately regained her composure. Not a moment's time later, Lin Dong called, "Hello, boss." "That's right, it's someone from the Green Alliance." "The Green Alliance made a move against you? Are you alright?" Li Xiaoshan took a deep breath and said slowly, "I'm fine. How's your manpower recruitment going?" "Boss, there are now 1,600 people in the manpower. According to your orders, all of them I have personally assessed." "Good. Keep collecting people. Don't stop. As many as you want. I will transfer another sum of money to you." After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan lit a cigarette and looked at Zhou Fongfang. "Tell me, what's going on? What's your real name? And what does the Green Alliance mean by sending you here?" Almost instantly, Li Xiaoshan seemed like a completely changed person. At this time Li Xiaoshan spoke in a cold and terrifying tone. At this moment, Ming Ming and Lily were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out how Li Xiaoshan suddenly flipped his face. Before Zhou Fongfang could speak, a knock came from outside the door. "Mr. Li, what's wrong with you inside? Is everything alright?" It was the voice of the female manager. Li Xiaoxiao said in a relaxed tone, "It's fine, don't bother me. No one is allowed to come in." Then there was no sound from outside the door. Zhou Fongfang was silent for a moment and slowly said, "Well, I am indeed someone from the Green Alliance, but the Green Alliance has no intention of going against you. It was a complete accident to run into you today." Li Xiaoshan was still smoking a cigarette and looked at Zhou Fongfang to signal her to continue. Zhou Fongfang could only continue to confide. "When I realized that you were Li Xiaoshan, I went to the restroom and reported the news to our boss. Our boss gave me orders to approach you at all costs, as well as to investigate clearly who your backer is, and not to make a move on you until we find out." Li Xiaoshan nodded and asked, "What about the two of them? Also from the Green Alliance?" Zhou Fongfang shook her head. "They're really my classmates, and this matter of getting you drunk was something I asked them to do. But I guarantee that there are absolutely no bad intentions, just wanting to get close to you, or even sleep with you." Chapter 74 Hero Summit. Li Xiaoxia asked questioningly, "That's not right. In the beginning it was you who asked me for a V-mail and took the initiative to approach me. How do you explain that?" Zhou Fongfang bristled. "Can't I get a boyfriend? Like I said, I only remembered the recent news after hearing your name as Li Xiaoxiao. If you don't believe me, you can check my cell phone." Li Xiaoshan reached out and pulled out Zhou Fongfang's cell phone, unlocking it and then flipping through it. Sure enough, Zhou Fangfang had secretly taken a picture of herself and sent a message. Boss, this person's name is Li Xiaoshan. Is this the boss who recently subdued the Black Dragon Society and the Gathering Society? The message that would come over from the opposite side was, that's right. Where did you come across this? Fong Fong, I'm giving you an urgent task now. Get close to Li Xiaoshang at all costs. It's best to sleep with him and become the closest person to him to find out his bottom line. Then wait for my order anytime. Li Xiaoshan used Zhou Fangfang's cell phone to make a call to the other party. After the call was connected, a woman's voice came from inside. Hello, Fong Fong? How's it going? Li Xiaoshang said slowly. Hello, let me first make a brief self-introduction. My name is Li Xiaoshan. The woman on the opposite side of the room didn't say anything after these words and fell silent. After a while, the woman on the opposite side spoke. Hello, I think you should recognize me. My name is Yi Cheng. You can also call me by my other name Night Rose. Li Xiaoshan took the phone and walked to the window, looking at the scenery below. Well, I've heard about it a long time ago. Tell me, what do you, Xing League, mean? Want to kill me? Am I to assume that you are declaring war on me? The woman on the phone slowed down a bit, slowly said. Don't misunderstand me. I did let Fong Fong investigate you. It's my fault. In order to make amends to you, from now on, Zhou Fangfang is yours. I hope you can understand that I don't have any malicious intent. Your two previous big hits have already spread in the road. Who isn't afraid of your name? Li Xiaoshan. Nowadays, I just don't want to be annexed by you without a word. Li Xiaoshan said after a brief moment of reflection. Well, it's okay. This time things are even. But I don't want there to be a next time. Can you understand? If there's a next time, I won't be talking to you in peace. Night Rose's voice came again. Okay, Mr. Li, please don't worry. The Heroes Summit is in 3 days. I hope to see Mr. Li once then. Li Xiaoshan froze for a moment and repeated. Heroes Summit? Night Rose was also a bit surprised. You still don't know? The Heroes Summit is a gathering of our underworld, and all the gangs and factions will be there at that time. The purpose in the beginning was to regulate the conflicts between the various gangs and factions. The people organizing it are all old-timers in the underworld, and everyone will give them some thin air. Li Xiaoshan said in a light tone as he listened. Isn't this just a bunch of hooligans meeting, but also the Heroes Summit? Cut. Also quite able to drag words. Good. I will be there at that time. At the summit we will meet again to have a good chat. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoshan returned the phone to Zhou Fangfang. Li Xiaoshan looked at Vulture and said, release them. After the condor released the people, Li Xiaoshan looked at the three girls and said, let's go. I'll let you guys go this time. No next time allowed. Ming Ming and Lili nodded in fear and immediately ran out. Zhou Fangfang, on the other hand, was still standing in the same place. Brother Xiaoshan, our boss said that he handed me over to you. Now I'm your person. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoshan smiled. Li Xiaoshan came close to Zhou Fangfang's near front and stared at Zhou Fangfang's eyes and said word by word. You think I'm a cutie? I'm not a stupid pig who thinks with the lower half of his body, so hide far away from me. I don't care if you're a woman or not. The next time, I'll kill you. At this moment, a cold killing intent emerged from Li Xiaoshan's body. Zhou Fangfang looked at Li Xiaoshan as her heart raced. It was at this moment that she truly saw how terrifying Li Xiaoshan was. Li Xiaoshan's eyes were as cold as a wild beast, and the killing intent on his body seemed to be able to turn into substance. Zhou Fangfang could clearly feel the killing intent on Li Xiaoshan's body. At this moment, Zhou Fangfang did not doubt what Li Xiaoshan said in the slightest. Zhou Fangfang nodded her head involuntarily until Li Xiaoshan led the shadow several people out of the room. Zhou Fangfang's legs went limp and she sat down on the floor. Li Xiaoshan stretched his waist after he exited the hotel's western restaurant. Hero Summit. All the gangster bosses would be there by then. This was a rare opportunity for Li Xiaoshan. Thinking of this, the blood in Li Xiaoshan's body sped up. For some reason, the blood in Li Xiaoshan's body boiled at the thought of encountering a stronger opponent. This might be what some people call a born badass. Li Xiaoshan secretly thought that he could really be this kind of born badass. After getting into the car, Li Xiaoshan took the shadow several people to Footwash City. This time, Li Xiaoshan and the others went to the Tang Garden Footwash City that was previously in the eastern part of the city. Immediately after Li Xiaoshan entered the store, there were people surrounding him. Boss, you're here. The little brother at the entrance of the Footwash City immediately bowed and shouted after seeing Li Xiaoshan. Hello boss, good day, boss. When the other guests of Footwash City saw the scene, they couldn't help but look at Li Xiaoshan. Then there was a face full of astonishment. Li Xiaoshan was simply too young, looking like just an ordinary college student. When the surrounding people saw this scene, there was nothing but shock and doubt in their eyes. Some of the timid people hid far away. Li Xiaoshan simply waved his hand, signaling them not to shout and scream. All of these little brothers who were watching the venue had all learned their lesson. After all, the last incident had given them a profound lesson. After all, what happened last time had taught them a deep lesson. Basically, all of the juniors here knew him. Without Li Xiaoshan's excessive orders, the little brothers directly opened the top-class private room for Li Xiaoshan. The crowd surrounded Li Xiaoshan and invited him into a large private room. One of the juniors, after letting Li Xiaoshan into the room, said, "Boss, if you have any orders, call us at any time. We will guard the door." Li Xiaoshan nodded and asked, "What's your name? Are you the head here?" "Right, boss. Right now I'm in charge of watching over Footwash City. My name is Lu Wei." "Well, good. You go back and rest. If something happens, I'll call you." Lu Wei bowed and slowly brought the door of the room with him. "Yes, boss." After Lu Wei closed the door, he said to the little brother next to him, "Quickly go and notify the little girls in Footwash City and have them all come over. Want the highest quality little sisters. Go." The little brother got Lu Wei's order and immediately ran downstairs to the front desk. Chapter 75, Visiting Footwash City again. When the boss of Footwash City knew that the boss of the Black Dragon Society had come, the entire person was shocked and also immediately ran to the Footwash City. After all, the last time the matter was quite a big deal. The boss of Footwash City couldn't afford to be so tossed around. But again, the boss could do nothing about the Black Dragon Society. And now there was an opportunity to be able to please the boss of the Black Dragon Society. He had no reason to refuse, and this was also a good opportunity for him. If he could make the Black Dragon Society's boss comfortable in the future, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the city's eastern district? So after the boss of the footwashing city arrived, immediately called in two of the most beautiful, the body of the hottest massage girls. The two massage girls were carrying fruit platters in their hands. The owner of the footbath city took a box of the best cigars in his left hand and a bottle of red wine in his right hand and sent it up. After reaching the entrance of the private room, he was blocked by Lu Wei. "Boss Wang, please wait. I need to inform our boss." Boss Wang nodded at Lu Wei. Yes. It's an honor for our store to hear of Mr. Li's visit this time, and we'll have to be much closer in the future. I've brought Mr. Li the best cigars and freshly cut fruits. Thank you for your trouble." Lu Wei saw that Boss Wang was so understanding, and also gently knocked on the door of the room. Boss Wang from Footwash City has brought you the best cigars and red wine." Li Xiaoshan was relaxing and enjoying himself at this time as his entire body was soaking in the bath, so he casually returned. "Then let him send it in." After getting the go-ahead, Lu Wei then opened the door of the room. Then Boss Wang took the cigars and red wine and personally sent them in for Li Xiaoshan. Behind him the two massage girls also followed into the room. However, Boss Wang had just taken a few steps when he was stopped by Shadow reaching out. Boss Wang nodded smilingly at Shadow and handed him the cigar and red wine. "Mr. Li, how are you? I'm the owner of Footwash City. My last name is Wang. This time when I heard that Mr. Li has come to pay a visit, I came to pay a special visit. This is a fine cigar for you, and a bottle of 76-year-old Bordeaux red wine. I specially brought it to ask Mr. Li to taste it." The two massage girls carried the fruit plate and curiously stretched their heads to look at Li Xiaoshan. After seeing Li Xiaoshan, the two massage girls were shocked. The boss of the Black Dragon Society was actually so young, just like an ordinary college student. When Boss Wang saw Li Xiaoshan, he was similarly filled with shock and surprise. But Boss Wang didn't show any contempt. Instead his attitude became more respectful. Li Xiaoshan was able to become the boss of the Black Dragon Society at such a young age. Didn't this show even more that Li Xiaoshan was not simple? Li Xiaoshan waved his hand at Shadow and said, "Shadow, bring it over for me. There's no need to be so nervous." After what just happened with the Green Alliance, the Shadow several people were all on guard. After all, now Li Xiaoshan's identity was no longer a simple college student. He was involved in both black and white, and was still a pivotal and important figure. Shadow opened the cigar box and inspected it from the inside out. Then he picked a cigar and lit it up, then smelled it briefly. Only after confirming that there was no problem did he hand it to Li Xiaoshan. As for the red wine, Shadow even opened it in person and poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Boss Wang. Shadow's meaning was obvious. That is, let him drink a cup first to test the poison. Boss Wang naturally would not point out these things, and after he received the red wine, he took the initiative to raise his glass slightly at Li Xiaoshan. "Mr. Li, I'll toast you first. I hope you can have fun here." After saying this, Boss Wang generously drank the red wine in one go. After drinking it, Boss Wang also poured the red wine glass over, signaling that he had already dried it. Li Xiaoshan smiled at Boss Wang and nodded. "Good. I have understood Boss Wang's good intentions. In the future, if Boss Wang has any problems, he can also find me at any time." Li Xiaoshan's casual words immediately made Boss Wang excited. Don't look at the fact that Li Xiaoshan was simply being polite, but for Boss Wang it was worth 1,000 words. Boss Wang immediately bowed at Li Xiaoshan. "Mr. Li, you take your time to play. I hope you have fun." In the future you come in advance, I give a call. I will make sure you are satisfied. Boss Wang took his business card and offered it with both hands. After Li Xiaoshan took it, he simply placed it on the side of the bath. Good. Then I will definitely trouble Boss Wang in the future. Boss Wang said in a flattered manner. Mr. Li, you're flattering me for saying this. It's my honor to have you here. Mr. Li, I'll go out first. I won't bother you. Mr. Li, these two massage ladies, they are the best service we have here. Let the two of them serve you well. Boss Wang slowly said after a pause. Mr. Li, these two are new to our place and are still virgins. Then Boss Wang turned around and walked over to the two massage girls and said, meet all the requirements of Mr. Li, make sure to make Mr. Li satisfied. Hearing this, the two massage girls blushed. Of course the two of them knew what the boss meant, but there was no way around it. The two could only lower their heads and nod. After seeing the two massage girls nod, Boss Wang then walked out of the private room. Li Xiaoshan took a puff of cigar, carefully savored it. The taste was indeed much better than the one inside the private room. After spitting out the smoke, there was a light fragrance remaining in the mouth that could be slowly savored. After Boss Wang left, the two massage girls took the initiative to put the fruit platter and handed it over to Li Xiaoshan. Mr. Li, fruit. Shadow looked at this scene and wanted to go up to inspect it again, but Li Xiaoshan saw it and grabbed it first. You two first help me taste it and see which fruit is the sweetest. Tell me. Shadow heard Li Xiaoshan's words, and only then did he stop his next action. The two massage girls froze for a moment when they heard Li Xiaoshan say that. Then without any thought, they started eating. Li Xiaoshan just quietly looked at the two massage girls. Just now, Li Xiaoshan's attention was fully focused on Boss Wang, and he didn't look at the two girls carefully. Now when he took a closer look, Li Xiaoshan realized that these two girls were really beautiful. At the very least, they had a face value of 90 points, and the figure is impeccable. The fat place fat, the thin place thin, and two massage girls. There is a strong perfume flavor, but not at all pungent. Do not let people have a revolting feeling. After the two massage girls finished eating, truthfully said, Boss, this watermelon and this lychee are both very sweet. Li Xiaoshan nodded, then picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in his mouth. When he was almost done soaking, Li Xiaoshan got up and walked out of the bath. Then Li Xiaoshan went to the changing room to change into his massage attire. Come on, press my feet and legs for me and simply relax, Li Xiaoshan said as he lay down on the massage chair. Chapter 76, The Four Great Families. The two massage girls nodded, and one of them lifted one of Li Xiaoshan's feet and began to massage Li Xiaoshan. Although these two girls had decent looks and bodies, but Li Xiaoshan didn't want to be like a wild beast, casually venting his hormones. If you want to pick up girls, of course you have to do it with your skills. Moreover, Li Xiaoshan has plenty of money, so he can pick up any girl, by skipping the process and going straight to the destination. Li Xiaoshan also lost a lot of fun. At this time, Li Xiaoshan became very relaxed. Although the two massage girls were a little rusty in pressing their feet, but Li Xiaoshan was still massaged to sleep by the two of them. Seeing Li Xiaoshan fall asleep, the strength of the two girls' hands also became lighter and lighter. This sleep Li Xiaoshan slept until 8 o'clock in the evening before waking up, and the two massage girls did not have the slightest rest. Has been massaging until now. Their movements were very light, and more than anything else, they were keeping Li Xiaoshan's feet warm. Li Xiaoshan woke up and stretched deeply. This sleep was very comfortable for him. It seemed that pressing the feet was really able to relieve a lot of fatigue. After waking up, Li Xiaoshan got up and started to change his clothes. At this moment, someone knocked at the door. After Li Xiaoshan changed his clothes, he said, Come in. The person outside the door was Lin Dong. Boss, you're awake? We have prepared dinner for you. Would you like to have some? Li Xiaoshan froze for a moment when he saw Lin Dong. Why are you here? Boss, I came over after I was busy. How are things on the recruiting front? Boss, let's chat while we eat. This way please. Lin Dong invited Li Xiaoshan into a room before taking out his cell phone and making a call. The food can be served. Lin Dong took the initiative to pull out a chair for Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan was not polite and directly sat on his butt. Li Xiaoshan very nimbly took out a cigarette and then lit it himself. After inhaling a mouthful of smoke and slowly exhaling the smoke, Li Xiaoshan said word by word, I am prepared to take down the entire underground forces of Magic City after 3 days. What do you think? Lin Dong's face was filled with shock after hearing Li Xiaoshan's words, then immediately discouraged. Boss, I'm afraid it won't work after 3 days, right? 3 days later is a very important day. Without waiting for Lin Dong to continue, Li Xiaoshan directly interrupted. The Hero Summit. I already know about it. Precisely because of this, I have to take down the entire underground forces of the magic capital after 3 days. Is that difficult? Lin Dong looked at Li Xiaoshan with a difficult face. Boss, you are not a member of the Dao. You may not know, this Hero Summit is being held by 4 mob seniors. No one dares to make trouble on this day. In Magic City, everyone has to give them some face, and behind them stand the 4 great families. The 4 great families? This 4 great families. Li Xiaoshan did not know about it. Li Xiaoshan eyed Lin Dong and waited for him to explain. Boss, these 4 great families are the 4 forces of the Magic City business world. The 4 forces are the Yi family, the Wang family, the Ma family, and the Chen family. They are all predators in the Magic City's business world, and they have taken control of the underworld in order to stabilize it. Each of the 4 great families has found 4 human agents. These 4 mob seniors are their agents. To put it bluntly, we people are just wiping the asses of these business bigwigs and doing some dirty work. Speaking here, Lin Dong suddenly hung his head in shame. AI, compared to the business world, those of us who mix with the society are simply out of the picture. After all, money and strength is everything in this world, and the speed of these business bigwigs to make money can be much faster than our lower 9 streams. To put it bluntly, they can crush us to death with a casual move of their fingers. There was a gangster before who was killed in his house that night just because he didn't follow the rules. All the 4 great families need to do is throw out a little bit of money, and there are countless people who will sell their lives for them. And even if they know that they did it, there is simply nothing they can do about it. After Li Xiaoshan heard Lin Dong's words, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was more than a hint of excitement. Li Xiaoshang did not say anything, but just quietly smoked a cigarette, silently thinking about his future path. Just at this time, a knock came from outside the door and Lu Wei came in from outside pushing a food cart. Boss, Brother Dong, it's time to dine. Behind Lu Wei there were several minions pushing the food cart. Boss Wang was also following behind, and he was holding 2 bottles of red wine in his hands. Mr. Li, Brother Dong, I've specially brought 2 bottles of treasured red wine. Li Xiaoshan waved his hand at Boss Wang. Sit down and eat together. The moment he heard this, it excited Boss Wang, just as he was about to agree. However, in the next instant, he saw Lin Dong's cold eyes. Boss Wang hurriedly waved his hand. No, Mr. Li, I have already finished eating. You eat with Brother Dong. I will leave first. Boss Wang placed 2 bottles of red wine on the table and left. Boss Wang was a human savant. He could tell that Li Xiaoshao was just saying this casually. It was true that he had just gotten a little carried away and lost his temper. And with the look in Lin Dong's eyes, he was able to clearly see that his presence was affecting the two. So Boss Wang immediately ran out. After the various delicacies were placed on the table, Shadow took the initiative to take a portion of the various foods and then pulled a junior brother. Shadow pressed the little brother on the chair and said, "Eat these clean and you can go." Shadow's unapologetic drug testing was seen by both Lin Dong and Lu Wei, but neither of them dared to say anything. Li Xiaoshan also acquiesced to this kind of poison testing. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and Li Xiaoshan knew that the Shadow Few were doing it for their own good. So naturally, he would not stop the Shadow Few people. And now Li Xiaoshan also clearly perceived that he had become more and more dangerous. After the little brother finished eating, the Shadow stared at the little brother for another 5 minutes, and only after confirming that he was fine, did he return behind Li Xiaoshang. The little brother was stared at by the Shadow all the time. He had long been nervous. After seeing that it was fine, he then exited the room with Lu Wei and the others. Seeing that the people were all clean, Li Xiaoshan got close to Lin Dong and slowly said, "Lin Dong, it's not that I don't trust you. I am afraid that some people will be bribed. You shouldn't blame me." Although Li Xiaoshan's words were explaining to Lin Dong, the words were all about knocking and reminding. When Lin Dong heard Li Xiaoshan's words, how could he dare to say a word of no? He immediately nodded his head. "Boss, what are you talking about? You are right to do so. Be careful in everything. To enter our profession is to live with your head on your pants belt." Chapter 77, Control. Li Xiaoshan waved his hand in a relaxed attitude and said, "Eat first." Looking at the change in Li Xiaoshan's attitude, Lin Dong could not help but pinch a cold sweat. The pressure on Li Xiaoshan's body, and his every move was simply too oppressive. At the same time, Li Xiaoshan was able to ease and relax the tense atmosphere at any time. Between the tightening and loosening of the atmosphere, Li Xiaoshan's entire person was filled with majesty. The feeling that Li Xiaoshang brought to Lin Dong was that you could only relax when I let you relax. This was a kind of absolute control. After Li Xiaoshan finished eating and put down his chopsticks, Lin Dong followed suit and put down his chopsticks as well. Li Xiaoshang slowly reached out and grabbed towards the cigarette case on the table. Lin Dong reacted quickly as he took the lead in picking up the cigarette case and took out a cigarette and handed it to Li Xiaoshan. After Li Xiaoshan placed it in his mouth, he immediately helped Li Xiaoshan light the cigarette. Li Xiaoshan exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "Lin Dong, have you ever thought about yourself taking over the position of the 4 great families in the future?" Lin Dong's entire body stopped breathing after Li Xiaoshan said these words. At this moment, Lin Dong's mind was racing, and more than anything, he was shocked. The eyes were filled with disbelief. After a 3-second pause, Lin Dong said, Boss, don't joke around. This is something I have never even dreamed of, nor do I dare to imagine it. Li Xiaosa laughed easily. Ah, Lindong, the four great families, in your eyes, may be unshakable like four high mountains, but in my case, the four great families are nothing. Lindong looked at Li Xiaoshan with his eyes glazed over and his mouth wide open. If he is in my way, he must get out of the way. If he doesn't get out of the way, then I'll flip him over whole. Make the four great families bow down or be destroyed. Towards the end, a cold light of perseverance flashed in Li Xiaoshan's eyes. This cold light was heart-stopping. It made Lindong feel as if his heart was being held. This was Li Xiaoshan's personal charm and strong aura. At this moment, Lindong was shaken, and the words spoken by Li Xiaoshang made him involuntarily choose to believe them. At this moment, Lindong's loyalty towards Li Xiaoshan also became stronger. Lindong firmly believed that following Li Xiaoshan, he would definitely be able to accomplish something in the future. Extinguishing his cigarette, Li Xiaoshan continued. Continue to prepare the manpower in these few days. After 3 days, wait for my order with everyone. After saying this, Li Xiaoshan got up and prepared to leave, but suddenly Li Xiaoshan stopped his body and said, "Oh, right, tomorrow, I will ask Ma-san to come out. At that time, you will arrange your manpower and take him down directly. I don't want any more instability." After finishing his speech, Li Xiaoshao took out his cell phone and transferred the remaining 5 million or so in his bank card to Lindong. Don't be heartbroken about the money. Recruit more capable hands. Lindong nodded and personally sent Li Xiaoshan out of the Footwash City. After leaving Footwash City, Shadow drove towards Green Hotel. Li Xiaoshan's eyes looked out the window and said, "Wait, Shadow, let's find a bar to play for a while first." Li Xiaoshan had only just woken up from his nap, and at this time, he simply couldn't sleep back at the hotel. Moreover, throughout the day today, Li Xiaoshan had come into contact with a number of beautiful women, but had yet to actually get on base. At this time, Li Xiaoshan was a little tickled in his heart. As the night descended, the hormones in Li Xiaoshang's body became more and more exuberant. Li Xiaoshang had never picked up a girl in a bar before, and at this time he wanted to relax and unwind. Shadow opened his navigation and found a nearby bar. "Boss, there's a bar named LY here. Is it okay to go here?" "Good, it's okay, let's go." When Li Xiaoshang's few people arrived at the bar, a young male waiter took the initiative to run over. "Hello, do you have a reserved spot? Or do you need help finding a spot?" This was Li Xiaoshan's second time coming to the bar. The first time was to save Li Lanxin. Li Xiaoshan didn't look at anything or pay attention to anything at that time. Now it was the second time, and Li Xiaoshan still knew nothing about the inside. "Book a card seat for me, thanks." Hearing that Li Xiaoshan wanted to order a card seat, the male waiter's attitude immediately changed. "Okay, boss, a regular card seat is $2,000 an hour. You get a dozen beers and 2 bottles of whiskey for free." Li Xiaoshan booking a card seat meant that the male waiter could get more commission. Of course he would be happy. Li Xiaoshan nodded, and at the same time, Li Xiaoshan brought up the page of the Divine Hero system in his mind. Current withdrawable balance, 431010000. Current withdrawable balance, 431020000. Current withdrawable balance, 431030000. Li Xiaoshan simply withdrew all the money directly. Immediately after the SMS also came. Huaxia bank account arrived at 43,104,000 yuan. The current balance was 43,104,560 yuan. It had to be said that after the system was upgraded, the speed of money coming in simply took off. The system that had just been upgraded this morning had now gotten $40 million. After it arrived, Li Xiaoshao directly transferred $6,000. Let's open it for 3 hours first. Seeing Li Xiaoshan such a huge amount of money, it made the male waiter so happy. "Brother, come, have a cigarette." The male waiter took the initiative to take out his own Huazi brand cigarettes and handed them to Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan waved his hand and didn't take it. "I'm not used to smoking other people's cigarettes. Go away." The male waiter nodded his head repeatedly, accompanied by a smiling face throughout, and invited Li Xiaoshan into the bar. As soon as he entered inside the bar, Li Xiaoshan was infected by the loud music sounds. A group of young men and women stood on the dance floor, dancing in various ways. Li Xiaoshan's eyes were not enough. As he looked around, almost half of them were girls, and these people are basically young people around 20 years old. These girls are wearing exceptionally sexy and hot, clear color of small shorts with a variety of short-sleeved. There are even wearing a simple bib. These men and women were inside the dance floor, shaking their bodies to their heart's content. These girls stood on the stage bouncing around and shouting under their breath, "Hoo! Yay!" The bar was also packed with all kinds of people. Some were drinking silently, others were chatting with their friends. In the center of the bar there was a super large booth, which was filled with beautiful women. In the center of the booth sat 2 men around 25 years old. One of them was wearing sunglasses and holding two beautiful women in his arms. The sunglasses man is not polite at all. To the woman in his arms up and down all kinds of mooching. The woman in his arms didn't mind at all, but instead used her body to squeeze into the sunglasses man's arms. Another man with a cigar in his mouth, sitting not far from the sunglasses man. Beside him also sat a woman dressed in a demonic color.